Introduction. Transported into the world of Game of Thrones, I have become the infamous Joffrey Baratheon, just moments after severing the head of the noble Eddard Stark. Through an unparalleled one-time sign-in system, I, Joffrey, have acquired the perfect blood serum of my ancestors. Thus, Joffrey the Great has truly transformed into the embodiment of my forebears. 1. The ancestral being. Awakening from slumber, I, Joffrey, found myself cradled in the arms of a stunning woman, offering me solace. I was a devoted fan living in the 21st century on Earth, and just after commenting, "What are you doing?" I was struck by a child descending from the heavens as I passed below my apartment complex. After enduring a day in the ICU, I lost consciousness, uncertain if that child survived. "Joffrey, my child, are you unharmed?" The beautiful woman inquired with concern. "Joffrey, where am I?" At that moment, fragmented memories surged into my mind. King's Landing, the beheading of Ned Stark, the fateful fall from the castle. The eternal emperor, Joffrey. I was once a humble worker, fortunate enough to obtain a stable 9-to-5 job, which allowed me ample time to indulge in dramas and surf the internet. To me, Game of Thrones was a series I understood, yet not fully comprehended. My identity, Joffrey Baratheon, was a fraud. I was ostensibly the son of the usurper Robert Baratheon, but truly a grotesque product of incest. As the first in line for the Baratheon dynasty, I was a cruel little monster, and upon ascending the throne, I abandoned all pretense of decorum. Moreover, the actor's compelling performance in the series led to my being dubbed Joffrey the Great, and my ultimate demise by poison left audiences feeling unsatisfied. To my astonishment, I had become Joffrey the Great, my timeline set just after I had beheaded the Warden of the North, Eddard Stark. Thankfully, it was not too late. I patted my cheeks, silently resolving. Henceforth, there shall be no more Joffrey, only I, Emperor Joffrey. I was quite pleased with this identity. As long as I did nothing and cooperated with my uncle, Tyrion Lannister, I could live my life in comfort. "I am well, mother. Merely a bump on my head has left me with some lapses in memory," I replied, rubbing my face. Gazing at my mother, Cersei Lannister, I had not read the original novels, but was familiar with the first 3 seasons of the series and some brief video summaries. Before me stood a woman of captivating charm, akin to an alternate version of Wu Zetian, harboring an insatiable thirst for power. Yet, despite her ambition, she lacked the strategic acumen of Wu Zetian, ultimately perishing beneath the flames of Daenerys' dragons. Contemplating Daenerys, I suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The dragons in Game of Thrones were undeniably formidable, akin to nuclear weapons in their destructive potential. The true peril lay in the supernatural beings of the realm. The three-eyed raven could traverse time and influence minds. Should he detect any anomalies in my behavior, my capacity for resistance will be severely limited. At present, I could only hope to swiftly illuminate the path toward gunpowder technology, granting me a fighting chance to that moment. A voice suddenly resonated. "Ding! The one-time sign-in system is at your service. You may randomly receive 3 items, in exchange for which this system will extract all deities from this realm." Before Joffrey could fully comprehend the situation, the system continued. "Items are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have received a perfect grade serum derived from the blood of your homeland, a powerful elixir that eradicates all flaws, sourced from the Black Robe Enforcers, and has been automatically injected. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a juvenile behemoth from the mountains and seas. It is said that an adult behemoth can grow to a height of 1,000 meters. However, the system has never witnessed one and does not accept any complaints. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Arthur card, capable of summoning Arthur at the pinnacle of his mortal existence. Simply recite the items to extract them. The system's task is complete, and it will now seek the next host. We wish you a splendid journey in this other world, and this system is quite pleased with your rewards." After a moment, Joffrey regained his composure and, observing the 3 items and the surge of formidable power within him, the mindset of Emperor Joffrey began to shift. According to the implications of this system, the deities of this world had been extracted as a form of payment, and he had received 3 extraordinary enhancements in return. What a stroke of fortune! Noticing that Joffrey appeared momentarily dazed, Cersei quickly expressed her concern. "Do not frighten me, my child. I shall summon Maester Pycelle at once." Joffrey snapped back to reality and waved his hand. "No need for that. I was merely recalling certain matters." Cersei offered further reassurances before convening a council to discuss the aftermath of Ned's execution. Joffrey closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to his body. The serum was gradually altering him, and it would likely take about a month to complete. He was exceedingly satisfied with this, as it would allow him to gradually master this newfound power without the risk of losing control due to its sudden acquisition. Soon, he would embody a beggar's version of Superman in indomitable physique, laser vision, absolute strength and speed, making it effortless to engage in hand-to-hand combat with dragons. Moreover, based on his recollections from the television series, the dragons in Game of Thrones should not pose a challenge to one of his lineage. And then there was the behemoth cub, a colossal beast from the realm of myth, capable of tearing apart its foes with ease. After recovering in bed for 2 days, Joffrey took the time to thoroughly assess the current situation. From a strategic standpoint, his side was at a distinct disadvantage, or rather, it was a situation of overwhelming adversity. In the north, the young Wolf Lord Robb Stark had declared the North's independence, proclaiming himself king in the north and marching southward. Meanwhile, in the south, his cuckolded father, Robert Baratheon, had both his younger brothers claiming kingship for themselves. Joffrey had long believed that Renly Baratheon was the most ungrateful wretch in the saga. For 17 years ago, during the War of Usurpers, Robert had bestowed upon him the lands of Storm's End, despite Renly having contributed nothing. Now, while uncertain whether he was truly Robert's biological son, Renly had risen in rebellion, seeking to lay claim to the Iron Throne, AS for Stannis Baratheon. He is a man of unwavering integrity, often described as steadfast as iron. In contrast, Robert is deemed as true steel, while Renly is likened to bright copper-appealing, yet ultimately ineffectual. In the Iron Islands of the Iron Men, a mere population of several tens of thousands survives by plunder, yet they too claim kingship. With their addition, Westeros officially embarks upon what is remembered as the War of the Five Kings. Absent a system to guide him, he would naturally choose to passively endure the Purple Wedding. However, now that Joffrey has been granted a second chance at life, he is determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Armed with an external assist, he possesses the perfect serum that nearly halts his aging, allowing him to live life unfettered. Little Bemin, clutching an apple, had summoned Arthur and Bemin just the other day. At this moment, the towering Arthur, standing at 2.2 meters, is approached by Sandor Clegane, the Hound, who expresses curiosity about this sudden appearance of a guardian. Simply standing there, Arthur instills a sense of dread and unease. "Dog, summon Baelish and Varys to me," Joffrey commands, while petting Bemin. "At once, your majesty," Sandor replies, promptly seeking the two men. Joffrey's first target is Varys and Peter Baelish. One serves as the master of whispers, while the other is the master of coin. Yet, one seeks to elevate Aegon Targaryen, the son of the former Prince Rhaegar, to the throne, while the other aspires to claim the Iron Throne for himself. Truly, loyalty runs thin. Soon, Varys and Baelish meet outside the door. Varys, addressing Arthur with curiosity, inquires, "What should we call you, sir?" "His Majesty has summoned us, may we enter?" As a cunning strategist, Varys is taken aback by his inability to glean any information about Arthur, as if this guardian had manifested from thin air. Meanwhile, Baelish, having just orchestrated the demise of Ned Stark, feels a sense of elation. His network of brothels across the Vale has yielded no intelligence about this individual. Yet he remains unfazed, believing himself to be the wisest man in the Seven Kingdoms' wisdom. After all, is power. "Lord Varys, he is merely a guard. We may proceed directly to meet his majesty," Baelish states with a smile, leisurely asserting his authority as if Arthur were nothing more than a mere doorkeeper. Varys remains silent, merely observing Arthur, who reciprocates the silence. Yet, without the king's express permission, any who dare advance shall face dire consequences. "Let them in." Sandor and Arthur may enter as well. "Close the door," Joffrey's voice commands. Upon hearing Joffrey's directive, the four enter the room, with Sandor ensuring the door is securely shut. Uncertain of the young king's intentions, Varys and Baelish exchange glances. Would he truly contemplate their demise? To be frank, both harbor disdain for this 14-year-old monarch, arrogant, cruel, and politically naive. Now that Balon Greyjoy has met his demise in the military, Stannis has seized the forces of Storm's End and is marching towards our location. His grandfather, the formidable Tywin Lannister, is currently besieging the descending direwolves at Harrenhal. Meanwhile, our king is within the confines of his chambers, engrossed in the company of a red monkey. Good heavens, who presented him with such a creature? Does the hand of the king, Tyrion, know that his dear nephew has succumbed to the allure of this monkey? "Lord Peter Baelish, how many gold dragons remain in our treasury?" Baelish was taken aback, wondering what extravagant scheme was afoot that would further deplete the royal coffers. Though he was uncertain of Joffrey's intentions, it was not his concern. "Your Grace, there are still 4,000 gold dragons in the treasury, however. We have just collected the harvest, and our supplies are ample, so there is no need to worry about the provisions for war." A mere 4,000 gold dragons, pathetically scant. The kingdom's revenues principally derive from the taxes of the king's direct domain, the crownlands, along with a portion collected from other regions. Yet, in this feudal realm of power struggles, taxes are appropriated by local lords, who then remit a share to the king. Joffrey's father has left him with a staggering debt of 6 million gold dragons. Half of this debt is owed to the Lannister family of the Westerlands, while 2 million comes from the Iron Bank on the continent of Essos across the Narrow Sea, and another million is owed to various nobles. Look at the extent of this profligacy is utterly outrageous. The Iron Throne's annual tax revenue amounts to roughly 1 million gold dragons, but once basic expenditures and royal expenses are deducted, little remains. Moreover, debts to the Iron Bank must also be repaid, leaving the treasury in a precarious state. Joffrey, while rubbing the belly of a diminutive dire wolf, watches as the creature, barely 20 centimeters in length, squints its eyes in bliss, relishing its master's affection. With the North in storms end in rebellion, and the failed insurrection in the Riverlands, the nation's revenues have diminished by a third. I wonder if Lord Baelish might be able to provide some support for the next repayment to the Iron Bank. Joffrey addressed Baelish, knowing that half of the brothels in the Crownlands are his establishments, which surely means he is not lacking in funds. "Your Grace, while I serve as the Master of Coin, I possess no funds of my own to assist you. However, I can negotiate with the Iron Bank. Perhaps I could secure a loan to aid you in quelling the uprisings." Baelish maintained a facade of politeness, yet inwardly he began to curse Joffrey. Joffrey smirked inwardly. Borrowing money in the name of the Iron Throne still necessitated repayment. Was the mighty Joffrey Baratheon reduced to begging for loans? The thought of his own power sparked an impulse to raid the Iron Bank in Braavos. However, such an act would ruin the game, inciting worldwide opposition against him, though Joffrey believed he could still dominate the realm through his sheer prowess. What he truly desired was to revolutionize a civilization that had stagnated for millennia, propelling Westeros onto the expressway of his own grand vision. He was reluctant to expose his capabilities, but equally disinclined to conceal his formidable strength, choosing instead to act according to his whims. "But I have heard that Lord Baelish's brothels are flourishing everywhere. How could he possibly be short on funds?" Joffrey's voice suddenly turned icy. "Deceiving me could lead to a fate far worse than death." Varys chuckled inwardly. The one he feared most in King's Landing was Peter Baelish. This man was exceptionally astute and consistently sowed chaos, believing that turmoil served as a ladder for ascension. Moreover, his intelligence was no less formidable than Varys' own. Brothels were invariably the gathering places for the nobility and high officials. Now that Joffrey had set his sights on Baelish's sources of information, Varys could not help but revel in his misfortune. "Your Grace, brothels are hardly reputable establishments and yield little profit. Instead, how about I contribute 10,000 golden dragons to the treasury? This is all my savings." Baelish feigned anguish, as though it were genuine. Joffrey rested his chin on his hand. "Lord Baelish, how about we discuss a business arrangement?" Baelish was uncertain of Joffrey's intentions, yet he remained untroubled, as long as he maintained his stance of being destitute. Thus, he respectfully replied, "Your Grace, please proceed. As for the nature of the business, it was merely a different means of acquiring wealth. I require all the brothels under your command. You may continue managing them, but the profits will belong to me. The price is your life. How does that sound?" Baelish's eyelid twitched, and even Varys was taken aback. Surely, this young king cannot truly believe he can act with such impunity? In Westeros, tradition is deeply revered. Every action must be justified, or who would participate in your game? "Your Grace, even as king, you cannot resort to extortion. Such actions would tarnish your credibility as a monarch." Baelish felt an overwhelming urge to thrust a dagger into Joffrey, appalled at his audacity. "Peter, do you know the fate that befalls a treasonous prime minister? Two have already met their demise," Joffrey said with a sinister smile. Yet, that very smile sent a chill through Baelish. What did this mean? Could Joffrey truly be aware of my deeds? This seemed impossible. Even Varys was oblivious. How could this frivolous, sadistic young king possess such knowledge? Varys cast a glance at Baelish, silently acknowledging the truth. It was indeed him. He had long suspected someone was stirring discord across the Seven Kingdoms, which aligned with his own interests. Though his heart was gripped by fear, Baelish maintained a facade of composure. Your Grace, what do you imply? Are we not discussing the state's finances? Peter, any matter known to you can be easily substantiated with evidence. For instance, the wife of the former Prime Minister, Lady Lisa Tully, presents an excellent point of leverage. My lord, there is but one opportunity, and I shall grant it to you solely once seize it wisely. At that moment, Baelish's complexion turned pale. If he had previously intended to deny all accusations, Joffrey's mention of Lisa Tully made it abundantly clear that the young king was fully aware. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is my honor to present the profits from the brothel, said Peter Baelish, quickly regaining his composure. Joffrey had refrained from executing him immediately, clearly intrigued by the intelligence and earnings derived from the establishment. Peter was aware that operating a brothel would draw the disdain of the nobility, and it was inconceivable for the royal family, as the foremost nobles, to engage in such an enterprise. Thus, Joffrey allowed him to continue managing it, for it provided an opportunity to acquire various forms of intelligence, and, as long as he retained his life, there was a chance for survival. Your loyalty to me is a most astute decision, however. The intelligence obtained from the brothel must be reported daily. Should I discover any concealment on your part, I shall cast you from the walls of King's Landing to meet a grim fate, Joffrey declared. Upon hearing this, Peter immediately pledged his allegiance. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will meticulously sift through all intelligence. It is my honor to serve you. Joffrey had seized upon his vulnerability. Peter's life now rested precariously in Joffrey's hands. But fortunately, he had not been executed on the spot. Anger simmered within Peter. This was the sorrow of having no lands to call his own, leaving him devoid of any bargaining power. Had he possessed a fief or an army, Joffrey would not have dared to threaten him so brazenly. Moreover, this exchange had not gone unnoticed by Varys, who stood by, bowing his head in silence, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He had been summoned alongside Peter, and it was clear that Joffrey's intent was not merely to showcase his manipulation of Littlefinger. Thus, Joffrey was likely privy to some of Varys' own secrets, and Varys could only hope they were not of grave consequence. Lord Varys, why do you remain silent? What is the current status of the Targaryen remnants in Essos? Your Majesty, Viserys has been burned alive by the call, and it is said that Daenerys has hatched 3 dragons. Though I cannot verify the truth of this, she is currently in Karth. Varys promptly responded, feeling the weight of Joffrey's gaze upon him. I did not inquire about that pair of siblings. You know precisely whom I refer to, Lord Varys. Do not lie, the opportunity to speak is fleeting. At this moment, Joffrey seized a crossbow from the wall and ready to bolt. Observing Joffrey prepare the weapon, Varys finally grasped the anxiety that had plagued Peter moments before. Your Majesty, aside from that brother and sister, are there other Targaryen remnants? I beg your pardon, it is my oversight. With a resounding thud, the bolt struck the wooden cabinet, quivering violently, much like Varys' heart. The spider, it is unwise to weave lies. Aegon Targaryen currently resides with the Golden Company, does he not? The first step to seizing power, Varys felt a cold sweat bead on his shining forehead. As the grinning little king appeared far more terrifying than the previous arrogant child who wore his emotions on his sleeve. Varys, let us momentarily set aside our discussion of Aegon Targaryen. I have little concern for him. It is evident that your intelligence work relies heavily on funding, and I presume the governor of Illyrio, across the narrow sea, has generously supplied you with ample resources, am I correct? As he spoke, Joffrey reloaded the crossbow, this time aiming directly at Varys' smooth forehead. My lord, allow me to speculate whether your polished head would cause the bolt to slip as well. Joffrey inquired with a mischievous grin. Varys, a master of intrigue in King's Landing, had navigated the treacherous game of power for over a decade. Yet he had never felt such trepidation. He could never have imagined that Joffrey, through countless online analyses, had been scrutinized by numerous viewers, each offering various interpretations. At that moment, Varys found himself at a loss for words. Should he deny or offer excuses? How many gold dragons does Governor Pintos provide you each year, Lord Varys? Your Majesty, for 100,000 gold dragons. Joffrey marveled. That is nearly half the tax revenue of the Seven Kingdoms, a substantial sum indeed. Very well. Allocate 360,000 gold dragons to me annually. You may retain 40,000 to maintain the information network in King's Landing. As for the rest, let the brothels of Baelish handle the intelligence gathering. We shall discuss further ventures once we are wealthy. Varys sighed with relief. Maintaining a modest sum for his little birds was feasible, and most importantly, This mad little king harbored no intent to end his life. As long as he lived, there remained the possibility of aiding a genuinely benevolent ruler. Retrieve 200 clever boys, aged 14 to 16, and establish a gold cloak guard under the Hound's command, answering solely to me. Eventually, the other little birds shall fall under the gold cloak's jurisdiction, while you will oversee the intelligence operations. As you command, Your Majesty. Varys understood this was a shift in power, yet he found himself unable to refuse. The Hound's eyelids flickered, astonished at such a fortuitous turn. The gold cloak guard, as inferred from Joffrey's mere words, would serve as the king's vicious hounds. Sandor Clegane had no qualms about transforming from a mere hound into a fierce dog, confident in his ability to fulfill the role. For him, the distinction was negligible, yet it conferred immense authority and even the chance to eliminate his brother, Gregor Clegane. The Mountain. Lord Varys, due to your deceit, I ought to have executed you, but I have decided to grant you another opportunity. Show me your worth. I have faith in you. Joffrey waved his hand. Tomorrow, convene a council. Ensure my uncle is informed to attend. I have matters to announce. He then departed with the imp to the seaside platform, for King's Landing lay at the southernmost tip of the Crownlands, adjacent to the Blackwater Bay and the Red Keep. As the royal castle of King's Landing was naturally built by the sea, as Varys and Baelish traversed the hall of the Red Keep, a tremor of unease coursed through them. Baelish paused, gazing at the Iron Throne at the center. Imagine the feeling of sitting upon it, he mused. Will those noble individuals who hold you in disdain feign subservience? The king, merely 14 years of age, finds his power in the hands of Queen Cersei and Prime Minister Tyrion, yet with but a few words, he can shape our destinies. Solely due to the crown upon his head, Varys remarked languidly. Having navigated the initial chaos, he had regained his composure, recognizing that survival signified everything. Without my head, they cannot compel me to bow before them, replied Peter Baelish. With ambition rampant and morality in decay, I dare not oppose you, Varys stated with a significant tone, as if inciting something deeper. Baelish smiled, declaring, We shall not become adversaries, for I am a servant to his grace Joffrey, and so are you. However, I am curious. When you were emasculated, were the eggs and the chickens slaughtered together? Varys turned to exit, saying, I appreciate your concern for my lower regions, but I must attend to the task the king has assigned me and then present my 360,000 gold dragons. Furthermore, Lord Baelish, I must remind you that the full sum of 1,660,000 gold dragons must be delivered, lest I pledge my loyalty to his grace. Baelish raised an eyebrow, replying, You are mistaken, Lord Varys. It is 1,800,000 gold dragons, as I have just received this year's revenue. Lord Baelish, it must be quite painful to part with such amassed military funds all at once. I truly sympathize. Amidst their veiled exchange, the Hound could hardly wait to assemble the Kingsguard. The following day, when Joffrey arrived, the conference table was already filled with attendees. Behind him followed the well-equipped Ser Loras, fortunate to have been summoned with the accompanying Sword of Kings and War Steed. Thus, he boldly took his seat at the head of the table. Typically, the Royal Council comprises 7 members, the Hand of the King, the Captain of the Kingsguard, the Master of Coin overseeing the Treasury and national finances, the Master of Laws supervising the judicial system, the Master of Whisperers managing the intelligence network, the Master of Ships commanding the Navy, and the Grand Maester serving as the chief advisor on matters of knowledge and wisdom. However, with the Master of Laws Renly and the Master of Ships Stannis having recently rebelled, only 6 remained present, as an additional seat was occupied by the regent Queen Cersei Lannister. As one of the most despised characters among fans of the series, Cersei Lannister is undoubtedly a woman devoid of scruples and political acumen, with little to commend her beyond her affection for her children. Joffrey's gaze quickly fell upon the diminutive figure of Tyrion Lannister, seated at his right. Tyrion Lannister is a remarkably complex individual, yet without a doubt, despite his frail constitution, he has been graced with a keen intellect. I believe certain matters require discussion, hence this council meeting, Joffrey stated. Cersei, with a tone of indulgence, replied, Let the servants handle matters. You are the king and need not worry about Stannis' attack on King's Landing. Your uncle shall safeguard the city for you. Cersei assumed her son was preoccupied with fears of Stannis' rebellion. Tyrion curled his lip, finding himself utterly at odds with his willful nephew. His sister Cersei and father Tywin looked down upon him, the dwarf, which naturally led Joffrey to regard Tyrion with disdain as well. However, despite the animosity, he bore the Lannister name, and thus his duty was to safeguard King's Landing. No, mother, I am not referring to that matter. Stannis is nothing more than a common pest, a mere rodent scurrying about. At Joffrey's words, everyone in the room involuntarily grimaced. Stannis's forces numbered at least 20 to 30,000, with the royal fleet traversing Blackwater Bay and at least 20,000 infantry marching down the King S Road. While King's Landing could muster fewer than 3,000 gold cloaks and some militia, totaling under 5,000. Yet, this arrogant foolishness was quite in character for Joffrey. The first decree was to abolish the Queen Regent's authority, returning power to the king. Upon hearing this, Cersei, who had previously worn a look of indulgence, was left momentarily speechless. What did this mean? A stab in the back. While she did sense that Joffrey was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, his disinterest in governance had kept her from worrying about the loss of her regency, as she continued her strategic games with Tyrion. Tyrion, on the other hand, was bewildered. Why had his nephew suddenly sought power? Joffrey clearly did not possess the temperament for ruling. However, this might work in Tyrion's favor, allowing him to navigate the impending crisis without Cersei's interference. Cersei promptly countered, "You are still too young and must learn much more. Otherwise, you risk causing trouble for the lords." During her time as regent, Cersei had tasted the fruits of power, and while she cherished Joffrey, she was loath to relinquish her authority. At that moment, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, spoke up. "I believe your majesty is ready to assume command. Your wisdom is unparalleled, and the realm will undoubtedly prosper under your reign." Peter Baelish echoed his sentiment. "Lord Varys speaks true. I support your majesty's ascension to direct rule." A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the room. "Holy light, have you seen those who oppose me?" Cersei gazed incredulously at the two men who had dared to challenge her authority. Regardless of their true allegiance, they had never previously crossed her. Had they truly been dazed by the stench of King's Landing? Tyrion furrowed his brow. Knowing that the two most dangerous individuals in King's Landing were Varys and Baelish, yet today they seemed to be conspiring in favor of Joffrey reclaiming Cersei's regency. Suddenly, he recalled what Podrick had mentioned the day before about Varys and Baelish meeting with Joffrey. He had assumed it was merely a formal visit, but it appeared to be far more significant. Little did he know that the two had nearly been frightened out of their wits by Joffrey the previous day. "So it is settled. Henceforth, bring any matters directly to me. It has been a burden for my mother to oversee state affairs lately. Now she can comfortably enjoy her time in the Red Keep." Cersei, forcing a smile, nodded slightly. Now that Baelish and Varys supported Joffrey's ascension, it was certain that Tyrion would acquiesce as well, while the Grand Maester had chosen to be a turncoat, pledging allegiance to her father, Tywin. Joffrey reclaiming the throne was a foregone conclusion. Cersei felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, she recognized Joffrey's maturation, yet on the other, she was loath to relinquish her regency. The second matter at hand was the sanitation of King's Landing. With war imminent, and according to my uncle Stannis's plans, he would reach King's Landing within a month at the latest. The city, with its 500,000 inhabitants, was at high risk of an outbreak of plague. Therefore, I proposed to hire thousands of refugees from outside the city to clean up, incinerate the refuse, and bury it in the royal grounds, while also constructing latrines and waste disposal sites, dusted with quicklime for disinfection. King's Landing did have sanitation workers, but such provisions were reserved solely for the noble districts. The merchant areas relied on the merchants themselves to hire workers for cleaning. Joffrey had been taking the mountain to the seaside precisely because he could not tolerate the faint stench of King's Landing, even in the noble quarter. The thought of the squalor in the slums was unimaginable. Tyrion remarked, "A commendable idea, but the treasury does not support such endeavors. Those refugees can barely feed themselves, let alone have the strength to work for you." Tyrion was quite taken aback by Joffrey's sudden concern for such matters. "If we provide 2 meals a day and 10 copper coins, everyone would eagerly rush to work," Joffrey asserted. "Yet the treasury holds only 4,000 gold dragons. And we still require provisions and various materials for defense. Where would the funds come from to manage them?" Tyrion spread his hands, acknowledging that merely holding King's Landing would be a stroke of luck. Baelish interjected, "My lord, to be precise, the treasury currently possesses 234 gold dragons." Tyrion looked at Baelish and chuckled. "Perhaps I ought to line my pockets a bit and then indulge in a visit to the brothels." Baelish remained silent, merely smiling at Tyrion. Gradually, Tyrion's laughter faded, and he became serious. "Lord Baelish, do not jest. The treasury cannot possibly hold such a fortune. Lord Varys and I have sacrificed our savings for His Majesty the King. We must all contribute." Is he mad? What on earth did he and Varys say to Joffrey yesterday? Has he completely turned to Joffrey's side? After all, should King's Landing fall, given their backgrounds, being discovered by Stannis would certainly lead to their demise. "Uncle, since funding is not an issue, I entrust this matter to you. I wish to see results within a week." "No problem, as long as there is money. Such tasks pose no difficulty," he replied. The final matter to address was the issue of the gold cloaks. The The Gold Cloaks refer to the City Watch, primarily responsible for safeguarding the security of King's Landing and maintaining order, yet their ranks comprised only 400 individuals, consisting of nobles, knights, and a portion of educated commoners. The current commander of the Gold Cloaks is Janos Slynt, an avaricious butcher who, during the reign of Robert, was fortuitously appointed as the supreme leader of the Gold Cloaks due to his obedience. However, Janos is both cunning and greedy, engaging in the trade of positions within the Gold Cloaks, compelling every common Gold Cloak soldier to remit 25 silver coins each month, half of their meager salary. In Joffrey's eyes, the Kingsguard ought to embody dignity, not resemble a pack of pitiful wretches. At that moment, Janos entered the room. "Your Majesty, you summoned me?" Having been in the midst of revelry, his spirits were abruptly dampened by the king's call. The scent of alcohol wafted from him, further diminishing Joffrey's regard. Initially contemplating sparing his life, Joffrey's patience wore thin. "Janos, during your watch, you indulge in drink and merriment. What audacity grants you such license? Arthur, execute him." Joffrey's furious command echoed through the chamber. Janos was taken aback, although he had long harbored the habit of drinking. His position as head of the Gold Cloaks had afforded him a degree of tolerance from others. He had never anticipated that this young king would demand his death. Yet Arthur offered him no opportunity to plead, as Joffrey's decree was not merely a punishment, but a display of power for all to witness. Janos, a man forged from the brutality of his trade, possessed considerable strength, but he was no match for Arthur. In an instant, the king's sword cleaved him from head to toe, severing him in twain, spilling blood and entrails across the floor, even splattering Tyrion and others nearby. As Arthur sheathed his weapon and returned to Joffrey's side, only the stains of blood upon him served as a reminder of his recent deed. The onlookers silently wiped the blood from their garments, awestruck by Arthur's formidable strength. While it is easy to slay a man, cleaving one in half is a feat few could accomplish. Meanwhile, Joffrey's perspective subtly shifted. The intoxicating sensation of wielding life and death with a mere utterance was undeniably captivating. No wonder Varys had remarked that when commoners grasp power, they resemble a lion savoring its first taste of blood. Before his ascension, Joffrey was merely a common laborer. Though the power now enthralling him was alluring, he recognized, having lived in an age of information overload, that power is a double-edged sword. Yet the blood of his forebears rendered this blade impervious to self-destruction. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "From this day forth, Arthur shall be the commander of the Gold Cloaks." Tyrion furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, such a hasty execution of Janos, followed by the elevation of your own man, may breed discontent among certain factions." Though impressed by Arthur's prowess, Tyrion knew that even his father's mountain of a man could achieve such feats. Janos had held power for many years and undoubtedly had his own loyalists. While a minor issue under normal circumstances, at this precarious juncture, any insubordination could lead to dire consequences. Tyrion felt a headache coming on. His nephew, the king, was incessantly courting trouble. "I am the king, and I shall do as I please," Joffrey proclaimed, gesturing toward the corpse on the floor, a stark reminder to all of who truly held authority. "Moreover, I am convinced that for Arthur, leading the Gold Cloaks is but a trifling matter." Arthur's countenance brightened with joy, although summoned through a conjuring card. He was indeed a living being, endowed with his own thoughts. Commanding troops was the most delightful endeavor for Arthur. Tyrion cast a fleeting glance at Arthur with his unusual eyes, silently praying to the seven gods that Arthur possessed even a modicum of military acumen. Tyrion was unfamiliar with Arthur, knowing only that he had suddenly emerged, consistently shadowing Joffrey as his guard. Joffrey, for his part, offered no further clarification, for he, the great emperor, deemed it unnecessary to explain anything to anyone. In the following days, bolstered by ample funds, Tyrion swiftly set about cleansing vast areas of King's Landing, significantly altering the populace's previously discontented perception of Joffrey. Arthur, swifter than Joffrey had anticipated, arrived at the Gold Cloaks camp, bearing the severed remains of two foes. With overwhelming force, he swiftly subdued some, intimidated others, and garnered the allegiance of a few. The Gold Cloaks were rebranded as the Kingsguard, divided into 4 camps, and new regulations were established. Subsequently, Joffrey recruited 2,000 healthy and virtuous commoners to form a municipal enforcement team, subordinate to the Kingsguard, tasked with maintaining public order in King's Landing. After all, the Gold Cloaks had been transformed into the Kingsguard, a standing army incapable of simultaneously fulfilling law enforcement duties. The rationale for excluding nobles was clear. Once commoners tasted the fruits of power, they would become fervent supporters of Joffrey. Now, every street in King's Landing was monitored by the municipal team, and any acts of spitting or public defecation would incur fines and labor penalties. At this moment, The southern part of the city was thronged with the impoverished for the previous day. The municipal enforcement team had informed them that the king had decreed the establishment of a soup kitchen in the south, where they could receive a loaf of coarse bread and a bowl of vegetable soup every 2 days. Although the day before, everyone had expressed disbelief that the tyrannical king would care for them, the destitute still arrived in the south with a glimmer of hope. After all, they had no choice but to cling to any semblance of hope, wondering if, perhaps, the king truly had a benevolent heart. In Westeros, the distinction between the impoverished and the commoners is stark. The commoners barely manage to fill their bellies, while the impoverished struggle merely to survive. Yet, in the wake of the ongoing War of the Five Kings, even the commoners found it increasingly difficult to sustain themselves. At this moment, all eyes were turned towards King's South Landing Avenue, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the soup distribution team. To the astonishment of all the impoverished, a contingent soon approached from the south, led by a knight astride a magnificent crimson steed. Arthur was entrusted with this soup distribution task, as it was a means for Joffrey to win the hearts of the people, and only someone trustworthy like Arthur could be entrusted with such a responsibility. Assisted by the head of the enforcement team, Kiting, a recent appointee of Joffrey. Once the makeshift shelter was erected, Arthur promptly instructed his men to prepare the meal. And before long, the enticing aroma of vegetable soup wafted through the air. Were it not for the presence of 200 Kingsguard maintaining order, the impoverished would have long since succumbed to the urge to rush forward and seize the food. As a resident of the impoverished district, Essos' attention was entirely captivated by Arthur's steed, the red hare. In antiquity, horses were akin to modern-day carriages, and the red hare was evidently the epitome of high-performance vehicles. Essos vowed to himself that one day he, too, would ride such a magnificent horse. Many nobles, upon meeting Arthur, had attempted to procure the red hare from Joffrey at exorbitant prices, for they deemed it inconceivable that someone of Arthur's humble origins could possess such a splendid steed. Arthur, of course, noticed the audacious young man, but merely cast a cursory glance in his direction. "My lord knight, when might we be graced with a serving of vegetable soup?" a bold commoner inquired, tormented by the pangs of hunger. The surrounding poor immediately distanced themselves from him, for the timing of food distribution was dictated by whims, not by the inquiries of an impoverished soul. The elderly man who had posed the question soon realized his folly and thought to himself, "I am doomed," and promptly knelt before Arthur. "My lord, spare my life. I am simply too famished. Hunger has clouded my judgment. Please, have mercy." Recalling Joffrey's methods, Arthur couldn't help but smile inwardly, recognizing that this presented an opportunity. He swiftly approached the elder, who was now trembling in fear, not expecting that a mere moment of foolishness might cost him his life when he was so close to a warm meal. The elder felt despondent. However, Arthur bent down to assist him, saying, "There is no need for such distress, good sir. Once the pot is ready, we shall distribute it immediately," ensuring that the elderly and children received their share first. Arthur then addressed the bewildered crowd. "Rest assured, each of you will receive a piece of coarse bread and a bowl of vegetable soup, a portion per head. This distribution shall occur every 2 days until the war concludes." He expressed his profound apologies on behalf of King Joffrey for the necessity of limiting provisions to coarse bread and vegetable soup every 2 days. Explaining that the imminent threat of rebellion left the king with no alternative, Arthur bowed deeply, a gesture that startled the poor, who were unaccustomed to receiving the king's apologies. Yet, among the commoners was a disguised member of the Gold Cloaks, who immediately knelt and began to chant, setting the tone. "Thank you, your majesty, for the bread. Your grace shall surely vanquish the rebels." Atop the Red Keep, Joffrey beheld this scene with satisfaction, his senses heightened by the infusion of the blood of his homeland. The coarse bread, made from husks and chaff deemed unworthy by the nobles, and the vegetables intended for livestock, were not something any noble would dare refuse when requested by Joffrey, especially not when it came to such inconsequential refuse. However, Joffrey, an astute student of history, understood the significance of winning the people's hearts. He knew that with the right tactics, his adversaries would be confronted by an overwhelming tide. In Westeros, no king had ever truly valued the role of the common people. Due to the feudal system, it was the powerful nobility that sustained the king's rule. At this moment, Arthur has begun distributing bread and vegetable soup. After the elderly and children have received their portions, they are astonished to find that the soup contains bones and shreds of meat. This can be regarded as the only expenditure made by Joffrey aside from labor costs. This revelation brings tears of joy to the elderly and allows the emaciated children to taste meat for the first time. The soldiers, after serving each individual a bowl of the meat-laden soup, proclaim, "Thanks to His Majesty for caring for his subjects as if they were his own children." To which the impoverished respond with a respectful, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for loving your people." However, Selfish individuals exist in every crowd, and many take advantage of their physical strength to snatch bread and soup from the elderly and children. Arthur, without hesitation, deals with these offenders severely, administering punishment and confiscating their bread. Overall, the initiative to win the hearts of the people proves to be remarkably successful. However, Joffrey cannot sustain them indefinitely and must assign them tasks. After distributing the bread and soup, Arthur addresses the gathering, stating, "His Majesty possesses vast tracts of fertile land that remain uncultivated. Therefore, he has decided to allocate these lands to you, allowing you to farm for 3 years without paying any taxes. Yet, each of you must cultivate 10 acres of wasteland on the Blackwater River Plain for His Majesty. The newly cultivated land will also be at your disposal for 3 years, after which it will belong to you. In truth, the better lands of the Blackwater River Plain have already been tilled by the nobility, leaving only some barren patches. Nonetheless, for the tens of thousands of impoverished individuals, farming is a far better prospect than foraging for wild vegetables and consuming tree bark." With the sound of jubilant cheers, Arthur leaves 100 men to guard the shantytown and returns to the Red Keep to report. Cersei, Tyrion, and others observed from a distance the process of Arthur distributing bread to the poor. Perhaps it would have been prudent for him to strike his head before executing Ned Stark, as that might have prevented the sudden beheading and the subsequent rebellion in the north. Tyrion jested, "My son has grown. He will be an excellent king." Cersei continued her unwavering praise for Joffrey, even after he revoked her regent powers. Baelish remarked, "By feeding the livestock of the nobility, we have won the hearts of the commoners. Though it holds little value, stabilizing the most chaotic regions of King's Landing at minimal cost is indeed a strategy." Varys exchanged a glance with Littlefinger, but remained silent, lost in his thoughts. "Indeed, our king has finally shown wisdom," Tyrion observed meaningfully, casting a knowing glance at Varys and Baelish. "I must take my leave. There is much work to be done." Soon, 3 days passed. Killian arrived in the common district, which was somewhat better than the slums, no longer merely a collection of dilapidated huts, but beginning to resemble a proper city. In no time, city officials were announcing the king's new decrees on every street. Effective today, the land tax is reduced to 10%, the poll tax for individuals under 16 is abolished, and household taxes are eliminated. A murmur of astonishment arose. Land tax reduced to 10%? A direct drop from 70% to 10%. Meaning they would finally have a surplus each year? A farmer, filled with excitement, inquired, "Is this true? Does the king truly wish to reduce the land tax to a mere 10%? The city guard, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "Certainly. His Majesty Joffrey holds the common folk dear, and his primary concern is for you farmers. This very morning, he proclaimed that you are the bedrock of the nation." Upon hearing this, the farmer's eyes glistened with tears as he knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "The king's affection for his subjects is unparalleled. Such royal grace compels this humble farmer to express profound gratitude." Meanwhile, as all present bowed in reverence to the benevolent Joffrey, he was confronted by the ire of Tyrion. "Your Majesty," Tyrion admonished, "while it is commendable to consider the plight of the commoners, you cannot simply reduce the land tax to 10%. What will become of the harvest for the crown next year? How will the nobles sustain their armies or maintain their opulent lifestyles?" Tyrion's words were anything but gentle. "Damn it, Your Majesty, I am speaking to you. Kindly cease your amusement with that red monkey." Tyrion, now seething with anger, realized that the noble lords of the realm were likely en route to the Red Keep. Taxation in Westeros was a complicated matter. Farmers were required to surrender 70% or even the entirety of their harvest to their noble lords, who in turn remitted half to the king. Young Tommen had already reached a height of 1 meter, and as Joffrey scratched his chin, he nonchalantly replied, "Uncle, fret not, for I have devised a plan." Tyrion paused in his frantic demeanor, pouring himself a glass of water, as Joffrey abstained from wine, and thus it was absent from his chamber. "What clever stratagem do you have in mind?" Tyrion inquired. "I have instructed Pycelle to recruit a cadre of scholars from the Citadel," Joffrey disclosed. The scholars hailed from Old Town, a neutral institution dedicated to cultivating various talents for the nobility. These scholars possessed extensive knowledge, far surpassing that of the scholar officials of the East. Tyrion's mind was a whirl of questions, until suddenly he gasped in realization. "You cannot possibly be contemplating the extermination of all the nobles who seek you out, can you?" Joffrey clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the hand of the king. Your intellect is remarkable." Tyrion inhaled deeply, aghast at Joffrey's audacious plan to eliminate the great lords of the realm and employ the scholars to govern their lands. Such a notion was undeniably mad. Even if you were to slay them, they have heirs. Joffrey dismissed the concern, asserting, "Then we shall eliminate them all. Without the great lords, the realm shall be mine to command." Joffrey remained unfazed, his confidence soaring. He believed himself a force of nature, capable of deciding the fates of any he chose. Tyrion, however, remained resolute against this course. Adjust the tax to 50%, and I shall persuade the lords of the realm, but do not alter the taxes beyond the kingdom, lest you provoke the ire of the nobles outside. Joffrey's smile faded as he approached Tyrion, leaning down to lock eyes with him, his own gaze ablaze with fury. I shall do as I please. Joffrey's roar reverberated throughout the Red Keep as he grasped Tyrion's cheek. In that moment, confronted by Joffrey's fiery countenance, Tyrion found himself momentarily rendered speechless. Subsequently, Joffrey released Tyrion and declared, I care not for the opinions of the nobles beyond the Crownlands. The North belongs to House Stark. The Riverlands belong to House Tully. The Westerlands belong to House Lannister. The Stormlands belong to House Baratheon. The Reach belongs to House Tyrell. Dorne belongs to House Martell. They may not desire it, yet they are dukes, but should they wish, they would be kings. Have you ever heard the saying? The Lord of Lords is not my lord, and the nobles of the North exemplify this. Only the Crownlands, barely mine, do I claim, but how vast are the Crownlands? Joffrey poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and continued languidly, King of the Seven Kingdoms? That is not a true king. A king of a single realm is the true king. With that, Joffrey strode out to frolic, leaving Tyrion stunned into silence. After a moment, his voice trembled as he muttered, Damn. The following day, Joffrey met with the nobles of the Crownlands. In response to their inquiries, he placed a document before them. Upon reading its contents, all the nobles expressed their refusal, asserting that one impulsive whim of Joffrey's could not alter the time-honored tax system. Leaning upon the Iron Throne, Joffrey, with a dismissive hand supporting his chin, proclaimed, You may either sign and return to obediently implement my policies, retaining your noble titles and incomes, or pack your belongings and depart the Crownlands, for I might spare your lives. The nobles seethed with rage. How dare he be so audacious? Seated upon a throne he had yet to secure? Once firmly established, would not the entire realm suffer? Ultimately, only 8 nobles affixed their signatures. Their lands comprising but a few hundred souls, and their territories not bestowed by other nobles, but earned through valor in war, knights who had been granted lands by Robert. Once the dissenting nobles departed, Joffrey summoned Arthur, accompanied by Tyrion. You shall immediately take the cavalry. I do not wish for a single one to return to their lands. Additionally, inform Sandor to lead the King's Guard and the City Watch to seize their estates and extinguish their bloodlines. Disobedience, while wishing to leave the Crownlands. The King's Guard had been formed, comprising more men than initially anticipated, 400 youths, all around 15 years of age. The remaining 8 nobles appeared stricken with fear. They had survived. Esteemed lords, you have made the right choice, and I too have a gift for you all. Joffrey clapped his hands, and a maid approached, bearing 3 items before the 8 nobles. Joffrey rose and approached the tray, opening the first box, revealing a square object before their eyes. This item was called soap. Useful for washing clothes, cleansing the body, and grooming hair, its purpose evident. He then summoned 2 maids to demonstrate the use of soap. Astonishment illuminating the faces of Tyrion and the 8 knights. The cost of this piece in my hand is approximately 5 copper coins. Under normal circumstances, it can last about 2 weeks, and with a bit of frugality, a month is certainly feasible. I sell it for 10 copper coins each, making it affordable for all common folk, requiring merely the price of a mug of ale and a sausage. Furthermore, it can be infused with various fragrant herbs and sold to the nobility at a price of 10 silver coins. Subsequently, I shall establish a factory dedicated to production, at which point you may procure goods from me to sell elsewhere. This is your opportunity. While you may lose your autonomy, you shall gain immense wealth, which you may squander as you please. Joffrey harbored an unspoken thought. With the court's abundance, though no one would comprehend it, the essence remains true. The knights, buoyed by the prospect of reselling elsewhere, recognized the difference in potential profits. Throughout history, merchants have thrived on the art of reselling. For these minor lords, it was entirely viable to organize their own caravan, paving the way for their entire village to embark on paths to prosperity. The 8 knights unsheathed their swords and knelt before Joffrey, pledging their loyalty. Joffrey assisted them to their feet, stating, I do not intend to profit from soap. Its production is simple, and the raw materials are readily available. My primary aim is to provide more employment opportunities for the commoners. Your Majesty, this soap is not rigid. We can create molds to shape it differently and then spread the word in the city, claiming that only nobility have the means to acquire it, thus selling it at a premium, exclaimed Wayne Steve with enthusiasm. A spark ignited in Joffrey's mind. He realized he had underestimated the nobility's extravagance and wealth. In Westeros, less than half of the farmers owned their land. Most toiled for the landed gentry. What a splendid idea. What is your name? Wayne, filled with joy, responded, Your Majesty. I am Wayne Steve. My father fought alongside your father in the War of the Trident, I was merely 13 years old then, witnessing King Robert strike down that accursed Rhaegar Targaryen. From that moment, King Robert became a hero in my eyes. Ha ha ha, you are quite eloquent. I intend to establish the King's Landing Manufacturing Bureau to oversee various production tasks. Would you be interested in serving me? Wayne promptly replied. I would be honored to serve your majesty. The other knights wore expressions of chagrin. That damned Wayne Steve certainly had a way with words. These minor lords frequently interacted. Yet they had never heard of Wayne accompanying his father in the War of the Trident. Those matters can be addressed later. For now, let us examine these two items. Joffrey uncorked a bottle of wine and handed it to the inebriated Tyrion. Westeros possesses the means of glass production. The scholars of the Citadel have already discovered methods for manufacturing glass, thus it is not regarded as a luxury among the nobility. Sniffing the contents, Tyrion took a hearty gulp, then coughed. Easy there, uncle. This is not the same as the red wine you typically consume. Though Tyrion coughed until his face was flushed. A look of delight illuminated his features. What a potent wine. Truly exquisite. Inwardly, he held Tyrion in disdain. Joffrey's concoction was merely over 30 degrees. Yet in a realm dominated by ale and fruity wines, such strength was indeed remarkable. Where did this wine originate? Might I have another taste? This is a method taught to me by Arthur, a tradition from his homeland. Joffrey replied dismissively. Noting Joffrey's reluctance to elaborate, Tyrion refrained from pressing further, speculating on the source of his knowledge. Suddenly, Tyrion recalled a pair of commoner sisters he had encountered in the noble district just days prior. After some contemplation, he addressed Joffrey. Your Majesty, I met a pair of sisters in the noble quarter who seek noble investors for their paper-making technique, claiming they can produce paper from plants. Joffrey's expression hardened. Uncle, where are those two? Have they secured any noble investment? Although Joffrey had acquired many essential skills for traversing realms through social media, paper-making was not among them. The videos were too lengthy, and he was certain they would fail to attract investment. Tyrion regarded Joffrey's uncertain expression. Surely, Your Majesty, you do not believe it is possible to create paper from plants? His intent in sharing this information was merely to communicate a thought that had crossed his mind. Fetch those sisters to me. We shall discuss this further. The wine's production cost was about 3 silver coins, and Tyrion planned to sell it for 10 golden dragons per barrel. This price was comfortably within the noble's range of acceptance, luxurious yet not exorbitant. At last, Joffrey grasped the final small vial, and as he twisted the cap open, a rich floral fragrance wafted forth. This could serve as a perfume, akin to a sachet, but with a longer-lasting scent and an array of floral notes, undoubtedly an ideal choice for noble women wishing to captivate their husbands. Just 100 golden dragons, what say you? Tyrion chuckled. Your asking price is rather modest. The idle noblewomen at home can spend far more than you imagine. In the grand castles of Westeros' nobility, mountains of golden dragons lay in abundance, even if some had gathered dust, for they could not spend them. Should Joffrey abolish the nobles' autonomy, their wealth would remain untouched, and they would be permitted to engage in trade. Of course, this privilege was reserved for compliant nobles. Those who defied him would receive nothing. The chasm between nobles and commoners extended far beyond Joffrey's comprehension. Millennia of feudalism had forged a staggering wealth disparity, rendering the nation profoundly impoverished, while the nobility indulged in lives of luxury. Very well, 200 golden dragons then. The yield of this product is also limited. After the assembly concluded their deliberations on various details, they departed. Joffrey sat upon the Iron Throne, gazing at the empty halls of the Red Keep, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Reborn as Joffrey, one could say he was exceptionally fortunate. Although he initially wielded no power, the crown atop his head symbolized myriad significances. He had earmarked a parcel of land north of King's Landing to establish the first manufacturing bureau. However, with war imminent, it was evidently unwise to commence construction at this juncture. Such matters would need to await the conclusion of the conflict. In truth, had he not been privy to the plot and armed with cheat codes, Joffrey would have been in a state of sheer panic. For, from a divine perspective, northern forces were advancing southward, while Stannis from the Storelands was galloping towards him. The 80,000 troops from the Riverlands had recently returned to a state of wildness, observing the unfolding situation from the borders. Only the west belonged to his maternal grandfather, yet it remained constrained by the north at Harrenhal. The east faced the sea directly. And crucially, the former admiral of King's Landing was none other than the rebel Stannis. After all, where else could his hundreds of warships have originated? Those vessels were financed by the Iron Throne, which, upon reflection, had truly fallen into misfortune. Who could have anticipated that a fleet costing 1 million gold dragons would become a weapon for insurrection? Fortunately, in the television series, Tyrion proved to be a genius and, by a stroke of serendipity, discovered a vast store of wildfire hoarded by alchemists. Otherwise, Joffrey's head would surely have adorned a spear at the hands of Stannis. After pondering for a moment, Joffrey suddenly conceived an idea that could not only terrify the enemy but also elevate his own prestige to an unparalleled height. It was the perfect opportunity to test his laser vision. The people had arrived in the morning, departed by noon, and were apprehended in the afternoon. There were 34 unnamed nobles, of whom 30 had their heads severed by Arthur, while the remaining claimed to possess vital intelligence to report. Consequently, Arthur brought them back to King's Landing, bound tightly. Upon seeing the 4 survivors, Joffrey was elated. Thank the heavens, Arthur, you have not executed them all. The 4 men on their knees were equally relieved, thanking the heavens that His Majesty seemed disinclined to slay them. Have you brought back the heads of the 30? Joffrey inquired. All of them, Arthur replied, for such was required for his report. Good. Immediately spread the word that an hour hence, at the East Gate Square, we shall execute the traitors. The relief that washed over the 4 was soon replaced by an expression of dread. Your Majesty, I possess crucial intelligence. I beseech you, spare our lives. Yet Joffrey simply instructed Arthur, gag them and take them down for execution. Your Majesty, it pertains to intelligence from Blackwater Bay. Joffrey paused at those words and approached the nobleman, leaning close to whisper, I do not wish to know, for by tonight, those 400 ships will cease to exist. Ignoring the stunned noble, Arthur escorted them eastward. Soon, a throng of commoners and nobles residing in King's Landing gathered at the eastern part of the city to witness the spectacle. And even Varys and Beric hastened to the scene upon hearing the news. 4 noblemen were forced onto the hastily constructed platform, their mouths bound with ropes as they struggled frantically. Joffrey approached the front of the stage, gazing at the crowd, and made a gesture for silence. Over the course of the past week, Joffrey had begun to establish a nascent authority in the eyes of the common folk, and upon seeing his signal, the crowd quickly quieted. I have always believed that King's Landing is not merely Joffrey's domain. It should belong to my people. What is the responsibility of a king? To govern the realm? To expand territories? To indulge in revelry? None of these. The true duty of a king is to ensure that his subjects lead better lives, that children have support, that the elderly receive care, and that all the lonely, disabled, and destitute are looked after by the state. Yet I have only just taken my first step. I have merely begun to reduce your taxes, and already there are those who wish to see me dead. They would rather discard the surplus grain than distribute it to you. Look at the 4 nobles behind me. They oppose my efforts to lower your taxes because they wish to continue their lavish lifestyles, indifferent to whether you starve or rot in the earth. They conspire to open the city gates to Stannis, allowing the rebels to invade, thereby subjecting you once more to lives of utter misery, forcing you to struggle desperately for survival. Joffrey had witnessed the rise of demons. Leaders often rouse emotions with impassioned speeches and grand gestures. Indeed, a response soon echoed through the crowd. Kill them, Your Majesty, please kill them. This was not a mere fabrication of Joffrey's imagination. Soon, a hail of rotten eggs and decaying leaves rained down upon the 4 kneeling nobles. Thankfully, Joffrey had funded the cleaning of King's Landing, or else it would have been a deluge of filth. In a previous tale, a peasant riot had resulted in Joffrey being hit with a lump of cow dung. Alarmingly, 1 noble had been devoured alive in the streets. However, thanks to Joffrey's swift relief efforts, the populace had lost their inclination toward rebellion. The 4 nobles on the platform were nearly bursting with disbelief. When had they ever contemplated treason? When had they considered allying with Stannis? They merely intended to retreat to their lands, liquidate their assets, and hide in the west until the war concluded before returning. Yet, scarcely had they exited the city gates when they were bound and brought back. This vile little creature had the audacity to invert the truth, condemning their entire lineage to infamy. They were, of course, oblivious to the fact that the gold cloaks had already commenced their purges. Now I, Joffrey, hereby pronounce them guilty of treason, sentencing them to death. The executioner raised his sword and severed their heads, blood gushing forth onto the ground. The common folk erupted in cheers, while the nobles from various regions stood in silence. They hailed from all corners of the 7 kingdoms and resided in King's Landing. Though their fiefs lay elsewhere, although they did not comprehend the erratic behavior of this young king, as long as it did not affect their lands, they were content. After all, a king's hand could not reach into a duke's territory. This evening, the 7 will unleash divine retribution upon Stannis' fleet. Joffrey bellowed. The majority of the realm venerates the 7. At this moment, the populace is not inclined to ponder the existence of the deities or the nature of their impending punishment. They simply need to join in the fervent cheers ignited by the king's impassioned oration. Observing the throng below, Joffrey felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the dais, Tyrion remarked to Cersei, "My nephew is increasingly resembling a paragon of kingship. Look at that crowd. They would gladly kneel at his feet to kiss his shoes. Varys interjected. Manipulating the hearts of the people is an essential skill for any adept ruler. Evidently, our young king surpasses his father by leaps and bounds. While this indeed solidified the king's authority in King's Landing, it also fostered resentment among the nobility beyond the city, leaving one to ponder whether this was a boon or a bane. Tyrion responded to Varys, but found his thoughts drifting back to Joffrey's earlier words. My son has always been exceptional. Do you wish to marry my daughter off to that wretched place in Dorne? Cersei said to Tyrion. Tyrion cast a glance at Pycelle. Of course, we must stabilize Dorne. If the opportunity arises, I would even advocate for the king to wed Margaery Tyrell. With a scoff, Cersei observed the little imp with derision. Then your scheme is destined for failure. Joffrey dotes on Myrcella and would never permit his sister to be wed in such a desolate land. Dorne is characterized by its deserts and wastelands, bordered by mountains, rendering it one of the most barren regions of the Seven Kingdoms, rivaling the north, albeit with one in the frigid north and the other in the sweltering south. Tyrion gazed at Joffrey, who was enthusiastically rallying the crowd with chants of King S. Landing is our King S. Landing. The king will acquiesce. He is a competent monarch. When the crowd dispersed, Joffrey returned to the Red Keep's hall, where Sandor and Tyrion had been awaiting him for some time. Slumped upon the Iron Throne, Joffrey inquired about the day's plunder. Sandor reported, Your Grace, 5 million gold dragons, along with treasures valued around 7 million. The wealth amassed from the castle raid totaled a staggering 12 million. Utilizing 500 farmers and filling 79 large carts that were successively transported back to King's Landing, not accounting for those riches that could not be carried away and the vast tracts of land they still possessed. Joffrey sprang to his feet, exclaiming, How much? 12 million? He was astounded. These accursed nobles, even if overestimated, Joffrey believed the total would not exceed 3 million gold dragons. Tyrion then remarked, This is the accumulated wealth of generations, such as your grandfather's Lannister house, which could lend your father 3 million gold dragons in just over a decade. It is often said that your grandfather's excrement is golden. Each region of Westeros possesses its unique traits, maintaining a power structure led by dukes and supported by several noble families. However, the Westerlands are rich in gold mines, with the Lannister family reigning supreme, a situation that relies heavily on the current head of the house, Tywin Lannister. In the twilight of House Lannister's glory, Tywin ascended to power, employing ruthless tactics to obliterate several prominent noble families of the Westerlands. His methods were direct and absolute, a rarity in the realm of power struggles. And thus this event was referred to as the reign of whatever. The nobility, contrary to common belief, amassed considerable wealth. Had your father not indulged in extravagance, the royal treasury would have flourished. Regrettably, upon assuming his position, your father succumbed to hedonism, frequently hosting tournaments. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the prize money? 50,000 golden dragons, with no fees imposed for participation, coupled with the absence of entry barriers. The expenditure in terms of manpower and resources reached a staggering 100,000 golden dragons. Ironically, where could commoners afford the rigorous training of legitimate knights? Ultimately, the rewards found their way into noble hands. Subsequently, Tyrion addressed Joffrey. I apologize if my words seem to offend King Robert, but the facts remain. Joffrey, with a slight grimace, acknowledged the truth. Robert often employed various pretexts to organize tournaments. Initially, these contests were conducted once or twice a year to select valiant knights to serve the crown. While such events were commendable in moderation, holding them a dozen times annually bordered on fiscal folly. Sandor, convert all treasures into golden dragons and deposit them into the treasury, ensuring a proper burial for the fallen members of the Kingsguard. Sandor grinned, revealing his teeth. The noble families were utterly oblivious, allowing us to proceed without any casualties. As effortless as slaughtering chickens. Joffrey furrowed his brow. You exterminated them all? How could you be so merciless? Were there no children? No survivors? None. No loose ends left behind. Very well, for it is a grave error to leave roots unsevered. Tyrion felt a pang of discomfort, having hoped for a flicker of compassion from Joffrey, only to find him unchanged. Hound, each participant in this venture shall receive 5 golden dragons. Once the Hound departed, Tyrion cautioned Joffrey, I firmly believe your actions yield more detriment than benefit. To be candid, the current state of King's Landing is precarious, besieged from both north and south. By eliminating the nobility of the Stormlands, I shudder to think how others will perceive you, even if you execute them for treason. None are foolish enough to be blind to the implications. The Stormlands thrived, yet their prosperity hinged upon the political stronghold of King's Landing. Even with dominion over the Stormlands, Joffrey would still require the support of the great houses. But who could guarantee he would not turn his wrath upon his own vassals? Joffrey remained silent. Abruptly seizing Tyrion by the collar, and soaring to the pinnacle of the Red Keep. Tyrion's eyes widened. What in the world? How did you ascend? You flew. You possess the ability to fly? With a firm grip on Tyrion's face to stifle further outbursts, Joffrey reassured him, "Do not be alarmed, uncle." Upon awakening, I discovered I had acquired divine powers. To put it bluntly, I alone could sweep across Westeros and the entire world. But I have refrained from simply eliminating all who oppose me, seeking instead to occupy myself with other pursuits. Do you recall my earlier mention of the 7 gods bestowing divine retribution upon Stannis' fleet? There are no 7 in the heavens, only I. With that, Joffrey soared into the sky, and despite having stealthily traversed this path numerous times before, each ascent allowed him to revel in the exhilarating freedom of the skies. A sensation utterly distinct from that of flying in an aircraft. At this moment, Tyrion struggled to keep his eyes open against the relentless wind. Stannis' fleet was anchored at Tidehead Island, merely a few days' sail from King's Landing. An hour later, Joffrey found himself hovering over Stannis' armada, where hundreds of ships lay moored around Tidehead Island, each ablaze with flickering flames, making it remarkably easy to ascertain their positions. Meanwhile, Tyrion felt as though he were on the brink of death. Even as Joffrey eased his speed, Tyrion could hardly endure the disorienting altitude. He had lost interest in Joffrey's ability to fly. His only desire was to return to solid ground. "Quickly, set me down. I feel as though I'm perishing." After a brief pause in the air, Tyrion finally managed to catch his breath. "So, how do you intend to unleash divine punishment upon these fleets? Will you simply descend and terrify them into submission? Of course not. Open your eyes wide, and you shall see why I am confident in my ability to sweep across Westeros." With a spark of inspiration, his eyes glowed crimson, and soon, a beam of energy shot forth, slicing through the wooden vessels below with the ease of Valyrian steel cleaving through mere tofu. Tyrion stared, transfixed, at the obliterated warships and the soldiers below, who screamed in terror as they fled. What manner of sorcery is this? How can such power emanate from your gaze? "Just a divine force," Joffrey replied nonchalantly. "Then why not direct it at Stannis' face directly? Did I not mention? I prefer to keep some matters to myself." Tyrion was at a loss for words. He could only express gratitude for Joffrey's newfound disposition. Otherwise, given their tumultuous history, Joffrey would likely have torn him apart. This was also why the concept of possession did not exist in Westeros. Otherwise, Tyrion would certainly suspect that Joffrey had transformed into an entirely different person. Let us return. Do not speak of today's events, lest the game become tedious. Upon their return to the Red Keep, the clock had struck past 10 in the evening. Set Tyrion down, and you should rest as well. Now we shall focus solely on countering Stannis' infantry and cavalry. In truth, Tyrion yearned for Joffrey to make another trip to Whispering Castle to eliminate Stannis outright, but considering it was Joffrey's amusement, he relinquished the thought. Should Stannis perish, it would be troublesome if Joffrey sought entertainment among his own ranks afterward. Upon reaching their lodgings, Joffrey furrowed his brow. Where has Miranda gone? Listening intently to the sounds of the Red Keep, he swiftly discerned her whereabouts. Joffrey soon arrived at a doorway, where 2 members of the Gold Cloaks stood guard. Originally, the guards of the Red Keep were composed of knights from the Lannister and Baratheon houses, but Joffrey had dismissed them, entrusting the watch to the Gold Cloaks. Now, the Gold Cloaks not only included Varys' little birds but also soldiers selected from the common folk. Curious about the inhabitant, Joffrey inquired of one of the Gold Cloaks. "Who resides here?" "Your Majesty, this is the residence of Miss Sansa Stark," came the reply. It was indeed the naive Sansa, who in the early days of the saga epitomized the archetype of an infatuated noble girl. The tragic fate of her father, Ned, was significantly attributed to Sansa being manipulated by Cersei. Even as Sansa matured, she remained somewhat naive. Joffrey pushed the door open and entered. "10 is for Beric, who killed your father, dear Sansa." Upon entering, Joffrey spotted Baiman nestled in Sansa's embrace. While she was peeling a mangosteen, not that the choice of fruit matters, I just chose one at random. Baiman lay contentedly on Sansa's lap, who at 14 stood at 1.60 m, with well-developed features, chestnut hair, and delicate features. In Joffrey's eyes, she was the epitome of a youthful beauty. Upon seeing Joffrey, Sansa's face reflected a flicker of fear, and she hastily attempted to rise in greeting, but Baiman's presence caused her to fumble. "There is no need for formalities. I am here to see Baiman. Do not be deceived by his size. He is quite perilous. Although Baiman is just over a meter tall now, he possesses the strength to rend tigers and leopards." Sansa gently stroked Baiman's small head nestled in her lap. "Your Majesty, so his name is Baiman. What a peculiar name. I find him rather adorable. He is affectionate and obedient." Earlier that morning, while daydreaming on the balcony, Sansa had witnessed Baiman leaping nimbly about and assumed he was a rare creature presented to Joffrey by merchants who had somehow escaped. seeing that Joffrey was not angered. She felt a slight reprieve from her trepidation, for she had developed a fondness for the little creature, despite Joffrey's notorious tendencies toward cruelty. Taking a seat, Joffrey picked up a melon, eating as he queried, "Do you believe I am untrustworthy for having slain your father?" Sansa's expression stiffened. Yet she was no longer the naive girl who had first arrived in King's Landing. "My father committed treason. It was just for you to execute him. I had promised you that your father would don black and take the Night's Watch. Given your father's stature, he could have become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. His lands lie in the north, and with your brother Rob's support, he could have lived comfortably, and you could have visited him. Most importantly, your father did not commit treason. That accusation is utterly unfounded." Ultimately, Sansa remained but a 14-year-old girl, and upon hearing Joffrey's words, she could no longer contain herself. Tears streaming down her cheeks like rain. As Joffrey observed the situation, he recognized that the moment had arrived. He approached and embraced the shoulders of the three fools, resting Sansa's head upon his chest. "I must apologize to you, my dear queen," he began. "Littlefinger informed me that if I were to slay your father and bestow upon him the title of Duke of the Vale, he would rally the Vale to my cause and surrender years of accumulated wealth to the treasury. You must understand, Sansa, I am but 14 years of age. I have just ascended to the throne, while my father has plunged the 7 kingdoms into turmoil. I yearn to alter this plight. Yet I find myself in dire need of both funds and power, and I was ensnared by Littlefinger's seductive words. Forgive me, Sansa." Upon learning a fragment of the truth, Sansa immediately forgave Joffrey. "I knew it. The ever-polite and handsome king could never be deceitful. It is all a scheme orchestrated by my mother's sycophantic Littlefinger." Overwhelmed by Joffrey's gentle tone, she wept openly in his embrace, while Joffrey tenderly stroked her hair, a smile gracing his lips. As Sansa gradually regained her composure, her tears were wiped away by Bimmen, and Joffrey continued, "I have recently discovered that it was indeed Littlefinger's agents who attempted to assassinate your brother Bran, framing my uncle Tyrion in the process. He deceived your father, inciting a rift between your parents, thus creating the opportunity to slay your father and instigate a war between lions and wolves, all in his quest for power and riches. Moreover, he has been involved in an illicit affair with your aunt and poisoned your father's foster father, placing the blame upon the Lannisters." Sansa sobbed. "My father should never have trusted Baelish. I must write to Robb and Mother. We cannot allow Littlefinger's schemes to succeed." Joffrey responded, "I shall sign the letter with my name and affix the royal seal. I will ensure that Littlefinger is dealt with, and you will have the opportunity to take appropriate action. Thank you, Your Majesty." Sansa expressed her gratitude to Joffrey. He then lifted her effortlessly and placed her upon the bed. Tonight, he had no intention of returning to his own chambers. The fragile queen required the comfort of her king. Sansa's ears flushed crimson, for she had recently begun her moon's course, signifying that she was now able to consummate their union. The night passed in silence, as Joffrey merely held Sansa close, for his education had instilled in him a hesitance to act upon a girl of 14, despite the societal norms surrounding such matters. At dawn, Joffrey donned his royal attire with Sansa's assistance, her smile radiating with innocence. Joffrey, too, beamed with anticipation, awaiting the blood-red wedding. For both the North and the position of Chancellor of Finance would soon be his. The cost of such gains would merely be the acquisition of a 14-year-old wife, a price that seemed negligible. Joffrey summoned Arthur, Tyrion, Pycelle, and Varys. The assembly soon gathered in the Great Hall, and once the last of the trembling Pycelle arrived, the meeting commenced. Joffrey remarked with evident displeasure, "Sir Pycelle, should you ever again feign a trembling disposition that delays our proceedings, I shall have you buried alive." Pycelle's quaking form abruptly stilled. "The king is aware of this? Well, it is only natural that Varys, now loyal to Joffrey, would be privy to such matters. My apologies." "Your Grace, it shall not happen again." Tyrion stifled a laugh within. This old man, appearing on the brink of death, was still capable of engaging with women, a fact that had not escaped Tyrion's notice. "Uncle, I have heard whispers that you wish for my sister to wed in Dorne." During this time, Joffrey had mingled with Tommen and Myrcella. His younger brother was but a simple child, while Myrcella exhibited an extraordinary amount of grace and understanding, endearing her to Joffrey. In his previous life, he had yearned for a sister, yet his mother had borne him a brother instead. The disparate treatment of the two had nearly led Tommen to believe he was an adopted child. Tyrion turned his gaze towards Joffrey. "I had initially intended to cultivate an alliance with Dorne, but I experienced a frightful nightmare yesterday. I believe this matter necessitates your judgment. From this day forth, only women from elsewhere shall be wed into House Baratheon, and henceforth, the princesses shall only marry into the family, never leaving for another house. I shall abide by the king's command." At that moment, Tyrion mused that he would not hinder Joffrey even if he sought to abolish the dukes of the 7 kingdoms. Arthur, Stannis' fleet has sunk beneath the waves. Now we must only contend with his 20,000 men at Storm's End. Go to the Common District and enlist 20,000 new soldiers. With a modicum of training, they shall engage in battle while honing their skills. As for their remuneration, a half-gold dragon monthly, with an increase of another half-gold dragon every 2 years. Westeros is a wretched place, its soldiers merely farmers who have just laid down their pitchforks, fighting alongside their lords. Victory allows them to pillage, while defeat leads to their demise on the battlefield. The low productivity of this land does not support a large standing army. For instance, in the north, Robb must first summon the nobles and knights who have sworn fealty to him before the trained nobles and knights can command their peasant soldiers in battle. The absurdity lies in the fact that lords need only procure provisions, while the soldiers must seize their own pay. In the barren north, conscripting just over 20,000 able-bodied men nearly brings agricultural production to a halt, whereas in the fertile riverlands, it is entirely feasible to muster an army of 120,000 in extreme circumstances. Having concluded his instructions to Arthur, Joffrey turned to Pycelle to inquire about the scholars. After executing the nobles of the Kingswood, Joffrey dispatched scholars to take their place, transforming the castle into a government hall. With the scholars responsible for management of the lands, though devoid of military authority, which would henceforth be maintained directly by the crown. Your Grace, the scholars arrived and promptly declared your policies. The farmers are quite pleased, and there have been no significant disturbances. In this era, farmers held a mix of 7 parts fear and 3 parts disdain toward the nobility, while simultaneously yearning to curry favor with the lords in hopes of securing employment within their castles. In this era, possessing great wealth ought not to allow it to languish in warehouses collecting dust. Stagnant gold is akin to waste, and even refuse can nourish the earth. By the way, how is the preparation of that substance I mentioned to you a few days ago progressing? Pycelle paused for a moment, then realized. Are you referring to the fertilizer? It has been crafted, but will it truly enhance crop yields? By collecting the ubiquitous cow dung, mixing it in proportion with soybean flour and calcined gypsum powder, and allowing it to rest in a pit for 3 days, a simple soil ammonia fertilizer can be produced, ready to be diluted with water at a ratio of 3:1. Furthermore, Joffrey has constructed numerous public latrines to collect human urine for the creation of soil sulfur fertilizer. Animal bones can be pulverized to serve as a nitrogen-phosphorus compound fertilizer. By employing these fertilizers in conjunction with crop rotation, the yield of grain is bound to significantly increase. Should it not? I, Joffrey, shall have your head. Additionally, there is a straightforward organic fertilizer that, while simple to produce, requires a considerable amount of time, approximately 3 months. As for calcined gypsum powder, it can be derived from raw gypsum or, which must be ground into powder and heated to 150 degrees to achieve mature gypsum. I recognize your loyalty to my grandfather. Yet I wish to keep the method of fertilizer production confidential. Should this method be disclosed, regardless of who is responsible, you shall be the first to lose your head. How you ensure your subordinates guard this secret is your own concern. Pycelle hastily agreed. Yet inwardly he scoffed at the absurdity of being the first to be punished for someone else's indiscretion. Joffrey then dismissed the meeting but retained Tyrion for a private conversation. Uncle, I require your assistance with a matter. Inform Baelish that I intend to bestow upon him the veil, proposing a union with Lisa Tully. Baelish is exceedingly dangerous. Should he ascend to power as a duke, he will undoubtedly seek to further disrupt Westeros. A marriage alliance with the Vale is far from prudent. Tyrion was perplexed by Joffrey's intentions, but understood the necessity of keeping Baelish under close scrutiny. I am acutely aware of his perilous nature, yet if he were to perish, would that not eliminate the threat? You could easily concoct a reason to eliminate him. Our coffers are brimming with wealth, so why complicate matters? I not only wish to rid myself of Baelish, but I also aspire to control the north and the riverlands, while plotting to seize the Vale. Tyrion was left in a state of confusion, yet he replied, As you wish, I shall convey your message to Baelish, but he is currently absent from King's Landing, having gone to seek my father. 3 days swiftly passed, and with a monthly military stipend of 50 silver coins, Arthur rapidly recruited an army of 20,000. After a modicum of training, they managed to form a semblance of order, and Arthur led them toward the borders of Stormland. Aside from Stannis' 3,000 cavalry, the infantry's combat capabilities were largely comparable, consisting predominantly of peasant soldiers. According to Baidu, in the Battle of Blackwater, Stannis had over 20,000 cavalry. I, however, remain skeptical, believing 3,000 is a more plausible figure. In Westeros, battles are often characterized by a straightforward clash of armies, lacking any semblance of tactical finesse. Take, for instance, the Battle of Bastards. Had Jon Snow been replaced by the illustrious strategist Zhuge Liang, One can only imagine how he would have unleashed a torrent of invective upon Ramsay. Rather than succumbing to his provocations, Arthur stationed his forces a mere 40 miles outside the gates of Coppergate, with a path leading from Wind's Rest through the Kingswood Forest towards King's Landing. Should Stannis choose to assault King's Landing, this route would be indispensable, unless he wished to squander precious time on a detour. Seated within his tent, Arthur was flanked by 18 commanders meticulously selected from the Gold Cloaks. Under his leadership, his troops had begun to transcend the limitations of feudalism. Coppergate was an essential waypoint for Stannis, yet it was evident that he had not anticipated their boldness in launching a preemptive strike. According to reports from scouts, the fortress was currently defended by 500 men. Arthur believed they could seize Coppergate swiftly, provided they maintained strict control over information and encircled the city, compelling Stannis to rush to its aid. Arthur's strategy was to besiege the point while striking at reinforcements. With Joffrey's wealth and Stannis' fleet now decimated, the naval blockade around King's Landing had been dismantled, allowing for the procurement of ample supplies across the narrow sea. The commanders, all natives of Westeros, were inspired by Arthur's audacity, exclaiming that one could spend a lifetime learning from such a general. Well-versed in military texts, Arthur had intended to document his strategies. Yet recent demands for conscription had left him little time to refine his writings. Subsequently, he selected 3,000 men and marched directly towards Coppergate. Count Shawel Lucen, the Lord of Coppergate, had swiftly pledged his allegiance to Stannis upon the latter's conquest of Storm's End, as King's Landing stood isolated and vulnerable. This morning, scouts reported a significant army approaching from the direction of the Kingswood, numbering over 10,000, prompting him to urgently beseech Stannis for reinforcements. However, Arthur's advance was swifter than anticipated. Upon sighting nearly 3,000 men, Shawel felt a wave of relief, believing this number manageable for a time. With a flourish of his sword, Arthur commanded his soldiers to raise their shields and maneuver the siege ladders toward the city walls. The ladders, hastily constructed at Arthur's behest, were considerably more practical than cumbersome traditional ones. Amid the tumult of the shield wall, several soldiers sustained injuries, yet fortunately, they adhered to the crucial directive of keeping their shields raised overhead, resulting in no fatalities thus far. As they neared the base of the walls, the ladders were swiftly positioned against the battlements, leaving the defenders momentarily bewildered. Where had these ladders come from? Intent on achieving a rapid resolution, Arthur dismounted and joined the assault himself. With the sword of a king in one hand, he deftly ascended the siege ladder and soon found himself atop the walls. Shawel had never envisioned a proactive strike from King's Landing, and the city lacked sufficient defensive provisions. A noble knight, spotting Arthur on the walls, immediately dispatched men to contain him. Hold the line. Hold the line. Quickly dispose of that oblivious jester. Do not allow the enemy to ascend the city walls. Lord Stannis' reinforcements shall arrive shortly. Arthur's armored guise indeed resembles that of a performer in Westeros, flamboyant and ostentatious. Yet, Arthur's prowess exceeds all expectations. At this moment, atop the walls of Coppergate, Arthur's sword, the Kingmaker, dances with lethal grace, having already felled over a dozen foes. An increasing number of soldiers now ascend the walls, which are narrow, scarcely 2 meters wide. The stronghold of Coppergate is essentially a fortified castle, serving as a bastion of war. After seizing the entirety of Coppergate, Arthur suffered several hundred casualties, an acceptable ratio considering that achieving a 1 casualty rate against the defenders is no small feat. Reliant entirely on Arthur's audacity in scaling the walls. Once Coppergate is secured, Stannis must reclaim it. Otherwise, even bypassing Coppergate could lead to a sudden ambush. Arthur plans to leave 5,000 men within Coppergate, while the remainder will be stationed near Fairwood Keep, located a few kilometers to the southwest. This will create a pincer movement. No matter where Stannis strikes, he risks a rear attack. Frankly, this is not a particularly sophisticated tactic, but it proves remarkably effective, especially when resources are plentiful, allowing for the flawless execution of training regiments. Meanwhile, within Windwhisper Keep, Stannis has just received the devastating news of the total loss of his fleet. Damn it, what nonsense does this letter convey? A divine light descended and shattered my warships? Can they not even concoct a credible excuse? Stannis roared. Undoubtedly, he is a formidable warlord. Originally, he held dominion over the barren Dragonstone. Yet now he commands a coalition of venerable nobles like House Florent, alongside newly risen ones like Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, and various pirate merchants. Stannis has rallied them to fight for his cause. Mace Tyrell, a current power broker, has recognized Stannis' capabilities, particularly following the untimely demise of Renly. With the Lannisters and Starks at an impasse in the Riverlands, Mace is increasingly convinced that King's Landing is within their grasp. We must march north immediately. Mace advised Stannis. Regardless of what has befallen the fleet, the maritime blockade of King's Landing is now ineffective. We must swiftly capture the city, otherwise the Lannisters will incessantly supply it, and with the wealth of the Old Lion, they can easily hire a multitude of mercenaries. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable our situation becomes. As a seasoned veteran, Stannis understands the financial drain of warfare and promptly issues a command, relayed to the entire army to prepare for an immediate march north. He then turns to Ser Davos. You shall lead 3,000 cavalry ahead to garrison Coppergate and await the main force. The armies of Westeros are exceedingly cumbersome, comprising not only soldiers but also accompanying merchants of provisions, courtesans, and purveyors of wine, individuals who profit from the war alongside the main host. Even in the event of defeat, the victors typically do not trouble them. I find it perplexing why the armies of the world of ice and fire would march alongside a multitude of merchants and courtesans. During the past 3 days, Joffrey has not been idle. Initially intending to commence operations at the King's Landing manufacturing facility after vanquishing Stannis, Joffrey, following Arthur's conscription of 20,000 new soldiers, additionally recruited 3,000 civilians for immediate construction. Given that the manufacturing facility spans thousands of acres, Joffrey planned to first erect a perimeter wall, with the internal structures to be gradually developed in accordance with progress. Simultaneously, Joffrey enlisted a group of artisans from King's Landing. After considerable effort to elucidate the design of the curved plow, the artisans expressed their readiness to proceed. Naturally, Joffrey would not allow them to toil without recompense. He offered them a monthly salary of 1 golden dragon and arranged for their families to temporarily reside at the Red Keep. Once the employee housing was completed, Joffrey intended to allocate each a stone house. Furthermore, Joffrey met with the sisters Annie and Anna, who proposed a paper-making method utilizing plant materials. However, the samples they presented were exceedingly crude and disintegrated upon being pulled, exhibiting poor tensile strength. Annie fervently assured Joffrey that, should they receive 100 golden dragons for research funding, they could develop a superior plant-based paper, even insinuating that the sisters would fulfill any of Joffrey's requests if provided with the necessary funds. With Joffrey wielding absolute authority at King's Landing, he engaged in a profound discussion with the sisters regarding the paper-making issue for an entire day and night, ultimately discovering that the problem lay with the lime powder. Although not well-versed in the intricacies of paper production, Joffrey had gleaned some knowledge from various sources. He allocated 10,000 golden dragons for their research funding, recognizing that the art of paper-making is foundational to educational pursuits and must not be treated with negligence. Upon learning of the generous allocation, Annie and Anna were elated, practically bouncing with joy, as if their previous misfortunes had vanished. Though neither sister possessed striking beauty, being of common origin, they exuded an undeniable aura of scientific inquiry. Moreover, their relationship was inherently trustworthy. A week later, Stannis faced a treacherous maneuver in Coppergate at the hands of Arthur, resulting in the near annihilation of his 3,000 cavalry. In contrast, Arthur's 1,000 cavalry remained unscathed. And with the first batch of saddles dispatched to Coppergate, their combat prowess significantly increased. Stannis and Arthur clashed in numerous skirmishes near Coppergate, with Arthur suffering over 5,000 casualties while Stannis lost more than 4,000 men. However, as time progressed, the soldiers of Storm's End, initially able to maintain an advantage in one-on-one confrontations, began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Stannis' forces had reached their limits, relying solely on his personal charisma to inspire them. In the midst of this, Stannis had consulted the Red Priestess, seeking to employ shadow magic to eliminate Arthur. Yet, the Red Priestess was unable to contact her deity, sensing that the recently revived magic in the world had abruptly ceased and was rapidly waning. In a reflective consideration of the realm of King's Landing, vast quantities of golden dragons were transported to the military, where the bounty for slaying an enemy was set at 20 silver coins, allowing one to exchange the lives of 5 for a single golden dragon. Furthermore, those who vanquished 10 foes could ascend to the rank of a centurion, thus becoming a minor officer. Under this system of military meritocracy, the soldiers of King's Landing began to exhibit an air of elite prowess, albeit merely in the context of this tumultuous world. Joffrey Baratheon, with his laser-like gaze, severed the Iron Throne entirely, replacing it with his own design, a 5-clawed golden dragon chair, which in essence was nothing more than a leather sofa. Although the 5-clawed dragon was unknown to the populace, it did not hinder Joffrey's enjoyment of his creation. The original iron seat was indeed uncomfortable, prompting Joffrey to meld it down into molten iron, repurposing it for parts to forge a curved plow. As for the political significance of the Iron Throne, Joffrey showed little regard. Upon learning of Joffrey's destruction of the Iron Throne, no dissent was voiced in the royal council. As he now wielded absolute power within the realm, Joffrey made it a point to inspect the common quarters every 3 days, even taking the initiative, as king, to visit the impoverished alleys to show concern for the populace. Subsequently, he established 36 neighborhood offices within King's Landing. These offices were tasked with announcing Joffrey's new policies while also managing population statistics. Moreover, 1,000 individuals were promoted from the city management team to form a police force dedicated to maintaining order, thereby dividing governance and security into 2 distinct departments. As peculiarities proliferated within King's Landing, even makeshift classrooms emerged in the squares of time, people, freedom, and progress, where scholars appointed by the king instructed children under the age of 10 in reading and writing. Nearly every evening, children would arrive, tearful and bewildered, eager to learn. Though they lacked comprehension of the significance of literacy, the adults, however, understood all too well. Thus, these children often attended classes only after enduring a wooden spatula stir-fry. During this period, nearly half of the noble families in King's Landing departed, those who had remained merely to secure familial interests. However, the transformations occurring in King's Landing surpassed their understanding, while Joffrey's unilateral authority instilled a sense of trepidation, prompting their hasty retreat. Joffrey did not pursue retribution against them. To do so would declare war against all realms beyond King's Landing. The Targaryen dynasty, which had endured for 3 centuries, was but a fleeting chapter in the annals of the 7 kingdoms, with each of the great houses having withstood the test of millennia. As copious amounts of golden dragons circulated, King's Landing underwent a profound metamorphosis. The streets became immaculate, roads were meticulously reinforced, and the squalor of the alleys began to dissipate. Joffrey's esteem among the common folk reached its zenith. They no longer believed in the 7 gods or the Iron Throne, placing their faith solely in Joffrey himself. Concurrently, he abolished the Aegon calendar, instituting the Origin calendar, heralding a new beginning. In the year 1 of the Origin calendar, in July, the population of King's Landing numbered a mere 300,000, with tens of thousands having been relocated by Joffrey to establish new towns beyond the city, where those granted land rejoiced and eagerly set about constructing their new communities. Although Wangling is relatively small in comparison to other regions, it still boasts a significant expanse of wasteland. The 140,000 individuals who have been allocated land can not only claim 5 acres from the former local nobility but also cultivate new land. They merely need to report their progress to the local government office upon completion. Westeros does not have a distinct division of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. For the most part, it experiences prolonged summers and extended nights, with brief interludes of spring and autumn. During the long summer, days are lengthy and nights are short, allowing for constant agricultural activities, whereas the long nights offer little sunlight, making cultivation impossible. According to Joffrey's own recollections, the long night is likely to arrive in just a few years. After the craftsmen discovered the method to produce the curved plow, Joffrey established a new production line, assigning each worker a specific task, which not only enhanced efficiency, but also mitigated the risk of information leakage. In truth, some simpler elements are nearly impossible to conceal, yet, as long as one possesses sufficient authority, it can be deemed indirectly confidential. Presently, the manufacturing bureau comprises an ironworks, a soap factory, a brewery, a perfume factory, and a paper mill. Although these establishments are rudimentary, the framework has been established. As production scales up, Joffrey intends to form a ministry of industry. Joffrey has also sought the input of others for innovative ideas, such as the newly developed loom. Westeros boasts a civilization that spans thousands of years, having entered the Iron Age millennia ago. Yet, throughout this extensive period, it has remained entrenched in a feudal society, with technological advancement stagnating and even magic failing to flourish. For 8,000 years, progress has remained stagnant, with weaving still performed by hand. At this moment, Joffrey is constructing edifices including a university, a research institute, a hall of heroes, and a martyrs cemetery, expending a sum of 400,000 golden dragons, in addition to the 2 million sent to Bravos, leaving him with just under 10 million. Simultaneously, Joffrey is grateful that the king does not need to pay military expenses to the dukes across the lands. With sufficient audacity, he can compel the dukes to wage wars on his behalf at no cost, perhaps one of the few benefits of their autonomy. Upon acquiring wealth, Joffrey's first action is to summon the Iron Bank to collect his dues, yet it is evident that the Iron Bank is somewhat reluctant. Bravos exhibits the charm of a beauty in the Game of Thrones, lending and inciting discord. And Joffrey's sudden windfall has thwarted the Iron Bank's ambitions of controlling the economy of the 7 kingdoms. As for the debts owed by the Iron Throne to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, those are the Iron Throne's obligations, not mine. As the holder of the 5-clawed golden dragon chair, the Red Keep overlooks the sea, where Joffrey is engaged in a game of Go with Tyrion. Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister is sparring with Baiman, who stands upright at a height of 1.8 meters, taller than Joffrey. After Joffrey had intimidated Varys, he instructed Varys to inform Jaime that the North intended to launch a surprise attack on the Lannister stronghold. Consequently, Jaime retreated to Casterly Rock, thwarting Robb's cavalry ambush plan, yet severing Tywin's route back to the Westerlands. With a clang, Jaime's sword was knocked from his grasp by Baiman, who emitted a mocking roar. "Your Majesty, where did this monkey come from?" Jaime inquired, rubbing his wrist, filled with curiosity about this weapon-wielding simian. Tyrion smiled and remarked, "This monkey was scarcely half a meter tall a fortnight ago. It is likely from the continent of Essos." Jaime, perplexed, inquired, "Besides Westeros and Essos, are there other continents?" Indeed, Tyrion elucidated, the tomes describe Essos as a land dominated by forests, inhabited by numerous colossal beasts, referred to by the Carthene as the Green Hell. Joffrey interjected, "That is a primeval forest, larger than Westeros itself. It is said to contain wyverns, which, except for their inability to breathe fire, are quite similar to dragons." Jaime was unsure why Joffrey preferred to refer to the true dragons of House Targaryen as lesser dragons. He then addressed Joffrey. "I have heard that the remnants of House Targaryen on the eastern continent possess 3 dragons. Do we not have the prospect of taming wyverns? This would afford us a chance to retaliate from the skies. I, Joffrey, am honest and never lie. Over a century ago, members of House Targaryen attempted such a feat. Those wyverns possess an intelligence akin to that of dogs, but are fiercely wild. They must be raised from eggs and have a lifespan of less than 50 years, maturing in approximately a decade, reaching a maximum length of 40 meters, which pales in comparison to true dragons. The cost is simply too high," Tyrion stated, recalling the descriptions of wyverns he had encountered in his readings. Jaime, disheartened, shook his head. "I can only hope that rumors of the Targaryen remnants possessing dragons are false." "Daenerys has 3 dragons," Joffrey declared. "The largest is black, likely comparable to a Balerion, accompanied by a smaller white and green dragon. We must hasten to devise a strategy against the dragons," Jaime urged. "Do not fret, my uncle," Joffrey reassured. "Dragons are not invincible. Balerion grows at a far swifter pace than dragons, and they are no match." Balerion, upon hearing this, raised its head, proclaiming its invincibility. "Let us not dwell on dragons. Dear Uncle Jaime, Stannis is blocked by Arthur at the Kingswood. Summon an additional 20,000 men, offering the same terms, 50 silver coins a month, training for a day, and then sent directly to the front lines. Your Majesty, my father is on his way back. Once my father's elite 20,000 arrive, Stannis' defeat is assured. There is no need to squander resources summoning those commoners." After Jaime led 15,000 men back to Casterly Rock, Tywin's retreat route to the Westerlands was obstructed by 6,000 cavalry from the north, forcing him to withdraw from Harrenhal towards King's Landing. Initially, following the outbreak of the Battle of Blackwater, Tyrion had utilized wildfire to incinerate Stannis' ships. Jaime was captured, while Tywin, retreating from Harrenhal towards King's Landing, struck Stannis' forces from the rear, leading to their defeat. Money is not an issue. There are only 40,000 in total, and if half survive, it would be fortunate. As you noted, those are your father's elite, not mine. Once we have gathered the full 20,000, you shall proceed directly to Fairwood Castle to deliver them to Arthur. I suspect Stannis' forces have reached their limit. He must either engage Arthur in a decisive battle or withdraw to Storm's End. I believe he will opt for the former. The Stormlands are not affluent. If he retreats there, Stannis will only face a slow demise unless the nobles of the Stormlands deplete their coffers to aid him, or emulate Joffrey, swiftly seizing and annihilating his enemies. However, this was destined to be impossible, for the Reach was too small and lacked significant noble houses, while Storm's End boasted numerous established aristocrats. When it came to conflict, Stannis stood no chance, especially considering that the nominal ruler of Storm's End was the recently deceased Renly. Jaime had just returned to King's Landing the day before, and through the transformations he observed in the city and the accounts of his brother Tyrion, he was well aware of Joffrey's ambitions, as well as the fact that Joffrey had executed most of the noblemen of the Reach. Within the confines of the Reach, however, he felt free to act as he pleased. "Very well, I shall attend to this immediately," Jaime declared as he sheathed his sword and set off to enlist soldiers. Recently, the Manufacturing Guild had produced a new batch of agricultural tools and curved plows. He instructed that these implements be distributed. Additionally, he reminded Joffrey not to forget to arrange for a census of the Reach's populace and to enforce the policy of collective punishment. Joffrey had acquired all the blacksmith shops in King's Landing, directly assigning over 200 blacksmiths to the Manufacturing Guild, who tirelessly forged spearheads and farming implements. The iron reserves of King's Landing were limited, and at the current rate, they could only sustain operations for another fortnight. A spearhead affixed to a wooden shaft constituted a lance, while one man donned half a set of leather armor. Such equipment was vastly superior to wielding a hoe or pitchfork. The population of the Reach was around 1.5 million, theoretically capable of supporting a standing army of 150,000, yet Joffrey had already summoned 40,000, showing no concern for the labor force. The system of the Seven Kingdoms stifled labor liberation, with the ratio of nobles to commoners being approximately 1 to 100, meaning that the fruits of labor from 10,000 individuals had to yield 7 to 8,000 for a noble. Previously, with a population of 500,000 in King's Landing, over 100,000 were unable to sustain themselves, devoid of land and skills. They relied on menial jobs offered by merchants to survive, though such opportunities were scarce. Joffrey's purge of the noble class in the Reach liberated a substantial number of laborers, yet the common folk of the feudal era were largely ignorant. When left idle, they tended to sow chaos. Thus, Joffrey distributed land to the peasantry while recruiting them to construct roads, dig irrigation channels, and erect various essential structures, effectively combining military conscription with civic duty. Otherwise, it would resemble Daenerys' liberation of the slaves in Slaver's Bay, where the newly freed slaves initially rejoiced in calling Daenerys mother. But what followed? Those with skills fared better, yet the majority of those who only knew physical labor found themselves directionless after achieving freedom, ultimately leading to unrest. Furthermore, the assassinations of Daenerys' officials by the children of the Harpy forced the liberator of slaves into an alliance with a powerful slave master. Joffrey's policy of collective punishment significantly curtailed espionage in the Reach, for the shadows of the Kingsguard were still in their infancy, far from achieving the prowess of the Ming dynasty. Initially, when Tyrion became Hand of the King, he was filled with exhilaration. The power seemed to restore the dignity of the once mocked dwarf, banishing the echoes of ridicule, and everywhere he went, he was addressed as my Lord Chancellor. As Joffrey's reforms proliferated, he began to feel increasingly overwhelmed, not due to a lack of capability, but rather a deficiency in energy. Numerous issues from the scholars across the realm required his meticulous attention, and he needed to devise solutions for each. Meanwhile, King Joffrey was either spending the night with Sansa or seeking the company of the Stark sisters, idly passing his days, occasionally convening a council meeting to solicit updates, only to intimidate Varys and Pycelle thereafter. Your Majesty, the burdens upon me are too great. I require assistance. Though reluctant to relinquish any of his authority, he recognized that Joffrey's established government could only manage the most basic municipal affairs, such as childbirth registrations and the collection of fines. After a moment of contemplation, Joffrey proposed, "Let us abolish the position of Prime Minister and establish a cabinet of 10. You shall serve as the head of this cabinet, and you may select the remaining 9 members. Together, you will manage state affairs, resolving minor issues independently, while major decisions will be discussed and presented to me for final judgment." Joffrey then elaborated on the cabinet structure to Tyrion. Tyrion deemed this a prudent approach. Although the king's authority would be diluted among 10, he would initially handpick his allies. The subsequent dynamics would be beyond Joffrey's concern. In the early morning, King's Landing lay shrouded in a dense white mist, while the sun had yet to rise. A refreshing chill lingered in the air, as numerous laborers made their way to the manufacturing bureau to commence their day's toil. The previously lifeless city of King's Landing began to pulsate with vitality. At the Red Keep, over 20 individuals awaited the morning audience at the gates. A week prior, Stannis had marched urgently towards King's Landing, leaving a contingent of 10,000 at the Windwater to intercept the pursuing Arthur, while he advanced with 4,000 towards the capital. Stannis' strategy was a gamble. He believed that if King's Landing could muster 2,000 men, it would be at its wit's end. Thus, he opted to sacrifice 10,000 to seize the city, convinced that capturing Joffrey would provide a path to salvation. This plan held no flaws. If Joffrey were eliminated and Stannis secured King's Landing, the Tyrell family, observing from the Riverlands, would undoubtedly side with him. Consequently, the Lannisters would find themselves besieged by foes from the south, east, and north. Unfortunately, Stannis encountered Jaime, who was accompanied by fresh recruits. Even though Jaime's troops were untrained, the odds of 20,000 against 4,000, averaging 5 to 1, were daunting. As misfortune compounded, Arthur rallied an additional 13,000 from the Copper Gate and Fairwood Fortress. He overcame numerous obstacles, vanquishing 17 noble knights, and decisively routed Stannis' 10,000. Surrounded on 2 fronts, Stannis ultimately fell to Arthur's blade. marking the definitive end of the Southern Rebellion against King's Landing. Joffrey arose, stretching lazily, and playfully pinched the cheeks of the Stark sisters and Anna. The previous day, the sisters had finally produced a satisfactory parchment for Joffrey, albeit somewhat coarse. Nonetheless, it was now suitable for writing. Thus, Joffrey inquired what reward the sisters desired, resulting in a prolonged struggle that lasted well into the night. Fortunately, Joffrey's robust constitution allowed him to endure the endeavor, without disturbing the slumbering sisters. He rose to don his attire when suddenly the door swung open and Sansa entered. Of course, there were no tears, tantrums, or threats of self-harm. Although Westeros practiced monogamy, the nobility's indulgence in mistresses and concubines bore a similar nature. Approaching Joffrey, Sansa assisted him in dressing, her voice gentle. Up so early? Shouldn't you rest a little longer? I am in excellent health. There is no need. You will understand when you turn 16, Joffrey replied. A blush crept across Sansa's cheeks. After rekindling her affection for Joffrey, she had been somewhat troubled by his choice to seek companionship with two common sisters instead of herself, fearing that he might deem her unworthy. However, upon Joffrey's decree that no woman may wed before the age of 16, it dawned on her that he regarded her as too young. In ancient times, girls were often married by 14 and bore children by 15, with mortality rates alarmingly high, hence Joffrey's edict against marriage before 16. Once dressed, Joffrey meandered towards the great hall of the Red Keep. After his departure, Sansa turned to the bed where Annie and Anna lay, now awake. Your Majesty. Annie and Anna recognized Sansa, of course. I'm not yet a queen. You need not address me so. Simply call me Sansa, she instructed Annie. She had yet to receive a response to the letter she sent to Robb, and without the support of her family, as the eldest daughter of the North, she lacked even the right to declare herself a queen in front of others. As Joffrey settled into the Iron Throne, a group of individuals finally entered the hall. These were the center of power in King's Landing. Aside from the 9 cabinet members selected by Tyrion, the rest had been chosen by Joffrey's diminutive generals. Joffrey dissolved the council, establishing 4 new departments: revenue, works, justice, and military, completing the final step towards centralization of authority. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Iron Bank is waiting outside, Tyrion remarked. The envoy had arrived the previous day, but Joffrey, occupied with discussions regarding papermaking with the sisters, had not met with him. Let them in, he commanded. Imran Laus, the Iron Bank's emissary, was accustomed to traversing Westeros to secure business for the institution. The last time he visited, he was received by King Robert, who had entertained him lavishly due to the nature of their dealings. Yet, when it came time to repay debts, the dynamics shifted. Although the Iron Bank claimed to tolerate no delays, Imran had received word that the Iron Throne intended to repay the staggering sum of 2 million gold dragons in one go. As Imran entered the Great Hall, he surveyed his surroundings. The last time he had visited, there had merely been an iron chair. Now, the setting had transformed. Being a frequent visitor to Westeros, he understood the significance of the Iron Throne. Your Grace, are you certain you wish to repay 2 million gold dragons outright? I have heard you are engaged in warfare. The Iron Bank is not in a hurry to reclaim this sum. The war shall soon reach its conclusion, so there is no need for your concern. I have prepared 2 million gold dragons, which you may collect at your convenience. Now, I wish to engage in a business transaction with Bravos. Imran inquired. Is His Majesty looking to purchase iron or in grain? In these tumultuous times in Westeros, any business dealings with the Iron Throne would naturally pertain to iron and sustenance. Joffrey nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, in addition to grain and iron, I require seeds, vegetables, staple foods, and fruits. Subsequently, Imran assented, but upon hearing the quoted prices, Joffrey realized the reason for Imran's eager agreement. The cost of these items had been raised by 50%. Nonetheless, Joffrey acquiesced, placing an order for 3 million gold dragons, which greatly delighted Imran, for securing such an order would undoubtedly enhance his authority within the Iron Bank. May our collaboration be fruitful. I have 3 more items for your envoy to examine, Joffrey announced, clapping his hands. A maid, carrying soap, fine wine, and perfume, approached Imran. What is this? Imran inquired with curiosity. The maid then elucidated the purposes of the 3 items, and Imran's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this item capable of mass production? He asked eagerly. Certainly, she replied. Soap can be produced in abundance, while fine wine and perfume are scarce and thus costly. Soap is priced at 1 gold dragon per bar, fine wine at 50 gold dragons per barrel, and perfume at 200 gold dragons per bottle. After a moment's contemplation, Imran inquired, might His Majesty consider using these 3 items to offset 500,000 gold dragons from the 3 million order? Joffrey smirked inwardly. Of course. I shall arrange for goods worth 500,000 gold dragons, alongside the additional 4.5 million gold dragons for payment. In the end, Joffrey dispatched a total of 500,000 gold dragons worth of goods in 10 batches to Braavos, while the supplies he purchased were sent in 12 batches to King's Landing. 10 days later, if one were to consider the original tale, the mother of Joffrey, who was feeding him grapes, epitomized the sin of lust, then undoubtedly, his grandfather, Tywin Lannister, represented the sin of pride. In his youth, Tywin inherited a family legacy fraught with turmoil from his father, at a time when the Lannisters' hold over the Westerlands was waning. Two prominent noble houses sought to usurp their position, only to be met with Tywin's ruthless and decisive retribution, leading to their downfall. The tale of the reign of Castamere thereafter spread, signifying Tywin's formidable authority. As the Lannisters grew in power, they came to dominate the Westerlands entirely, compelling other nobles to serve him in Casterly Rock and leveraging wealth to ensure that noble families periodically trained their private armies. It could be said that the Westerlands had evolved into a society of centralized authority. This was also a contributing factor to Tywin's arrogance. During the War of the Five Kings, he appeared to dismiss any nation with contempt. "Your Majesty, have you been diligently attending to state affairs of late?" Cersei asked, having languished after Joffrey usurped her power, but she soon regained her composure. Now, she spent her days indulging in leisure within the Red Keep, particularly since Jaime's return. Reveling in his company, Cersei's words evoked in Joffrey a sensation akin to that of a child being questioned by his mother about whether he had diligently completed his homework. Naturally, with a minimal amount of state affairs to attend to, most matters being handled by the council, Joffrey found himself afforded ample opportunity for idleness. The establishment of the council allowed him to circumvent the need to read questions, solve problems, and verify answers. He could simply receive the answers directly, thereby saving himself considerable effort. Just as Cersei contemplated advising Joffrey against delegating too much power, the crimson-hued giant, Gregor Clegane, nudged her with a gentle shove. Cersei turned to face the towering figure of the 2-meter-tall Gregor, who blinked his white eyes in response. Suddenly, Cersei recalled that the second grape ought to be fed to Gregor. "You, of such great size, still require someone to feed you? Can't you peel them yourself?" she chided, before promptly inserting a peeled grape into his wide mouth. Gregor, having learned the art of endearment from an unknown source, displayed an impressive knack for charm. His deep crimson, silky fur combined with the affection he had garnered from Joffrey since his birth in the Red Keep had thoroughly captivated all the ladies of the castle. From Cersei to the kitchen maids. After relinquishing her power, Cersei found herself quite bored in the Red Keep, perfectly pairing her time with the perpetually idle Gregor, treating him as a child to nurture. Brother! Myrcella burst through the door and leapt into Joffrey's arms. Initially, Joffrey's temperament had not been particularly harmonious with that of Tommen and Myrcella. However, since Joffrey had been replaced, Myrcella had grown increasingly dependent on him, blossoming into a more vivacious and cheerful version of herself. "Myrcella, your brother is the king. Must you be so familiar?" Cersei remarked with a smile, clearly relishing the warmth of familial affection. Tommen also entered. "I heard grandfather is coming?" Joffrey nodded. "Indeed, he is likely already encamped outside the city." "Perfect. Let us go together to welcome our grandfather." Tywin had left 18,000 men with Kevan Lannister while returning to King's Landing with 2,000. With the north blocking the route to Goldtown, he sought to gather provisions upon learning that Stannis had been subdued by his grandson. Tywin had not intended to confront the north directly. The region was barren and incapable of sustaining a prolonged conflict. The northern army, having plundered along its path, had aimed to draw the flames of war into the Westerlands, compelling the Iron Throne to acknowledge the independence of both the North and the Riverlands. Unexpectedly, however, Jaime's 15,000 men had retreated to Goldtown. Upon arriving at the Great Hall of the Red Keep, Joffrey took his seat upon the Iron Throne, engaging in conversation with those present while awaiting Tywin. Tywin Lannister traversed the streets of King's Landing. Having served as Hand of the King for 20 years since his arrival at the age of 20, governing under the Mad King, he ought to have been intimately familiar with the city, yet at this moment, he felt an uncanny sense of unfamiliarity. The pervasive stench had vanished, replaced by invigorating fresh air that revitalized the senses. The chaotic slums had disappeared, supplanted by vast expanses of new constructions built from red stone. In addition to this, an abundance of novelties emerged, as if the city had undergone a remarkable rebirth. "The changes are significant, my Lord Duke. It is astonishing that these commoners show no fear upon seeing the army," remarked Emo-Shan to Tywin. "My grandson surpasses me in prowess. He has ruthlessly slaughtered all the notable nobles of Wangling." He chuckled. Tywin maintained a stoic expression, though his vassals were disconcerted by such acts of noble slaughter. Yet, Due to Tywin's formidable grip on power, they refrained from vocalizing their discontent. Tywin commanded the accompanying soldiers to stand guard at the entrance while he himself rode to the gates of the Red Keep, where he was confronted by Arthur. The Sword of Kings was drawn horizontally. "My Lord Duke, no horses are permitted within the hall." A cruel smile crept across Emo Shan's face, clearly indicating that the guards of King's Landing were not well versed in protocol. Standing at an imposing height of over 2 meters, endowed with incredible strength and a ruthless disposition, he frequently inflicted torment upon the common folk near the King's Road. Particularly during the period of river raids, under Tywin's orders, he had assaulted nearby villages. His actions appalling. With a single hand, he drew forth a broadsword, one that would require 2 hands for most, and swung it menacingly towards Arthur's head. Arthur regarded the descending blade with disdain, effortlessly lifting the Sword of Kings with one hand. Clang! The sword in Emo Shan's grip was sent flying, and by the time he regained his senses, the Sword of Kings was already pressed against his throat. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Relying on his superior strength, he had never deemed anyone worthy of his consideration. Yet, the chill against his neck served as a stark reminder of his recent defeat. Facing an upward-thrusting polearm, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Tywin's otherwise impassive visage from that single clash. He discerned that this knight possessed strength far exceeding that of Emo Shan. Moreover, it appeared that agility and martial skill were also beyond Emo Shan's capabilities. No wonder Joffrey managed to accomplish so much in such a short span. It turned out he had such a knight in his service. This time, out of respect for his Majesty's grandfather, I shall spare your life. Please dismount and enter the hall, my Lord Duke. Arthur stated as he sheathed the Sword of Kings. Tywin dismounted, handing the reins of his horse to Emo Shan. Hurry along now. Entering the familiar halls of the Red Keep, Tywin recalled his previous visit during Cersei's wedding to Robert. Upon glancing at the Iron Throne, he realized it had been replaced with a golden dragon chair. Momentarily taken aback, he inquired, "Your Majesty, where is the Iron Throne?" "I melted it down. It was rather uncomfortable to sit upon," Joffrey replied nonchalantly. Tywin's face, rarely betraying emotion, twisted into an expression of rare anger. That was the Iron Throne. A symbol of the Seven Kingdoms monarch. You melted it down simply because it was uncomfortable? The Minister of War, Monroe, interjected with a commanding voice. "My Lord Duke, please watch your words, or you may find yourself summoned to the Ministry of Justice." Monroe exhibited no fear of this guardian of the West. None could insult the king. Joffrey's establishment of the Ministry of War oversaw the military personnel and officers throughout the realm, akin to a Ministry of Defense. Tywin regarded Monroe, pondering who this individual was to dare speak to him in such a manner. Tywin regained his composure, pondering whether the king comprehended the true significance of the Iron Throne. Joffrey, of course, understood the political implications of the Iron Throne. Daenerys had fought valiantly across the narrow sea for that very seat. "I am well aware. Yet I am indifferent," he confessed to his grandfather. "My ambition is to transform all of Westeros into a realm akin to the Crownlands." Tywin grasped the essence of Joffrey's words, the abolition of noble autonomy and hereditary rights, retaining only titles. Extracting a tenth of tax revenue for sustenance was a condition no noble would accept. Observing the arrogant youth on the steps, Tywin was baffled by the source of his confidence. Was it merely the Crownlands? Unbeknownst to Tywin, Joffrey's assurance did not stem from agricultural wealth, but rather from the burgeoning industrialization of the Crownlands. The local offices were incessantly meeting with individuals bearing innovative ideas. Regardless of their backgrounds, any novel concept gaining Joffrey's approval would secure royal investment. King's Landing was now alive with an array of new inventions and emerging factories, many of which had commenced operations following initial investments. "Enough of this, grandfather. You have come to King's Landing for provisions, have you not?" Joffrey shifted the topic. "Gold Tooth City is besieged by the young Direwolf's cavalry, and the 20,000 men at Harrenhal can only endure for 10 more days. Thus, I have come to King's Landing to see if I can procure some supplies." Tywin was aware that the treasury was currently ample. Yet Joffrey's words left him uncertain whether the young king would grant him the provisions. Logically, King's Landing was responsible for providing funds and supplies for the West's northern campaign against House Stark and House Tully. Should Joffrey deny the provisions, Tywin's hopes of crippling the North would be dashed, leaving him no choice but to retreat towards Gold Tooth City to face the 6,000 cavalry and the following infantry of the North. "I shall personally lead 20,000 men to the Acorn Hall. The Exchequer will supply ample provisions," Joffrey declared, intending to meet Robb Stark in person. 3 days later, Joffrey and his 20,000 troops arrived at Acorn Hall, which, alongside Harrenhal and Riverrun, formed a triangular formation. As Joffrey approached Acorn Hall, Robb swiftly withdrew his cavalry stationed outside Gold Tooth City. The combined forces of 150,000 from Gold Tooth City, Joffrey's 20,000, and Tywin's 20,000 encircled Robb's 180,000 at Riverrun. Originally, Joffrey intended to bide his time for the Red Wedding, but it seemed that his preemptive actions against the rebellion in the Stormlands had significantly alleviated Tywin's pressures, preventing any alliance with the Freys and Boltons. Nonetheless, it mattered little. At that moment, the Starks had the choice to retreat to the north or perish at Riverrun. After a day of rest at Acorn Hall, awaiting the forces from Gold Tooth City, over 50,000 troops advanced towards Riverrun the following day, poised to besiege it within a day. While Joffrey was discussing the training of new recruits with Ser Arthur in the military tent, a scout entered. "Your Majesty, a messenger has arrived from Riverrun." "Oh, it seems the young Wolf Lord has reached a decision." Joffrey intercepted the letter Sansa had penned to Robb. Initially, he intended to wait for the Red Wedding to eliminate Robb, but it was surprising that the event did not transpire. "Bring them in," Joffrey commanded. Soon, a middle-aged man entered, displaying unmistakable traits of the North. "I am Jurgen Weaver, sent by King Robb Stark of the North to negotiate with the ruler of the Iron Throne." Jurgen, an Earl of the North, had volunteered for this diplomatic mission. Robb's bottom line was the acquisition of half of the Riverlands and the independence of the North, yet he believed he could secure the entirety of the Riverlands. Eager to prove himself and reap rewards, this expedition southward was initially intended to plunder wealth and provisions to bolster his castle's stores. However, the venture proved far more arduous than anticipated. Not only did they fail to seize any resources, but with the Stark family's supplies dwindling, they were forced to dip into their own coffers. Negotiation? "I find that term somewhat dubious. It appears you are here to sue for peace. Wouldn't you agree?" Joffrey remarked. "Your Grace, we have 20,000 troops in the north. This is not a plea for peace. It is a negotiation," Jurgen replied. Arthur laughed heartily. "We have over 50,000 men, well stocked with provisions. How much longer can your supplies last? The Riverlands must withstand not only Lord Tywin's scorched earth tactics but also your plundering. How many in the Riverlands would welcome your northern savages?" Jurgen bristled at the term northern savages, yet recognized the strength of the situation. A single northern warrior could easily contend with 10 southerners. "Huh, how amusing," Joffrey guffawed. "In that case, you may return. I look forward to seeing how your 20,000 can defend Riverrun." The remnants of House Targaryen across the narrow sea possess 3 dragons. They are the true adversaries of the Iron Throne. The North does not covet the Iron Throne. "As long as your Majesty acknowledges the independence of the Riverlands and the North, we shall refrain from incursion into the south. And we may even assist the Iron Throne against the Targaryens when they return to Westeros with their dragons." This was Jurgen's bargaining chip for the entirety of the Riverlands. As once the Targaryens returned with their dragons, the North might choose to realign with them. The newly returned Targaryens would certainly be in dire need of allies, while the Baratheon family on the Iron Throne remained steadfastly opposed to them. At that moment, a soldier entered the war tent and whispered something in Joffrey's ear before departing. "Very well, I concede to your terms. I acknowledge the independence of the North and the Riverlands," Joffrey stated to Jurgen. Jurgen's expression brightened. He was unaware of what the soldier had communicated, but it was clear that an issue had arisen in King's Landing. "Your Majesty, if that is the case, you should withdraw your forces and remember to declare the recognition of the North and the Riverlands' independence." Jurgen cast a triumphant glance at Arthur, reveling in a moment of vindication. Contemplating the accolades he would surely receive from Robb, Jurgen could not suppress his elation. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may return. I shall announce your independence in 3 days." With that, Jurgen departed, his steps considerably lighter, eager to rush back to Riverrun to claim his triumph. Once Jurgen had left, Joffrey addressed the soldier who had just reported, saying, "Summon the envoys from House Frey and House Bolton." One of the Freys, named Euron, was among the many offspring of House Frey, which, residing in the prosperous town of the Twins, had produced over 20 children. The Frey family, positioned across the Green Fork River, had been granted their lands by King Durrandon, who ruled the Riverlands some 6 centuries ago, thus elevating them into the ranks of nobility. The Frey's domain straddled both banks of the Green Fork River. During the governance of their estate, the astute lord quickly recognized that his lands encompassed the sole crossing point along the lengthy stretch of the river from the neck to the Ruby Ford. In a display of remarkable foresight, he resolved to construct a grand bridge spanning the river. By the time of his grandson, the Frey family completed the bridge and fortified both banks. Through the collection of tolls from travelers and merchants, the Frey family swiftly amassed wealth, subsequently erecting the imposing tower of the river on the bridge. Ultimately, their stronghold evolved into 2 magnificent castles connected by a stone bridge, known as the Twins. The prosperity derived from tolls allowed House Frey to rapidly accumulate vast riches, positioning them as one of the most formidable noble houses in the Riverlands, even surpassing many established families, including the Tullis. However, This newfound power did not grant the Freys entry into the circle of the old noble elite. Rather, they were mocked as parvenus. The Duke of Tully, while relying on the Freys to counter external threats, derided them for their newfound wealth. During the tumultuous period of the War of the Five Kings, the contemporary Marquis of House Frey steadfastly supported his former love, Princess Rhaenys, in joining the Black Party, ultimately meeting his demise on the battlefield. His valiant efforts did not earn the respect of the old nobility. Instead, he became a historical footnote, remembered as a fool. These experiences fostered a deep-seated distrust of the old nobility within House Frey. At the onset of the War of the Five Kings, as Robb sought to march south, he had to pass through the Twins, presenting a chance for House Frey to gain acceptance among the established noble houses. Thus, with boldness, they demanded that Robb marry one of their daughters. In pursuit of his southern campaign, Robb acquiesced to this mismatched union, much to the delight of the elder Frey, who promptly dispatched 3,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry to support him. This contingent, well-equipped and valorous, bolstered the North's forces by nearly a quarter, granting Robb additional confidence against the well-armed soldiers of the Westerlands. However, just as the heir of House Frey fell in battle, Robb, in pursuit of true love, violated their engagement by marrying a humble nurse. This act undoubtedly struck a resounding blow to the elder Frey, rendering their bravery and sacrifice utterly inconsequential. Upon learning of this matter, the Freys furiously toppled the banner of the Ice Wolf and returned to the city of Reborn. However, the indignant Lord Walder Frey could not quell his anger, prompting him to enlist the clandestine services of Euron Greyjoy to conspire against the Stark lineage. Upon arriving at the military encampment, Euron unexpectedly encountered Ramsay Snow, the infamous skinning bastard, who appeared equally intent on betraying the Starks. "What brings you two to seek my audience?" Joffrey inquired, feigning ignorance. "Your Grace," Euron began, "the Starks have gone too far. My house, the Freys, fought valiantly for them. Yet they publicly spurned my family, humiliating us through the broken engagement. My father, Walder Frey, is prepared to sever the Starks' retreat." "Your Grace," Ramsay interjected, "I represent House Bolton. The Starks have openly defied their duty to protect the North, forsaking their honor. Lord Roose Bolton has already opened the gates of Harrenhal for your Grace. As the second most noble house in the North after the Starks, we have mobilized 8,000 troops southward, and with defeat looming, we seek alternative routes." Joffrey donned a disingenuous smile. "I am pleased that both your houses have reached out to me. However, your statements do not sit well with me. The Freys seek vengeance, and the Boltons aspire to a dukedom. While I desire to quell the rebellion, these ambitions are not inherently at odds. The issue at hand, however, is that even in the absence of your Stark family, they are destined for ruin. You merely risk being extinguished alongside them as traitorous accomplices." Joffrey's laughter echoed as he concluded, "You speak of armies, over 50,000 on my side, while Robb barely fields 30,000. In this treacherous game of thrones, victory hinges upon logistics and troop numbers." Exchanging glances, Euron and Ramsay felt a sense of futility. The opposing force held the advantage in numbers and equipment, rendering their assistance unnecessary. "Your Grace, the Seven Kingdoms can scarcely endure further conflict. I surmise the royal treasury is nearly depleted. Would it not be prudent to subdue the Stark family at the lowest possible cost?" Ramsay suggested, having heard whispers of the royal debts, even with support from the Westerlands. "Sustaining an army of over 50,000 was no small feat. Are you truly so misinformed? Do you not know that I sold 3 million bushels of grain and various supplies in Essos?" Joffrey tilted his head, genuinely unaware of the North's delayed news. Euron and Ramsay exchanged looks of shock. When did the Crown amass such wealth? The flow of information in Westeros was far more obstructed than Joffrey had realized, a stark contrast to the ancient dynasties of the East. "If you have no substantial terms to offer, you may as well prepare for death," Joffrey drawled lazily. "What nonsense is this about not harming envoys? I am Joffrey Baratheon, and I shall do as I please. I am the law." He turned his gaze toward Ramsay, the sadistic torturer of this treacherous realm. "Speak, then. What are the terms of House Bolton?" "The dukedom," Ramsay replied. "Your Grace must personally decree my father as the Warden of the North. That is the sole condition. Once you write the letter of appointment, Lord Roose Bolton will open the gates of Harrenhal." Ramsay articulated the conditions of House Bolton. "Then how about this? Tomorrow, I shall besiege the town of Reborn directly. Robb will inevitably attempt to break through, at which point the Freys will cut off his retreat. What do you think?" A gleam of delight flickered across Ramsay's face. Clearly, Joffrey had acquiesced to the plan, marking a significant triumph that could potentially lead to his father permitting him to reclaim the Bolton name. Euron and the Freys further deliberated with Joffrey on various particulars, ultimately concluding that at dusk the following day, House Tully would be the first to open the city gates to welcome Joffrey's forces, thereby ensnaring Robb and Reborn. Once the two departed, Arthur, perplexed, inquired. They possess only 20,000 men. We could easily entrap them within the city. Joffrey chuckled. Once Lord Tully opens the gates, you shall lead 2,000 men inside, while the remainder encircles Reborn, allowing them to strike first. The moment Joffrey's army approaches the city, Lord Tully's act of opening the gates will be tantamount to open treachery. Robb and his noble allies shall undoubtedly seek retribution, yet House Bolton commands 8,000 troops, half of Robb's strength. Once they've exhausted themselves, we shall simply enter to claim victory. As anticipated, the following evening at the banquet in Reborn, numerous northern lords gathered to celebrate the independence of the North and the Riverlands. Only Lord Tully observed the festivities in silence, patiently awaiting the moment when House Bolton would ascend to duchy status. I extend my gratitude to all for your assistance in securing the independence of the Riverlands and the North, Robb declared, raising his goblet before downing its contents. Ha. The Southerners are all soft. How could they ever be our match? Lord Stark, flushed from drink, openly mocked. In the eyes of these northern nobles, Joffrey was merely a frightened child from King's Landing, unfit to lead an army, as evidenced by their reluctance to engage even with over 50,000 men at their disposal, rendering him utterly ineffectual. Laughter erupted amongst the gathering, particularly from Jen, who had personally negotiated with Joffrey. He regaled the assembly with tales of Joffrey's weakness, asserting that the northern men could take on 10 foes at once, which nearly brought him to tears. Any thoughts of discerning the true events transpiring in King's Landing had long been overshadowed by Robb's rewards and vanity. He had transformed the entire affair into his own triumph, earning himself the moniker Swordtongue to signify his eloquence rivaled that of a blade. Lord Tully exchanged a knowing glance with the guard before excusing himself. Where are you headed? Lord Tully? Robb inquired, intending to toast to Tully's contribution, for the 8,000 men of House Bolton, though infantry, were indeed a considerable asset. Your Grace, I must attend to a matter of nature, Tully replied, maintaining his customary aloofness. Do return swiftly, Lord Bolton. A cold smile lingered in Tully's heart. The title of Duke was nigh. Upon his departure, he swiftly rode to his encampment situated south of Reborn, just as the revelry was reaching its peak. A soldier burst into the hall, collapsing on the floor, breathless. What has transpired? Robb asked, furrowing his brow. It is dire news. The forces from the south have not retreated, but are instead advancing towards the city of Benlietching. What? A look of horror swept across Robb's face as he turned to the inebriated Jorgen, demanding, wake him up. A bucket of icy water was unceremoniously dumped over Jorgen's head, the frigid chill jolting him into a semblance of consciousness. Who the hell splashed me? He exclaimed, opening his eyes to find everyone glaring at him. What has happened? Jorgen suddenly appeared meek, feeling as if all present were poised to devour him. The army from King's Landing is coming. Did you not claim they had agreed to withdraw? Robb's expression twisted with seriousness. I know not, Your Grace, Jorgen stammered. Joffrey himself declared a retreat within 3 days and acknowledged the independence of the Riverlands and the North. He must have reneged on his word, that treacherous southerner, without a doubt. Realizing his predicament, Jorgen hastily defended himself. Arrest him for now, we shall deal with him later. Immediately mobilize the troops to defend the city. We must halt their advance. Ignoring Jorgen's pleas for mercy, Robb commenced the mobilization of his forces. However, the inebriation of his men considerably diminished their efficiency. Observing their condition, Robb suddenly recalled the relatively sober Lord Roose Bolton. He would have to rely on him now. Where is Lord Bolton? Robb summoned a servant to inquire. Lord Bolton has already departed, the servant replied. Robb's expression darkened, and he bellowed, What did you say? Roose Bolton has left? As Robb assembled his army, Joffrey, alongside Ser Arthur, had already joined forces with Bolton and his 2,000 men. Witnessing Bolton's association with Joffrey, Robb's eyes blazed with fury. Roose Bolton, you are a traitor. Not only Robb, but all the noble lords of the North glared at Bolton, bewildered by the betrayal of House Bolton. The reason was rather simple. Roose Bolton was an exceptionally ambitious man. As the second most prominent noble in the North after House Stark, his only path to ascendancy lay in toppling the Starks. However, the Starks had governed the North for 8 millennia, amassing prestige beyond what House Bolton could hope to rival. Thus, Roose Bolton resorted to treachery, seizing this opportunity. Robb, the last time we met was at Winterfell. You are as naive as your father, utterly foolish, Joffrey remarked to Robb. Joffrey, as a king, your word is worthless. No noble will pledge loyalty to one so untrustworthy. Robb shouted in fury. A true man should engage in honest battle. What merit is there in ambush? Joffrey glanced at Roose Bolton and replied, yes, you are entirely correct. He then addressed Bolton, Duke Bolton, as the protector of the North. It is time for you to pledge your fealty to the Iron Throne. Joffrey deliberately emphasized the word duke. Upon hearing this, Robb was infuriated. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Drawing his sword, he shouted, "Slay these deceitful southerners." Roose Bolton understood that Joffrey sought to pit him and Robb against one another to their mutual destruction. Yet the arrow is nocked and must be loosed. The death of Stark would grant him dominion over the north. Amidst the chaos of battle within the city, Robb and his companions retreated swiftly. The gates of Riverrun were breached from within, leaving them defenseless against Joffrey's formidable forces. Their only recourse was to retreat to the Twins, relying on the Frey stronghold to shield them from the southern army. Joffrey, perceptive as ever, noted Robb's movements and signaled to Arthur. Arthur, understanding the unspoken command, charged forth with 2,000 cavalry towards Robb's direction. As Arthur and his contingent distanced themselves from Joffrey, some keen-eyed northerners discerned the absence of the king nearby. Delighted by Joffrey's ignorance of the battlefield's brutality, they stealthily approached him. Although the fighting within the city had descended into chaos, the north still held the upper hand, with both sides numbering around 10,000, if not more, in favor of the northerners. Soon, 3 figures took cover behind the houses, aiming their hidden arrows at Joffrey's neck. His demise would surely spell disaster for the southern forces. With a swift release, an arrow struck Joffrey, barely 20 meters away, capable of piercing an ordinary man's throat. Alas, Joffrey was no ordinary man. He was a Targaryen. He had already sensed the presence of the 3 assailants and turned his gaze towards them, his eyes widening in fury. A fierce red glow ignited within him, and in an instant, a searing beam erupted, cleaving through the house and its occupants. As the structure crumbled, Joffrey smirked, reflecting. Everyone aspires to be a hero, yet all remain mere mortals. Upon gaining power, one of 2 outcomes emerges: to be dominated by that power or to wield it. Joffrey seldom employed his abilities, particularly for the act of killing. The ease with which he could extinguish life felt akin to squashing an ant, an experience that would ultimately dull one's emotions. Yet, the thrill was intoxicating, compelling Joffrey to yearn to plunge into the ranks of the northerners, obliterating all in his path with his laser. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his impulses, repetitively chanting to himself, "I am a hero, I am a hero. I am a hero." Despite the tumult of battle, many had noticed the unfolding situation, leaving a number of rescuers momentarily stunned. "Do not dawdle. These are merely gifts bestowed upon me by the gods," he declared, unleashing another laser that pierced through a northern soldier attempting a stealthy assault. As the searing pain grazed his ear, the soldier, feeling his singed hair, suddenly brimmed with confidence. "Is that all? How could we possibly lose?" Joffrey, observing this newfound bravado, recalled a phrase often uttered by netizens from his past life. "I am, so what? My nation is formidable." The soldier likely echoed this sentiment within. Before long, Arthur returned, bloodied and triumphant, carrying a severed head as a grim trophy. This is the head of a Stark, and there are too many people covering for Robb, who has already retreated with 4,000 remnants toward Riverrun. Tywin Lannister has also approached Joffrey, urging his majesty to consolidate the troops and seize the opportunity to pursue Stark while he is weary from fleeing. With a dismissive wave, Joffrey replied, "The Freys are blocking their path. With only 4,000 men, we cannot breach Riverrun. Let them engage first, while we await the arrival of my grandfather's army." Swiftly taking charge of the city's defense, Joffrey commanded that the civilians be left undisturbed. He then plundered a substantial amount of gold and silver from the castle of Riverrun, distributing a third of it to appease the soldiers, and purchased a considerable quantity of poultry from the townsfolk to reward his troops. Because he opted to buy rather than seize, the citizens of Riverrun quickly found solace, and the entire city settled into a state of calm. By the following afternoon, Tywin's 20,000 troops arrived belatedly. Observing the stag banner flying atop the castle, Tywin furrowed his brow, pondering his thoughts. His grandson's capabilities were somewhat beyond his expectations, a stark contrast to his previous impressions. Tywin and his men reached Riverrun, where Joffrey sat comfortably in the main seat, reclining with his legs crossed. "Your Majesty, congratulations on securing the Riverlands," Tywin remarked in a neutral tone. "The Stark family has fled to Riverrun. The Freys have promised to intercept them, but my army is exhausted from battle. I wonder if my grandfather could assist in retrieving Stark's head? Your Majesty, the forces from the Westerlands have just arrived at Riverrun, weary and worn. It would be prudent to rest for a day, and then strike together to dismantle House Stark, would it not?" Tywin was not one to be used as a pawn by Joffrey. Initially dismissive of this impetuous youth, Tywin had always believed Joffrey was merely fortunate in seizing the wealth of noble houses, relying on Arthur and this plundered fortune to raise an army. Once the funds were depleted, he would naturally revert to square one. However, Joffrey now made him feel that the Iron Throne was slipping beyond his grasp. "In that case, I shall take my leave for the Westerlands. As for the 100,000 golden dragons, you may keep them for your own expenses," Joffrey said. Having directly addressed Tywin as Duke now, Tywin understood. Joffrey aimed to control the entirety of the Riverlands. The land there is flat and fertile, with a favorable climate, making it ideal for cultivation. Yet, it is also devoid of natural defenses, rendering it a granary for all sides in times of war. Very well. I shall return to the Westerlands, and you may keep that 100,000 golden dragons. I shall not require it, Tywin replied, having already expended at least 500,000 golden dragons since the campaign began. He could not discern whether Joffrey was being miserly or attempting to irritate him. After a day's rest in Riverrun, Joffrey assembled his forces and set off towards Riverrun. At that moment, Robb was directing the siege and was now in a state of panic. His greatest reliance on the Carhold was inaccessible, as they were blocked at Riverrun, leaving him with only the option of defeat should the city remain unconquered. Charge forth and seize Riverrun, bestow upon him the title of Earl, and grant him a castle as reward. During the retreat, Robb's forces dwindled to just over 3,000. A daunting task lay ahead to conquer Riverrun, defended by 4,000 men. Witnessing the desperate assault of his troops, Robb's heart gradually succumbed to despair. He had made numerous blunders, proclaiming himself king, breaking off an engagement, and more. He initially sought to secure his position through the Vale of Arryn. However, the betrayal by House Frey dealt him a severe blow. He had overestimated himself. In his youth, he believed that all should revolve around him, for he was the king in the north. At this moment, Joffrey had positioned himself behind the Northmen's forces, observing their siege without haste. Instead, he commanded his troops to encircle their retreat. According to Loras's account, Joffrey realized that the North's population was far smaller than he had anticipated, merely 500,000, even less than the populace of King's Landing. The political structure of Westeros dictated Joffrey's strategy. The king grants vast lands and powers to the great lords, who, in turn, provide armies and resources to the crown. Great lords bestow lands and castles upon lesser lords, who owe military service to their superiors. Lesser lords offer land for cultivation to farmers, who in return provide crops and labor, including military service. Robb had rallied 20,000 men for this campaign, yet under normal circumstances, the North could muster only 5,000. Perhaps even fewer. According to Loras, this expedition had nearly gathered all available fighting men, leaving vast fields of wheat to rot in the earth. Joffrey intended to wait until the Northmen had suffered significant losses before instructing Loras to conclude the conflict, decisively capturing the nobles and rendering the North exceedingly vulnerable, thus facilitating the establishment of a military base in the region. Loras, it is your turn to tidy up the aftermath. I have promised Sansa to spare her brother. You know what must be done. Loras retained 5,000 men, and alongside the 4,000 from House Frey, annihilating the Northmen posed no challenge. Naturally, House Bolton was aware of Joffrey's intentions and had no plans to spare Robb. With Loras's arrival on the battlefield, the North was swiftly overwhelmed, soldiers scattering in disarray, while the nobles of the North were ordered to be executed by Loras Bolton and Walder Frey. Thus, the War of the Five Kings was thoroughly quelled, save for the King of the Iron Islands, whose population was even less than that of the North. But that was a concern for Joffrey to disregard, leaving it as a headache for the newly appointed Duke of the North. Speaking of which, the situation for the new Warden of the North was far from favorable, as he had to contend with the resurgence of northern nobles while also expelling the Ironborn marauders. Joffrey temporarily encamped at Riverrun, with further matters to deliberate. At this moment, Joffrey convened with Walder Frey and Loras Bolton in the Hall of Riverrun. Now that the northern army has been completely vanquished, I shall appoint you as the new Duke of the North. However, I must express my doubts regarding your capability to stabilize the North. I have received word from the Night's Watch that 100,000 wildlings are advancing towards the wall, Joffrey stated to Loras Bolton. Luz Bolton felt a heaviness in his heart. Joffrey's words left him with a sense of betrayal, as if the bridge had been dismantled after crossing it. He feared that Joffrey would propose the same kind of treaty that governed the Crownlands. Your Majesty, I am confident I can stabilize the North. There is no need for your concern, Luz Bolton declared with unwavering resolve. This was not mere bravado. He genuinely believed he could maintain stability in the North, provided he was given sufficient time. What I seek is not merely stability, but also a resolution to the troubles at the wall. Joffrey's voice, though not loud, was imbued with an unmistakable firmness. Your Majesty, I require time and material support. If your Majesty could provide some resources, Joffrey abruptly interrupted Luz Bolton, revealing his ulterior motives. How about this? I will send 5,000 men to accompany you back to the North. 2,000 will return with you to the Drefford, while the remaining 3,000 will establish a military base at the Bay of Seals. This will provide you with substantial military assistance. What do you think? Luz Bolton's expression changed dramatically, and even Walder Frye displayed surprise. No wonder this young king had swiftly quelled the rebellions in both the north and the south. He was indeed deviously cunning. Luz Bolton's face darkened. Agreeing to such terms would effectively cede control of the Bay of Seals, leaving the north vulnerable and easily manipulated by the crown. However, judging by Joffrey's demeanor, it was evident that should he refuse, Joffrey would promptly support another noble willing to accept these conditions, especially since Sansa was Joffrey's lawful wife. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall rely on your forces," Luz Bolton replied, taking a deep breath. Joffrey smirked inwardly. Even if the north became a plaything for the crown, dukes were plentiful, and should Luz Bolton dare to refuse, Joffrey would delight in annihilating the Bolton family and replacing them with a more malleable lineage. "Very well, it is settled. I shall offer the Duke one last piece of advice. Under my name, Duke Luz can thoroughly eliminate any opposition among your nobles, and then declare the king's decrees in the north, levying only a 10% land tax and trade tax, while abolishing tariffs. This will not only stabilize the hearts of the northern populace swiftly, but I can also arrange for the caravans from King's Landing to sell you abundant supplies at a low price. What say you?" At that moment, Luz Bolton felt an overwhelming urge to confront Joffrey with violence. It was clear he intended to use him as a weapon. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was far too great. Joffrey's inquiries were merely a facade. It was a command, and disobedience meant death. Furthermore, he had already positioned himself in opposition to the northern nobles, rendering him unqualified to refuse. "Very well, the north shall comply with the king's decrees," Luz Bolton stated. Walder Frye, too, felt a pang of anxiety. He feared Joffrey might implement similar policies in the Riverlands. Most concerning was the fact that Joffrey's 20,000 soldiers were currently stationed in Riverrun. Should hostilities erupt, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Joffrey had not yet devised any plans against the Riverland nobles. A day later, Joffrey commanded Arthur to accompany Luz Bolton to the north with 8,000 men. Apprehensive that the forces might be insufficient, he added an additional 3,000 troops. Subsequently, Joffrey commenced the reckoning of the nobility in the Riverlands with the remaining 12,000 men. For 3 consecutive days, a multitude of nobles were annihilated by Joffrey under the charge of treason, allowing him to seize control of 2/3 of the territory. The Tully family's grip on the Riverlands was tenuous, thus not all nobles rallied in rebellion alongside them. Those who survived would have to await Joffrey's future retribution. On the 6th day of the long summer, Joffrey initiated his campaign from the bustling city of Runestone, strategically planning 6 towns along the route. By gradually consolidating the refugees from the Riverlands, he envisioned transforming the western side into a grand granary. Town 16 of Long Summer presented an arc that obstructed the passage from the west, preventing troops from the city of King's Landing from advancing into the Riverlands. After leaving 3,000 men to assist in the endeavor, Joffrey returned to King's Landing. After 2 days of travel, he led the remaining forces back to the capital. Upon his return, he was met by throngs of curious commoners, who had heard news of victory but could see the toll it had taken, with some already weeping openly in the streets. The local offices hastily disseminated information, declaring the losses were minimal, amounting to only a few hundred, whose remains had already been sent to the Hall of Heroes for cremation and burial. Once in the Red Keep, Sansa approached swiftly to inquire about her brother. "Is my brother still alive?" she asked. "I'm afraid not, Sansa. Walder Frye has betrayed us. Your brother and mother are dead, and the Ironborn have launched a surprise attack in the north. Your 2 younger brothers are missing and may well be dead. Without the guidance of the Green Seer, Bran's abilities remain, but survival is uncertain." Sansa's lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately she said nothing and silently retreated to her chamber. After Sansa departed, Cersei followed closely behind to find Joffrey. She pulled him close to inspect him thoroughly, only relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. "You are the king. Leave matters of war to the other noble generals. Your role is to issue commands. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand perfectly well," Joffrey replied, waving his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. Observing his irritation, Cersei chose not to press further, as she was no longer the regent. "Summon the lords and prepare for court," Joffrey instructed the Hound, who had been enjoying a rather comfortable existence of late. As the head of the Kingsguard, he was only required to maintain order in the Red Keep and oversee the ministers, particularly since newly enacted laws had seen many offenders face the wrath of the Kingsguard, instilling fear of this once noble organization. In the Great Hall, with peace established across the realms, the focus shifted towards development. "How is the manufacturing guild progressing?" Joffrey inquired. Wayne Steve, who had ascended from a minor knight to the head of the manufacturing guild, remained vigilant and industrious. acutely aware of the precariousness of his new position and the constant fear that Joffrey might one day dismiss him. Your Majesty, the manufacturing bureau has now been fully planned. Comprising 16 soap workshops, 6 wine workshops, and 1 perfume workshop, along with a facility dedicated to the production of various tools. The area within the Joffrey circle has been entirely mapped out. The rapid development was unforeseen. However, the myriad of orders from Essos has exceeded our expectations. As a continent rooted in slavery, the resources of Essos are predominantly held by the free folk and the nobility, whose immense wealth has rendered them almost oblivious to the value of money. For instance, Daenerys, having conquered the city of Astapor, uncovered nearly 20 million gold dragons, more than the entirety of the realm's treasury. Furthermore, Miss Anna has devised a method for the rapid mass production of plant-based paper, resulting in a significant increase in output. Not only the paper from the Sisters, but a plethora of other products have commenced development under the royal patronage, such as a young man who has created lipstick. This lipstick, made from natural pigments extracted from plants like beets, is devoid of pollutants and is now being manufactured with royal support, where the crown retains 60% ownership. One might think that 60% is substantial. Yet it must be noted that the land, funding, and various investments are predominantly provided by the crown. Numerous factories of this nature have sprung up across King's Landing like mushrooms after a rain. Westeros entered the Iron Age 8,000 years ago, and now, 8 millennia later. It is only under Joffrey's impetus that the seeds of capitalism begin to sprout. Once these factories are fully operational, they will represent a considerable source of tax revenue, provided that a robust taxation system is established. The rise of such factories signifies that commerce is on the brink of rapid advancement. The historical suppression of merchants was indeed a prudent decision. Driven by profit, merchants prioritized gain above all else. The ancient emperor's restraint of merchants was a calculated choice, as emperors are adept at weighing the benefits against the drawbacks. The example of a certain Eastern nation, where merchants were not adequately restrained, serves as a cautionary tale. With the capability to produce paper in abundance, it is time to commence the construction of schools. Joffrey has long embarked on the establishment of educational institutions, recognizing that education is one of the fundamental pillars of a nation. The originally planned schools could accommodate 4,000 students simultaneously. Yet a recent census revealed that this number is far from sufficient. In antiquity, families typically opted to have many children, as the survival rate from birth to adulthood was alarmingly low, plagued by hunger, disease, and warfare. Additionally, children could contribute to productivity as early as 6 years old, with younger siblings being cared for by them, and by the age of 8 or 9, they would assist with cooking and chores, while those over 10 would be expected to work in the fields. A larger family also provided a buffer against bullying. King's Landing boasts a population of 150,000, with children under the age of 12 constituting 1/3 of that number. In a place where the average lifespan is less than 40 years, men must take advantage of women's youth to procreate. Yet, in this era of diminished productivity, men are often treated as beasts of burden while women are expected to assume traditionally masculine roles. Women frequently resume labor shortly after childbirth, often leading to a substantial loss of fertility by the age of 30. To this end, Joffrey was compelled to lower the age limit from 12 to 9, swiftly planning the simultaneous construction of 8 schools. Many laborers, upon hearing that these institutions would provide free education for their children, even refused to accept their wages. Joffrey declared that the Citadel Academy would officially commence student enrollment for ages 9 to 16, with an annual tuition fee of 1 silver coin, which would cover lunch and dinner. Those who excelled academically would have the opportunity to continue their studies. He categorized the institutions into primary, secondary, and higher education levels. The primary academy, catering to ages 9 to 12, spanned 3 years, focusing on literacy in the mornings and arithmetic in the afternoons, with the school providing complimentary lunches followed by an hour of martial arts training, where students would learn basic combat skills. The secondary academy, for ages 12 to 18, lasted 6 years and incorporated subjects such as Valyrian language, politics, history, geography, biology, chemistry, and physics, alongside electives in martial arts and governance. The higher academy, for ages 15 to 18, allowed students to delve deeply into a chosen subject, with all research expenses covered by the crown, and any new findings would be rewarded with substantial bonuses from the royal treasury. The stringent admission criteria ensured that the higher academy housed the nation's elite talents. Joffrey's own limited recollection of middle school and a fraction of high school knowledge meant that students would need to pursue extensive knowledge independently. This realization struck Joffrey profoundly, as he lamented the inadequacy of his own education. Following the recruitment details, which were naturally managed by the cabinet, Joffrey merely issued commands, refraining from the actual work. After the deaths of Renly and Baelor Baratheon, Joffrey was not only the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but also the heir to Storm's End. The Stormlands, due to harsh natural conditions, relied heavily on coastal fishing for sustenance. Its geography featured numerous peninsulas and islands, with a coastline marked by intricate erosion. While the interior was dominated by steep mountains and jungles, notably the Kingswood and rainforests, covering much of the region. The climate was characterized by frequent storms, and the rivers were short and swift, with the agricultural populace primarily engaged in fishing. The Windwater River, originating in the Kingswood, flowed northward into Blackwater Bay. The military-industrial capabilities were commendably high, with the Stormlands renowned for producing superior bows and crossbows. Although the service industry lagged, it was noteworthy for its flourishing smuggling activities. Overall, the region was unsuitable for farming, and with a relatively small population, Joffrey envisioned transforming the Stormlands into an industrial hub, relocating ironworks and similar factories there. Having made his decision, Joffrey commanded the abolition of tariffs between the Stormlands and the Crownlands, merging them into a single entity known as the Crownlands. Your Majesty, I fear no noble from the Stormlands would agree to this, Tyrion remarked. Noble? The cabinet ministers are not nobles. They are merely traitors yet to be brought to justice. Joffrey retorted, casting a pointed look at Tyrion. Tyrion took a deep breath, understanding Joffrey's intentions. With a careless move, Westeros could once again descend into chaos. In the year of origin, October, Joffrey elevated the commoner Pompey to the rank of general of the kingdom, commanding an army of 10,000 to quell the dying struggles of the nobility in the Stormlands. By November of the same year, the Stormlands were fully integrated into the realm of King's Landing. The relocation of numerous factories and the swift implementation of beneficial policies and resource influx rapidly quelled the unrest in the Stormlands. Concurrently, news arrived from the north, indicating that the military fortress near the Bay of Carlin was nearly completed, and the Ironborn had been thoroughly driven out. After slaying a considerable number of northern nobles, Loras Tyrell precariously assumed the role of Guardian of the North. At this juncture, the North and the Riverlands had effectively fallen under Joffrey's dominion. With King's Landing and the Stormlands entirely under his control, Joffrey expanded his army to 50,000, all fully professional soldiers. The North boasted 10,000, and the Riverlands 15,000, while the integration of the Stormlands allowed for a garrison of 25,000 in King's Landing. Joffrey's maneuvers instilled a sense of unease among the nobles of the Westerlands and the Reach, whilst the Vale, relying on the natural defenses of the Bloodgate, remained apathetic to external matters, and Dorne similarly observed from its unique geographical position. Fortunately, after concluding matters in the Stormlands, Joffrey refrained from further actions, granting a momentary relief to the other nobles. Thus, Westeros found itself in an unusual state of peace. Due to Joffrey's policies, a multitude of merchants began to circulate, creating a fleeting sense of prosperity, although the incessant communication among the ravens hinted at the tumult beneath the placid surface. At the Red Keep, a 4-meter-high giant lay sleeping on the balcony. The climate of King's Landing, influenced by the monsoon, often brought gentle breezes, and the castle, situated by the sea, featured numerous ocean-facing balconies. Joffrey reclined beside the giant, lounging in a rocking chair while listening to Varys' report. Peter Baelish had been persuading Olenna to marry her granddaughter to him, yet the recent actions of His Majesty left Olenna hesitant, fearful of Joffrey's potential aggression towards the nobility of the Reach. As Joffrey savored the grapes peeled by Sansa, he inadvertently brushed his lips against her finger, causing her ears to flush crimson. Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, I am well aware of her, a shrewd elder. If she is indeed as astute as the rumors suggest, she should take the initiative to approach me. Varys' lips twitched, for the Reach was immensely prosperous, capable of mustering an army of over 100,000 in full strength, while King's Landing possessed only 50,000 new recruits. Nevertheless, Varys remarked, of course, no one stands as a rival to your Majesty. He continued, Peter has relayed that Olenna has relented. She intends to bring her granddaughter, Marjorie Tyrell, to King's Landing for a discussion with you. Understood, have her notify me upon arrival, Joffrey replied casually. Meanwhile, Sansa continued to tenderly feed Joffrey, seemingly indifferent to her own position as queen. Varys bowed and took his leave. Just then, a member of the Kingsguard entered and informed Joffrey, Your Majesty, Lord Imran has arrived. Imran, the emissary from Braavos, visited Joffrey almost monthly to discuss trade matters. Allow him to enter. Imran approached the balcony and immediately laid eyes upon the giant. Oh my, it has grown larger again. Each time I visit the Red Keep, it seems to expand further. Ha ha ha, Bemin has quite the appetite. I wonder just how large he will become, Joffrey remarked. Imran approached Joffrey, initially offering praise for Sansa, then conveyed the news. Reports from Pintos indicate that Daenerys has plundered the wealth of the Great Masters and is now sailing toward Slavers Bay aboard a grand vessel. Upon hearing this, Joffrey was momentarily taken aback. Has the Mother of Dragons indeed commenced her journey towards Slavers Bay? I understand now. Your information is timely, and I am greatly appreciative. The soap orders from Bravos have arrived early. Not only Bravos, but the entirety of Essos is now aware of the various specialties of Westeros, with soap being the most requested item. By the way, how has my request fared? I regret to inform you that we cannot inquire into the affairs of the House of Black and White, nor have we gathered any news regarding Miss Arya. Imran replied apologetically. After discussing some trade details, Imran took his leave. Joffrey reclined in his rocking chair, holding Sansa, contemplating his next course of action. Gunpowder, germs, and steel. Westeros has only just begun to settle, and Joffrey is reluctant to reignite war. Moreover, the royal fleet lacks sufficient ships for maritime conflict. Daenerys will likely linger in Slavers Bay for several years, granting him ample time for development. The granaries of the Riverlands have largely fallen under his control, and the remaining territories will soon be secured. Westeros possesses saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, alongside wildfire, a substance akin to gunpowder. With Joffrey's guidance, various technologies shall progress rapidly. As Sansa trembled in his embrace, Joffrey reached a resolution. After Daenerys captures the 3 cities of Slavers Bay, the new and old Giscari will join forces to continuously create difficulties for her. Joffrey's plan is to emulate the actions of the old Americans, persistently supplying the slave owners with weapons and provisions. In his past life, Joffrey studied electromechanical engineering, a discipline that included a course on materials for mechanical engineering. The first chapter covered various aspects of steel, and as a fresh university student, untainted by the vices of academia, he recalled the material quite vividly. After several days of discussions with the blacksmiths, they cleared the fog of confusion, significantly enhancing King's Landing's ironworking techniques. Coupled with the water-powered trip hammers constructed along the Blackwater River, the daily output of iron surged to astonishing levels. The most immediate outcome was that 50,000 soldiers were gradually equipped with armor and weaponry. June 29, Year 2. Over 6 months have passed, and the situation in Westeros has undergone a monumental transformation. Joffrey has issued edicts to standardize measurements and reduce tariffs across regions. He established a calendar of 12 months, each comprising 28 days, with each day divided into 24 hours. Of course, this system is not without its inaccuracies. Joffrey employed rudimentary methods to ascertain time, which undoubtedly introduced significant discrepancies, requiring gradual refinement. Littlefinger was manipulated by Joffrey, resulting in the fall of the Vale. The region subsequently fell into the hands of the crown, and both Baelish and Lysa were executed by Joffrey on charges of murder and treason. The nobility of the Vale vehemently resisted Joffrey's reforms, yet they were easily vanquished by the royal army. The casualty rate reached an astonishing 1 to 14, meaning that for every 4 soldiers from the Vale, only 1 soldier from King's Landing was lost. In truth, Joffrey was dissatisfied with this casualty rate, as his army had undergone rigorous training, practicing 5 days with 2 days of rest, enjoying daily meat, along with a variety of eggs and dairy, supplemented by superior weaponry. Nonetheless, the loss ratio was still a concerning 1 to 4. Joffrey understood that despite the regimented training and strict discipline, the chaos of battle often left many inexperienced soldiers in a state of panic. Furthermore, the complexity of his army's divisions led to initial disarray in the coordination between different military units. There were even instances where archers and crossbowmen, in their confusion, misinterpreted the signals and shot indiscriminately. However, after enduring several battles, the infantry, pikemen, archers, and crossbowmen adapted to multi-unit combat, as such operations primarily relied on discipline. Notably, the special units, such as heavily armored infantry and cavalry that Joffrey had secretly trained, were not deployed, as the war concluded before their involvement. In the north, reforms were instituted directly, abolishing the autonomy of the various nobles while retaining their titles, albeit without the right of inheritance. Joffrey appointed Roose Bolton as the kingdom's general, commanding a standing army of 10,000 in the north, with all military salaries and provisions supplied by the crown. He established military districts across the realm, separating military authority from civil governance, while also creating civilian courts. Not all nobles resisted the reforms with violence. Many yielded willingly, prompting Joffrey to assign them various official positions and promote emerging officials from the common folk, thus achieving a semblance of balance. In time, these new and old noble classes were destined to evolve into the aristocracy of the realm. To curb land consolidation, Joffrey instituted a regulation capping individual land ownership at 100 years, after which the land would revert to the crown. Transactions of land required local government certification. With a tax of 1/10 of the land's value payable to the crown, Joffrey recognized the incompleteness of these new policies. Yet he acknowledged the impossibility of creating a flawless system, and thus committed to continual refinement and improvement. Concurrently, the loss of autonomy among numerous nobles led many scholars to depart from the citadel, seeking to secure positions under Joffrey's rule. These scholars were not loyal to the nation as a whole, but rather to the lords of the castles they served. Their allegiance was not to individual lords, but to the office of the castle lord. For instance, upon a change of lord, the scholars were expected to pledge their loyalty to the new master. Ideally, scholars should remain politically neutral. Even if a lord betrayed the crown, they were expected to continue their service. Certainly, there exist certain exceptional cases. For instance, the esteemed scholar Pycelle has repeatedly expressed his unwavering loyalty to House Lannister, while the loyalty of Ser Jorah Mormont of White Harbor is met with skepticism from his lord. After all, scholars are but human, and when presented with the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the newly affluent and wield authority, it is only natural that some would be tempted. The Citadel has attempted to impose restrictions. However, many are willing to sever ties with it in pursuit of power. Similarly, Joffrey has promised that should any scholar choose to align with him, he would offer protection and positions of influence. At this juncture in Westeros, the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Storelands have coalesced, all coming under Joffrey's direct control. Leveraging the burgeoning industries and commercial taxes, Joffrey has reduced land taxes to 1/12 and abolished various convoluted taxes, such as the poll tax. Nonetheless, all newborns must be registered at the local office, with a fee of 40 copper coins for their birth registration. Due to the convenience of paper, Joffrey instituted a household registration system, mandating that every individual possess a registration. Otherwise, they would be deemed unregistered and ineligible for various child-rearing subsidies. Additionally, the implementation of a collective responsibility system has significantly enhanced urban security. In the span of 6 months, a plethora of new policies has been enacted, leaving the common folk somewhat disoriented, as they now face an abundance of new challenges. Yet, the markedly improved quality of life renders them hesitant to voice their grievances, fearing a return to the bleak and numbing days of yore. They are loath to relinquish the comfort of daily meals, free weekend theater, and 3 years of complimentary education for their children. In the Red Keep, the towering figure of the giant, known as the Imp, erupted in uproarious laughter that reverberated throughout the castle. The cause of his merriment was his sudden appearance, which startled Tyrion into a seated position. Tyrion wiped the cold sweat from his brow, for the giant had a penchant for lurking beneath the balcony and startling passers-by. "Damn it, Imp, you remain as insufferable as ever. Perhaps I should procure some female monkeys to keep you occupied," Tyrion shouted in exasperation. "Huh, uncle. I doubt you could find a female monkey as large as the Imp," Joffrey chuckled in response. Although the giant was colossal, he was still not yet a year old. Moreover, having not been born in his natural habitat, he posed no real threat here, allowing him to engage in mischief without restraint. With a sigh, Tyrion poured himself a glass of wine and settled beside his elder sister. "Sister, you appear to have aged considerably less. It seems these days have been quite easy for you, unlike me, who has already begun to sprout gray hair. 7 gods, am I destined to perish from exhaustion?" Cersei cast a sidelong glance at Tyrion. "Do not indulge in self-pity. Who does not know you are the all-powerful hand of the king?" Upon hearing Cersei's sardonic tone, Tyrion promptly retorted, "What do you mean by all-powerful? I warn you against defaming me. Otherwise, we shall no longer be siblings, but rather plaintiff and defendant." Gazing at the smiling Joffrey, Tyrion turned to point at Cersei, exclaiming, "She slanders me. She maligns my character." After Cersei relinquished her power and devoted her attention entirely to Joffrey, the relationship between her and Tyrion improved significantly, though her disdain for her dwarf brother remained unchanged. Without further jesting, Tyrion broached the matter at hand. "The flintlock muskets you mentioned are already in prototype. I can scarcely believe it. If we could procure a substantial quantity, I could surely have my father searching for his teeth." Cersei's expression darkened. "That is our father, Joffrey's grandfather. You little imp." Despite her awareness that her son and father were destined for conflict, Cersei, having witnessed Joffrey's various inventions, comprehended that Tywin would be no match for Joffrey, and could only implore him to spare Tywin's life, especially since they had not yet severed ties. Once the gunpowder was developed, Joffrey directly sketched a rough design of the flintlock muskets, subsequently explaining their function and various avenues of research to the Ministry of Works before casting the matter aside. In fact, it was not merely the musket designs. Joffrey similarly discarded vague blueprints for treasure ships, steam engines, and various artillery pieces from the Ming dynasty. In essence, Joffrey would propose a concept, and the ministry would labor tirelessly to produce a tangible result, reaping substantial rewards for success, while mere survival in the face of failure sufficed. Although iron smelting technology had seen little advancement over 8 millennia, a wealth of experience had been accumulated, coupled with the Royal Library's accessibility to all personnel, which facilitated rapid progress in steel technology, laying the groundwork for the production of firearms. If the trial shoots prove successful, we shall commence production immediately, maintain strict confidentiality, and establish a specialized military factory, heavily guarded by the elite troops, Joffrey commanded. Firearms were of paramount importance, with their emergence, alongside the solidified wildfire already developed. The threat posed by the White Walkers seemed trivial, with the support of King's Landing, an abundance of resources, and the exiled nobles dispatched to the wall. Coupled with an elite force of 10,000 from the north, it was asserted that even if the Night King were to approach, he would be left powerless without dragons, merely enduring blows from below. As for the steam engine and treasure ships, the latter had already been constructed, exceeding initial expectations in size. Measuring 127 meters in length and 57 meters in width, Joffrey's countenance brightened. The treasure ship, akin to the flagship of Zheng He's maritime expeditions, could weather tumultuous storms. Akin to an aircraft carrier in the realm of Westeros, capable of shattering any adversary it encountered. Yet, the cost was considerable. Each treasure ship required approximately 200,000 gold dragons, not accounting for subsequent maintenance and other investments. And what of the steam engine? Could it be installed on the treasure ship as its propulsion? Joffrey inquired. Tyrion shook his head. According to that ancient fellow, the energy efficiency of the steam engine is woefully inadequate to propel the treasure ship across the seas. We would likely need a steam engine as large as the vessel itself. Upon hearing this, Joffrey let out a sigh. Despite rapid advancements, there remain significant shortcomings in various aspects. Take the steam engine, for instance. Its inefficiency likely stemmed from poor sealing and the tendency of its casing to deform under high temperatures. Thus, it was decided to install a smaller steam engine to serve as auxiliary power, while the primary reliance would still be on manpower and sails. Daenerys had already seized control of Astapor and acquired 13,600 unsullied, 8,000 of whom were fully trained, while the remainder were still in training. She had commenced her campaign against Meereen. After draining his cup of wine, Tyrion began discussing the intelligence regarding the slave base. When the news reached us, she had likely already taken action, Joffrey remarked. Tyrion added, her dragons remain a formidable threat. It is said they have already grown to 10 meters in length. Joffrey responded dismissively, there is no cause for concern regarding the dragons. No matter how swiftly they grow, can they outpace Bemin? My greatest apprehension lies with a dragon that behaves as clumsily as a duck. Should it dare to breathe fire in close proximity, Bemin could easily rend it apart. Tyrion regarded Bemin with skepticism. The great dragon possesses sharp claws, armored scales, the ability to breathe fire, and the gift of flight, while Bemin is merely a mischievous, foul-smelling monkey. Joffrey had never permitted Bemin to partake in war. In the minds of many, Bemin was simply a highly intelligent ape, and even the children of King's Landing were unafraid of him. Do not doubt, I cannot ascertain the full extent of Bemin's strength. But tearing apart the dragon you speak of would be as effortless for him as tearing through 3 barrels of fruit and meat, Joffrey asserted. Bemin, much like humans, was an omnivore, consuming anything and everything, truly a king of gluttony. With Joffrey's affirmation, Tyrion ceased to dwell on the matter, recognizing that Bemin's muscular physique was indeed persuasive. What course shall we take? Shall we send troops to vex Daenerys? Or shall we provide weapons and provisions to the slave masters to irritate her? Tyrion inquired. For it was inconceivable that King's Landing would remain passive while Daenerys continued to strengthen her position. Patience. Daenerys has only just acquired Astapor. Once she has captured the 3 cities of the slave bays, we shall act, Joffrey instructed. Why not eliminate her while she is still vulnerable and not fully developed? Tyrion questioned, somewhat perplexed. With what means would you propose to vanquish her? Do you expect Meereen and Yunkai to assist? They rely solely on mercenaries and slave soldiers for warfare. Do you truly believe they can contend with the Unsullied? Or shall we send our own forces to Meereen and Yunkai? Setting aside whether we possess sufficient ships, even if we did, I would not engage in maritime warfare unless the engineers produce artillery, Joffrey replied. Tyrion pondered Joffrey's words thoughtfully. I had assumed they would boast a substantial regular army. If that is not the case, shall we then provide them with weapons and provisions? Not provide. Rather, we shall sell. Joffrey continued. The slave masters of Meereen and Yunkai can only rely on a war of attrition to wear down Daenerys, which will undoubtedly consume vast amounts of resources. We can capitalize on this opportunity to amass great wealth from the war, and perhaps even establish a military base in Essos. Simultaneously, the multitude of slaves liberated by Daenerys would become destitute wanderers, incapable of aiding her and potentially hindering her endeavors. We are not merely supplying resources to the slave masters. We can also provide them to Daenerys, thus profiting from both sides. Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment at the existence of such treachery in the world. Joffrey's maneuvers, while remarkable in the realm of Game of Thrones, echo the classic strategies employed by the United States in our world. In the realm of Game of Thrones, various factions engage in warfare, accompanied by merchant caravans. Although the victors may not harm the defeated merchants, plunder is still a possibility. To exploit both sides, formidable military strength is required. Yet in Westeros, no merchant possesses such power. The same principle applies in Essos, where large-scale warfare is virtually absent. Save for the Dothraki's pillaging and the minor skirmishes between Volantis and Braavos. However, with the outbreak of war between the slave masters and Daenerys, Joffrey, possessing a fleet of ships, naturally gained significant military backing, as the slave masters would not desire allies for Daenerys. After suffering the sting of the firelock, Daenerys would have no choice but to engage and trade with Joffrey. Indeed, Joffrey intended to produce some firelocks for sale in Essos, undoubtedly superior to bows and arrows. With a plethora of buyers eager for such revolutionary weaponry, Uncle, from this moment on, strictly regulate the saltpeter within our territory. We will be manufacturing firearms en masse. He declared, I understand, and I shall personally oversee this matter. Tyrion, acutely aware of the stakes, nodded solemnly in agreement. The Department of Engineering unveiled the pinfire breech-loading gun, astonishing Joffrey, who held a completed model in his hands. Armed with knowledge from his previous life, he had bypassed the firelock stage entirely and opted for granulated black powder. To his surprise, the engineering department managed to produce the pinfire breech-loading gun within 6 months, utilizing fixed ammunition. The department comprised not only craftsmen but also alchemists from King's Landing, who took pride in their mastery of wildfire formulations. However, the advent of gunpowder left them astounded, as Joffrey had provided the optimal composition for gunpowder, thus accelerating its development significantly compared to the past. Granulated black powder proved not only more stable than wildfire but also more versatile, captivating the interest of the alchemists, or rather, the chemists of King's Landing. After signing servitude contracts, they joined the engineering department for research, with some zealots even attempting to blend wildfire into gunpowder, likely leading to their untimely demise. The breech-loading flintlock gun measured 11 inches in length and weighed 46 ounces, employing a rifled barrel and fixed paper cartridge technology, with Joffrey aiming through the sights. With a resounding bang, the target located 150 meters away was felled to the ground, prompting the onlookers to rush for inspection. By the 7, could it pierce through his plate armor? 150 meters? Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the weapon's power far exceeded his expectations. Joffrey, equally elated, noted that the breech-loading gun significantly enhanced the reloading speed. In the early 19th century, the technology for fixed ammunition had yet to emerge, and the majority of firearms were muzzle loaders. During combat, soldiers were required to first pour in gunpowder, followed by the insertion of solid projectiles, and then tamp down the powder. Subsequently, flintlocks replaced matchlocks, yet the firing rate remained at an impressive 23 rounds per minute. Meanwhile, smoothbore and rifled guns were employed in warfare. However, prior to the advent of fixed ammunition, the poor ceiling of breech-loading guns meant that muzzle loaders continued to dominate the battlefield. Although fixed paper cartridges were costly, they addressed the issues of slow loading and the oversized diameter of rifle bullets, laying the groundwork for modern rifles. How is the mass production progressing? Joffrey inquired. Upon hearing this, Gullo's face momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment. Your Majesty, disregarding the ammunition, it takes us 3 months to produce a single firearm. Joffrey was taken aback. You cannot be telling me it takes 3 months to create such a gun? Gullo hastily clarified. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. The one in your hand contains many components that were painstakingly crafted after countless failures. Our steam and water-powered machines lack precision and do not meet the required standards. Gullo then instructed an assistant to bring forth a flintlock rifle. Your Majesty, this is the mass production model. The one you hold is, to be precise, the final prototype of the production model. Joffrey examined the firearm in his hand, noticing its noticeably rougher craftsmanship. What is the performance of this weapon? He asked. It is significantly inferior. Beyond 100 meters, it only has a precision rate of less than 50, achieving a hit rate of 97 only within 30 meters, Gullo responded. This flintlock employed breech-loading and fixed ammunition technology, but due to inadequate gas sealing, the fixed paper cartridge's primer was made from solid quickmatch. Is that satisfactory? How about the production rate? Joffrey queried. Thanks to the steam machines, the output of this flintlock is quite high. We can produce dozens in a day. However, the challenge lies in the production of fixed paper ammunition. Joffrey remarked, in that case, do not rush to produce firearms and ammunition just yet. Focus first on researching how to mass-produce the initial weapon. After pondering for a moment, he continued, the Ministry of Works should first assist the cabinet in establishing a production line for matchlocks and flintlocks, using smoothbore and muzzle-loading ammunition for sale at Slave Bay. Subsequently, Joffrey approached the steam machine, a colossal apparatus towering over a person. Gullo, if you find it difficult to control, you may install a gauge to monitor pressure changes. This will require your own research, as I am not knowledgeable in that area. Additionally, expedite the study of rubber. I will allocate an extra 1 million gold dragons for this purpose. Rubber has extensive applications, so please exert more effort. Joffrey began to comprehend why leaders in his previous life often pressed their subordinates. He realized that, after a few words of encouragement, employees tended to hasten their pace. Although there were many lucrative products available for production, the national treasury rarely exceeded 1 million gold dragons. Especially given that essentials like the curved plow and chemical fertilizers were still insufficient for domestic use and could not be sold externally. The Wangling ship, as inspected by Joffrey, showcased commendable progress in the engineering department's research. Although Westeros had languished in the Iron Age for 8 millennia, it had not emerged devoid of any advancements. Rather, it had accumulated a wealth of technology that was now flourishing with remarkable rapidity. On his way to the shipyard, Joffrey inquired about the conditions in the Westlands, the Riverlands, and Dorne. Is no one attempting to replicate our soap? Joffrey pondered, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. What we can ascertain is that both the Westlands and the Riverlands are certainly aware of the soap-making process. It is far too simple. Yet, astonishingly, no family has ventured to sell soap. It is truly remarkable that they can resist the immense profits it could yield. Joffrey expressed his surprise. In the world of Game of Thrones, there are no patent protections. However, equally, there is no legal safeguard for imitators, suggesting that the nobility remains quite cautious. Joffrey's centralization of power undoubtedly incited opposition among many nobles. When authority consolidates at the center, warfare is inevitable, much like the conquests of Qin Shi Huang over the 6 states. Similarly, as Joffrey's power accrued, nobles from the Westerlands, Highgarden, Dorne, the Vale, and even the North contemplated uniting against him. However, following the sweeping actions of the Wangling group against the nobles of the Vale, these nobles shifted from an offensive strategy to one of defense. Remarkably, not a single tax was withheld, as they feared providing Joffrey with any pretext for military action. Soon, Joffrey arrived at the shipyard, where a massive flat-bottomed iron vessel was moored by the banks of the Blackwater River. Seaworthy had been awaiting his arrival with his team for quite some time. The sight of them standing there inevitably reminded Joffrey of his days as a summer intern, turning screws in early morning meetings. Your Majesty, welcome to the King's Landing shipyard. This inaugural treasure ship, developed through our research, eagerly awaits your naming, Seaworthy respectfully declared. He had been managing this shipyard when one day, the King's emissaries announced its nationalization. Observing the congratulatory expressions on the faces of the Golden Company guards, he felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. This shipyard had been passed down through generations, providing sustenance for his family. Without a word, the decision to nationalize was made, and the guards wore smiles that only deepened his distress. Yet, confronted by those clad in the livery of the Golden Company, wielding embroidered spring sabers, he dared not resist, initially fearing he would be left destitute. He was relieved when the guards informed him that the king would not only pay 500,000 gold dragons, but also allow him to continue working at the shipyard. Upon witnessing the 100-meter-long behemoth, Joffrey was profoundly impressed, feeling an exhilarating sense of power, as if he could command the seas at will. Excellent. Rewards Seaworthy with 1,000 gold dragons, the remaining designers with 500 gold dragons each, and the shipyard workers with 100 gold dragons, he proclaimed. Seaworthy beamed with joy. 1,000 gold dragons was no trifling sum. Let us name her the Wangling ship. In the coming days, personnel from the engineering department will arrive to install the ship's artillery. I trust you will cooperate fully, aiming for her official launch within a fortnight. Secor had heard of the naval cannon developed by the Ministry of Engineering, which could launch iron balls encased in solid wildfire over a distance exceeding 1,500 meters. Such peculiar occurrences seemed to multiply with each passing year. On July 17, 202, today marks the official commissioning of the Wangling ship, with numerous officials, nobles, and commoners gathering to witness the event. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the Wangling, a colossal vessel that commanded the sea, leaving no room for those who would dare to speak against us. Indeed, A ship over 100 meters in length exists. I may be deemed insignificant, yet my nation has achieved such greatness. If this vessel were employed for fishing, imagine the bountiful harvest of large catches it could secure. The common folk buzzed with excitement, as an unparalleled sense of security enveloped the capital, which, being a coastal city, relied heavily on maritime strength for its very existence. The Wangling carried 500 naval personnel and was equipped with 32,001 shipborne cannons. Furthermore, due to its flat-bottomed design, the Wangling could sustain itself for an entire year of maritime operations. Officially named the Poseidon 001, the naval cannon boasted an effective range of 1,500 meters. With shells containing solid wildfire, gunpowder, and iron shrapnel, its explosive power could obliterate a 20-meter-long warship. Following the commissioning ceremony, Joffrey advised Secor not to rush into the construction of the next vessel, but rather to prioritize the mass production of 2,050-meter cargo ships in preparation for the impending maritime arms trade. The matchlock musket requires 23 minutes to fire a single shot, while the flintlock is somewhat superior, capable of firing 12 times in a minute. There exists a technological disparity between these two weapons, with the flintlock undoubtedly overshadowing the matchlock in terms of firepower. However, compared to the bow, the flintlock holds a significant advantage, as arrows can travel approximately 200 meters, yet their effective range hovers around 100 meters, necessitating months or even years of training for archers. In contrast, a soldier can become proficient with a matchlock musket in roughly a month, even if the musket lacks precision. It served as a means of covering fire in formations until the advent of the bolt-action rifle, especially against infantry in tight formations. The matchlock muskets could first be sold to slave owners, who were never short of manpower. Once they understand the potential of this weapon to swiftly grant combat capability to their slaves, they would undoubtedly be intrigued. A substantial contingent of armed slave soldiers equipped with matchlock muskets would no longer be subjected to one-sided slaughter when facing the unsullied formations. They could inflict considerable casualties upon them. In terms of manpower and resources, Daenerys clearly stands no chance against the slave owners. Furthermore, with Tyrion and Varys refraining from aligning with Daenerys due to Joffrey's machinations, Daenerys finds herself with only Barristan and Jorah at her disposal. And even with the addition of Grey Worm and Missandei, her forces number merely 4. Without capable administrators, Daenerys would not only face the onslaught of matchlock musket fire, but would also be hindered by a far more chaotic urban environment than depicted in the original narrative. At that moment, Joffrey approached to inform Daenerys of his willingness to sell matchlock muskets to her. Thus, Daenerys, who similarly possesses a multitude of slaves, cannot refuse. Consequently, the arms race in Slavers' Bay commences. They will undoubtedly procure a vast quantity of weapons from Joffrey, lest they be overwhelmed by the opposing faction. Following the sale of numerous matchlock guns, the battlefield will inevitably enter a state of stalemate, at which point flintlock guns may be introduced. Initially, they would be sold to the slave masters, extracting a hefty profit, and once Daenerys has depleted her funds, perhaps a generous discount could be contemplated to appease her. Arms Trade Origin, Year 2, Month 10. A significant number of matchlock guns are being loaded onto ships at King's Landing. This marks the first batch, with 6,000 pieces hastily produced over the course of 2 months. Your Majesty, matters of maritime trade should be entrusted to Vayne. There is no need for you to embark personally. Tyrion implores Joffrey. I am not in any danger. You know my capabilities. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Joffrey retorts dismissively, I am the Eternal Emperor. I am Joffrey. I shall do as I please. Much of his time since his rebirth has been spent idly in King's Landing, either playing games with Marjorie or tormenting Sansa. He is eager for new ventures, and a trip to Essos seems an excellent opportunity. Essos lies just across a narrow sea from Westeros. Although there exists a trade relationship, interaction is infrequent. It was not until Joffrey's recent reforms that a plethora of domestic products emerged, fostering greater exchange, albeit primarily with the 9 free cities. Compared to the impending transactions with the Slavers' Bay, the scale of the 9 free cities is undeniably larger. Essos, as a flourishing economic entity built on the foundation of slavery, may not boast great strength, yet it is undoubtedly a prolific source of slaves. For instance, the Unsullied from Astapor, the gladiators and pleasure slaves from Meereen, and the bed slaves from Ukai are all in high demand across the continent of Essos. Additionally, due to its unique geographical position, when the trade city-states of the West wish to venture eastward to places like Karth and Et, they must first resupply in Slavers' Bay. This expedition is escorted by the warship King S. Landing, accompanied by 150 merchant vessels and 500 crew members, including the prodigious young commander, Ser Ottos, the commercial aide Vayne Steve, and the sisters Marjorie and Anya. Uncle, one side apart, The governance of the realm will rest upon your cabinet. I trust you will administer this newly invigorated nation well. Additionally, regarding the development plan for agriculture in the north, it is imperative to expedite the mass production of meat and dairy products. Joffrey lectures Tyrion. I am well aware of this matter. I possess greater insight than you in this regard. However, the treasury is not abundant. Supporting the North's agricultural endeavors will be quite the challenge. Presently, funds are required for schools, theaters, and various research initiatives, and the treasury can only sustain operations for 5 months at most. Rest assured, dear uncle. Within 4 months at most, the first batch of trade profits will be sent back to King's Landing. Joffrey's various policies necessitate the support of the gold dragons, and relying solely on tradable goods is no longer sufficient to fund Joffrey's ambitious constructions. Essential commodities such as snowflake salt and fertilizers are in short supply and cannot be sold. The focus must be on strengthening oneself first. Reluctantly, Joffrey has turned to the Slaver's Bay for arms dealing. As for why he does not sell to the noble lords of the Westerlands, that should be obvious. Even with breech-loading rifles and smokeless powder in hand, Joffrey would never sell flintlock guns to his neighbors. With a wave of his hand, Joffrey led everyone aboard the ship, the King's Landing vessel. As the sails rose, accompanied by the shouts of the oarsmen and the roar of the steam engine, a hybrid naval flagship set sail under the gaze of tens of thousands. A month after Joffrey's departure, the time had arrived in November in the southern regions of Westeros. Still in the grip of a long summer, remained sweltering. The docks buzz with activity, the cries of porters, the shouts of merchants, and even the invitations of courtesans beckoning newly arrived traders to their abodes. Amidst the cacophony, a woman clad in a red robe stepped onto the dock. She surveyed the bustling scene, feeling that something was amiss compared to her last visit to King's Landing. Ah yes, it was the abundant horse dung, the litter, and the ever-present stench that could be detected from afar. Lady Priestess, I assume this is your first visit to this enchanting city. Am I correct? Melisandre's beauty swiftly captivated her first suitor, a ruggedly handsome mercenary appearing to be in his 30s, sporting a strong jawline adorned with a scruffy beard. I have visited King's Landing numerous times, but it seems a great deal has changed since my last visit several years ago. Melisandre did not rebuff the man's advances. She required a guide to elucidate the transformations that had taken place in King's Landing. His Majesty Joffrey is truly remarkable. Not only has King's Landing changed, but the entire Crownlands, as well as the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale, have undergone tremendous transformations. You must be a priestess of the god of light from Essos. How about we share a drink? Today the theater opens, and we could enjoy a play while immersing ourselves in the local customs of King's Landing. The mercenary was eager, enchanted by the alluring priestess from afar. He had heard that today's performance was Fago and Isolde, a poignant love story that, combined with a romantic candlelit dinner, promised to culminate in a beautiful evening. In times past, he might have taken matters into his own hands. But with Joffrey constructing theaters and initiating plans to send scholars to the countryside, a widespread wave of progressive thought had emerged. Nowadays, the merchants of the Westerlands and the Riverlands had begun to adopt the mindset of the gentry, particularly the citizens of King's Landing, who had started to embrace a sense of superiority. A drink is unnecessary. Please, show me around King's Landing. Melisandre was acutely aware of the allure her beauty held over men, particularly the vigorous mercenaries, yet she was unwilling to engage in intimate relations with any man, regardless of his handsomeness. Upon hearing her disinterest, Dario promptly lost all enthusiasm, apologizing as he declared his employer's need for him, suggesting she explore on her own before turning away. Melisandre remained unfazed. Men were consistently like this. Just as Stannis had sent her back to Dragonstone upon learning she could not communicate with the Lord of Light, she had ultimately found her own way back to the Shadowlands in search of answers. Although she still could not converse with the Lord of Light and the tides of magic had fully receded, she refused to yield, even if the magic sustaining her life was dwindling. Based on the previous prophecies and the survival of Joffrey, who had not perished from the leech's curse, Melisandre speculated that the figure in the flames might indeed be Joffrey. Thus, she resolved to seek an audience with him, even if he were not the prophesied child. As the king of the Seven Kingdoms, his support for the wall would undoubtedly prove invaluable. The Red Woman surveyed her surroundings, attempting to discern the path to King's Landing, but the throngs of dockworkers and the vastness of the area left her somewhat disoriented. My dear, you seem to be wandering aimlessly. Where might you be headed? Inquired an elderly man with streaks of gray in his hair. I am bound for the Red Keep to meet King Joffrey. The long summer is nearing its end, and the darkness of the long night approaches, with the White Walkers from the far north advancing. A hero reborn from the Lord of Light is needed to save the souls of Westeros. The old man paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. What is the long night to us? His Majesty shines brighter than the sun. And what are the White Walkers? His Majesty shall never allow them to cross the wall. His words dripped with disdain for the White Walkers. You do not understand the White Walkers. They can resurrect the dead, and their army is endless. Only a reborn hero can vanquish them and end the long night, Melisandre replied, feeling a twinge of frustration. Mortals could not fathom the terror of the White Walkers. Only witnessing them firsthand could instill true fear. The commoners daily frequently reported on the movements of the White Walkers, and the North had elite rangers monitoring their activities. The old man's voice suddenly rose, as if he were proclaiming something of great significance. A young man driving a cart happened to pass by and, noticing the old man's commotion, could not resist teasing him. Old Tom, are you boasting about your storeroom again? Be careful not to have it cleaned out. Impudent brat. I have no time for you. I'm going home. My old companion has prepared braised pork. Old Tom retorted gruffly as he walked away. The young man then turned to Melisandre. Are you here to seek refuge with relatives? Since last year, many who ventured out for survival have returned to King's Landing to stay with friends and family. I am here to consult with King Joffrey on a matter of great importance, Melisandre replied. Alas, you may not have the opportunity to meet His Majesty. He departed for Essos a month ago. The youth continued. If you are concerned about the state of the Great Wall, you should visit the Northern Wall. After all, seeing it in person far surpasses merely reading about it in the People's Daily. Trust me, the Great Wall is more breathtaking than you can imagine. Melisandre playfully twirled her hair, gazing alluringly at the young man. I am unsure how to reach the north, she confessed. The youth smiled and replied, as it happens, I have just procured a batch of frost fruit seeds from the Riverbend region to sell in the north. If you are not in a hurry, you may accompany me on my journey. By the way, my name is Kichiro. Melisandre, unperturbed by the delay, thought it best to proceed to the north, especially since she could not see Joffrey. Perhaps the true reincarnation of the Light King resided there. With this in mind, she made her decision. You may call me Melisandre. Thank you for your kindness. May I inquire how much I owe you? She asked the young man, aware that she carried little money with her. If she could travel for free, that would be even better. You need not worry about payment. The northern development is currently underway, with numerous caravans trading between the north and the south. Northern development? If I recall correctly, that area is rather barren, Melisandre remarked, her tone still certain despite her confusion. What could possibly be developed in the north? It is said that the north is vast and sparsely populated, although most areas are unsuitable for grain cultivation. There are abundant natural pastures. The government intends to divide the north into 26 natural grazing lands to significantly enhance the livestock industry, complementing the agricultural endeavors of the Riverbend region. Melisandre furrowed her brow. Since her arrival at the dock, a plethora of unfamiliar terms had emerged before her. What exactly is this government? A royal assembly? Nevertheless, she grasped the crux of the matter. The northern nobles permit the king to raise livestock on their lands? Kichiro expressed his confusion. The land belongs to the state. What concern is it of those nobles? Melisandre replied, well, approximately a year ago, the nobles of the North, Riverbend, Vale, and Stormlands had their autonomy revoked by His Majesty Joffrey. The ownership of the land now lies with the state, and everyone holds only usage rights. Will the nobles not resort to war? Melisandre inquired, astonished at the audacity of the new king to challenge the nobility. If Joffrey were to learn of this, he would surely scoff. Had it not been for the serums drawn from the blood of his ancestors, he would not have dared to initiate such a situation. Only the nobles of the Vale organized a rebellion, but the outcome was evident. Their ashes now serve as the king's watchmen beneath the blood gate. Melisandre's tone took on a peculiar note as she asked, could you recount the events that transpired in Westeros over the past 2 years? Starting with Stannis' siege of King's Landing? Certainly, but first, I need to purchase the latest issue of the People's Daily. I am eager to learn about the final battle between the Soul Emperor and the Flame Emperor, he responded. The two then made their way to the newspaper office, where Kichiro spent 5 copper coins on a newspaper. Upon opening it, he was immediately captivated, not by the anticipated showdown between the Soul Emperor and the Flame Emperor, but by the announcement that the bicycle had achieved a technological breakthrough and was ready for mass production. Regrettably, had it not been so, I would have certainly seized the opportunity to be among the first to acquire a bicycle. Melisandre inquired once more, what is a bicycle? It is a mode of transportation, allowing one to travel without the need for a horse in the future, Chico lamented, suggesting that the equestrian trade may soon dwindle. Melisandre chose not to pursue further questions. It seemed unnecessary. She followed Chico back to the inn. Shall we not depart directly? She asked. We shall set forth tomorrow. I cannot bear to miss the 8 o'clock performance of Fuego and Isolde tonight. Who knows when it will be staged again? Consequently, Chico escorted Melisandre to their room. You can make do with the floor for the night, but if you prefer to share the bed, You are welcome to join me. Melisandre was taken aback at the prospect of sleeping on the floor. She had assumed Chico would take that option himself. As for climbing into bed, she had no intention of engaging in such activities. At 8 o'clock, the Grand Theater was filled to capacity, every seat occupied, even the steps crowded with spectators. A resounding crash echoed, plunging the theater into silence. Melisandre and Chico sat side by side, curiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, the torches extinguished, leaving only the flames on stage as the curtains slowly drew back. 29 Pain, too painful. Pain, too painful. I have lost my love forever, my gaze upon the ruins. My heart has long been like drywood. Those who live in this world either cling to life or gallantly embrace death, yet in the end, it is all in vain. I shall meet her once more. She awaits at the end of the black mist, my queen, my beloved. My heart, ravaged like scorched earth. At any cost, I shall pursue this. All atrocities are justified in her name. For her, I shall certainly do so. Should the world strip me of my most exquisite possession, then destruction shall be its rightful conclusion. My thoughts are consumed by a singular desire. Only she can alleviate my myriad sufferings. Let the world hate and curse me, I care not. All shall eventually crumble until she returns to my embrace. Carmavia has long returned to dust. Amidst those ruins, our thrones shall remain majestic and eternal. I shall wrest her back from the jaws of death. No one can defy this, not even fate itself. The black mist surges forth from me, akin to a great tide. Though there may be moments of decline, we shall now surge forth unrelentingly. I recall her sinking beneath the waters, and then, Isolde, my beloved. Her departure also bore away Fuego. The fallen king has now descended. A crown lost for years, stripped from his one true love, shall be reborn from the depths of despair. The world has heartlessly cast me aside. Now, I shall repay the pain in kind. She is the sole star that watches over my long journey. Since her departure, darkness has enveloped the path ahead. It turns out that love is the gravest sin of all. Isolde is no more, leaving me to linger alone. This mist can only be unraveled by one means, Isolde. I shall surely find you. This darkness harbors no hope, no redemption, for this darkness is myself. Her eyes reflect an entire world that brings me peace and joy. The so-called specter is merely a fervent remnant clinging to desire. The vast fog signifies my boundless and unending sorrow. I shall incessantly seek and seize, until nothing remains in this world but her. My desires are remarkably simple, yet I am prepared to sacrifice everything for them. Love is both ephemeral and fragile. All that has departed lingers beside me. In this moment, it carries more weight than your very existence. Until I find fulfillment, the restless spirit shall know no peace. How cruel love can be. Yet, it possesses the power to conquer all. She shall once again stand by my side, embodying maternal grace. And I shall no longer be as desolate as ashes. I confine myself upon this fragmented throne, yearning for her return. The black mist will eventually overflow. And in due time, my triumph shall arrive. As love is withered, death no longer burdens the heart. The curse of decay is unbreakable, life persists eternally. All living beings are subjects to this truth. The entire performance lasted an hour and a half, moving countless young maidens to tears over the love shared by the two. Many expressed their desire to pursue their own romantic endeavors. Are such dramas common? Melisandre inquired with curiosity. They occur weekly, though not always centered on love. Sometimes they revolve around patriotism or other themes, yet they are invariably rich in variety. The journey from King's Landing to Slavers Bay spans approximately 2 months. But carrying a substantial amount of supplies, Joffrey estimates it will take 3 months to reach Slavers Bay. During this time, Joffrey frequently took Arianne and Myrcella soaring above the sea, astonishing the accompanying attendants. Rumors during the Battle of the North claimed Joffrey was the Lord of the Seven Gods. And it seems there may be truth to it. Arianne is fine, but Myrcella suffers from acrophobia. Each time they descend from their aerial escapades, her legs tremble, leaving her at Joffrey's mercy. On the deck, Joffrey was fishing, though not a single catch had graced his line. Myrcella peeled fruit for him and passed it over. As they passed by Volantis, Joffrey restocked on fruits to prevent scurvy. While Joffrey may be unconcerned, others are not, and fortunately, they carried saltpeter, which could be used to create ice water for preservation. Your Majesty, how much longer until we reach Slavers Bay? Arianne asked. What is the matter? Are you anxious? Joffrey patted Arianne's head. The young girl was not conventionally beautiful, merely fair, yet Joffrey was quite fond of her, especially since Arianne was willing to accompany him in various explorations. Not at all. Being by your side is never enough for me. I was just a bit curious. Arianne playfully replied. Perhaps another month. We have just arrived in the Smoking Sea. Just then, Ottos approached, declaring, Your Majesty, a fleet has been spotted ahead. It appears to be the Volantine fleet. Volantis. Joffrey set down his fishing rod. It seems to be a fleet from Volantis supporting Slaver's Bay. Essos is home to two formidable powers, Braavos, known for its lineage as the illegitimate offspring of Valyria, and Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria. In recent decades, Volantis has experienced a decline, while Braavos has flourished, engaging in lucrative lending ventures and boasting what is claimed to be the most formidable naval fleet. It is undeniable that the wealth of the Iron Bank is indeed boundless, complemented by the enigmatic House of Black and White. In this light, Braavos has emerged as the preeminent force in Essos, overshadowing Volantis. Notably, Braavos, established by former Valyrian slaves, staunchly opposes the institution of slavery, rendering it at odds with Volantis, which upholds this ancient practice. Should we engage with the Volantine Vanguard fleet, Your Majesty? Edos inquired. They have undoubtedly perceived our presence and are likely in a state of panic. Anyone would be unsettled if a colossal iron vessel suddenly appeared behind them, especially accompanied by hundreds of ships. As the commander of the Vanguard, Shuai Shot, who had been leisurely making his way towards Slaver's Bay, was abruptly informed by a soldier descending from the watchtower about a massive ship looming behind them. In a fit of frustration, he kicked the slave to the ground, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea who I am? Order the fleet to turn around and reduce speed. Bring the ship alongside." Shuai immediately commanded the fleet to reverse course and slow down. The Dragon Queen is currently at odds with all of Essos, and this unidentified fleet is likely to be allies, presenting an opportunity to find some willing souls to serve as vanguards, thereby sparing his own men from needless sacrifice. His strategy was straightforward. If it were a merchant convoy, they would inevitably be en route to Slaver's Bay to profit from the war, and he could extract some extra coin under the pretense of escorting them. If they were allies from another city-state, he could propose an alliance to mitigate his own losses. As he pondered this, he accepted a spyglass from an attendant and gazed into the distance. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill of dread coursing through him. A dense formation of ships, particularly one leading the pack that measured an astonishing 100 meters in length. How could such a grand vessel exist? Quickly, cease the turn. Increase speed and shake them off. Have all soldiers assist immediately. The fleet, which was on the verge of turning, halted its maneuver and accelerated. Shuai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had only 2,000 men aboard, keeping their movements manageable. It seemed they were preparing to flee. There was no need to pursue. Maintain our speed, Joffrey instructed, unwilling to engage with them. His primary objective was to establish a forward post at Slaver's Bay. The Volantine fleet was retreating faster than anticipated, and the heavily laden King's Landing ship quickly vanished from sight. Shuai settled into his chair, deep in contemplation about the identity of the fleet that had just passed. If it is indeed Braavos, it would be quite disconcerting, indicating that Braavos has achieved a breakthrough in shipbuilding technology. Even if the costs are exorbitant, the Iron Bank possesses the financial resources to accommodate such expenditures. Consequently, it is likely that Volantis would no longer stand as a rival to Braavos. The most pressing question at this juncture is the objective of the Braavosi fleet. Is it to support Daenerys, the mother of dragons, in her endeavor to abolish slavery? That seems improbable, as it would position them against the entirety of Essos. Even Braavos itself merely refrains from practicing slavery. As for whether the fleet truly belongs to Braavos, Huey had never entertained the thought, for in his understanding, only Braavos could construct vessels of such magnitude. A month later, outside Meereen, in Daenerys' encampment, Yora, Barristan, and Grey Worm were deliberating strategies for an assault on Meereen. In truth, Yora and his companions did not advocate for an offensive against the other two cities of Slaver's Bay. After Daenerys captured Astapor, she executed nearly 200 slave masters, plunging Astapor into chaos. A multitude of slaves found themselves idle, incessantly draining Daenerys' resources, while finances could be managed. The pressing issue was the scarcity of food. Slaver's Bay had once been ravaged by the fires of Valyria, with salt strewn upon the fertile fields, rendering the land suitable for agriculture exceedingly limited, making self-sufficiency a daunting challenge. Typically, food was procured from the agricultural nation of the Lazarene. But with the supply routes severed by the actions of the Yunkai, Daenerys' ambition to dismantle the institution of slavery had offended many, including the Dothraki slave traders. As Daenerys herself articulated, with 200,000 slaves in the city, she possessed 200,000 reasons to launch an attack, yet equally, there were 200,000 reasons to provoke various factions. Though Daenerys had triumphed over the Yunkai in open battle, she chose not to enter the city after their surrender, instead leading tens of thousands of dependents northward to Meereen. Over 200,000 slaves were divided into two groups. Some returned to Astapor, while others opted to follow Daenerys north. Although they claimed to wish to join Daenerys in her fight against slavery, The reality was that their primary concern was the fear of starvation should they part ways with her. This situation resulted in Daenerys' forces becoming exceedingly unwieldy. Comprising a total of 60,000 individuals reliant on sustenance, yet only 8,000 unsullied and 5,000 free men, hastily trained by Barristan, were truly capable of combat. However, Daenerys remained undeterred. Her greatest reliance had never been on her army, but rather on the aerial supremacy of her dragons. As a teenage leader, a queen, and the last of the Targaryens, Daenerys wielded 8,000 unsullied, 5,000 free men, and 3 dragons, undoubtedly fostering a sense of inflated confidence, a psychological shift that was unavoidable. Even Joffrey, who was well acquainted with the unfolding narrative, could not suppress his arrogance after acquiring the blood of his homeland. For instance, during wartime, he recklessly sought to eliminate the nobles of the King's Landing, a course of action that would have almost certainly led to his demise. Yet, he alleviated the pressure by incinerating Stannis' ship with his fiery gaze. If one were to assert that Joffrey's advantage lies in the blood of his homeland, then Daenerys' boon is undoubtedly her 3 dragons and that extraordinary fate. Grey Worm remarked, "In Meereen, there are no back alleys. If they merely shut the city gates, we will have no choice but to mount a direct assault." Barristan, his brow furrowed, reflected that although he had once been among the finest knights of Westeros, the current situation seemed to necessitate a forceful approach. The stout walls of Meereen, bolstered by a continuous influx of external support, made the prospect daunting, especially with the vanguard from Volantis having recently arrived at the city. At that moment in Essos, a unsullied entered. "My lord, we have received word from the Bay of Slavers. The slave masters have reinstated slavery and sent out distress signals to various factions." Jacko Cow leads over 5,000 Dothraki screamers towards the bay. Yura and Barristan displayed no surprise. They had evidently anticipated such an outcome. Truth be told, attempting to abolish slavery in Essos was indeed a fanciful notion. However, with the Queen's resolve firmly established, they felt it prudent to remain silent. For her intentions were clearly inscribed upon her countenance. Exchanging a glance, both men reached a silent consensus. Retreating to the bay was not an option. Should their forces turn back, they would be caught between Meereen and the bay. "Let us leave 1,000 unsullied to guard our rear. We must swiftly seize Meereen, lest we find ourselves trapped," Yura advised Barristan. Barristan nodded solemnly. They had no choice but to press on against Meereen. At that moment, within the city, there were 20,000 slave soldiers and 3,000 regular troops. The thought of anyone attempting to liberate the slaves had never crossed their minds, resulting in a scant number of regular forces in the bay, primarily comprising slave soldiers and mercenaries. Meereen also boasted 2,000 mercenaries, all armored cavalry. To conquer Meereen, the true enemy consisted of merely 2,000 mercenaries and 3,000 regular troops. As for the slave soldiers, it would be a triumph if they did not flee before the unsullied phalanx. Moreover, it was likely that the slave soldiers were ill-equipped. 8,000 unsullied should suffice to take Meereen, albeit with some casualties. Perhaps we could navigate the sewers. Meereen's sewer system is extensive. We might incite a rebellion among the gladiators within the city to seize the gates, Grey Worm proposed. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. If we can open the city gates, the unsullied need not besiege the walls, but can instead storm the city to eliminate the enemy. Barristan's eyes gleamed with hope. Should this strategy succeed, it would indeed minimize their losses. Subsequently, Grey Worm selected 23 of the most formidable unsullied, cautioning them before stealthily making their way towards the sewers of Meereen, while Yura and Barristan hurried to inform Daenerys of this plan. The nobles of Meereen, fortified behind their walls, secured the city gates, utterly unaware that someone would dare to infiltrate their sewers. As Meereen faced off against Daenerys, the King's Landing fleet had already chosen a harbor 100 miles south of the bay. They had originally arrived a day earlier, but Joffrey had meandered along the coastline between Astapor and the bay, ultimately selecting a water droplet-shaped promontory as their docking point. The terrain is flat, making it suitable for serving as a dock and establishing a forward base. Joffrey named it Waterdrop Fortress, marking the first military installation established in Essos. Such a formidable fleet naturally attracted attention, and the first to notice was a grain merchant from the Lazarene. Marcello Verna, to be precise, was a prince, leading a tribe of 2,000, a significant number among the Lazarene. After this harvest, he intended to sell a portion of the grain to acquire weapons. Marcello was perplexed as to why his kin lacked the courage to resist the horsemen. After much contemplation, he surmised it might be due to the absence of superior weaponry. Originally, this stockpile of grain was meant to be exchanged for essential supplies. However, Marcello decided against this, realizing that with armor and spears, he would gain influence within his tribe. As for essential goods, he could simply seize them from other tribes. He planned to venture to Astapor, hoping to strike luck, having heard that the Mother of Dragons had liberated that place. Acquiring weapons there would be ideal, with arms and his contingent of 120 brave young men. He believed he could overthrow the feeble elders of his tribe. "Young chieftain, look over there," one of the youths exclaimed, pointing towards the distant horizon. Marcelo turned to see, squinting as his eyes widened. What is that? A massive vessel, belching black smoke, was slowly approaching the shore, trailed by numerous other ships. Marcelo soon regained his composure. The large ship appeared to be ablaze and was likely attempting to dock at Dogtooth Point. It seemed to be part of a trading convoy from elsewhere. Perhaps they possessed what they sought. He immediately instructed everyone to ready their hoes and pitchforks. They would engage with the newcomers. The hoes and pitchforks were their only available weapons, yet they possessed considerable lethality, especially the pitchforks, which naturally harbored bacteria. Joffrey was about to dispatch scouts to explore the inland terrain when a group of young men, armed with hoes and pitchforks, approached. Among them was Marcelo, who had left 30 men to guard the grain while bringing 90 closer to Joffrey's party. "Your Majesty, they are Lazarene, a feeble agricultural people. The primary source of food for the Dothraki," reported the crew member Nugget to Joffrey. As the leader of 3,000 crew members, he had thoroughly studied the situation in Essos prior to their arrival and could easily identify the Lazarene, given their distinctive attire. "Yadu, go inquire about their intentions," Joffrey instructed, for it was unlikely they were approaching with the intent to rob. Yatu, accompanied by 50 golden stags, intercepted the approaching group. "Who are you? And what brings you near us?" he asked politely, adhering to the golden stag's principle of speaking kindly, which could make others feel at ease and facilitate the gathering of information. Marcelo exhaled in relief upon hearing Essos' words. The group, adorned with matching ceremonial blades, appeared formidable, yet the apparent lack of hostility from across the table suggested a favorable outcome. "We are the Laza of the Werner tribe. Have you come to trade? Might we procure some of the weaponry you possess?" Essos' expression turned peculiar at this proposal. "You are presenting yourself as the client?" Noticing Essos' odd demeanor, Marcelo hastily added, "We do not require anything so exquisite. We need spears and bows to defend against the Dothraki." He realized his request was somewhat audacious, as acquiring such fine weapons would likely deplete their food supplies significantly. "Very well, follow me. I will take you to meet His Majesty the King." Marcelo's heart raced with surprise. What king would personally engage in trade? Suppressing his doubts, he followed Essos to the presence of Joffrey. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair, leaving Marcelo astounded. The king appeared scarcely older than a mere teenager. Joffrey assessed the young man before him, estimating him to be around 20 years of age. His countenance evoked a resemblance to Tom Hardy from a past life, marked by sunburnt skin and evident signs of labor. "You seek to purchase weapons to combat the horsemen?" Joffrey inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, Your Majesty. We implore you to sell us some spears and bows. We are in dire need of arms." With that, Marcelo knelt on one knee. "Ah, I apologize. I've heard that the Laza are quite familiar with the horsemen." "If you catch my drift," Joffrey replied with a knowing expression. "To speak frankly, if I were to acquire weapons, the first I would turn against would be my own kin. Their weakness runs deep within their bones. Their knees have rooted themselves into the ground from kneeling too long. However, not all share this sentiment." Marcelo hesitated before continuing. "My brothers and I are ambitious. My mother once told me that great deeds often come at a steep cost. However, I do not concur. The choice between life and death should rest solely with oneself." Joffrey widened his eyes, scrutinizing Marcelo until the latter appeared flustered and nervous. Finally, Joffrey stated, "I will not sell you spears or bows." Marcelo's heart sank at this response, yet he quickly composed himself. If he could not purchase them here, he would seek alternatives elsewhere, even if the quality fell short of this group's offerings. Joffrey, having reached a decision, commanded a member of the Kingsguard to retrieve a matchlock gun. "I possess a new type of weapon, known as a matchlock gun. Its function parallels that of bows and arrows, yet it can match the skill of an archer trained for a year in a mere month." Marcelo's eyes widened at this revelation. Could it truly enable them to confront the Dothraki cavalry head-on? However, a troubling thought crossed his mind, and he hesitantly spoke. "Your Majesty, our tribe is not affluent. The only provisions we have were half-rated by the horsemen. I fear we may not be able to afford such a weapon." Joffrey waved his hand, presenting a matchlock gun, and introduced to Marcelo. This weapon measures 89 centimeters in length and weighs 34 kilograms. Capable of firing iron balls up to 200 meters while retaining considerable lethality. Subsequently, Joffrey handed the matchlock gun to a golden deer guard for demonstration. Naturally, the golden deer guards were well trained in the use of firearms. They skillfully prepared the match, loaded gunpowder and iron balls, compressed them, and ignited the match before aiming at a distant tree. Bang! After the gunshot, the onlookers approached to inspect. The iron ball had embedded itself into the tree trunk, demonstrating a fair degree of accuracy even at 30 meters. The matchlock gun could be fired every 2 to 3 minutes, and with sufficient personnel, it could maintain continuous fire. Marcello swallowed hard. This weapon was truly unprecedented. The king was right. Provided there were enough men, uninterrupted firing was entirely feasible. What is the price of such a weapon? Marcello inquired greedily. Although he held little hope, if the cost were exorbitant, it would be of little practical use compared to a spear. As Marcello contemplated, Joffrey laid out his terms. I can initially lend you 3,000 matchlock guns and 2,000 sets of leather armor, but you must pay a significant price. Your Majesty. Please proceed. Marcello replied, astonished. As for the price, nothing could surpass the cost of the slaughter and plunder inflicted upon the horsemen. I can provide you with weapons alone, but you must continually conquer other Laza tribes to supply me with a substantial quantity of inexpensive grain. In exchange, I shall ensure that the weapons are exclusively yours. Furthermore, you will need to explore various mineral veins and cede the mining rights to me. I can hire local Laza people for this task. Joffrey's objectives during this expedition to Essos were twofold: minerals and food, with money being a mere ancillary benefit. On the eve of a protracted struggle, upon hearing Joffrey's words, Marcello pondered briefly and acquiesced. Their region was rich in copper and iron mines, yet their refining technology was woefully inadequate. Most resources were either sold off or extracted by nobles from various city-states, who would then process the materials into iron implements for sale back to them. Thus, exchanging those resources for a significant number of such weapons seemed undeniably advantageous. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. After further deliberation, the price for the matchlock guns was set at 1 gold dragon, or alternatively, 80 silver coins worth of iron or copper or for each firearm. In addition, Joffrey would provide assistance in training the matchlock gun formations. The initial 3,000 matchlock guns and armor would be sold to Marcello as a loan. While Joffrey chose not to demand any grain at this time, recognizing its perpetual importance, he did not wish for his initial investment to go awry. He dispatched 200 fully armed crew members and 40 golden deer guards to assist Marcello. Joffrey's recommendation was for Marcello to first seize control of the Verna tribe with the fully armed contingent, then directly annex another tribe, thereby bringing together the members of 2 tribes to take possession of the weapons. After finalizing the plan, Marcello led his contingent of 240 men, along with his supply wagons, back to the tribe, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could crush the bones of those who had anchored themselves to the ground and bury them alive. Once Marcello's affairs were settled, Joffrey summoned Newgate. Take half the men and the ship back first to report our safety and check on the progress of the construction department. If steam power is operational, navigate the steamship back, and then return with the remaining sailing vessels. Your Majesty, will you not return? I shall not take long. I will return at my own discretion when I wish. Joffrey's rapid flight surpassed the speed of sound, covering hundreds of meters per second. A mere morning sufficed to reach King's Landing. By the following day, the entirety of the water drop base was reduced to a mere 800 individuals, all engaged in clearing weeds and trees in preparation for the construction of a camp. This continued uninterrupted for 5 days, during which only the occasional merchant caravan passed by. With almost no one approaching the water drop encampment, Kaywin remained secluded, while Astapor was engulfed in chaos, with several factions embroiled in relentless infighting. And Meereen was ablaze with conflict. However, Joffrey remained unperturbed. Marcello had already gathered 5,000 able-bodied men, and 3,000 musketeers were in training, alongside another 500 spearmen. After all, relying solely on matchlock guns was insufficient for independent combat. They required the protection of shield-bearers. Thus, when faced with the cavalry of the Dothraki, they would not be subjected to a one-sided massacre. Joffrey could not fathom one particular enigma. The Dothraki took pride in their lack of armor. Yet how did they manage to traverse Essos unscathed? It was not until these recent days of observation from above that Joffrey discerned the true nature of this world, rife with decay. The only reputable forces in Essos appeared to be the armies of Volantis and Bravos, alongside the Unsullied currently under Daenerys' command. As for the other city-states, their conflicts were solely reliant on slave soldiers and mercenaries, a situation not dissimilar to Westeros. Within the Seven Kingdoms, only the Lannisters of the Westerlands frequently organized and trained commoners, while elsewhere knights led peasants in chaotic skirmishes. This was, however, to be expected. The scant societal productivity was entirely devoted to serving the nobility. The struggle of the common folk to survive precluded the existence of a military akin to that of the ancient Celestial Empire. Even now, The territories under Joffrey's rule had merely reached the threshold of sufficient sustenance, a feat only accomplished through his vigorous support of agriculture and industrial initiatives over the past 2 years, the costs of which were incalculable. It was as if Joffrey had forcibly altered the social structure with his expenditures, coupled with absolute military suppression, allowing the majority of his subjects to attain a state of basic livelihood. Had he begun under a centralized system like that of the Celestial Empire, with his level of investment, he would have long achieved the goal of a well-off society. The foundational infrastructure of the Waterdrop camp was now complete, resembling a proper encampment. With the groundwork laid, Joffrey planned to wait another week until Daenerys had cleared the pyramids of Meereen before making contact with Kaywin. Regardless of the narrative or speculation, it is evident that Daenerys will remain in Meereen to govern personally before launching a counterattack on Yunkai. Unless Daenerys were to abandon all her freed slaves and lead her army back to Yunkai, such an act would forsake her sole authentic title as the liberator of slaves. As Daenerys gazed upon the pyramid before her, each structure mirrored the fortifications of the noble houses of Westeros, difficult to defend yet easily attacked, filled with ample resources. Nevertheless, a smile crept upon Daenerys' lips. This was the final pyramid in Meereen. Capturing it would ensure Meereen was firmly within her grasp, allowing her to govern the city directly while eliminating the slave masters of Yunkai who dared to betray her. The entrances to the pyramids were narrow, forcing the Unsullied to enter sequentially, which inevitably resulted in casualties. Yet, there was no alternative. Daenerys' 3 dragon sons, with wingspans reaching 6 meters, would undoubtedly face adversity navigating such passageways. With a swift motion of her hand, she sent 2 more squads of Unsullied charging into the corridor. The defenses of the pyramid had already weakened significantly. Although resources were plentiful inside, Daenerys' sudden incursion through the sewers had caught them unprepared, leading to an abundance of supplies but a scarcity of defenders. In no time, the 222-meter-tall pyramid fell completely to Daenerys' forces. A multitude of nobles was captured and extracted from the pyramid. Daenerys commanded the Unsullied to disperse to maintain order while she herself entered the largest pyramid in Meereen in the Slave Bay. Unlike the pointed tops of traditional pyramids, this one featured a grand garden at its summit, overlooking the entirety of Meereen. Her silver locks danced in the breeze as Daenerys closed her eyes, lost in ecstasy. She had swept through the Slave Bay with ease, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Even though Yunkai had betrayed her immediately after pledging fealty, the slaves had been liberated by her hand. Moreover, if she could subdue Yunkai once, she could certainly do so again. Undoubtedly, this young queen, who was the same age as Joffrey and equally fortified by circumstance, was experiencing an uncontrollable swell of pride. It is only natural for one so young, possessing thousands of elite warriors, 3 nascent dragons, and having freed hundreds of thousands of slaves, to feel an overwhelming sense of empowerment. Although soon she would be beset by troubles from the Sons of the Harpy, at this moment, Daenerys was unequivocally at her most confident, boldly liberating 300,000 slaves in Meereen without providing them with an alternative path. A day later, Joffrey received news of Daenerys' conquest of Meereen. From her initial assault to the neutralization of threats within the various pyramids, it took Daenerys a full 5 days. Reducing the intelligence in his hand dash with a heated gaze, Joffrey summoned a member of the Kingsguard with a command, informed Ceres to prepare the goods. We shall make contact with the nobles of Yunkai. The Dothraki, a collective of tribes united under the name Khalasar, were led by the strongest tribe known as the Khal, while the leaders of the remaining tribes were referred to as Khal, serving as the Khal's lieutenants. The Dothraki, often referred to as horse lords, bear a resemblance to the Mongols of ancient times, yet their civilization appears to be more primitive and barbaric. They engage in copulation indiscriminately, and women are regarded as less significant than horses. Those known as the Blood Riders of Khal, sworn to share everything except for their horses, extend this notion to include their wives. Sako, a warrior under Khal Jacker, leads a tribe of 1,000, with 600 being capable of combat. He has joined Khal Jacker to confront a certain woman of ill repute, rumored to be the former wife of Khal Drogo. He is indifferent to why this Daenerys did not return to the capital after the death of Khal, having only heard that she dismantled the institution of slavery, thereby severing a vital revenue stream for them. On the surface, they claim to support the city of Kaon, yet their true intention lies in plundering, especially as the 3 city-states of Slavers Bay are embroiled in internal strife. Such an opportunity is rare, particularly under the guise of assistance. Indeed, they have spotted a group of sheepmen training by the seaside, which brings a hearty laugh from Sako. When did the sheepmen begin sharpening their horns? Is rebellion in their minds? Sako promptly gathers his men, and after explaining the situation, they set off cheerfully, eager to test their blades on these horned beings. Meanwhile, The sheepmen at the Waterdrop camp receive news of the approaching horse lords. Dreas, the commander of the 500 Raisin troops, seizes this opportunity for real combat and begins to arrange defenses. The core of the camp is established on a waterdrop-shaped peninsula, with an open terrain suitable for cavalry charges, yet equally advantageous for linear formations of gunmen. The entire perimeter is enclosed by wooden palisades, and the entrance is fortified with caltrops and pits for ensnaring horses. Consequently, if the 500 gun and shield soldiers hold the entrance, the remaining 3,000 gunmen can take cover behind the palisades and unleash a barrage. This battle presents a substantial chance of victory. However, the Raisin's deep-seated fear of the Horse Lords stirs a modicum of unrest among the thousands facing the mere 600. Fortunately, the Raisin's docile nature shines through. Their training has instilled a remarkable level of obedience, allowing them to swiftly form into 15 ranks, preparing their matchlocks, gunpowder, and projectiles. The 500 gun and shield soldiers, however, display greater composure. Among them, the majority harbor a profound animosity towards the Dothraki. Yet the white knuckles gripping their spears betray their underlying tension. Similarly, Marcello, who is learning alongside Dreas, feels a surge of anxiety. Should they falter in this battle, they may never rise again. Yet, if they prevail, it will mark the inaugural strike of their Raisin counteroffensive. Khal Jackar's tribe is stationed near Kaon, and due to their need to raid, the tribes are relatively dispersed. As the first to notice the Waterdrop camp, Sakko's tribe is not far from the site. Soon, Sakko led his men closer to the periphery of the Waterdrop camp. Upon witnessing the 500 fully armed soldiers at the camp entrance, a frown creased Sakko's brow, signaling his realization that the situation was far from straightforward. He summoned the centaur who had provided the intelligence and inquired, "Are you certain this camp was constructed by the sheepmen? It seems implausible that they possess such an arsenal of exquisite weaponry and armor. It would be difficult to find a comparable display of refined armament throughout all of Essos." The centaur, unwavering, assured him, "It is undoubtedly the sheepmen. Those unfamiliar faces are likely merchants who sold them the weapons." With furrowed brows, Sakko found himself in a quandary. Although an offensive might incur minimal losses, there would still be repercussions. Conversely, if he chose not to attack, he risked losing the support of his followers. Ultimately, the root of his hesitation lay in his insufficient strength. Jakiko's contingent boasted a total of 23,000 roaring warriors, whereas he commanded a mere 600, the last of their kind. Any losses incurred could lead to his forces being consumed by rival marauders, a fate that would undoubtedly spell his doom. As Sakko grappled with his indecision, another contingent of 1,000 centaurs arrived. "Ha ha ha, Sakko the coward, what are you hesitating for?" taunted Nato, a leader of a tribe with superior strength compared to Sakko's. Intent on swallowing Sakko's faction, Nato surged toward the camp without waiting for a reply, confident that even if the she-men hid behind iron barrels, he would slice through them effortlessly. Dreas spoke to Marcello. "My instructor once told me that the optimal shooting distance against cavalry is 200 meters at this range. Projectiles will not deviate significantly, ensuring both lethality and ample shooting distance. 200 meters is sufficient to accommodate hundreds of our men. And the disorganized Dothraki are essentially sitting ducks. Pay close attention to their reactions after being struck. Each instance of data from our real combat must be meticulously recorded." As Nato initiated his charge, Sakko, gritting his teeth, likewise issued the command to advance. Faced with Nato's derision, he felt compelled to respond. Otherwise, his men would lose faith in his leadership. Ironically, Nato's position at the forefront provided Sakko with a semblance of security. With the centaur's charge, the distance between the two sides rapidly diminished. In stark contrast to the raucous centaurs, the camp remained eerily quiet, the air thick with tension and anticipation. "Fire!" Dreas bellowed as they approached the 200-meter mark. For the centaurs, that distance was merely a matter of seconds, yet they were prepared for the sparse arrows that awaited them. However, as the dull thuds echoed, centaurs began to fall around them. The leading centaurs quickly sensed that something was amiss. The sheepmen's confidence stemmed not from their superior armament, but rather from a mysterious force. Yet, the centaurs behind remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, continuing their relentless advance. As the first 4 ranks completed their volleys, the centaurs finally reached the barricades. Faced with such peculiar obstacles, they could surmise their purpose and wisely opted to navigate through the gaps between the stakes. The momentum of the cavalry charge dissipated in an instant, as the military formation swiftly raised their shields and brandished their long pikes. Although panic swept through them, the training they had undergone transformed obedience into an instinctual response. Despite their confusion, they stood firm with their shields, unwilling to flee. Bolstered by the confidence instilled from the recent volley of fire, this barrage had felled nearly 400 cavalrymen, a commendable feat for their matchlock firearms. In the annals of history, during the entirety of World War II, an average soldier expended around 20,000 rounds in the chaos of battle, particularly trench warfare. Soldiers often could not discern their foes, merely obeying their commander's orders to fire aimlessly into the fray. Reflecting on the circumstances of the Celestial Empire, Joffrey could not help but admire the valor of its ancestors. As the cavalrymen and shield-bearers clashed fiercely, this once unassailable charge lost its efficacy. The shield-bearers withstood the onslaught of the cavalry, while the gunmen, in a state of disarray, thrust their long pikes wildly. Though seemingly chaotic, in this era, being struck by a bayonet meant one's life was on borrowed time. The gunmen's fire remained unrelenting, and Sacco, having sensed something amiss since the onset of the first volley, furrowed his brow and quietly retreated behind the ranks. His prudence saved his life, as the toll of death tolls rang out, and countless Dothraki fell suddenly lifeless. He quickly redirected his 400 men, making a hasty retreat without looking back. However, he did not venture far. It was evident that the mysterious force had a limit to its range, and the infantry's slow movement allowed him to linger and gather Nato's remaining troops. Nato had succumbed to a bullet and fallen from his horse during the first volley. As time passed, most of the cavalry began to turn and flee, and after several minutes of chaotic charge that resulted in over 600 casualties, the remaining horsemen finally recognized the terror of the matchlock firearms. Being unable to engage meant passively enduring their assault. The cavalrymen scattered in all directions, much to Sacco's inner delight, as he continually absorbed the fleeing forces, swelling his ranks to over 900. Meanwhile, at the water droplet camp, the battlefield was being cleared, and a post-battle assessment was underway. The cavalry's numbers had been modest, with just over 1,000, granting the gunmen ample opportunity to rotate their shots. Should the enemy's numbers swell, casualties would escalate rapidly, as there would be insufficient time for reloading, Dreas remarked to Marcello. The matchlock firearms must maintain a sufficient scale to retain their lethality, considering potential malfunctions such as misfires and burst barrels. Through this practical engagement, Marcello gained further insight into the utility of matchlock firearms. Their rapid production and formation ensured that maintaining quantity guaranteed lethality. Joffrey descended from the skies, recognizing this as the first real combat deployment of the Ministry's mass-produced matchlock firearms, and he was keen to observe closely. Atasso, go spread the word that we possess thousands of these weapons used in this battle, and that they will be available for sale here in a week. Joffrey felt a surge of satisfaction. He no longer needed to seek out Caiuan, having observed the many spies from various factions while airborne. However, Caiuan's actions were swifter than Joffrey had anticipated. Within merely 3 days, he confirmed the accuracy of the information and dispatched a messenger to the water drop camp to locate Joffrey. Upon learning that Joffrey was the king of all Westeros, the messenger was taken aback. The nobles of Slavers Bay are quite fond of your products. Initially, we assumed that His Majesty, the King of Westeros, would be a seasoned sage of considerable age, yet you are surprisingly youthful, stated the messenger, Stegai. In response to Steele's flattery, Joffrey smiled and remarked, I have long heard of the prosperity and beauty of Slavers Bay, and naturally, I wish to witness it for myself. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Joffrey feigned ignorance, fully aware of the underlying question. I have heard that just a few days ago, His Majesty's camp was attacked by the Horse Lords. On behalf of Jackaco, I extend my sincere apologies. This must surely be a misunderstanding, Steele expressed, his face a mask of contrition, as if a great flood had swept through a temple. I understand that His Majesty intends to sell a certain kind of weapon, as you are aware. The Mother of Dragons is currently in Slavers Bay, having deceitfully acquired the unsullied army from Astapor, Steele exclaimed with indignation. This was no mere performance, but genuine fury. After all, Daenerys had indeed obtained the Unsullied through fraud, albeit with the ultimate aim of liberating slaves, a noble cause. The good masters of Astapor evidently did not anticipate such underhanded tactics being employed in Slavers Bay. Forgive me, esteemed messenger. While it is true that Daenerys is a deceiver, one cannot deny that slavery is an abhorrence. If it were in my kingdom, I would certainly eliminate all of you. Joffrey disdainfully retorted. Steele's expression changed drastically. What do you mean by that? Fear not. For I have only just resolved the pressing needs of my own subjects and have no leisure to deal with you, Joffrey reassured him. Steele discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. What did he mean by having just resolved the needs of his people and having no time for them? Did that imply that once he had leisure, he would indeed turn against them? Very well, Messenger Steele, your purpose for visiting is merely regarding the matchlock gun. If the price is right, I would not be averse to selling it to you in advance. Is that what the weapon is called, a matchlock gun? Might I take a look? Of course, Joffrey instructed someone to bring forth a matchlock gun. He then proceeded to explain its characteristics and demonstrated its use. After witnessing this, Steel was filled with elation. This is truly a weapon tailor-made for slave masters. They lack neither money nor manpower. Such a weapon, with high production rates, quick formation, and significant lethality, is perfectly suited for slave masters. Now, Daenerys' unsullied army is no longer invincible. The production of this weapon will undoubtedly meet your demands. And your means of dealing with Daenerys consist merely of the Harpy's assassination and the relentless grinding down of the Unsullied through robust logistics. Now, with the matchlock gun, you will swiftly gain the capability to counter the Unsullied army, and even the Dothraki will no longer be able to rampage across Essos. You should grasp my meaning. So please, Your Majesty, what price do you propose? 40 golden dragons for a single unit, with half of the payment needing to be settled through iron or copper ore, and a substantial portion of grain. Steel fell silent. This price was acceptable. Yet the requirement for half the payment to be made with grain and iron was still 20% below the market value. It seemed that the envoy Steel was not yet prepared. Thus, he suggested returning to Kiwin to confer with the slave masters. After speaking, he called out to those nearby, instructing them to summon the envoy of the Mother of Dragons, who should have returned by now. Although Joffrey had never contacted Daenerys, Steel was growing impatient. Your Majesty, Daenerys is a descendant of House Targaryen. Though she is currently entrenched in Slaver's Bay, once she gains sufficient strength, she will undoubtedly retaliate against Westeros and reclaim the Iron Throne. Steel was genuinely exasperated with Joffrey's naivete. Daenerys was liberating slaves, and next, she would be liberating him. How could he possibly sell her weapons? I am well aware, Joffrey replied, but my army looks down upon such weapons as the matchlock guns, which is precisely why I offer them for sale. So, do you wish to purchase them? If not, I shall sell them to others in a few days. Steel was taken aback. These weapons were deemed unworthy? Were there even stronger alternatives? However, upon reflection, it made sense if there weren't better options. Why would such weapons be up for sale? Yes, we shall take them. Let it be as Your Majesty proposed. We will acquire them all. Steel exclaimed. I have 3,000 in stock and 300 ballistae. Are you interested? Joffrey had gathered a few of these ballistae during his time in Westeros. Remnants from the era of blood and dragon dance, and although there were only 300, it was still a significant number. Steel's excitement grew. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. With ballistae, they would have the means to counter Daenerys' dragons, and if they could down even two, they would be hailed as dragon slayers. Subsequently, both parties finalized the transaction details. Kiwin ordered 20,000 matchlock guns, along with sufficient gunpowder and all the cold weapons and armor Joffrey brought along, totaling 960,000 golden dragons. Joffrey generously rounded down the sum, as the profit margin, calculated at a low cost, was 100-fold. After bidding farewell to Steel, Joffrey exuberantly raised his fist. Once matchlock guns began to appear en masse on the battlefields of Slaver's Bay, this weapon would undoubtedly transform slaves into formidable warriors, leading to immense profits for Joffrey and a return to days where he could command the construction of whatever he desired. The father of the rifle, Great Stanley, executed a swift transaction, and within a day, Steel returned with his men to complete the deal, with the 20,000 matchlock guns to be delivered in 3 months. After concluding the transaction, Joffrey made his way back to Westeros alone. After 2 full hours of flight, Joffrey finally arrived above the Red Keep. He sought out Tyrion, who was furrowing his brow while examining a letter. My uncle, it has been a long time. Thick-legged crab, when did you return? Tyrion exclaimed, startled, nearly toppling from his chair. Joffrey shrugged. Of course I flew back. It took a full 4 hours, with several breaks along the way. Tyrion tilted his head, a look of disbelief crossing his face. You flew back from Slaver's Bay in just 4 hours? Indeed, Cersei purchased 20,000 matchlock guns at 40 golden dragons each, with delivery in 3 months. I need you to arrange this immediately. I'm off to find Sansa. Wait. Tyrion quickly called out to Joffrey. Lord Bolton has sent word. 100,000 wildlings are approaching the wall, and the White Walkers can't be far behind. We must find a way to accommodate these 100,000, or we will face an equal number of corpses. I nearly forgot about the White Walkers. Why not relocate those wildlings to Crownstown? Crownstown lies about 100 miles behind the Black Castle, a newly acquired territory that was once the Night's Watch's land but was reclaimed after the reforms. The wildlings do not farm, they survive by hunting. So resettling them in Crownstown would lead to their demise, and that would only bring trouble, Tyrion replied, exasperated. Then let them graze. We can lend them a batch of piglets, lambs, calves, and a year's worth of grain, while teaching them to grow winter crops. If any refuse to comply, they can be executed on the spot. Allowing them entry is already a great act of mercy on our part. To Joffrey, these wildlings were merely a burden. Even if they died outside, resulting in an additional 100,000 corpses, he remained untroubled. The White Walkers would need at least 4 or 5 years to muster their strength after clearing the lands north of the Wall, by which time Joffrey's army would likely be equipped with Maxim and Lewis guns. Let Roose Bolton and Billy Colbert handle this, if they can't manage this. Perhaps they should tend to the fields in King's Landing. Tyrion nodded with a smirk, recognizing that his nephew was finally exhibiting some royal decisiveness. Last year, Joffrey had tirelessly inspected various constructions and works, eschewing indulgence, which led Tyrion to suspect he was building a secret lair to derive amusement from torturing lives. Sansa, the slowest to mature among the Stark children in the original tale, garnered polarized views among the audience. Some believed her experience was what a noble lady should endure, while others deemed her foolish in comparison to Arya. However, Sansa's current circumstances were far less tragic than in the original narrative. As the guidance of the three-eyed raven was absent, and both Bran and Rickon had fallen at the hands of the current king of the Iron Islands, Theon. Thus, after Sansa assumed the title of Queen in the North, she readily aligned herself with Joffrey's reforms, subsequently representing the remaining northern nobles in their surrender to him. With this contribution, Sansa earned the recognition and support of Joffrey's faction, solidifying her position as queen. Following this, she happily settled into a life of leisure at the Red Keep, learning from Cersei about managing the finances and expenditures of the castle. Just after finishing the accounts, Sansa found herself soaking in a bath, her weary body relaxing in the warm water, lulling her into a drowsy state. Joffrey floated in through the window, his gaze landing on Sansa, whose lips parted slightly and face blushed a rosy hue. Joffrey's expression shifted. Although Sansa was merely 16, it did not deter him from discreetly shedding his garments. Suddenly, he lunged towards Sansa, whose countenance paled in shock. Just as she was about to cry out for help, Joffrey's handsome visage appeared before her. "When did you return?" she stammered. "I just came back, and here I am to find you," he replied with a grin, further reddening Sansa's cheeks. In the evening, Tyrion was diligently scribbling away, striving to articulate Joffrey's concern regarding the resettlement of the wildlings in a letter. As a member of the council, Tyrion was acutely aware that managing the wildlings would not be as effortless as Joffrey had suggested. Moreover, he was more cognizant than anyone of the treasury's dire state. After accounting for the funds to be allocated, there were hardly any gold dragons left to accommodate that group of wildlings. The unreliable king had boasted of bringing in weapons and riches within 4 months. Yet the 4 months had passed with him returning empty-handed. This predicament left the northern governors and military commanders to devise their own solutions, as Joffrey had already delegated his responsibilities, leaving them to figure out the execution. My lord, I have succeeded in my research," a young man burst in, brimming with enthusiasm. Tyrion looked up abruptly, noticing Grit Stanley, who held a 1-meter-long firearm in his hands. "I have not squandered your investment. By soaking gunpowder particles, wildfire particles, and trace amounts of dragonbone powder and boric acid, I have created a powder that produces almost negligible smoke when ignited." He then offered the firearm to Tyrion. "This is my design, a firearm integrated with new gunpowder and fixed ammunition, capable of shooting in mere seconds. Aside from its high cost, it has no drawbacks. It rarely jams and never explodes." Examining the sleek, graceful firearm, Tyrion silently acknowledged that he had not erred in his judgment. The substantial investment of gold dragons had not been in vain. What could possibly be more costly than this? Laughable, he returned the firearm to Grit. "Come, accompany me to meet His Majesty. The king will surely appreciate your work." "Meet the king? His Majesty has returned?" Grit exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. "Who is King Joffrey?" "He is the savior of the 7 kingdoms, the lord of the 7 gods, and the idol of all the youth across the realms." Conversations about the young king invariably highlight his efforts to dismantle the nobility, restore land to the farmers, recruit labor for construction, and redistribute wealth among the populace. Among other unprecedented strategies, each edition of the newspaper features headlines extolling King Joffrey's monumental achievements. This has become a source of pride for the people of the 7 kingdoms when boasting to merchants from other regions, a tale they can hardly tire of. With even rumors circulating that Joffrey could fly and possessed eyes that emitted divine light. Upon arriving at the palace hall located behind the Red Keep, the space where Joffrey rested, Tyrion instructed, "You stand here and do not move. I will inform His Majesty." Tyrion cautioned that the guards surrounding Joffrey were few in number but severely indoctrinated. He feared that Grit might wander off and be swiftly executed by that fervent mob. "All right. No problem. I have no issues, my Lord Tyrion," Grit stammered. Tyrion cast a skeptical glance at the incoherent Grit before hastily making his way toward Joffrey's chamber. Left behind, Grit excitedly adjusted his attire and suddenly remembered something, quickly smoothing down his disheveled, greasy hair. Joffrey, engrossed in his game beneath the covers, was interrupted by a knock at the door. He abruptly poked his head out from under the quilt, his eyes gleaming with a fiery intensity. Hey, calm down, Joffrey. Sansa, her face flushed, gently turned his head back. With a scowl, Joffrey donned his nightgown and opened the door, immediately spotting Tyrion, who stood at a modest height of 1.30 meters. You were merely a step away from being cleaved in two, Joffrey exclaimed, pointing at his own glowing eyes. Hey, your laser gaze is blinding me. For the love of the gods, put away those crimson eyes. Tyrion squinted against Joffrey's bright glare. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory reason, I shall hang you from the tallest tree in the royal forest for an entire day and night. Tyrion handed Joffrey the gun he held, saying, Look. Joffrey, with a look of skepticism, accepted the firearm and began to examine it closely. Pull the bolt. Load from the side, he murmured, opening the bolt to reveal a metallic cartridge inside. Is this the latest product from the Ministry of War? Tyrion replied. This is a talent I have discovered, directly funded. What do you think of this weapon? Joffrey clicked his tongue in amazement. The gun bore a resemblance to the 98 model, with a simple and smooth design, and its internal structure was uncomplicated. Most importantly, when Joffrey applied a bit of force, it felt quite sturdy. Overall, it was durable and practical. Not bad. Who devised this? I absolutely adore him. I must meet him at once. Does he have a family? Bring them all to reside in the Red Keep side hall. Joffrey had already dismissed his earlier displeasure over the interruption of his game. He was eager to meet this genius. He is waiting in the side hall. I shall summon him, Tyrion replied. No, I shall go personally, Joffrey said with a gleeful expression. Such a talent, once provided with ample funding and an understanding of firearms, would undoubtedly emerge as a leader in future weapon development. Soon, clad in his nightgown, Joffrey encountered a somewhat disheveled young man in the side hall. Grit, you are indeed fortunate. His Majesty has come to meet you personally. Tyrion called out to Grit, who was trying to calm his nervousness. Hearing his name, Grit looked up to see Tyrion approaching with an extraordinarily handsome young man. Your Majesty, you are truly, you are remarkably handsome. I apologize. I cannot articulate myself. I am too overwhelmed. Joffrey surveyed the young man before him, noting his greasy hair, haggard appearance, and unkempt beard, and was thoroughly pleased. Just look at that face, perfectly suited for the sciences. Gently patting Grit's shoulder, Joffrey spoke softly. Do not be anxious, young man. Do you comprehend the significance of the firearm you have created? This is a bolt-action rifle with mature technology. Although it has yet to undergo extensive testing, it represents a revolutionary change. Grit, bewildered, responded, Is this truly an epic-making design? Am I really that remarkable? But did not your Majesty already propose the concept of a bolt-action rifle long ago? Observing Grit's expression, Joffrey understood his thoughts. The proposal of a concept and the actual design and manufacture are entirely different matters. There is no need for you to doubt yourself. From this day forth, a new department will be established under the Ministry of Industry, named the Rifle Research Institute, which you shall oversee. I shall allocate 400,000 gold dragons to you to construct it according to your vision. Grit was overwhelmed with joy. This was a monumental promotion, leaping from a mere researcher to the director, starting at least from the second rank. Most importantly, he now had funding to invest in his research. Marvelous. Your Majesty, please bestow a name upon the rifle. Tyrion urged Joffrey. This revolutionary rifle, designed by Grit, shall be named the Grit Rifle. Joffrey turned to Grit. Your Majesty, I cannot bear such an honor. Joffrey placed his hand on Grit's shoulder. This is an epic-making weapon, and naturally, it shall be remembered through history. Thus, its designer should be equally honored. I will inscribe your name in the Hall of Heroes. Beside the Red Keep, Joffrey constructed a Hall of Heroes adjacent to the Martyrs' Cemetery, where the names of those who made unparalleled contributions to the nation would be engraved, to be revered by generations to come. The Hall of Heroes. Grit felt lightheaded at the thought. The Hall of Heroes. He collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. What is the production capacity of this rifle? Joffrey inquired about his most pressing concern. With relentless work day and night, we can produce around 2,000 units in a month, Grit proudly replied, having considered the issue of production during his weapon design process. 2,000. Joffrey thought it would be remarkable to achieve a few hundred, considering the industry was just beginning. Even with the encyclopedia of concepts penned by Joffrey, most technologies simply did not meet standards in such a short time. After bidding farewell to Grit, Tyrion turned to Joffrey and said, 400,000 gold dragons. You speak as if there is no pressure at all, and that's cool. With tens of thousands of people to feed and care for, costs over 1 million gold dragons a year. While various research institutes under the Ministry of Industry require millions more annually. You are extravagant with spending. The treasury is utterly depleted, Tyrion exclaimed. Do not worry. Arms trading with Essos has already gained traction. In the future, we will have an abundance of funds to spend. The hand of the queen. The next day, after having breakfast with his mother, Joffrey set out early for the Kingsguard. Byman had already gone to the Kingsguard, as its size was ill-suited for life in King's Landing. As the aerial view of Yulin unfolded, a colossal creature named Beeman was discovered, sprawled upon the ground in a deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder. Were this in King's Landing, the common folk would surely believe a tempest was upon them. Joffrey unleashed a laser beam directed at Beeman's arm. With a mighty roar, Beeman sprang to his feet, towering over 40 meters, scanning his surroundings to ascertain which audacious soul dared to ambush him. Ignoring the smoke billowing from his arm, Beeman uprooted a massive tree to conduct a thorough inspection of his vicinity. Yet, after surveying the area, he found no signs of life nearby. A sudden thought struck him. And upon peering skyward, he indeed spotted the smirking Joffrey. Seeing this, Beeman let out a hearty laugh. As Joffrey approached, Beeman swung his arm, as lengthy as his stature. With a forceful swipe, Joffrey, caught unawares, was sent tumbling several meters, crashing into numerous towering ancient trees. What the hell? What are you doing? Although Joffrey sustained no significant injury, the disorientation left him dizzy, a consequence mitigated by the perfect serum provided by the system. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable harm. Beeman roared with laughter, his arms wildly striking the ground in amusement. Joffrey hovered above Beeman's head and inquired about his well-being, asking if he had adjusted to this new environment. In response, Beeman gestured with a sign of comfort, indicating that he was exceedingly content. Free and untroubled by the rambunctious children that once climbed upon him in King's Landing. During his time there, Beeman often visited the commercial district, begging food from the vendors, who readily obliged, albeit often at the cost of being treated as a mere hill by the fearless children. In the Imperial Forest, Joffrey had constructed a grand platform, intended for weekly deliveries of snacks to Beeman. After a lengthy morning of conversation with Beeman, Joffrey returned to the Red Keep, accompanied by a young member of the Kingsguard, and set forth towards Essos once more. Alone, Joffrey arrived back at the Waterdrop base and summoned Yados. Make arrangements for the Golden Dragons to be sent back to Westeros and have the royal fleet escort them. Initially, he had intended for the royal fleet to showcase their might, but with the passage of time, no significant forces had emerged from Slavers Bay to challenge them. This silence suggested a tense atmosphere in Slavers Bay, with the three slave cities preoccupied with their own schemes, the most troubled being Daenerys, who, without Tyrion's assistance, found Meereen in disarray. However, it would not be long before Daenerys would stabilize her position, and soon she would mobilize forces towards Qarth and Meereen. The war was merely commencing. In Meereen, Daenerys, under the protection of Yora, was en route to the arena. Having heard tales of its notoriety, and wishing to witness it firsthand before deciding whether to close it down. As they neared the arena, Daenerys observed a gathering crowd, fixated on a young boy standing atop a table. My apologies, Your Majesty, I shall disperse them at once, Yora promptly declared, suspecting that the disheveled youth had been set up by the nobles to tarnish Daenerys' reputation. At long last, I have managed to persuade Daenerys not to massacre all the nobles. Should she learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly wield her sword once more, shattering the fragile stability we have painstakingly established in Meereen. Daenerys is no fool. She has caught wind of certain rumors. Yet she has remained ensconced within the pyramid's great hall, seldom venturing out. No need. Ser Yora, Ser Barristan, Grey Worm, you three shall accompany me. With that, Daenerys left the Unsullied behind and made her way into the crowd. In this world, a leader's public appearance lacks the grandiosity of imperial processions from bygone eras. Of course, should one desire such spectacle, it is not entirely out of the question. Furthermore, Daenerys seldom graces the public eye, allowing her to blend seamlessly into the throng unnoticed. To her delight, Daenerys soon overheard the impassioned speech of a young boy. In an instant, her previously somber expression transformed into one of radiant joy. Do you not understand? New freedmen, the nobles compel us to kneel with their hereditary power and vanity, but the true Queen of Dragons bids us rise, granting us a rebirth in freedom. Let the world bear witness. The slavers shall rue the day they opposed us. They will perish by our hands, fueled by our indomitable faith. The boy pointed an accusatory finger at a middle-aged man, exclaiming, Look at you, a wretched sycophant. Behold your twisted, maggot-like soul. I know not how much the slavers have paid you to tarnish the name of the queen, but surely it is but a pittance to you. A tragic irony. Do you know how much bread and milk the slavers squander daily? 500,000 golden dragons. That sum could not even furnish a single home. The youth gesticulated vehemently, his voice rising in fervor. The crowd, unaware of the true value of 500,000 golden dragons or its worth and sustenance. Grasped only that it represented an unimaginable fortune, enough to last a lifetime, enough food to never run out. Their anger was sufficient. Daenerys' heart swelled with elation. There were still those who discerned right from wrong. She found the boy irresistibly endearing, and soon Yor summoned the Unsullied to disperse the gathering. Daenerys engaged the boy in conversation. "What is your name?" "Valyrian Adolf, your grace. I am grateful for your heroic deeds. You have fulfilled my lifelong ambition." As they walked and conversed, Daenerys was captivated by the boy's experiences and aspirations. He mirrored her own journey and dreams, a natural follower drawn to her cause. Valyrian was a child of slaves. His parents were murdered by their master when he was but 10. He seized the opportunity to escape the estate, wandering aimlessly while honing his skills. This year, he had returned to Slaver's Bay, poised for rebellion, only to find Daenerys liberating the slaves. He had since followed in her wake to Meereen. "Valyrian, would you be willing to become my Hand of the Queen and pledge your loyalty to me?" Daenerys suddenly inquired as they stood at the entrance to the arena. Upon hearing this, Valerie immediately knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "In the name of Valyrian Adolf, I pledge my loyalty to Daenerys Targaryen. As the sun, moon, and mountains endure, so shall my fidelity." Hearing Valerie's oath of allegiance, Daenerys joyfully placed her hand upon his shoulder and responded, "May your loyalty endure like the celestial bodies." Yora contemplated advising Daenerys against placing her trust in someone she had just met, yet reason dictated that such folly was ill-timed. When Daenerys had taken Astapor, those around her urged her to refrain from further aggression towards other city-states. In Meereen and beyond, her advisors pressed her to redirect her efforts back to Westeros. However, with the sudden emergence of an ally who shared her ideals, any counsel now would not only be ineffective, but could also breed suspicion. Reflecting on this, Yora sighed inwardly, resolving to discreetly monitor Valyrian Adolf, proceeding cautiously. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Joffrey and Casterly Rock successfully completed their initial arms trade, providing 20,000 matchlocks sufficient to equip a contingent of 15,000 firearm troops. As for the remaining 5,000, it was likely that many would suffer from misfires during training. After all, consumption begets new orders. Joffrey had already informed the nobles of Casterly Rock regarding this situation, and they expressed their acceptance, eager to train a matchlock army. The once Waterdrop base had transformed into Waterdrop Town, inhabited by merchants from Westeros and some who had ventured from Essos for opportunity. Joffrey did not hinder this population flow, understanding that a native populace was essential for establishing a foothold in Essos. The town boasted a population of 4,000, supplemented by 2,000 troops, the latter being the first contingent of grid-armed soldiers dispatched from Westeros. This force of 2,000 bolt-action rifles was more than capable of sweeping aside any singular power in Essos, thereby greatly securing the town's expansion. In Joffrey's plans, he intended to seize Astapor by force, inciting the remaining regional powers to engage in conflict, thereby profiting from the ensuing chaos and utilizing the wealth amassed to further his own influence. Once Essos lay in ruins, he would consolidate his gains and ultimately dominate both the continents of Essos and Westeros. Westeros refers to the Westerlands, Reach, and Dorne. Meanwhile, the subsequent payment of 500,000 from Casterly Rock was hastily transported back to King's Landing via several steam cargo ships. In about 6 months, by July of the 3rd year, King's Landing would witness the launch of its first steam-powered flagship, the Riverland. Over the past year, the Riverland had yielded an impressive harvest, with average yields of wheat and rice reaching 350 pounds per mill. Do not underestimate 350 pounds prior to Joffrey's reforms. The yield was merely 200 pounds, and that was without natural disasters. Modern yields of thousands of pounds per moo are the fruit of Yuan's lifelong dedication. Joffrey also established a Ministry of Agriculture dedicated to researching methods to enhance food production. However, due to technological limitations, the outcomes were, at best, negligible. As Joffrey sat drowsily in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, a colossal table had been introduced there, owing to the nature of centralized governance. A plethora of memorials were dispatched to the Red Keep, yet Joffrey, being the indolent individual he was, had no intention of grappling with the chaotic affairs of state. His attention was reserved for significant matters, while he disregarded the trivial. The Kingsguard acted as his eyes, and coupled with the unique ravens of Westeros, Joffrey remained well-informed about developments across the realm. Furthermore, an abundance of complaint boxes was available for commoners to voice their grievances. Whether these mechanisms proved effective was beyond Joffrey's purview. He had done his utmost. Nonetheless, in any era, even in modern times, corruption and malevolence persist. And while one may strive to control them, eradicating such elements remains an elusive endeavor. Observing the central officials laboring around the rectangular table, Joffrey could not help but marvel at his own magnanimity in allowing them to work. It was an enhanced version of the Round Table Conference. Your Majesty, a confidential letter from the Westerlands, announced a member of the Kingsguard, handing a letter to Joffrey. The envelope bore the inscription Heaven, indicating it was a missive of great importance. Evidently, significant events were unfolding in the Westerlands. Yet, whether they were fortunate or otherwise remained to be seen. As Joffrey opened the envelope and read, a frown creased his brow. I thought they could endure a bit longer, he mused. Joffrey had employed various means to abolish the real powers of the nobility, consequently alienating them all. Some chose to submit quietly, while others opted to observe the situation. However, the majority harbored ambitions to overthrow Joffrey and restore the feudal system. After all, who would not desire to be a local sovereign in their own domain? Uncle, come here. A letter from home. Joffrey called out to Tyrion. Engaged in state affairs, Tyrion approached, a look of confusion on his face. A letter from home? I doubt your grandfather would send me such correspondence. Are you certain it isn't meant for my sister? As Tyrion accepted the envelope and began to read, his expression darkened. It appeared that Lord Tywin was contemplating rebellion or perhaps an alliance with the Reach to incite insurrection. Tyrion refrained from even addressing his father by name. The letter conveyed that Tywin Lannister had taken in numerous fallen nobles and intended for Jaime to wed Margaery, thereby facilitating the joint independence of the Westerlands and the Riverlands. The combined forces of the Westerlands and the Reach would number at least 180,000 troops. What shall we do, uncle? Joffrey slumped on the Iron Throne. Tyrion remained silent for a moment before responding. That is your grandfather. Do your utmost to spare his life, or else your mother will be heartbroken. Technically, Tywin was Joffrey's grandfather, but Tyrion wisely refrained from voicing this fact. Since his arrival in this world, Joffrey had yet to meet the enchanting Margaery Tyrell, a character of considerable allure within the narrative. Naturally, Joffrey had entertained thoughts regarding her, though he had yet to act upon them. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation, while Tyrion pondered whether Joffrey would opt for a direct assault or instead choose to hone the infantry. Currently, Joffrey commands an army of 50,000, among which 5,000 are equipped with the Grit rifles. The training and combat methods of these 5,000 differ significantly from those of the cold weaponry troops. Wait a moment. Arrange for a messenger to travel to High Garden and inform Olenna that Sansa feels quite lonely at the Red Keep. Perhaps Margaery could keep her company. They are sure to become good friends. Tyrion's expression shifted, recognizing the forcefulness of this request. Olenna, known as the Queen of Thorns, would certainly not permit Margaery to come to King's Landing. What does that expression of yours imply? Let the behemoth accompany him and settle near High Garden. Olenna is quite formidable. Do you expect me to undertake this journey personally? I still believe you should seize the opportunity under the cover of night, with your speed. It would not take long. Tyrion offered his perspective. Joffrey abruptly rose from the Iron Throne. I am the king. My sole responsibilities are indulgence and procreation. All other matters fall to you, my vassals. Should you fail to fulfill the tasks I assign, I shall cleave you in twain with a laser. All officials cast a glance at Joffrey. As the pinnacle of national authority, they were aware of his formidable power, yet they also recognized his leniency towards his subordinates. Recently, he had seemingly awakened to the art of enjoyment, much like his father, albeit without the reckless expenditure. Behemoth is a tool of war, a national treasure. How large is the dragon from the neighboring slave bay? Less than 20 meters. You would so easily let it run amok? Assist you in capturing a woman? Tyrion exclaimed incredulously. In Tyrion's estimation, Behemoth was undoubtedly a significant asset for the kingdom. As long as Behemoth thrived, the kingdom would remain stable for years to come. What then should we do? Margaery is Olenna's most esteemed protégée. She has long aspired to be queen, and she is fair of skin, beautiful, and possesses long legs. Why should I not desire her? Joffrey asserted with conviction. Tyrion pondered for a moment, concluding that if Margaery was indeed as Joffrey described, she would surely come to King's Landing, and Sansa would not stand as her rival. The women of the royal family possess no political rights. Have you forgotten the rules I established? Joffrey had explicitly decreed that no women or their relatives were to engage in politics. The first wave of officials was largely elected. Yet the second wave would undoubtedly consist of students from the academy. Very well, what is the designation of this mission? Currently, Joffrey had control over the north, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Crownlands, also encompassing Storm's End. There were 15,000 stationed in the north, 10,000 in the Riverlands, 5,000 in the Vale, and 20,000 in the Crownlands. The Crownlands boasted the greatest troop numbers, primarily to protect the king, though the actual effectiveness of these 20,000 was minimal, as Joffrey alone was worth 200,000 cold weapon troops. From the Crownlands, mobilized 10,000 infantry to display our strength to High Garden. Allowing the spies from the west to see clearly, Joffrey commanded. Armies across various regions have been equipped with a substantial number of bicycles and tricycles, requiring only a minimal number of horses to ensure logistical support, thereby significantly alleviating the strain of marching. Furthermore, the merchant convoys accompanying the troops have long been prohibited by Joffrey's decree. Even the 5,000 infantrymen of King's Landing have been outfitted with steam locomotives. Utilizing a combination of coal and solid wildfire in the form of granular fuel, achieving an impressive efficiency of 60% in energy utilization by the steam engines, providing considerable power in a compact form. Reflecting on this, Joffrey deemed it necessary to inspect the internal combustion engine research group at the Ministry of Engineering. The ministry boasts countless research teams, each dedicated to a specific technology, and they convene bi-monthly for extensive exchanges of ideas. Regrettably, 90% of these groups have made little progress. Even Joffrey's encyclopedic writings have proven insufficient, as they encompass vast knowledge but lack comprehensive detail. Fortunately, Joffrey's prior experience in electromechanical engineering has equipped him with a diverse understanding. Had he pursued a simpler field, such as tourism or air travel, the advancement of industrial development would likely not have occurred. Nonetheless, Westeros, despite centuries of feudal stagnation, has not been entirely idle. The Royal Library contains a plethora of peculiar technologies that have some utility. Tyrion has been tasked with organizing this endeavor, while Joffrey cast a glance at the clock. Realizing it was time to visit the shipyard, King's Landing aspires to construct ironclad ships, but this presents significant challenges, particularly in the cutting and welding of iron plates. The most rudimentary methods of fusion welding would not meet the necessary standards. Fortunately, Joffrey possesses laser vision, which expedites the process considerably, saving years of labor. Upon arriving at the shipyard, the personnel responsible for the ironclads had been waiting eagerly. They routinely arrive early, both due to Joffrey's royal status and the thrill of witnessing his divine powers in action as he cuts and welds the deck. Joffrey not only assists with the welding, but also helps lift heavy materials, his ability to fly and extraordinary strength greatly accelerating the progress of the riverine ships. As the first ironclad powered entirely by steam, Joffrey's enthusiasm for the project is undeniable. In Meereen, Varelia Adolph was formally awarded the Hand of the Queen medal 3 months ago, enabling her to exercise the king's authority in governance. In her brief tenure, Meereen has undergone a dramatic transformation. On her first day, Varelia issued a proclamation to the landowners, essentially stating that those who wish to survive must surrender their lands and free their serfs, warning that those who dared resist would face the wrath of the Unsullied. A minority of landowners chose to gather their belongings and flee to Yunkai, while half dismissed her threats with disdain, and the remainder observed quietly, largely doubting that Daenerys would prioritize addressing their situation. Meanwhile, a significant number of newly freed citizens and rampant lawlessness plagued the city of Meereen. Yet, they could not have anticipated that Varelia's initial policy, dedicated to the Mother of Dragons, would involve utilizing their resources to stabilize Meereen. The following day, Valerie, accompanied by 3,000 Unsullied and 2,000 freedmen, commenced a meticulous survey of water meters, resulting in the confiscation of vast tracts of land and a significant population within the span of a month. The populace of the 3 cities surrounding Slave Bay hovered around 300,000, with an additional 2 million in the vicinity. While the areas surrounding Meereen boasted an impressive 80,000 inhabitants, a considerable portion of whom were serfs. A substantial number of newly liberated individuals were allocated approximately 10 acres of land, while skilled slaves, such as blacksmiths, were provided loans by Daenerys to establish their own ironworks. Furthermore, numerous civilians were employed to repair the city walls, roads, and various public amenities. Fortunately, Daenerys possessed a considerable fortune amassed from the coffers of slave owners. Otherwise, supporting Valerie would have proven challenging. Despite the significant expenditure of gold coins, the results were evident. The security situation in Meereen improved dramatically. Subsequently, Daenerys heeded Valerie's counsel to divide the freedmen into 3 distinct factions. The first faction was renamed the Black Legion, bearing the banner inspired by the Black Dragon Drogon. The second faction became known as the Holy Legion, with its banner modeled after the White Dragon Viserion. The third faction was designated the Free Legion, featuring the Green Dragon Regal as its emblem. The Black Legion, Holy Legion, and Unsullied served as the primary military forces, while the Free Legion was tasked with safeguarding the city and maintaining order. Each legion was to recruit 4,000 men, with provisions for meat every 2 days and 3 hours of training daily, imposing a significant financial burden on Meereen. At this juncture, Meereen had just completed land distribution, with most of the nobles being executed by crucifixion at Daenerys' behest, leaving the tax revenue to rely on the remaining Giscari populace and a drastically reduced merchant class. Fortunately, Daenerys still possessed several million gold coins, sufficient to sustain expenditures for over a year, at which point a multitude of newly freed individuals would begin to pay taxes. The Great Pyramid of Meereen, now renamed the True Dragon Pyramid by Valerie, was designated for governance on its lower levels, while the uppermost chamber served as Daenerys' residence. Additionally, Valerie was rewarded with an 88-meter-tall pyramid, akin to an ancient imperial honor bestowed upon a noble in the capital. At this moment, atop the Adolphus Pyramid, the green dragon Regal was flapping his wings and roaring anxiously. As the smallest of Daenerys' 3 children, he was frequently bullied during mealtime. In the original narrative, the 3 dragons exhibited early signs of competition for food, with the black dragon Drogon invariably devouring his fill first, owing to his larger size and closer bond with their mother. However, Viserion and Regal were not as closely aligned with Daenerys, and Regal, being the smallest, often received less during feeding times. Consequently, he was compelled to venture out in search of sustenance, inadvertently incinerating numerous shepherd sheep in the process. The most distressing aspect was that dragons consumed humans. To them, all living beings were potential prey. Thus, during his hunts, Regal inadvertently set fire to farmers and subsequently devoured them. To this end, Daenerys has compensated the shepherds handsomely, and she even contemplated confining Viserion and Regal to the basement. Consequently, she engaged in discussions with Valyrian, ultimately deciding to temporarily abandon this notion. Naturally, Valyrian seized this opportunity to embark on a bold endeavor. Ancient texts in King's Landing recount the tale of a shepherd boy from Valyria who discovered a peculiar egg, which over generations led to the establishment of the freehold of Valyria, culminating in 5 consecutive victories over the Giscari Empire and the establishment of their dominion. This indicates that the Targaryen bloodline, or the bloodline of the Dragon Lords, is not innate, but rather a result of gradual evolution, thus offering hope to others in mastering dragons. Regal, be quiet and sit. Valyrian soothed the restless Regal, who cast a glance at the rotating spit of a secret roasted bull, its tantalizing aroma wafting into his nostrils. If you do not settle down, you shall not partake in the roast I have prepared. I shall bestow the entire feast upon Drogon. Do you understand? The intellect of dragons is akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, likely comprehending Valyrian's intent. Yet Regal appeared unusually agitated, sparks flying from his mouth, prompting Valyrian to retreat behind the spit. With a roar, Regal exhaled a plume of dragon fire into the sky, finally settling down, gazing intently at Valyrian and then at the roasted bull, as if to say, I have calmed. May I have the roast now? As for why he did not simply snatch it, it was because Regal had been persistently mooching off the barbecues for the past month. Within his simplistic mind, Valyrian's delectable roast was a treasure, while Drogon and Viserion were rivals. Thus, to claim the roast for himself, he had to ensure Valyrian remained hidden from the other 2 dragons, each time Regal visited the pyramid. It was during the moments when Daenerys took Drogon and Viserion out for a stroll. Noticing Regal's calm demeanor, Valyrian turned the handle, and the roasted bull slowly emerged from the spit. Regal, unable to contain his anticipation, swiftly tore the meat down and indulged himself. Valyrian cautiously approached Regal, slowly extending his left hand to stroke the dragon's scaly neck, a perilous endeavor. Hence he wisely chose his left hand instead of his more dexterous right. Upon making contact with the scaly neck, Regal abruptly turned his head, and Valyrian instantly froze, gripped by a primal fear in the presence of such a colossal creature. Fortunately, Regal merely glanced at him before resuming his feast. Feeling the searing warmth radiating from the dragon's skin, Valyrian mused that it was fortunate Daenerys was not a fire starter. Otherwise, he would have been rendered into a steaming abalone. In truth, the temperature of dragon scales is bearable, though prolonged contact is inadvisable. With the installation of insulated seating, one could still ride a dragon, but the true value of dragons lies not in their capacity for aerial combat, but rather in their devastating bombing capabilities. After Regal finished his meal, he cast one last glance at Valyrian before soaring away without a backward glance. Watching Regal depart, Valyrian felt confident that his plans for taming dragons were entirely feasible. When the dragon was newly hatched, it relied heavily on its mother. However, akin to humans, the potential of a dragon is innate. The black dragon, Drogon, bears a striking resemblance to the formidable Vhagar, quickly outgrowing both Viserion and Regal. Regal, the smallest among them, is now a third smaller than Drogon, and the disparity continues to widen. Presently, Drogon has grown closest to Daenerys, with Viserion following suit, while Regal has recently severed its bond with them. This situation has instilled hope in Valerie, who scoffs at the notion that dragons only recognize the Targaryen bloodline. He believes dragons are far more intelligent than hunting dogs, implying they are easier to train. Once acknowledged, even a humble shepherd can ride a dragon, much like the shepherd who discovered a dragon egg in Valyria. Subsequently, Valerie made his way to the Dragon Pyramid, where tensions were rising in Caris. As the Fire Lance was likely well acquainted by now, upon entering the hall, he found Barristan, Jorah Mormont, Grey Worm, and Missandei already seated around the round table, awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival to preside over the meeting. This was, of course, Valerie's intention, having arranged a grand round table with 12 luxurious seats to establish the ruling council of Meereen. Thank you for your patience. I trust you are all aware of the agenda for today's meeting, Valerie began, taking his place at the table. Jorah furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. I fail to comprehend why Caris dares to boast about annihilating the Unsullied and capturing the Mother of Dragons. He could not help but admire Valerie for restoring order in just 3 months amid such chaos. Even the so-called assassin of the Harpy, upon entering Meereen, was promptly reported by farmers and swiftly apprehended. This was hardly surprising. After all, spies and assassins are akin to walking 50 golden dragons in Meereen. Moreover, with the recent law of collective punishment, any household that harbors a criminal endangers the entire village, subjecting the village head to severe reprimand. Thus, Meereen has successfully curtailed the infiltration of spies to a significant extent. Grey Worm, maintaining his stoic demeanor, remarked, "No one stands a chance against the Unsullied." Meanwhile, Missandei remained lost in thought, as she was not particularly skilled in warfare. Barristan, on the other hand, voiced his concerns regarding logistical issues, his expression troubled. The problem lies in the fact that Volantis has allied with several city-states to form a naval fleet. They possess 600 warships and countless merchant vessels, numbering nearly 20,000 men, effectively blockading the routes to Slavers Bay. The food supplies we can acquire are severely limited. Valerie, while distributing land, had also provided grain seeds. But until the first harvest, Meereen must rely on purchases for sustenance. Unfortunately, the routes to the Lazarene have been severed, and reports suggest that civil war is brewing among them, with a tribe known as the Vaggar rising to power and consolidating the Lazarene. Our harvest is still a month away, and the pressing question is how we will endure this month. If Caris is astute enough, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to wage war during this time, Valerie stated with deliberate calmness. We are faced with a critical decision: either abandon the farms beyond the city and hold fast at Malin, or dispatch our forces to confront the enemy. Though our supplies are somewhat strained, Grey Worm proposed that we could simply send out the Unsullied to engage in battle, asserting that the mercenaries pose the greatest threat, while the slave soldiers of Yunkai are not to be feared and might even defect in the heat of battle. This approach would indeed alleviate our burden, requiring only a few farmers to assist with logistical transport. Yet, can the Unsullied truly withstand the onslaught of thousands of mercenaries and tens of thousands of slave soldiers? It is rumored that Yunkai has procured a multitude of mysterious weapons in Westeros, Valerie questioned knowingly. Jorah and Barristan shook their heads. Having left Westeros only 2 or 3 winters ago, it is likely that these are merely the famed scorpions of Westeros, powerful yet cumbersome and slow to load, primarily designed to combat dragons. Given these circumstances, let us proceed with this plan. If we can delay for a month, the 3 Grand Legions will arrive to support us, allowing us to establish a firm foothold in the Slavers Bay, gradually amassing strength until we can seize the entire region and launch a counter-offensive against Westeros. To be candid, Jorah and Barristan have shifted their perspectives. They are in no rush to return to Westeros. After encountering the sudden influx of various luxuries, soaps, wines, and spices, they believe that the royal treasury in King's Landing must be overflowing with gold dragons, sufficient to fund years of conflict for the Iron Throne. Thus, they unanimously agree that we should await the full maturation of the 3 dragons, at least a decade, at which point we shall raise King's Landing, eliminate Joffrey, and vanquish the Lannisters and Baratheons, compelling the remaining 5 kingdoms to submit, as has been the Game of Thrones for millennia in Westeros. In truth, were it not for Joffrey and Tywin, as well as the burgeoning industrial system of these past 2 years, the present moment would be the opportune time to reclaim Westeros. Many nobles now seek to overthrow Joffrey and restore the feudal system. However, as the years pass and this generation of children grows, the ideal of feudal socialism will shine as their guiding beacon. Furthermore, Joffrey's establishment of a council separates legislative power from royal authority, reinforcing centralization while diluting the monarch's power, ultimately benefiting the nation's development. Joffrey does not intend to reign indefinitely, although his descendants may weaken due to diluted bloodlines. They will remain formidable and long-lived to the common folk. This suggests that should a tyrant akin to the Mad King arise, the populace will be unable to revolt, forced instead to endure silently, even if Joffrey still breathes. The following day, Daenerys returned around midday. Varys immediately sought her out to convey the results of their discussions from the previous day. Daenerys replied, "You are the hand of the queen. I trust in your capabilities. Handle it as you see fit. I shall take my bath now. As Varys observed Daenerys' retreating figure, a subtle smile graced his lips. Daenerys heeded his counsel, choosing to cultivate intimacy with Drogon, while Viserion remained closely by his elder brother's side. The unsightly, copper-hued dragon, Rhaego, began to wander alone, gradually distancing himself from Daenerys. Additionally, since Daenerys did not confine Viserion and Rhaego in the basement as portrayed in the television series, this afforded Varys the opportunity to infiltrate Rhaego's lair. After much contemplation, Tyrion resolved to journey to Highgarden personally, determined to bring Margaery back to King's Landing, provided his nephew had not deceived him. Tyrion set forth with 1,000 men, traveling in a carriage while the accompanying soldiers rode bicycles, with 2 bags attached to the rear, allowing for an exceptionally swift march. In merely 4 days, they traversed the Rose Road to the lands of the Reach. Upon entering the territory of Highgarden, Tyrion's expression soured. Accustomed to King's Landing, he was struck by the numerous small castles and villages, where the common folk seemed even worse off than the elderly in King's Landing who relied on charity. The familiar exploitation by the nobility, Tyrion lamented, recalling how the local papers frequently exposed the long-standing aristocracy's abuses, inciting widespread disdain for the feudal system throughout King's Landing and the entire realm. His handmaiden, Shae, remarked, "King's Landing is a paradise, a place where many wish to obtain citizenship, a coveted treasure indeed." Joffrey had renamed the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Crownlands to the provinces of North Cold, Riverland, Moonvale, and East Sea, respectively. He also planned to designate a vast area of land south of the God's Eye in the Riverlands for a new capital. However, this plan had yet to materialize due to a lack of funds and remained undisclosed, leaving King's Landing as the nation's capital. As the birthplace of industrial enlightenment, the surrounding infrastructure was the most developed. Tyrion embraced Shae, reflecting on the considerable investments made by His Majesty across the realm, with nearly all profits directed towards infrastructure and technological advancement, amounting to tens of millions of golden dragons. In stark contrast, his royal nephew spent merely a few hundred golden dragons monthly, with successive kings primarily focused on culinary delights. Joffrey's expenditures could be deemed wasteful, as he indulged in an array of delicacies: soybean milk, fried dough, stir-fries, grilled skewers, hot pot, and more. Tyrion muttered to himself, perhaps he is no longer truly Joffrey. What? Shae inquired, having not caught Tyrion's mumbled words. Nothing, I was merely reflecting on how our king is so extraordinarily talented, almost divine. Shae giggled, is that not normal? Our sovereign is the Lord of the 7 gods. He has come to save Westeros. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What has happened? Tyrion lifted his head from Shae's shoulder. The driver promptly replied, My lord, it appears there is some commotion in the village ahead. Several carts are blocking the road. Tyrion pushed open the carriage door and stepped out, wondering if there was no way to circumvent the situation. I apologize, my lord, but if we were to take a detour, we would have to retrace our steps, came the reply. Tyrion's expression soured. Had he known better, he would not have strayed from Rose Avenue in search of a shortcut. Perhaps I should inquire if they could grant us passage. If it is a matter of urgency, we can afford to wait. Noticing Tyrion's demeanor, the coachman cautiously reminded him, My lord, you are the hand of the king, and this is the Riverlands. Tyrion, catching the implication in the coachman's words, felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, I am accustomed to it, accustomed. In King's Landing, officials, regardless of their inclinations, were expected to maintain a cordial demeanor, especially since Joffrey had always been notably approachable, often receiving enthusiastic kisses from the townsfolk as he walked the streets. Regaining his noble bearing as the 3rd son of House Lannister, Tyrion commanded a group of soldiers to clear the way, exclaiming, Do you not see you are obstructing the path of the hand of the kingdom? Immediately, a squad of soldiers advanced, with the sergeant leading them delivering a swift kick to the carriage, startling the dozing coachman awake. Who dares? Do you value your lives so little? Do you know whose carriage this is? Be wary of Lord Tyrell. He may well take your heads. As the coachman rose, he was met with the sight of the heavily armed soldiers, his face paling at the sight. The armor they wore was worth a fortune to lesser nobles. His gaze then fell upon the distant procession, marked by the fluttering Star Dragon banner, a design conceived by Joffrey featuring an Eastern dragon entwined around a pentagram. Colloquially dubbed the Star Dragon flag, though some nobles whispered less flattering names behind closed doors. Good sirs, may I inquire what business brings you here? The coachman said, plastering a smile on his face. Please, clear the way, we are merely passing through. Yes, we shall see to it, he replied, quickly forgetting his lord's pursuit of women as he urged the horses onward. Tyrion settled himself outside the carriage, observing the modest hamlet surrounded by a low fence. A small village of perhaps 300 or 400 souls, the fence erected to ward off the beasts of the surrounding wilderness. Shelter, 12 years of age, was the son of a farmer's daughter who had been forcibly taken by a local noble due to her beauty, while her father had succumbed to the noble's brutality. After returning to the village, his mother had given birth to him and had since been driven to madness. From the age of 4 or 5, Shelter had been compelled to fend for himself. Thus, he had endured a tumultuous 12 years, often working odd jobs at the village blacksmith shop, managing to scrape by on wild vegetables and fruits. However, today the atmosphere in the smithy was unusually tense. As Shelter emerged from the shop, he caught sight of the detestable Jaime's Tyrell, yet he could do nothing but obediently return to the forge. Just as he was about to turn back, a wild-eyed woman came sprinting towards Jaime's, arms outstretched in a frantic manner. Shelter's pupils dilated in alarm, while Jaime's furrowed his brow, recognizing the woman but undeterred as he drew his sword. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed. In a surge of desperation, Shelter spotted a sword within the shop. Seizing it and charging forward, his mind clouded with thoughts of his mother. He knew he could not afford to lose her. Jaime's caught a glimpse of Shelter and swiftly raised his sword to parry the iron blade that came hurtling towards him, only to discover it was a slender child. Frowning slightly, he soon found himself engaged in a series of exchanges with the boy. Despite it being Shelter's inaugural experience wielding a sword, he exhibited an unexpected proficiency, managing to hold his ground against Jaime's, a knight of noble lineage trained in the art of combat. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Jaime's eyes, igniting thoughts of mentorship, especially since this youth was most likely his son. Meanwhile, at a distance, Tyrion observed the unfolding spectacle, his mind racing. I once believed that Essos was exceptionally gifted. Yet here was someone even more remarkable. I have taken a liking to him. Whose domain is this? The stableman replied, it belongs to Count Drancy. He must be the man engaged in battle. So it is a count. Surround him. During this exchange, Shelter was swiftly disarmed, the iron sword sent flying. After all, he was still merely a boy, untrained, and thus no match for Jaime's. Just as Jaime's contemplated employing a mix of encouragement and intimidation, a troop of soldiers encircled them. Jaime's expression shifted, for the soldiers before him were equipped to a degree far superior to the standing army of House Gardner. Only the forces of King's Landing could achieve such prowess. But why would the King's Landing troops appear here? This is my domain, and yet no one has informed me. In truth, it was not that no one had communicated. Rather, Tyrion and his entourage had arrived with remarkable swiftness, compounded by Jaime's absence from the castle, leaving him uninformed. After all, the number of messenger ravens was limited, primarily controlled by the citadel and the great houses. Tyrion strode forward, casting a dismissive glance at Jaime's before donning a congenial smile to assist Shelter. Child, are you all right? Shelter, bewildered, took in the sight of this man, whose understated attire belied an air of opulence, clearly a figure of significant power, yet remarkably approachable. His mind momentarily faltered as he stammered, my lord, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Jaime's, shedding his earlier arrogance, cautiously inquired, might I ask who you are, my lord? Tyrion turned to regard Jaime's, while the stableman stepped forward to introduce, this is the chief minister of the realm, Tyrion Lannister, my lord. Jaime's countenance paled. He had heard of the chief minister, akin to the prime minister in essence. Yet why was this esteemed figure not attending to his duties in King's Landing but instead present in the Riverlands? Surely, he was not about to take action against the Riverlands? Sir Chief Minister, what is the meaning of this? Jaime's asked, perplexed. A prominent nobleman showing interest in a peasant lad? In Westeros, while slavery was absent, many farmers tending to the lands of the lords were still referred to as serfs. Their roles akin to that of serfs, though this was an unspoken understanding. Moreover, this was Jaime's domain. Traditionally, even the ruling Tyrell family held no right to intervene directly in the affairs of their vassals. I have taken a liking to this lad and intend to take him away. You may leave, Tyrion remarked nonchalantly. Jaime's forced a smile, retorting, this child is my son, and this is my fief, my lord. Deep down, Jaime's felt quite displeased. After all, he held the title of count, and this was the fertile Riverlands, not the barren north. Joffrey placed great importance on industrial secrecy, leading many established nobles to still believe that the most prosperous regions in Westeros were the Riverlands and the gold-rich Westerlands. Even though the Stormlands, producing soap and various goods, were abundant, the Riverlands and Westerlands remained the wealthiest areas in Westeros. Your son? He is your father, and I shall take him regardless. What say you? Are you unwilling? Tyrion waved his hand, prompting all soldiers to swiftly draw their swords. The sword, primarily used by soldiers during the Sui and Tang dynasties, featured a wide blade and a straight edge, well suited for slashing, whether wielded with one hand or two. Seeing this, Jaime's wisely chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Tyrion inquired about the situation from Shelt, gaining a general understanding of the circumstances. However, such matters were rather commonplace in the eyes of the nobility. Farmers were mere tools for their amusement and agricultural endeavors. Go, give him 2 slaps to teach him a lesson, Tyrion instructed Shelt. Taken aback, Shelt pondered. Can a commoner really slap a count? Observing Shelt's expression, Tyrion scoffed. What, are you afraid? Realizing the futility of hesitation, Shelt resolved to deliver 2 hearty slaps for the thrill, stepping up to Jaime's. However, Jaime's towered at over 1.7 meters, leaving Shelt momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Should I jump up to strike? Tyrion interjected. Count Jaime's, did you not hear my command? Shall I have the soldiers sever your legs instead? Jaime's clenched his teeth. The humiliation akin to berating a noble, as if he were a mere footstool. Regrettably, the chivalric spirit of the 7 kingdoms began to crumble the moment Jaime Lannister committed regicide. Ultimately, Jaime slowly bent down, and Shelt, seeing this, wasted no time in delivering 2 resounding slaps. Ha! Tyrion erupted in laughter. The glory of Westeros is as laughable as dung. Behold the simple labor spirit over in King's Landing. Jaime's gritted his teeth, yet with few guards at his side. He could do nothing but endure the humiliation at the hands of the well-equipped royal army. Nevertheless, Jaime's Tarly, would not forget this day. The Tarly family would remember this disgrace. He had heard whispers of a potential alliance between the Riverlands and the Westerlands, which would inevitably lead to war with the North. When King's Landing fell, he would relish the opportunity to humiliate that wretched little monkey. Jaime's never entertained thoughts of defeat for the North and Riverlands. With nearly 200,000 troops, how could they possibly lose? My lord Tyrion, I will faithfully relay the situation here to my liege. Jaime's intended to immediately file a lawsuit in the High Court. As a direct vassal of House Tyrell, he believed that the Tyrells would not remain indifferent. With a raised eyebrow, Tyrion scoffed. Are you threatening me? He randomly drew a revolver from his waist, a custom piece crafted by Grit for Tyrion. Cocking the hammer and aiming the firearm at Jaime's, he commanded, Get lost immediately, go weep to your thorny mother. Speak another word, and I shall end you. Since flintlock and matchlock guns had been dispatched to Essos, firearms were not sold in Westeros, and thus most factions, including Jaime's, were unaware of their existence. However, the tone of Tyrion's voice suggested that it was not a benign object. Jaime's hurriedly retreated with several attendants. Tyrion ordered that Shelt and her son be placed in another carriage and dispatched a 10-man squad to escort them back to King's Landing. For he had no desire to carry 2 burdens. He then penned a letter to Arthur, detailing the situation. The military skills of the current army were all derived from Arthur's teachings. He was, after all, the chief instructor. If Shelt were to nurture her son well, he would undoubtedly become a reserve member of the Dorne Special Forces. The following day, Tyrion advanced at full speed, nearly matching the swift horses that had previously conveyed the news. Just as Olenna received word, Tyrion arrived at the gates of Highgarden, gazing up at the towering 20-meter walls. Tyrion could not help but marvel at the splendor of the wealthiest region in the 7 kingdoms. Highgarden exuded an aura of prosperity, rivaling even King's Landing before Joffrey's reforms. Many passers-by were astonished by the bicycle, a truly wondrous invention, as it sped along on 2 wheels. Subsequently, the army encamped outside the city, and Tyrion, accompanied by his retinue, made his way to the castle under the guidance of the guards. Throughout the journey, Tyrion observed that the living standards in Highgarden appeared quite favorable. At the very least, the streets were bustling with vendors, indicating a lively and prosperous atmosphere. Inside the castle, Olenna met with Tyrion, accompanied by Margaery, the elderly woman, veiled in a headscarf, sensed that Tyrion had ulterior motives, though she could not discern their nature. It is truly an honor to have your lordship visit Highgarden. We would appreciate prior notice of your visits, so that we might extend appropriate hospitality. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall you in the reach, we could hardly withstand the king's wrath. Olenna's words vividly illustrated the concept of a thorny rose, yet Tyrion feigned ignorance. My lady Olenna, you are too kind. I am merely fulfilling the king's commission, which is why I arrived with such haste. I did not anticipate that your news would travel so slowly. The king's commission? Pray tell, what service could we possibly offer his majesty? Olenna seized upon the key phrase in Tyrion's speech, the king's commission. What matter had compelled Tyrion to hasten to Highgarden with such a multitude? It is fortunate that the banner of the king is flying. Had it been any other, they might have been swiftly slain as invaders. Although 1,000 well-equipped soldiers are formidable, they would undoubtedly struggle to traverse the bay and reach the castle of Highgarden. I have heard that my father wishes for Miss Margaery to wed my brother. Tyrion glanced at Margaery, who stood beside Olenna. Her beauty was striking, her eyes lively. A different allure than that of Sansa. You are quite well informed. I have yet to respond to Duke Tywin, yet you are already aware. However, it seems the king has no authority to intervene in familial unions, does he? Olenna vaguely surmised Tyrion's origins and sought to forge an alliance between House Tyrell and House Lannister, pouring himself a glass of wine. Tyrion contemplated the historically frosty relations between their houses. Something must have compelled his father, Tywin Lannister, to seek an alliance with the Tyrells. He sipped his red wine, deliberately vague in his discourse. "My lord, perhaps we should first discuss matters concerning His Majesty the King," Olenna suggested, redirecting the conversation. "Ah, indeed. Queen Sansa, feeling rather bored within the confines of the palace, has expressed a desire to invite Miss Marjorie to the Red Keep for a time of leisure." A weight settled in Olenna's heart. This was an attempt to control Marjorie, with only one daughter residing in the Red Keep. Controlling Marjorie meant that Highgarden would lack a legitimate female to wed Jaime, thereby weakening the alliance significantly. "I apologize, my lord, but my granddaughter's health is rather frail, and we are deeply fond of Marjorie. I cannot impose. I must first consult with her." Marjorie, meanwhile, merely brushed her hair aside in silence, her thoughts unknown. Tyrion then addressed Marjorie. "What is your inclination, Miss Marjorie? His Majesty is young, accomplished, and strikingly handsome. I have heard whispers of discord between him and Queen Sansa. Do you grasp my meaning?" Marjorie responded with a smile. "I am but a young girl. I shall adhere to my grandmother's wishes." Highgarden has long been inquiring about the happenings in King's Landing through merchant caravans. She knew little of the strife between Joffrey and Sansa. Yet it was undeniable that Joffrey had stripped many nobles of their power, and numerous noble knights had now sought refuge in Highgarden. Olenna continued, "Please forgive us, Your Majesty, but Marjorie's health is too delicate for travel. Should Queen Sansa find herself too bored, we would gladly welcome her to Highgarden." Tyrion's expression darkened. "Lady Olenna, you must understand. This is the king's command, not a mere request." Tyrion had hoped to deceive Marjorie into coming under the guise of the queen's invitation, but he found that she was not easily swayed, and Olenna was equally opposed to Marjorie's journey to King's Landing, seemingly harboring her own designs for an alliance with the West. "My lord, do not jest. Once Marjorie's health improves, I shall ensure her journey to King's Landing." Olenna replied with a smile, unperturbed by Joffrey, with Joffrey commanding no more than 50,000 troops, while the Reach could muster between 120,000 and 150,000, supplemented by an additional 50 to 60,000 from the Westerlands. Lady Olenna felt a distinct advantage was hers. Joffrey ought to have been conciliating the nobles of the Riverlands and the Westerlands. It appeared that Lady Olenna had made up her mind, so she bid farewell. Upon finishing his statement, Tyrion departed with his entourage. "I shall not detain Lord Tyrion for dinner," Olenna graciously escorted him out. "Are you skilled in combat? One must possess firearms to survive in this world." As Tyrion's party made their way back to King's Landing, Olenna swiftly penned a letter to Tywin of the Westerlands. Tyrion's visit had instilled a sense of urgency in her. She resolved to ally with the Westerlands and forge a new coalition. In truth, each realm of Westeros operates as an independent nation, with the king merely adopting the title of Duke. For instance, the Westerlands are known as Casterly Rock, and the Reach is referred to as the Kingdom of the Reach. Westeros was originally comprised of 7 kingdoms, perpetually at odds, until the Targaryen family, through dragon conquest, unified 6 of them and formed a marital alliance with Dorne, thus achieving cohesion, with the kings of each realm styling themselves as dukes, subservient to the Targaryens. As undercurrents stirred in Westeros, an unprecedented battle erupted in Essos, shattering the invincible myth of the Unsullied army. Just days prior, Grey Worm had received orders to swiftly advance southward, blocking the path of the Yunkai forces. When the two factions finally met, Grey Worm was astonished to discover that Yunkai had no reinforcements whatsoever, not even from Volantis. This was hardly surprising, as the politics of Essos revolved primarily around city-state trade, with competition and friction existing between the various city-states. The Yunkai nobility would prefer that no one knew of the existence of the matchlock musket, and thus kept its deployment tightly under wraps, even conducting training in secrecy and in phases. As the inaugural captain of the musketmen in Yunkai, Landon was exceptionally spirited, being a prominent noble himself. 4,000 of the 20,000 troops were under his command. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, Landon engaged in cordial discussions with Grey Worm, who scorned the Yunkai slaves, derisively claiming that the Unsullied could easily rout 10 times their number of slave soldiers. Landon retorted, "Are you truly skilled in battle? Skill is of little value without firearms or gold dragons. What do you possess? We are the Unsullied. You may also call us free warriors." Grey Worm confidently replied. Landon, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "It seems you are quite naive." Yet Grey Worm responded calmly, "You shall soon witness how valiant the Unsullied are in their fight for freedom. Your forces will crumble upon first contact." Subsequently, Landon returned to the encampment to immediately strategize. His selection as the overall commander was not solely due to his wealth and influence. He indeed possessed a flair for tactics. As the attacking side, Yunkai was compelled to advance, and Manolandan's strategy involved a staggered assault. The front line would fire, then step forward to reload, while the rear ranks continued to shoot, thus perpetuating an unyielding advance. This maneuver is a perfect counter against the purists who, when engaging in a similar military formation, can only endure attacks from a distance. Advancing results in being struck, while retreating not only incurs damage but also leads to the continuous surrender of their positions. The advantages of the matchlock gun can be fully realized in this scenario. Currently, the only effective strategy against matchlock guns is a rapid cavalry charge at close quarters. Matchlock soldiers possess even less resistance than infantry against cavalry. As anticipated, when the battle commenced, Yuan Kai's volley left the purists bewildered. Initially, the purists held the main thoroughfare leading north to Milan, which allowed Yuan Kai to advance. However, contrary to the expectations of the Grey Worm, Yuan Kai's slave soldiers did not charge but instead halted 200 paces away, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. At that distance, the accuracy of the matchlock guns was nearly negligible, yet, against the purists clad in cloth armor, they still maintained their lethality. Coupled with the sheer number of shots fired, the volley resulted in the demise of several purists, with many sustaining light injuries. Manolandan, witnessing this scene through his spyglass, was ecstatically pleased. Typically, to inflict such losses on the purists would require an overwhelming numerical superiority. Yet now, it sufficed to merely lift a finger from afar. The Grey Worm, equally perplexed, pondered whether this might be the mysterious weapon spoken of by Prime Minister Valerie. How could such a weapon possibly wound from 200 paces away? Despite his confusion, the Grey Worm maintained his composure. The incessant sounds of gunfire and the casualties among the purists led him to quickly realize why Yuan Kai's forces had halted at that distance. It was likely their maximum range. He promptly commanded a retreat of 50 paces. As expected, although the enemy continued to fire, his own forces suffered no further casualties. Occasionally, iron balls whizzed past, but they lacked lethality. The Grey Worm plucked an iron ball from his shield and examined it. It was an ordinary projectile capable of being launched 200 paces by some form of slingshot mechanism. The most terrifying aspect of this weapon was its apparent simplicity of operation. Otherwise, Yuan Kai would not have been able to rapidly assemble a force of tens of thousands. In ancient times, once troop numbers exceeded 1,000, estimates became necessary, which is why the Celestial Empire could readily mobilize armies numbering in the millions. With hundreds of thousands of cavalry, most of whom were merely farmers filling logistical roles, akin to modern internet authors whose content often lacks substance. Milan had no archers. Training a single archer was time-consuming and labor-intensive, compounded by the scarcity of bows in Milan. Thus, the Grey Worm, having deemed victory all but assured, neglected to bring archers, leaving the purists to endure a relentless barrage of fire. News of the conflict swiftly reached Milan, prompting Daenerys to convene a council of her ministers to deliberate on the matter. Sitting at the head of the table, Daenerys furrowed her brow, fixated on the matchlock gun before her. Who could devise a method to counter such a weapon? Her tone, tinged with urgency, betrayed her concern. Dragons are formidable weapons of war, but it is inconceivable to rely solely on them, especially considering they require time to mature. According to the report from the Grey Worm, this weapon can inflict considerable damage from 200 paces away, is produced in large quantities, and is remarkably easy to operate. Yora's tone was somber. This was undoubtedly a weapon tailored for slave masters. Your Majesty, Barristan interjected, this weapon requires a period to reload after each shot. The only solution is a rapid cavalry charge, yet we have scarcely any cavalry. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards Valyrian Adolf, hoping that this prodigious young prime minister could devise a solution. Daenerys also looked at Valyrian with anticipation, wishing for a method from this youth. This weapon is known as the matchlock gun. According to my spies from the Western Factory, it can be fired once within 100 breaths, boasts high production levels, and is simple to operate, making it superior to archers in every aspect. Daenerys could not help but ask, can your Western Factory acquire the means to produce this weapon? If we had the blueprints, we could manufacture these matchlock guns ourselves. Valyrian fell silent for a moment. This weapon is not of Yuan Kai's making. If they could create it, they would not have only just revealed it now. Could it be that Yuan Kai has only just mastered this technology? Yora inquired. If it is not made by Yuan Kai, does that not work in our favor? If Yuan Kai can purchase it, so can we. Valyrian clicked his tongue. The issue lies with the faction responsible for the weapon's manufacture. Barristan appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. This weapon is produced by other slave-holding city-states? Far worse. Valyrian sighed. It is Westeros, to be precise, crafted in King's Landing. What? Everyone was taken aback. if it were indeed produced in King's Landing. The prospect of retaking Westeros would be nearly impossible, and even their rule in Meereen would be precarious. They might once again find themselves fleeing until the dragons matured. Hearing this, Daenerys clenched her small fists, her lips pressed tightly together, and a mist of tears welled in her violet eyes, a flicker of despair crossing her features. If usurpers were behind the creation of such a weapon, they would undoubtedly bolster the aristocrats of the Slave Bay, using treachery to annihilate her. The last scion of House Targaryen. Yet, shaking off the tears and despair, she reminded herself of the numerous trials she had endured. Nothing could shatter her resolve now. In truth, Your Majesty, there is no need for such sorrow. King's Landing's decision to sell this formidable weapon must surely stem from a lack of funds, Valyrian continued thoughtfully. I am willing to venture to Waterdrop Town to negotiate with the people of King's Landing. I possess some confidence, albeit limited. Absolutely not. That is far too perilous. I still have my dragons. We may not be powerless against Yuan Kai's faction, and furthermore, my dragons are gradually maturing. Daenerys firmly rejected Valyrian's proposal. Your Majesty, I must go. I cannot bear to witness the failure of the noble cause of liberating slaves. I am your hand, the Queen. Valyrian rose and bowed deeply. For the Queen, I shall dedicate myself entirely, even unto death. Observing this eloquent and talented hand of the Queen, Daenerys understood his resolve was unshakable. She could only admonish him, be exceedingly careful, living is of utmost importance. Thus, Valerie discreetly navigated the coastline for half a day aboard a swift vessel. Arriving at the military dock of Waterdrop Town. As he approached the dock, soldiers promptly spotted him, rifles cocked and ready, swiftly subduing Valerie, who offered no resistance and directly requested to see Ytoso. Ytoso, the highest commander of the Golden Deer Guard at the Waterdrop base for several months, hesitated before dispatching a soldier to inform Ytoso of Valerie's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Ytoso summoned Valerie to the interrogation room, dismissing everyone else before asking, "How did you come to be here?" Ytoso and Valerie shared a bond as former classmates. Yet Valerie had always exhibited a remarkable agility of mind, later being taken for clandestine training. It was only recently, upon Valerie's ascension as the Queen's hand and her burgeoning fame, that Ytoso recognized her identity through portraits and various accounts. The threat is you, isn't it? What now? Daenerys is in a state of panic. I informed her of my decision to engage with the forces of Westeros, thus affording me the opportunity to seek you out. Is there any way to contact His Majesty? There is not. Yet His Majesty inquires about the situation in Essos every few days, Ytoso replied. Considering the timeline, it should be within these 2 days, at the latest. Meanwhile, a certain dashing figure was soaring through the skies, hastening, for the flintlock pistol was on the verge of becoming a sensation. Joffrey intended to linger in Essos for a few more days. Upon Joffrey's arrival at the inner sanctum of the Waterdrop base, Valerie clandestinely met with him. Your Majesty, the Meyer plan can commence, Valerie respectfully declared. Valerie was favored by Joffrey at that time and was taken to the secret base for focused training. Subsequently, Joffrey devised the Meyer plan, intending to transform the Slave Bay into a battlefield of attrition to continuously siphon resources to meet their developmental needs. After discussing certain details, Joffrey instructed Valerie to return with the good news. A day later, Valerie returned to Meereen and immediately sought out Daenerys. Your Majesty, the usurper insists that you must personally visit Waterdrop Town, and he will then consider the matter of the flintlock pistols. The countenance of everyone shifted. This was an exceedingly perilous undertaking. Yet Daenerys remained unfazed, confident in Drogon's ability to whisk her away should danger arise, her only concern being a potential ambush. If that is the case, I shall agree to visit him personally, but when will he arrive in Essos? Daenerys inquired. Your Majesty, Joffrey is already in Essos. He likely anticipated this scenario and is waiting for you to succumb to the pressure and approach him, Valerie responded. Will he indeed sell us these weapons? Yor asked anxiously. As a devoted supporter of Daenerys, he wished to dissuade her from meeting Joffrey. He certainly will. Valerie asserted confidently that is precisely their objective. The expression on Varys' face darkened. He realized Joffrey intended to ensnare him in the Slave Bay, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Indeed, this revelation will allow the entirety of Essos to intuitively grasp the practicality of the arquebus. They shall amass an inexhaustible fortune of golden dragons, consequently growing ever more formidable. Valerie asserted, this is a scheme of audacity, yet we must concede that if we do not procure these weapons, we shall find ourselves ensnared by the slave masters in Meereen. With a sense of resignation, Valerie remarked that our only course is to first acquire the arquebus, and subsequently devise a strategy to ensure our escape while we await the maturation of the true dragon. Indeed, Drogon is no less formidable than the Black Death. Once he reaches adulthood, we shall be able to breach King's Landing, and at that moment, all shall belong to us. Daenerys reignited her hope and resolve, enduring humiliation for the sake of her ambition. 3 days hence, in the open space south of Waterdrop Town. The Waterdrop military base is situated on Waterdrop Peninsula. While Waterdrop Town lies inland, there are two distinct locations, with the town enveloping the military base. Joffrey sat in his chair, awaiting Daenerys' arrival, as the appointed hour approached. A resounding roar echoed through the air. A colossal shadow loomed on the ground. The black dragon, Drogon, had a wingspan of 20 meters. As Drogon descended, Daenerys gracefully slid down from his back. Joffrey scrutinized Drogon with keen interest, his appearance far more fearsome and commanding than depicted in the television series. The golden eyes of the dragon regarded Joffrey intently, and the immense sense of threat emanating from Joffrey unsettled Drogon, who emitted a series of low growls. Daenerys chose not to soothe Drogon, believing that this would instill considerable fear in Joffrey's faction, facilitating the forthcoming negotiations. As the two sat facing each other, Joffrey meticulously observed the renowned mother of dragons, Daenerys Targaryen. She was indeed petite and charming, yet her figure radiated an aura of authority. Her countenance adorned with the unique pride of both a dragon mother and a queen, further accentuated by her silver hair and violet eyes, captivating Joffrey profoundly. "Do you dare to meet with me alone, unafraid that my dragon might reduce you to ashes?" A threatening expression crossed Daenerys' face. Yet Joffrey interpreted it as an invitation to assert his dominance. Drawing a revolver from his cloak, he aimed it at the ground in the distance and fired. The deafening crack startling Daenerys, causing even Drogon to instinctively recoil. "Your dragon could never match the speed of my gun, within 50 meters. This weapon will strike precisely where I direct it." Joffrey beamed, reveling in his attempt to intimidate. As anticipated, Daenerys' expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Joffrey possessed such a remarkable weapon. Joffrey toyed with the revolver in his hand, declaring, "You must understand. Now that I have brought forth the arquebus for sale, it signifies that I possess even more advanced weaponry." Daenerys took a deep breath to steady her astonishment. "Now, state your terms." Even as the supplicant in this exchange, Daenerys maintained her haughty demeanor, eliciting a secretive smile from Joffrey. "It is quite simple. I require you. And in return, I shall consent to sell you the weapons. Understand this clearly. It is a sale," Joffrey emphasized distinctly. Daenerys' complexion instantly flushed, not out of shyness, but out of fury. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, born of the storm. Your father slaughtered my family, and you dare propose marriage? This is inconceivable." Joffrey regarded the enraged Daenerys with indifference, dismissing her words with a wave of his hand. "What you say is irrelevant. Your ancestors ruled Westeros with dragons. Yet by your father's time, without them, he was tyrannical and capricious, offending the nobility and consequently being overthrown was inevitable. It seems you have also angered the nobles. Have you not? I wonder when the Westerlands and the Riverlands will rise against you." Daenerys retorted with a mocking tone. "You exhibit some understanding of the situation in Westeros. Yet it remains incomplete. While I have indeed offended all the nobles, I have simultaneously garnered the support of the common folk. This distinguishes me from the Mad King. The Mad King not only alienated the nobility, but also rendered the populace unable to survive. Joffrey, you may have offended all the nobles. Yet you have gained the people's favor and appointed local officials to maintain control over the foundational governance. The Westerlands and the Riverlands are the most powerful and affluent duchies in Westeros. You cannot prevail against them," Daenerys asserted with a smile. Joffrey smirked, raising his hand to fire a shot at Drogon's wing, then turning to Daenerys said, "Think carefully. You cannot possibly believe that any force aside from King's Landing could produce such weapons?" Drogon, having been shot, roared furiously at Joffrey, yet quietly took 2 steps back. It was instinctive. Every time this bipedal beast looked at him, his body urged him to flee. Were it not for his mother's presence, he would have long since taken flight. Daenerys remained oblivious to Drogon's unusual behavior. "Do not attempt to provoke the true dragon. Should you attack him, I cannot guarantee that he will obey my command and refrain from incinerating you." "Ah, yes, your dragon is invincible, I concede," Joffrey said, stroking his smooth, golden locks. "I do not require a marriage alliance with you, for I already possess a queen. What I desire is for you to bear me a child, be it a boy or a girl." Daenerys was momentarily rendered speechless. "That is impossible. I will not assist you in propagating your lineage. What do you take me for?" Anger coursed through her veins. Her only experience with pregnancy had ended in betrayal by a witch, resulting in the death of her unborn child. Since then, she had abandoned the notion of motherhood and dedicated herself wholly to her ambitions. She had initially enjoyed a pleasant rapport with Dario, contemplating the prospect of nurturing a relationship. Yet his consistent disregard for her subtle advances had incited self-doubt. Nevertheless, in both the novels and the series, Daenerys is portrayed as a formidable force, equally alluring to both men and women, exhibiting no reservations towards her maidservants. Joffrey remained silent, merely tilting his head to scrutinize Daenerys' figure, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Daenerys declared, "I am willing to pay a handsome price and guarantee that I will not invade Westeros for 20 years. To be frank, I have come to Essos with two objectives, to acquire wealth and to possess your body." Joffrey bluntly revealed his intentions to Daenerys. Daenerys clenched her teeth tightly. Joffrey's intentions were glaringly apparent. Either acquiesce to his demands or forego any discussion. Engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle, two aspects of Daenerys debated fervently, ultimately leading the darker side to persuade her that bearing Joffrey's child was merely a temporary sacrifice, a matter of a couple of years at most. This would allow her to mature and gain complete dominion over Slaver's Bay. "I accept your terms," Daenerys declared with a bitter tone. "Very well. A flintlock for 20 gold dragons, including powder and ammunition, but once depleted, you'll need to procure more. Armor and weapons are also available for purchase at negotiable prices." Joffrey replied with a smug grin. Subsequently, he and Daenerys deliberated further on the transaction details, finalizing a deal worth 3 million gold dragons. "The deal is settled. Do not forget to visit me in Water Gardens before sunset each day," Joffrey reminded her. Daenerys, visibly distressed, muttered with a flushed face, "I understand." Since King's Landing dispatched shipments of flintlocks to Water Gardens every 3 months, Daenerys found herself compelled to meet Joffrey nightly, only to depart at dawn. Consequently, the war in Slaver's Bay was destined to intensify gradually. 2 weeks later, Joffrey lazily stretched as he rose, while Daenerys turned away, tugging the blanket to continue sleeping. Over the past fortnight, she had grown weary, enduring Joffrey's demands by night and facing the relentless advance of the Yunkai army by day. Fortunately, Joffrey had restricted the export of gunpowder, stalling the Yunkai's progress just 100 miles from Meereen, leading to a gradual stalemate in the conflict. Meanwhile, the Lazarene had recently witnessed the emergence of a formidable tribe, which, after conquering the remaining clans, prohibited the sale of grain to outsiders and was preparing to drive the Dothraki back to the vast grasslands of Dothraki. These shifts in circumstances resulted in a food shortage in Meereen, as the training of the Meereenese army continuously depleted supplies, with over 2 months remaining until the first harvest. Coupled with the Yunkai's relentless sabotage, the situation in Meereen appeared dire. After a brief pause, Daenerys finally regained her composure, huffed softly, and began to dress. Once she was appropriately attired, she stated, "This is a one-time concession. Do not forget the conditions you agreed to." Observing Daenerys' retreating figure, Joffrey smirked ominously. The Lazarene's grain was firmly under his control. When Mazeral agreed to Joffrey's terms, one stipulation mandated that surplus grain be sold to him. Consequently, a substantial amount of grain fell into Joffrey's hands, purchasing it at 8 copper pieces per pound and selling it at 50 copper pieces per pound. Both Mazeral and the Yunkai were aware of this arrangement, yet they found themselves trapped in a cycle of necessity, compelled to buy and sell. Without grain and minerals, Mazeral could not produce weapons, and without weapons, the Lazarene would be vulnerable to defeat. Yuan Kai found himself compelled to procure supplies, as his own agricultural yield was woefully inadequate, relying heavily on the grain transported by the Millen and Laza peoples, both of whom were now embroiled in warfare. As for the nobility of Yuan Kai, they longed to purchase grain from Marcello as they once did. However, they understood that such an action would render their matchlocks mere ornaments, leaving Yuan Kai vulnerable to a swift defeat. While the Laza would continue to be treated as livestock by the Horse Lords, a fate they could not afford to endure. Joffrey soon returned to King's Landing, where Tyrion immediately sought him out. After a brief discussion regarding the dealings with Daenerys the previous night, Tyrion found no joy in the grain order. "Are you truly intent on having Daenerys bear you a child?" he inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Joffrey, however, appeared unfazed. "Conceiving a child is no simple task. I merely desire to indulge in her physicality for my own satisfaction. More importantly, I require a plausible justification for her to procure our weapons." Tyrion suspected that this initial rationale was the true motivation, noting the inexplicable fascination men often harbored for bullying the last princess or a proud queen. Yet he felt it necessary to caution Joffrey. If, and I emphasize if, Daenerys were to become pregnant, how do you intend to manage this child? Bear in mind, this would be a small god with Targaryen blood coursing through its veins. Tyrion's expression turned grave. In Westeros, bastards were regarded with great disdain. Their status akin to that of a peasant, often looked down upon even by the illegitimate offspring of nobility. However, should this bastard possess Targaryen lineage, it would be entitled to command true dragons. If it inherited Joffrey's martial prowess, it would spell a calamity more terrifying than a blood dragon's rampage. Consider the implications. Not only would there be fire-breathing dragons soaring through the skies, but dragon riders capable of flight. Possessing immense strength and the ability to shoot lasers from their eyes, what a nightmare. Joffrey understood Tyrion's concerns and leaned down to pat him on the shoulder. If I were to have offspring, I would not involve them in matters of state. My successor will be Tommen. If he does not survive to that time, then let his son or grandson take the throne. You intend to pass the crown to Tommen? Tyrion exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. In Westeros, bloodlines and familial honor were of paramount importance, often overshadowing mere lineage. Why had Tyrion not been abandoned at birth? Because he bore the name Lannister. Tywin himself had stated that had it not been for the esteemed name of Lannister bestowed upon him, Tyrion would have long since perished. Regardless of whether he was Tywin's true son, Tyrion was aghast. You would relinquish the throne? He believed Joffrey must have lost his senses. A throne was never to be surrendered by one's own progeny. Even a daughter, under dire circumstances, would ascend as empress. I shall not perish. Nor can I remain king indefinitely, Joffrey replied nonchalantly. Even without the title of king, he would still reign supreme over all, enjoying the privileges befitting a monarch without restraint. I am powerful, yet that does not necessarily qualify me to govern a realm. Surely, there are successors better suited for the task of ruling. More crucially, I doubt I will have any heirs. It would be exceedingly difficult for someone to conceive my child. In the realm of governance, Joffrey possesses a remarkable self-awareness. He is, after all, a mere laborer from the countryside, lacking the comprehension required for statecraft. Once a nation achieves industrialization, his contributions become significantly limited. While he may illuminate a somewhat convoluted path toward industrial development, he lacks the intellectual reservoir to guide the nation toward electrification and information advancement. Upon hearing this, Tyrion raised his thumb in approval, intending to utter a 13, but considering his slight frame may not withstand being hung from a tree overnight, he refrained. Instead, he proclaimed, Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Subsequently, Tyrion began to report on recent matters concerning the city-states of Essos seeking to procure matchlock firearms. The envoys from Braavos and Volantis presented similar terms, 20 golden dragons per firearm, with gunpowder to be purchased separately. However, I have yet to respond, as our current production capacity is limited to approximately 6,000 units per month. Should we expand our military factory? In truth, it is not just Braavos and Volantis. Other city-states have also expressed interest in matchlock firearms. Yet, the steam motherbeds at the King's Landing Armory are finite. Expansion is not as simple as it sounds. Each steam motherbed requires around 50 days to manufacture, along with the production of Grite rifles. There is no need to increase production. All matchlock firearms should first be sent to the Slaver S Bay, allowing the other free cities to wait. Currently, Slaver S Bay represents a substantial source of revenue. War is perpetually costly, demanding funds for food, weaponry, and logistical support across various fronts. After discussing the matchlock firearm sales with Tyrion, Joffrey proceeded to the shipyard to commence another day's labor. Is it not remarkable for a king to personally engage in shipbuilding? Whenever Joffrey utilized his laser eyes to weld the ship's hull, the workers marveled in awe. All these laborers had signed confidentiality agreements. Thus only a select few are privy to Joffrey's capabilities. At present, the hull is more than halfway completed, with Joffrey's involvement. Many installation tasks no longer require excessive time to finish, as he can accomplish them with ease. 4 hours swiftly elapsed, marking the completion of Joffrey's workload for the day. Sycol Velti accepted the work attire handed to him by Joffrey and respectfully stated, With your Majesty's assistance, this ironclad vessel shall be completed within 2 months. As the overseer of the King's Landing shipyard, Sycol had initially estimated that the ironclad would require at least 6 months to launch, given their mastery of only fusion welding technology. Yet now, with Joffrey's laser welding, the ironclad could be ready to set sail in a mere 2 months. The sooner this ironclad is launched, the better. With it, we shall dominate the narrow sea, and the ensuing benefits will facilitate our rapid development for the next 2 decades. Joffrey smiled, fully aware of the paramount importance of naval supremacy. In the world of Game of Thrones, the concept of maritime dominance is virtually non-existent. Nor is there a clear demarcation of territorial waters for one's domain. Once the Riverlands-class steam motherbed is launched, the Navy will gain the capability for prolonged patrols over the narrow sea, thereby ensuring the security of King's Landing. Next, it is imperative to address the issues concerning the wall. Returning to the Great Hall of the Red Keep, Joffrey summoned Tyrion, Ulysses, and Guro, who served respectively as the ministers of the cabinet, treasury, and works. Joffrey had previously dabbled in the 6 ministries system, yet it remained far from perfected. Ulysses, the treasury minister, spoke first, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what are your commands?" Known for his integrity and rigidity, Joffrey appointed him to oversee the treasury, responsible for the national coffers and the welfare of the people. Euron and Tyrion also turned their gazes towards Joffrey, for he typically acted as a detached sovereign, only convening them for significant matters. "What are your thoughts on the wall?" Joffrey posed. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Having ventured to the wall, he had even met Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of House Stark. "That place certainly lives up to its name, Your Majesty. We need not be overly concerned." Joffrey rapped his knuckles upon the table. However, the wildlings nearly breached the wall through a tunnel created by giants. Had we not swiftly secured the north, chaos would likely reign there now. While in the original tale the wildlings ultimately did not breach the wall but were instead admitted by Jon, the unfolding events of Game of Thrones had deviated significantly, rendering the future uncertain. After all, the great nobles of Slavers Bay were presently unleashing gunfire upon the Unsullied. Tyrion fell into silence, recalling the rumors of the 4-meter-tall giants and mammoths that had nearly forced open the iron gates. Had fortune not favored them, the wildlings might have indeed invaded the north. As it stood, the wildlings were now congregated in Hardhome, which had begun to develop, with some wildling women even mastering the craft of making sausage bread. "What does your Majesty intend to do?" Tyrion inquired. "The Poseidon heavy cannons," Joffrey declared, referring to the formidable artillery planned for installation aboard the ship Riverland. This heavy artillery, though structurally uncomplicated, possessed a mere 4-second lifespan for its barrels, necessitating frequent replacements once war commenced. Joffrey unfurled a map of the north, pointing at the wall. The wall stretches an impressive 300 miles and rises 700 feet high. With the long night approaching and the White Walkers stirring, we must devise a means to fortify the wall's defenses. No one knows where the White Walkers will strike. In the original timeline, Jon had ventured beyond the wall to capture a White, hoping to convince Cersei of the White Walker's existence, only to be surrounded by the Night King. Daenerys had lost a dragon in her attempt to rescue Jon, and the Night King resurrected it, employing the dragon to breach the wall. Joffrey was determined to prevent Daenerys from bringing dragons to Westeros, thereby eliminating the Night King's access to such power. Nonetheless, even without dragons, the Night King would surely seek ways to surpass the wall. Although the divine had been withdrawn upon Joffrey's arrival, magic had not been eradicated. While the absence of deities had caused a decline in magical tides, beings like the Night King would undoubtedly still wield ice magic. Ulysses, aghast, exclaimed, "Your Majesty wishes to install Poseidon heavy cannons upon the wall? Do you know how many Poseidon heavy artillery pieces are required to arm the entire Great Wall?" The Poseidon artillery has a range of 5 kilometers, while the Great Wall stretches an impressive 480 kilometers. Even if one artillery piece can cover a distance of 10 kilometers, we would still need 48 cannons, which would need to be mounted atop the wall. Transporting them would be a considerable challenge. "Your Majesty, a single Poseidon Model 032 heavy cannon costs approximately 30,000 gold dragons and necessitates a substantial amount of the elusive alloy 32, which is notoriously difficult to manufacture," Euron explained. Euron was well aware of the production process and materials required for the Poseidon 032. The Ministry of Works has a dedicated department specializing in alloy research. Alloy 32 is an exceptional metal discovered by chance. Its fortuitous discovery led Euron to assign several experienced elders to optimize its properties, with the only drawback being its high cost and the extensive time required for refinement. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. How long would it take to manufacture 96 Poseidon 032s? Euron pondered for a moment. If the priority was to satisfy the assembly of the river, it would take until November. However, if the focus was placed on the Great Wall, then 96 Poseidon 032s could be assembled by July. Thus, Euron inquired of Joffrey, "Would your Majesty prefer to prioritize the assembly of the river or the Great Wall?" "Certainly the river. Although the north has begun to experience heavy snowfall, the true long night is still about 2 years away, so we have ample time," Joffrey replied, unhurried. "Not only do we need to install the artillery, but we also require modifications to the base of the Great Wall. I need the Ministry of Works to devise a comprehensive renovation plan. While the Night King may strike from various directions, he will likely choose to attack when the long night is fully upon us, at which point he will be at his most formidable." Joffrey himself was uncertain whether his laser eye could melt the Night King, but he was confident that projectiles forged from dragon glass would surely do the trick. If one was insufficient, then 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 would suffice. In the original tale, Arya used a dragon glass dagger to slay the Night King, no matter how powerful he might be. Joffrey doubted he could withstand a barrage of dragon glass projectiles. After all, Joffrey controlled Dragonstone Island, rich with plentiful dragon glass mines. Thus, the matter was settled. "Tyrion, You in the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue should discuss the details while I make a trip to the north. Joffrey resumed his role as a hands-off ruler, and Tyrion, accustomed to this behavior, began to contemplate the specifics of the plan. Joffrey swiftly headed towards the royal guards, while Ulysses gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring, "His Majesty is the Lord of the Seven Gods. We thank the Seven for allowing us to express our sorrows to the divine." Tyrion overheard Ulysses' musing, poured himself a glass of wine, and remarked, "You should be grateful that the deity chose a nephew. Otherwise, I shudder to think what the Seven Kingdoms would become." "Praise the king," Gyro added, also pouring himself a drink. Ulysses, observing them, felt compelled to admonish, "We are on duty. We cannot drink. It will cloud your minds and jeopardize His Majesty's plans." Tyrion and Gyro exchanged glances. "You must be the most detested man in the Seven Kingdoms, Lord Ulysses." Joffrey soared above the Kingsguard, soon spotting the figure of Baiman. After all, a 60-meter-tall red-haired gorilla is quite conspicuous amidst the lush greenery of the forest. Baiman also noticed Joffrey floating above and let out a joyful roar. As Joffrey approached Baiman, he had been in Essos recently and had not visited Baiman often. He reached out to pat Baiman's large face and asked, "Have you missed me lately?" In response to Joffrey's inquiry, Baiman raised a middle finger and burst into hearty laughter. "You've certainly not learned any good manners from me." Joffrey jested. Baiman then began gesturing, inquiring when he could accompany Joffrey into battle. Understanding Baiman's intent, Joffrey fell into contemplation while Baiman patiently awaited his response. Baiman was a creature born for war, said to appear wherever battles raged, and legends claimed that conflict would arise wherever he tread. Regardless, Baiman was indeed created for combat. And being idle felt quite lonely. An idea sparked in Joffrey's mind as he addressed Baiman. "Wait a moment, war is about to commence." After a brief moment of playful banter with Baiman, he bid farewell and set off towards the north, for he had yet to thoroughly inspect that region. Above the Bay of Carlin, Joffrey surveyed the entire expanse. Only a narrow path was traversable, with the rest enveloped in dense jungle swamps, teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. No wonder it was said that a mere 200 men could thwart any advancing enemy. It was indeed a rare and formidable natural fortress. As Joffrey gazed upon the north, the biting cold wind stung his face. Were it not for his ironclad physique, he would have found it unbearable. The weather in Westeros was peculiar, while the marshlands experienced a warm spring. The north was shrouded in a blanket of snow and frigid winds. Joffrey began to ascend, rising above the clouds. The people of his homeland paled in comparison to superhumans. The higher he climbed, the more he felt the difficulty of breathing. After observing the thick clouds for a while without any discoveries, Joffrey returned to an altitude of 100 meters above the ground. His curiosity piqued about the shape of this planet. He pondered whether it was elliptical or spherical, as observations from maritime navigation and other means suggested it might be an elliptical planet. At the same time, there existed magic, or perhaps a certain energy released in a unique manner, referred to as magic. This realm held countless unsolved mysteries. In the pen of Lord Martin, only Essos and Westeros were depicted, but surely there were more than just these two continents. Perhaps other civilizations lay across the Sunset Sea. As he hovered above Winterfell, the once small town had vanished, replaced by a colossal white fortress, 10 times larger than Winterfell itself. The nomadic herdsmen are busily transporting fodder and clearing various livestock waste, transforming the northern cold province into a vast pasture land. The grand development in the north has begun to yield results, and as technological advancements take hold, it will inevitably become the primary source of meat and dairy for Westeros. Above the training ground, over 1,000 individuals are practicing marksmanship, as the production of the grit rifles is limited to just over 2,000 units per month. Consequently, apart from the Eastern Sea Province, only 1,000 rifles have been allocated for training the troops in various regions. However, as time progresses, production is bound to increase significantly. Jon Snow's vision, akin to that of Joffrey, has been activated, pinpointing the location of Roose Bolton. At this moment, Roose Bolton is engaged in discussions with Stannis Baratheon regarding the replacement of the wall. Stannis believes that half of the free folk should be trained and sent to assist at the wall, considering the efforts the Northern Cold Province has invested in settling them. Roose firmly asserts that it is unwise to station the free folk at the wall, as they lack organization and discipline, which would inevitably lead to conflicts with the Night's Watch. In truth, his concerns are well-founded. The enmity between the Night's Watch and the free folk has persisted for centuries, with ongoing friction making collaboration impossible. He proposes allowing the women of the free folk to marry northern men, while suggesting that the Night's Watch should convert death sentences to life imprisonment and release those with lighter offenses. Our army would then take the lead, selecting the next generation from Crown's Landing to join the Night's Watch. Joffrey then entered the room. Upon seeing him, Roose and Stannis immediately stood and bowed, greeting His Majesty. "No need for formalities. Please, sit," Joffrey replied courteously as he found a seat. Roose and Stannis stood respectfully on either side of Joffrey. Uncertain if the king was there for an inspection, Stannis inquired, not worried about Joffrey's visit, as he had diligently overseen the northern cold province since assuming his position, cherishing the opportunity to govern. "There is no need for an inspection. I have already observed the situation on my way here." "You have done well, Lord Stannis," Joffrey remarked. "The state of the north is indeed promising, with fertile lands cultivated for grain, while the remaining areas are sown with pastures for raising cattle and sheep. I cannot take credit. All of this is due to your Majesty's grand development plan for the north. Even the finest plans require implementation. So there is no need for false modesty. General Bolton also plays a crucial role, and the rewards will naturally be substantial," Joffrey added, painting a rosy picture. After all, no reward could compare to the comfort of the former local sovereigns. In reality, Joffrey's control over regions like the Northern Cold and the Vale is relatively weak, with a significant pool of grassroots talent found in the Riverlands and the Eastern Sea Province. However, once the first cohort of students from the Citadel graduates, a considerable number of literate individuals will be distributed to the Northern Cold and Vale provinces, allowing for a concerted effort in ideological reform. The feudal system has persisted in Westeros for thousands of years, making the unification of thought a daunting task. Nevertheless, standardization of measurements is gradually taking hold, and interprovincial exchanges are becoming increasingly frequent. My primary purpose for visiting is to assess the wall. The White Walkers are poised to descend upon us." Joffrey redirected the conversation to its main focus. Luz Bolton inquired curiously, "Given your Majesty's strength, should you not fear such entities?" Luz was well aware of Joffrey's capabilities. In his estimation, even the formidable White Walkers could hardly stand against Joffrey. Stein shared a similar sentiment of reassurance, setting aside the Majesty's prowess. As long as they secured the passage at the base of the wall and controlled the Eastern Sea's entrance, the White Walkers could hardly invade as the king might. "How could I know if I can defeat the Night King? I have already instructed the Ministry of Works to expedite the production of heavy artillery, and soon a substantial quantity of dragging glass projectiles will be transported to the wall." Joffrey continued, "Let us prioritize caution. Each castle should be staffed with 500 men and provisions for 2 months. The wall comprised a total of 18 castles, with Black Castle at its center, Shadow Tower to the west, and Eastwatch by the Sea to the east. Joffrey intended to scout the Ancestor's Fist for signs of the White Walkers' movements. With the essential matters addressed, Joffrey ascended into the air, vanishing in an instant. "Do you believe the king can vanquish the Night King?" "How could I possibly know? The Night King is an entity from millennia past, while the king is a living god. Such matters are beyond our mortal comprehension," Stein observed sagely. The outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain, yet with the current strength of the realm, they could certainly utilize the wall to thwart the White Walkers' advance. The Ancestor's Fist lay between the haunted forest and the far north, serving as a buffer zone characterized by vast expanses of ice, frozen lakes, and glaciers, thus making the movements of the White Walkers relatively easy to monitor. Should the White Walkers breach the haunted forest, the cavalry would be unable to track their movements, as observing the White Walkers within the forest would be akin to tracking a tiger in the jungle, absurdly perilous. A multitude of corpse-like creatures, akin to ants, moved sluggishly, with the White Walkers reviving every fallen body along their path, causing more corpses to rise and staggeringly join the army of the dead. If this trend continued, there would be at least 1 million undead beneath the wall, a figure far exceeding that of the original tale. Even the legion of corpses controlled by the White Walkers along this route numbered around 80,000, with the Night King commanding approximately 36 of his kind. Joffrey had not thoroughly engaged with the series in his previous life, having only watched the first 3 seasons due to the unfavorable reports regarding its conclusion. The White Walker furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen observer. Was it those bothersome cavalrymen? Joffrey spotted the White Walker with its ice-blue skin, riding a corpse horse amidst a throng of undead, making it conspicuously prominent. He gradually descended until he was 20 meters above the ground, at which point the White Walker suddenly looked up at him. What keen perception! Indeed, it was an entity beyond human resistance. Upon seeing Joffrey, an unmistakable shock crossed the ancient, unchanging features of the White Walker. Is this human floating in the air? Why is this human aloft? By what means does he soar? As the White Walker grappled with confusion, Joffrey had already approached within 3 meters, necessitating that the White Walker tilt its head back to gaze upon Joffrey. Apart from my lord, the Night King, I hold no one in higher regard. It is evident that the White Walker has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. To him, I am merely a human capable of wielding a modicum of magic. In an instant, I conjured a spear of ice, casting it toward Joffrey as a mere test, maintaining a threat of caution. The White Walker was alert, yet not entirely vigilant. Joffrey, with a slight sidestep, evaded the icy projectile, a move that momentarily startled the White Walker. Are you serious with that half-step back? Such a trivial action inflicted considerable harm. A mere 3 meters away, I pierced you with my ice spear, merely probing. The strength of this White Walker is at least thrice that of a human. Joffrey furrowed his brow, realizing this creature had not yet unleashed its full power. Frankly, in the original tale, the Night King's demise was rather abrupt. The physical prowess of a White Walker is at least 5 or 6 times that of a human, coupled with ice magic. Should such a being breach the wall, Westeros would undoubtedly falter within 6 months. It is absurd that, in the series, Arya managed to slay the Night King with a single thrust. No wonder it is deemed a lackluster conclusion. As the saying goes, vast is the expanse of the undead. This mere horde of 80,000 appears boundless, especially with Joffrey ensconced within their ranks, gazing upward at an infinite sea of bodies. However, in comparison to the White Walkers, Daenerys' dragons hold greater might. At least Drogon could sense the imminent danger to Joffrey, while this dim-witted creature before him remained oblivious. Human, you shall perish. The White Walker conjured another ice spear with a flick of its wrist, hurling it with full force toward Joffrey. The distance of 3 meters vanished in an instant, and the ice spear landed in Joffrey's grasp. The temperature was frigid. No wonder it could sever steel. Such coldness, upon contact with metal, would shatter it instantly. Contrary to Joffrey's contemplations, the White Walker was stunned to see Joffrey catch the spear with one hand, its mind momentarily ceasing to function, crushing the ice spear effortlessly. Joffrey swiftly approached the White Walker, seizing its throat. The creature instinctively attempted to pry Joffrey's hand away, yet his strength was formidable, fortunate for the White Walker. It did not require breath, or it surely would have suffocated. Joffrey's intentions were straightforward. A bold idea had taken root in his mind. Ignoring the White Walker's frantic thrashing, he adjusted the temperature of his laser to a scorching 120 degrees, directing the heated beam at the creature's forehead. The hissing sound echoed, yet it inflicted no significant damage upon the White Walker. Fire holds no fear for it. Only dragon fire, dragon glass, or Valyrian steel can vanquish such beings. Ha ha ha, human. You are formidable, but you cannot slay me. The White Walker spoke in its own tongue. Joffrey could not comprehend its words, yet he understood the meaning behind its 4 hearty laughs. Joffrey began to elevate the temperature further, reaching 800 degrees, at which point the creature's visage began to show signs of slight melting. At 1,200 degrees, the White Walker remained defiantly silent, its bravado unbroken. Joffrey had a clear understanding. His heat vision, when utilized to its fullest potential, could swiftly melt the White Walkers, though it likely would not destroy them entirely. The dragon fire, dragon glass, and Valyrian steel undoubtedly possessed some extraordinary capabilities. The time had come for his final experiment. Joffrey hastened towards the wall, and as he drew nearer, he could distinctly perceive the White Walkers beginning to weaken. Soon, he surpassed the wall. At that moment, the White Walkers had significantly deteriorated, their struggles reduced by nearly half. Yet their condition was evidently not fatal. Joffrey, witnessing this, beamed with delight. He was reluctant to eliminate the Night King. Without pausing, he soared directly towards King's Landing. Upon arriving at the shipyard, he startled everyone who was resting and dining with his sudden descent. When they looked up, they were astonished to see His Majesty Joffrey. What? They wondered, did he hold in his hand? The sight of a 2-meter-high White Walker being grasped like a chick by the 1-meter-7 Joffrey truly piqued their curiosity. Your Majesty, what is this? A young man could not restrain himself from asking. This is a White Walker. It is this creature that commands the undead, Joffrey explained. Your Majesty, did you capture one alive? Seeker inquired, astonished. Are you intending to alert everyone to remain vigilant? Joffrey shook his head. Not quite. This creature is encased in a layer of ice armor, maintaining an extremely low temperature, and it must absorb magical energy to survive. So? Seeker was somewhat perplexed. Do you have a pig's brain? The treasury possesses a set of Valyrian armor. Fetch it for me. I intend to melt it down. Moments later, someone brought forth the Valyrian armor, and Joffrey utilized his heat vision to liquefy it, directing the molten metal into a mold, subsequently pressing the White Walker into the mold. With a hissing sound, the mold quickly cooled. A robust iron chain took shape, and examining the chain in his hands, and the White Walker clutched in his left hand. Joffrey nodded in satisfaction. Seeker, take me to the cooling chamber of the river interval. Seeker was taken aback, eager to uncover Joffrey's intentions. As a steamship, the river interval's engine required water cooling for optimal performance. To facilitate this, Seeker had installed the water cooling apparatus at the base of the steam engine, allowing seawater to continuously flow in from the bottom of the ship, with pipes leading to the sea. However, with this White Walker, wouldn't it enable prolonged high-speed navigation? After half an hour, the White Walker's limbs were bound with iron chains as thick as arms, suspended in a small iron cage. This cage was fashioned from alloy steel, with Valyrian steel ensuring a barrier against magic, thus preventing the White Walker from shattering the cage with its frost. In this manner, by merely opening the top cover of the water tank and utilizing a pulley system to submerge the cage containing the White Walker into boiling water, it could be rapidly cooled and reused. Your Majesty, is this White Walker truly safe? Seeker expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Cycle, the White Walkers are not nearly as formidable once they have crossed the wall. Their strength is at most thrice that of an ordinary human. At that time, we can simply dispatch a squad equipped with dragon crystal crossbow bolts for guard duty. Upon hearing this, Cycle felt a surge of confidence, almost forgetting that dragon crystal could indeed slay White Walkers, thus greatly enhancing their safety. Watching the White Walkers, who were howling and flailing, Cycle found himself increasingly satisfied. If only he could silence them, their curses would likely be quite unsavory. In June of the third year, the Huggian was launched and entered service. This marked a monumental advancement, a steam ironclad ship measuring 200 meters, capable of reaching a speed of 25 kilometers per hour, armed with 48 Poseidon 032 heavy cannons. It was nothing short of a colossal sea dragon. However, the Huggian was launched without any ceremonial fanfare, quietly heading to the newly established naval base on Tidal Island. In the Red Keep Hall, His Majesty, the Navy's strength has grown immensely, enabling us to confront any invading foe, Malak joyfully proclaimed. During this period, Admiral Malak wore a perpetual smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. The launch of the Huggian had instantly inflated the Navy's prowess. Malak, deploy all naval vessels to patrol the narrow sea. All merchant ships must adhere to designated routes, and no mercenaries are permitted to enter Westeros under any circumstances. Yes, Your Majesty, Malak responded eagerly as he received the command. Tyrion, I am here, Your Majesty, Tyrion promptly replied upon hearing Joffrey call for him. Draft a letter of accusation to the High Garden, asserting that the Riverlands have stolen the secrets of soap making, demanding compensation of 20 million gold coins. Otherwise, they shall be treated as traitors, Joffrey declared. Tyrion's expression turned grave. He had suspected as much. Joffrey was indeed prepared for war. As you command, Your Majesty. With each command that echoed through the ranks, a plethora of military supplies began to be assembled. The steam trucks, still in the testing phase, were fortuitously poised for practical trials. An abundance of food, ammunition, and artillery were loaded onto the vehicles. Meanwhile, within the barracks, the urgent sound of horns pierced the air, prompting soldiers to instinctively don their gear, swiftly completing their assembly. 8,000 soldiers were soon gathered, and each time the grit rifle was produced, 2,000 soldiers were selected to join the Eastern Navy. After testing, the grit rifle boasted a firing rate of 1 round every 8 seconds, with a lifespan of roughly 100 rounds. Beyond that, malfunctions, including jams and even barrel explosions, were common. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. With 8,000 soldiers equipped with modern weaponry, as long as ammunition was plentiful, they could sweep away any opposing force. Each soldier in this battle would receive 10 rounds of ammunition, not due to Joffrey's reluctance to provide more, but rather because the production of metallic cartridges was exceedingly challenging, compounded by the need for regular training. Having 100,000 bullets available for this conflict was indeed a considerable amount, especially given the necessity to produce firearms, ammunition, and various artillery pieces. Arthur refrained from delivering grand speeches or lofty promises before the battle, as the military merit system was quite clear. There was no need for embellishments. A day later, at Highgarden, the Queen of Thorns was vehemently berating Joffrey, calling him a little beast. Damn it, who does he think he is? Does he truly believe that possessing tens of thousands of elite soldiers renders him invincible? That cursed soap is so simple to produce, yet he dares to demand 20 million golden dragons for it? The process of making soap is straightforward. The Tyrell family has mastered the art of imitation, but they have only discreetly produced it for their own use, refraining from selling it, as Olenna does not wish to provoke Joffrey too soon. It appeared that Joffrey was preparing to wage war, Marjorie remarked. Immediately summon all the nobles. Marjorie, fetch me pen and paper at once. Contact Duke Tywin and instruct him to launch an assault on the Riverlands, heading towards King's Landing. The Tyrells swiftly gathered their vassals in preparation for combat against Joffrey. However, Joffrey had no intention of engaging in prolonged negotiations with the Tyrells. On the very day Tyrion penned his letter, the army was already in motion. At that moment, Arthur's forces were positioned at the gates of Bitterbridge, which spanned the Mander River and was the essential route for Joffrey's advance on Highgarden. Anticipating a confrontation with Joffrey, Olenna had stationed 4,000 men at Bitterbridge, well equipped with ample supplies, ensuring that even a surprise attack would allow for sufficient response time. Having dispatched the Raven, Adolf wore a grave expression. Just half an hour prior, an army of 8,000 had materialized outside Bitterbridge, and not a single noble had sent word. Upon reaching the city walls and gazing at the distant troops, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Adolf's forehead. It was said that an assault required a force 5 times greater, yet the presence of this army exuded an overwhelming pressure. Westeros's methods of warfare were of 2 kinds. 1. Armies would array themselves and confront each other directly. The other, a siege and defend approach. Rarely did one witness the cunning stratagems akin to those from ancient Eastern military texts, reminiscent of the Warring States period. Yet here, no great leader proclaimed. The art of war is a matter of deception. Observing the disciplined troops in the distance, Adolf resolved to steadfastly defend the walls. Although these soldiers exhibited strict military discipline, they appeared to don only light armor, protecting merely their vital areas. The Raven had been sent, and within the city, 800 archers remained, ensuring a resilient defense until reinforcements arrived. What are they assembling? Such diminutive catapults? Massive crossbows? Do they not send envoys to parley before battle? Adolf gazed curiously at the Eastern Sea Army assembling the Apollo 123 mortars, bewildered by such an unfamiliar approach to warfare. 52 strikes to the father, yet no retaliation? The soldiers at Bitterbridge soon completed their assembly, archers steadily taking their positions atop the walls, awaiting the enemy's advance. It must be said that in preparation for Joffrey, Olenna had indeed invested significantly at Bitterbridge. 800 archers constituted a formidable force, complemented by ample arrows and stones. Arthur squinted as he surveyed the walls of Bitterbridge, where numerous archers stood at the ready. Artillery, prepare, Arthur commanded. A moment later, the signal flag was lowered. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated through the sky as shells ascended, hurtling towards the Bridge of Suffering. Adolf was startled by the sudden sound, and just as he was about to inquire of the scholar what had transpired, the shells detonated upon the bridge. 20 projectiles struck the city wall, unleashing a cacophony of anguished screams that permeated the air. Some stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, while others were met with a swift demise, their bodies torn asunder by shrapnel. Adolf's face contorted in terror. Cursed devils, a horde of demons. Oh, 7 gods above, save me. His mind was consumed by panic. All he desired was to flee from the Bridge of Suffering, to escape as far as his legs could carry him. Back to the High Court, back to the High Court. If only he could return, he would still be a count, a nobleman. Trembling, Adolf fumbled for a red date, popping it into his mouth. As he chewed on his beloved treat, a flicker of rationality and calmness returned to his mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, this arsenal was not endless. After all, returning to the High Court would invite scorn from all, and he might even be stripped of his title, reduced to the status of a mere peasant. Death would be preferable to such a fate. With this thought, Adolf resolved to make a final stand, but before he could reorganize his defense, another barrage rained down. Courage can be fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it appears. In the face of the unknown terror, Adolf could only reassure himself that the royal army was comprised of fiends. Without summoning his guards, he mounted his steed and turned to flee. This was no honorable endeavor. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the walls became like headless flies, scattering in all directions, with some even invading the homes of civilians to pillage and plunder before their escape. Chaos erupted within the city. Looting, violence, and murder ensued, the sounds of screams and curses intertwining into a haunting symphony. Outside the city, Arthur found himself deep in thought. After 6 consecutive waves of artillery, the Bridge of Suffering's walls had descended into an eerie silence, punctuated only by faint cries from within. This was Arthur's first experience commanding a modern warfare campaign against medieval knights. He found himself uncertain. The enemy commander would likely initiate urban combat, relying on cover to engage in close-quarters fighting. This was the sole opportunity for cold weapons to confront a hot weapon force. In contrast, the native deputy, Maxon, was puzzled by the chaos within the city, deeming it the perfect moment to seize the Bridge of Suffering. General, why not breach the walls? Arthur frowned, pondering deeply before ultimately issuing the command. Breach the walls. Exercise utmost caution upon entry. Yes, Maxon responded with alacrity. The siege cannon, one of the engineering department's proudest creations, was based on the simple design of a backroom cannon, resembling the Ming Dynasty's red cannons, but of immense size, mounted on a 12-wheeled iron carriage. Despite its cumbersome nature, the cannon's power was undeniable. The wooden city gates, merely encased in a layer of iron, were woefully inadequate for defense. After a resounding explosion, the city gate was instantaneously shattered into fragments. A few soldiers, taking refuge beneath the gate from the cannon fire, beheld the deities they had once revered. Witnessing the breach in the gate, Arthur issued a command, prompting a multitude of soldiers to surge into Bitterbridge. The system of military merit was well established, rewarding the capture of enemy prisoners or heads with accolades. The soldiers of Westeros were largely without pay, their gains from warfare derived mainly from plundering breached castles and towns. Those who displayed exceptional valor might be granted land, ascending to the rank of landowning knights, or even directly joining the nobility. However, following the reforms instituted by Joffrey, the advancement opportunities and monetary rewards became the primary incentives, diminishing the significance of land grants. Upon entering the city, the forces of the East Sea province swiftly dispersed into small squads, advancing along the streets towards Bitterbridge Keep, the stronghold of the Earl of Bitterbridge. Away, a farmer by origin, had risen to the rank of a captain due to his robust youth and adaptability to new challenges. He was held in high regard by his superiors and assigned to a prosperous street inhabited by merchants, minor nobles, and knights, where lucrative opportunities awaited. We shall not seize anything from the common folk. We are a regular army, and must not take even a thread from the civilians, though gifts offered are permissible. Away instructed his subordinates, mindful of military regulations, yet aware there were ways to secure benefits. They began to knock on doors and conduct searches, typically receiving small tokens of gratitude from the homeowners. Should they receive nothing, they would rummage through the premises, ensuring they collected enough for drinks later and perhaps to enjoy the local entertainment. "Open the door. I am Captain Away," he called as they continued their search. The residents complied, offering sums ranging around 10 gold dragons, leaving Away satisfied while they enjoyed their peace. However, upon reaching the last house, which appeared quite grand, no one responded despite their persistent knocking. Away furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with a subordinate, who promptly shattered the door lock with a single thrust of his weapon. The group cautiously entered, Away lingering at the rear, his expression tense. As they navigated the courtyard towards the main house, one soldier listened intently before announcing, "There are people inside, quite a few." At that moment, the door swung open, and several individuals charged out. Without hesitation, Away and his men opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the 4 assailants collapsed, blood pooling around them. "These must be the rabble," one soldier remarked, frowning. "Let us check inside," Away instructed one of his men. Moments later, the soldier emerged, his face pale with distress. Indeed, Away's heart sank as they entered the house to behold a scene of unimaginable horror. The male occupant lay dead, slain by numerous blades, while the female occupant was barely clinging to life. Witnessing the gruesome state of the woman, Away took up his sword and ended her suffering. Uncertain of his thoughts, Away voiced an explanation to his subordinates. "There is no hope for survival. Perhaps there is still a chance at Junlin Hospital. Death may be preferable, sparing us further suffering. Let us not linger. Depart." In an instant, the mood, which had previously been buoyed by considerable gains, was abruptly shattered. Just then, Away suddenly raised his gun, aiming at the wardrobe. "Come out. Who's there?" With a clatter, 10 guns were swiftly directed at the wardrobe. A man emerged, brandishing a rusted dagger, while holding a 6-year-old girl hostage. "Drop your bizarre weapons and clear a path." Away furrowed his brow. Was this person merely 13? Although they held a moral code, it did not imply they were virtuous. Just as Away contemplated disregarding the girl's fate and executing the man, a searing beam of light descended from above, piercing the man through the head. Clad in a royal stag robe, Joffrey descended from the heavens, landing before the girl. He reached out to wipe the blood splattered on her head. "What is your name? Are you not afraid of death and blood?" "Sir, I am Vetrica Camille." The little girl replied, her voice trembling slightly. "Such an elegant name, much like yourself," Joffrey remarked, lifting Vetrica into his arms and soaring into the sky. "We fly. We fly. We fly?" Away stammered, pointing at the sky with trembling hands. It seemed the rumors were true. One soldier, realizing the situation, dropped to his knees with a thud. The war beast of 53, merely a monkey less than 2 meters tall. As the Bitterbridge fell, 30,000 troops were stationed in Jinya City in the west. 20,000 infantry from the Riverlands swiftly assembled in Changxia Town, bracing for confrontation. Originally, Changxia Town comprised 6 settlements arranged in a crescent shape, later merged into a large fortress, a semi-military stronghold constructed by Joffrey, primarily to defend against incursions from the west. It had only been completed for 2 years. Vardis Vafkers, once a minor noble from the Riverlands, was promoted to general for guiding the imperial army and demonstrating some military acumen, tasked with the security of the Riverlands. Vardis Vafkers typically resided in Changxia City, continually monitoring the west. For these were extraordinary times. The primary threat to the Riverlands lay solely in the west. The construction of Changxia City was intended to counter Jinya City, one of the fortifications of the west. If Jinya City were to fall, An advance towards Casterly Rock would be inevitable. Yet, in truth, Virginia City had faced numerous sieges, whereas Casterly Rock had never succumbed. Casterly Rock, a grand and imposing fortress carved from a massive rock, overlooks Lannisport and the Sunset Sea on the western coast of Westeros. It serves as the capital of the West, the seat of the Lannister family. True to its name, Casterly Rock is sculpted from a colossal stone, with walls and structures atop it enhancing the fortress's defensive capabilities. Indeed, Casterly Rock has never fallen. The name of Casterly Rock is derived from the now extinct Casterly family, who once ruled this land during the Age of Heroes. The Lannister family's dominion over Casterly Rock commenced with the cunning Lanny, who, according to legend, seized the castle from the Casterlys not with sword or knife, but through sheer wit. At this moment, Tywin Lannister stands in the Grand Hall of Casterly Rock, engaged in discussions with Kevan and others on how to secure victory in the impending war. Unlike the Tyrells, Tywin is aware that Joffrey possesses a weapon capable of replacing archers, yet he remains unperturbed, knowing that once the cavalry closes in, slaughter will ensue. Joffrey's 8,000 troops are currently advancing along the Rose Road, besieging Bitterbridge, but Olenna has prepared well, even with Joffrey's secret weapon. It is unlikely he will capture Bitterbridge in a short span of time. Kevan Lannister points to Bitterbridge on the map, indicating its location east of the Mander River, a crucial thoroughfare. He continues, stating that they merely need to dispatch troops from Goldentooth to raid supplies in the Riverlands, thereby distracting the defenders, as many noble knights from the Riverlands would inevitably choose to join their ranks. Another contingent will depart from Silver Hill, avoiding the Gold Road, and will launch a surprise attack on the royal forces at Bitterbridge from the north, subsequently joining the main army from the Riverlands to march straight into King's Landing. As he speaks, Kevan forcefully plants a flag atop King's Landing, as if the capture of the city is imminent. Tywin nods in agreement. This battle will see a significant number of heavily armored knights, all noblemen unwilling to relinquish their power, having fled to the Westerlands. Suddenly recalling something, Tywin inquires, I have heard there is a massive monkey in King's Landing? Just how large is it? Jaime Lannister pauses momentarily before responding. That monkey is named Byman. And while indeed formidable, it stands under 2 meters tall. Clad in armor, it poses no real threat. Father, has my sister replied yet? Jaime asks. A peculiar expression crosses Tywin's face as he reveals, your dear sister and brother are both urging me to surrender, to avoid losing my life in vain. Claiming that no one can stand against Joffrey, Jaime almost lets slip his thoughts, pondering the strength of his nephew. In truth, prior to Joffrey's execution of Ned Stark, many well-informed individuals had already speculated about Joffrey's true parentage, though out of respect for the Lannister name, such discussions remained unspoken. Tywin casts a glance at Jaime. He has heard whispers about his children, dubbed the Golden Siblings. It must be said that Tywin has faltered in his role as a father. In his relentless pursuit of strengthening House Lannister, he has neglected the cultivation of his heirs. The most fitting successor is his third son, Tyrion. Yet aside from Jaime and Kevan, nearly everyone in the Lannister family harbors disdain for Tyrion. He wonders where such confidence comes from. Perhaps his grandson's forces truly are formidable. Yet war is never merely about combat. It also encompasses logistics and diplomacy. How much wealth can the royal treasury possibly hold? 100,000? The riches seized by force have likely long since been squandered. Reflecting upon one's own position, despite the plummeting gold yield in the Westerlands, the situation has not reached a state of depletion. Moreover, with the support of the Riverlands, there is no cause for concern. It is likely that the Golden Company has received word of these developments. The Golden Company was established by Aegon Rivers, the legitimized bastard son of King Aegon IV. During the Blackfire Rebellion, he aligned himself with Daemon Blackfire, and after their defeat, he fled to Essos with Daemon's sons. Witnessing many exiled knights and lords pledging their allegiance to other mercenary bands, fearing that the families supporting Blackfire would dwindle, Aegon resolved to form his own mercenary company. The primary battleground for the Golden Company is typically in contested territories. Its members are primarily exiles or their descendants, once commanded by the last of the Blackfire lineage, the brutal Maelys Blackfire. Their battle cry is gold above, steel below. King Viserys Targaryen once hosted a banquet for the commander of the Golden Company, seeking their aid in reclaiming his throne. However, after partaking in the feast and hearing Viserys' plea, they erupted in laughter at his expense. In his dying moments, Aegon commanded that after his death, the flesh and blood from his skull be boiled away and gilded in gold, to be placed atop the company's banner when they eventually crossed the narrow sea to reclaim Westeros. His successors followed suit, adorning the Golden Company's banner with their own golden skulls upon their demise. The Golden Company boasts an impressive force of 10,000 warriors, thousands of horses, and several elephants. This includes 500 knights, each with 3 horses, 500 squire knights with a single horse each, and 1,000 archers. Unlike other mercenary bands known for their fickleness, the Golden Company has earned a reputation for strength and unparalleled credibility. Upon receiving a missive from Olenna, Tywin reached out to the leader of the Golden Company, the homeless Harry. Should this battle result in victory, the Lannisters may glimpse the throne. If Joffrey had not abolished the rights of the nobility, Tywin would have had no choice but to support Tommen's ascension to the throne. Despite his bloodline belonging to the Lannisters, he would still bear the Baratheon name. However, Joffrey has alienated the nobility, and countless lords would relish the thought of his demise in some foul pit, harboring disdain not only for him, but for the entire Baratheon family. Jaime feels indifferent towards his 3 children, viewing them merely as tadpoles that inadvertently entered Cersei's womb. At this juncture, Jaime has not undergone the harrowing trials of the original tale and remains a proud Lannister heir. Particularly after being returned home by Joffrey and losing his position as captain of the Kingsguard, Jaime has become a competent Lannister heir. Lannister, the crowd shouted, raising their cups in unison, drinking deeply while I roared in fury. The entire Bitterbridge was completely cleared in merely an hour, a feat comparable to facing the Dothraki. General Arthur swiftly struck the Bitterbridge, and news of its fall quickly reached King's Landing, with the press promptly reporting the situation at the front. General Arthur sees Bitterbridge in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, swiftly cleansing the entire city, marking a perfect conclusion to the first battle in the southward campaign towards Highgarden. Bang! Tom, the butcher, suddenly slammed his goblet down onto the table, his heart ablaze upon hearing his daughter read the first piece of news from the newspaper. Excellent! Well done! He exclaimed. Those petty nobles of the High Court, mere merchants of insignificance, dare to conspire against the illustrious empire of our sovereign, unaware that they are but turtles in a jar. The young girl set the newspaper aside and remarked to her father, "Father, that is the eternal empire, and they are merely turtles in a jar. Have you recently ceased listening to the storyteller recount the romance of the 3 kingdoms? Is the family Espork no longer your concern? Ah, my daughter, you truly exhibit remarkable intellect. Surely you shall achieve great heights in the future. Diligently pursue your studies. I have saved enough for your tuition at the Intermediate Academy." The girl pursed her lips, contemplating correcting him that it was to rise above the masses, but ultimately decided against it, knowing her father's habitual nature. Her thoughts then turned to her studies. Her 3 years at the Elementary Academy were nearing completion. If she were to gain admission to the Intermediate Academy and pursue further studies for 6 years, she would eventually enter the Higher Academy, where it was rumored she might even receive a personal audience with His Majesty. She must strive diligently. The Elementary Academy only spanned 3 years, and now the first batch of graduates from the Kingdom of King's Landing was about to complete their studies. They had learned to read and write and had acquired some knowledge of astronomy and geography. This cohort would be dispatched to various locales to assume different roles, with guaranteed placement. Every year, a group of adolescents would embark on various paths, and within 2 decades, a new generation would emerge with fresh perspectives. Thinkers who pondered deeply and were no longer shrouded in ignorance. Across King's Landing, there were numerous denunciations of the High Court, a form of public outcry. Many were oblivious to the ongoing battles at the front lines, as prices had remained stable and the atmosphere was devoid of tension. Although the exact commencement of the conflict was unclear, the newspapers had made it abundantly clear that the deceitful and treacherous High Court nobles sought to overthrow the prosperous realm established by King Joffrey. Those wretched, gluttonous nobles were intent on profiting at the expense of the populace. As events escalated, throngs of young people congregated in the 4 principal squares, fervently proclaiming their intent to defend their homeland. A true man, born of this earth, must wield a 3-foot sword and aspire to noble ambitions. A young man proclaimed from a raised platform. The crowd below, flushed with fervor, echoed his call to enlist. Meanwhile, Joffrey stood atop the Red Keep, furrowing his brow as he observed the scene unfold. Over the past 3 years, he had expended considerable gold dragons to establish theaters and taverns to disseminate certain ideologies. His hope was to awaken the previously numbed populace, encouraging them to embrace patriotism, dedication, freedom, and equality, while also providing respite for their weary minds and bodies. However, it appeared he had underestimated the profound impact that narratives and dramas could have on these individuals' thoughts. As anticipated, this throng of youth was poised to march to the Red Keep, demanding to head south to battle. Just as Joffrey contemplated this, over 10,000 individuals surged toward the Red Keep, giving the impression that King's Landing was in the throes of insurrection. Not only that, but many citizens were also pushing tricycles laden with provisions and clothing toward the square of the Red Keep. as Tyrion stood before the grand entrance of the Red Keep. He fervently articulated the bountiful resources within the royal treasury, wealth, provisions, and armaments. Dear citizens, please return to your homes with your own supplies. The realm is robust, the treasury abundant. We shall not allow our soldiers on the front lines to suffer, nor shall we face defeat. Yet the populace remained unconvinced. In their eyes, a king at war inevitably sought conscription and provisions from the common folk, having finally attained a semblance of comfort and abundance. They were resolute in their fear of reverting to past hardships. Joffrey, arriving at the square before the Red Keep, seized a loudspeaker, esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk. Prepare your supplies. We shall take them all. Tyrion's eyes widened slightly at the implication. Given the flourishing arms trade, the treasury was indeed overflowing, and the contributions from the citizens were but a trifling fraction of that wealth. Joffrey turned to Tyrion, instructing, "Fetch paper and quill. We must convert all donations into gold dragons and prepare 2 contracts for signatures and seals." Very well. Tyrion promptly dispatched a servant for the materials. Upon his return, officials were busy assessing the value of the donations. Why complicate matters? Tyrion inquired, puzzled. I intend to seize this opportunity to establish a bank, Joffrey replied. A bank? For what purpose? Tyrion's curiosity piqued, knowing Joffrey's penchant for inventive schemes. We shall create a bank and encourage the populace to deposit their wealth with us, allowing us to lend them money and invest in development, Joffrey explained. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Why would people choose to deposit their funds with you rather than seek a secure hiding place? Because depositing 100 gold dragons here will yield 101 gold dragons the following year, a 1% interest rate. What could be safer than entrusting your money to the crown? And how will you calculate interest? Tyrion pressed. If one were to deposit 100 gold dragons and withdraw 99 at year's end, how would that work? He perceived numerous flaws in this banking scheme. By distinguishing between demand deposits and fixed deposits, Joffrey elaborated, sharing various operational rules of the bank. Tyrion's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Should the bank materialize, vast quantities of gold and silver would inevitably flow into Joffrey's hands. We shall print paper notes to replace coinage, Tyrion remarked, incredulous. Is that not akin to pulling a rabbit from a hat? Will the people accept it? If they can accept depositing their money in King S Landing's bank, surely they will embrace the notion of paper currency, Joffrey asserted. The feasibility is in my hands, with our control over nearly all industries. If our goods exclusively accept newly issued notes, the populace will have no choice but to exchange their coins for our currency. Moreover, paper money will streamline daily transactions. We can set denominations for widespread use, facilitating the phasing out of antiquated currencies. After listening, Tyrion narrowed his eyes. Currently, the majority of city-states in Essos are eagerly seeking our flintlock guns. If we mandate that they must use our paper currency, Joffrey chuckled, reflecting on Tyrion's cunning intellect. Indeed, it is no surprise that Tyrion is so astutely clever. If we require them to utilize our paper money, they will inevitably have to exchange their gold and silver for mere slips of paper. Tyrion inhaled sharply. After all, paper currency is fundamentally just that, paper, devoid of intrinsic value and purchasing power, while silver and gold remain universally accepted currency. Consequently, the gold and silver of Essos would flow ceaselessly into Joffrey's coffers, while he distributes paper notes abroad. Although equal in nominal value, the advantage lies with Westeros. Once we conclude matters here, announce the establishment of the bank, and instruct the King's Landing Gazette to prominently extol its benefits. Just as Tyrion was articulating the intricacies of the bank, a group of young men arrived. Leading them was Tom Arthur, who upon spotting Joffrey in the crowd, promptly approached to pay his respects. Your Majesty, allow us to fight for you. Joffrey helped Tom Arthur to his feet, inquiring, What is your name? Your Majesty, I am Tom Arthur, a blacksmith. I shall remember you. However, you lack training. You are the future of the realm. The army will be expanded tomorrow, and you may enlist then. At your service, my liege. After reassuring the crowd, they gradually dispersed. Once the crowd had left, Joffrey exhaled in relief. The burden of leadership is indeed a formidable one. Tyrion too felt a weight lift from his shoulders, expressing, I truly dislike such gatherings. I always sense an attempt on my life. Many nobles wish to assassinate Tyrion, who has survived numerous assassination attempts. Had it not been for his ever-present guards, he would likely have been buried by Joffrey long ago. Interestingly, no such attempts have been made on Joffrey, perhaps due to his transient nature, often flitting between Essos and Westeros. Are you planning to expand the army? Tyrion inquired. Currently, our standing army of 50,000 is inadequately equipped, with forces from the north, Riverlands, and Vale employing a mix of hot and cold weapons. Indeed, we now possess sufficient funds to augment our arms production line, allowing all regional standing armies to expand to 40,000. No problem. I will arrange it immediately. Joffrey contemplated selecting a portion of students nearing graduation for the new round of military expansion, but ultimately decided to postpone for a few more years. With the treasury flourishing, preparations for the establishment of academies in the north and beyond can commence. The Citadel is unlikely to release its scholars anytime soon, having suffered significant losses to its own ambitions fueled by power and wealth. This once loose organization has transformed into a more disciplined entity, labeling those serving Joffrey as fallen scholars, believing them to be corrupted by the allure of authority and riches, which have dulled their thirst for knowledge. Nonetheless, this is of little concern. Old Town lies within the reach, and once I secure the area, it will be firmly within my grasp. At that point, all the tomes within the Citadel will be housed in the Grand Library of King's Landing. As for the willingness of the Citadel's rulers, that will no longer be their decision to make. To this day, the majority of people, especially in the Westerlands, the Reach, and Dorne, remain skeptical of the existence of the White Walkers. In the television series, Sam ventures to the Citadel to convey news of their emergence, hoping the scholars will inform the populace of the impending threat, yet no one is willing to heed Sam's words. Arthur stands upon the walls of the Arbor Hall, the last fortress defending Highgarden, and he has decisively overwhelmed it. He has gathered substantial intelligence on the enemy. A mere few rounds of bombardment will suffice to compel them to surrender. However, the garrison here is sparse, and the true battle is only just beginning. Highgarden has amassed an army of 120,000, and while Arthur's forces hold a numerical advantage in weaponry, the enemy vastly outnumbers them. After seizing Acorn Hall, Arthur refrains from advancing further and instead begins to fortify the defenses surrounding it. He has taken a considerable expanse of territory in the northeastern reach, and the nobles of these lands will undoubtedly seek to reclaim their domains. The Tyrells must expel Arthur from the reach, otherwise the ravages of war will diminish their strength, even if they achieve victory. Among them is the father of Shelt, who is eager to storm King's Landing and capture that wretched imp, Tyrion. At this moment, Olenna gazes at the letter with a grim expression, shocked at the rapid loss of Acorn Hall. Is the royal army's secret weapon truly that formidable? Grandmother, there is no need for concern. We have an army of 120,000 and the support of the Westerlands. Duke Tywin has likely already taken the Riverlands. Offers the young Rose, Marjorie. Let us hope so, but I cannot shake this ominous feeling, Olenna replies, troubled. If the news in the letter proves accurate, it would be her first moment of doubt in her lifetime of political cunning, even when facing the likes of Tywin and Cersei. A thunderous blast rings out, leaving no survivors within a 10-meter radius. Such a terrifying weapon. Does sheer numbers truly matter? Meanwhile, the highly anticipated forces of the Westerlands, once entrusted to Marjorie and Olenna, find themselves stalled before the gates of Long Summer. Jaime furrows his brow as he gazes at the fortress ahead. The defenders atop the walls wield a weapon akin to a bow, rendering wooden shields ineffective, and the peasant soldiers cannot even approach. Jaime had intended to use elite troops to shield the archers as they drew near the walls, yet the range of the enemy's weapon is too great, forcing them to endure heavy fire before they can close the distance. When will the trebuchets arrive? Jaime inquires of a knight. My lord, it is imminent. The Duke dispatched a trebuchet just a day ago. Tywin is well aware of this formidable fortress, understanding that it was established solely for the defense against the incursions from the west. Thus, after Jaime led the vanguard away, he commenced the transportation of the trebuchet components. At the battlements of Long Summer Castle, Elwyn and Livingston, the castle's captain and lord respectively, were observing the movements of the western forces. When will the reinforcements arrive? Elwyn inquired of Livingston. They shall arrive tomorrow. Shouldn't we take the initiative? Livingston expressed his confusion, asserting that the advantage lay with them, and they ought to strike first. What do you know? Just manage the affairs within the castle, Elwyn replied. They have 10,000 men. We have 6,000, of which 4,000 are armed with cold steel. An offensive would surely incur heavy losses. Livingston, as the lord, was responsible solely for the governance within the castle, while Elwyn commanded the military, with their roles distinctly separate. Elwyn held a slight seniority over Livingston. You fool, we have but one reinforcement, Elwyn said, casting a bewildered glance at Livingston, two large question marks hovering in his mind. One, it is said to be the king's pet. That great ape, Elwyn exclaimed in astonishment. The last time he encountered Byman was when he had been appointed as a major general. At that time, Byman resembled a massive mountain. The following day, at dawn, the Western Army began assembling the trebuchets. The moment they arrived, they were swiftly deployed to the front lines, prompted by urgent requests from Highgarden and an intention to catch Long Summer Castle off guard. However, the sentinels at Long Summer Castle were equipped with telescopes, observing the western movements with greater clarity and distance than those at the academy. Elwyn had already discerned the actions of the West. 15 trebuchets were being assembled at a rapid pace. However, it was evident that the mortars at Long Summer Castle were far more convenient than the trebuchets. You there? Take aim. If you hit 10 of those trebuchets, I shall reward you with half a pound of wheat liquor. The artillery captain hesitated. Is that the wheat liquor from King's Landing? Indeed it is. The artillery captain swallowed hard. Wheat liquor, brewed from pure grain, was said to be delightful. Very well, General. Just watch me. As battles raged across various lands, Cersei sought out Joffrey. She peeled an orange, meticulously removing the white pith before handing it to Joffrey. Do you not intend to pass your throne to your own progeny? To be honest, Joffrey had anticipated that Cersei would be concerned about the war in the West, not the matter of succession. He patted Cersei's hand. Mother, my son will likely inherit my capabilities. An invincible king can be a perilous thing. Should a king become cruel and tyrannical, it spells disaster for all. But rest assured, although I have decreed that the king shall not pass the throne to his offspring, it does not imply that my successor cannot revoke this edict. I never stated that it is a permanent command. Cersei was momentarily taken aback. This reasoning held considerable merit. He breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Joffrey would entrust the kingdom to outsiders. He intended to nurture Tommen's grandson well, so that he might inherit an unprecedented and magnificent empire from my hands. Beside him, Tommen appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "What happened?" Myrcella then pouted, "Brother, I want to go out and play, but mother won't let me." "Haha, I shall take you out to play. Where do you wish to go?" Joffrey affectionately ruffled Myrcella's hair. "I heard that the Dragon Queen from Essos has 3 dragons. I want one to play with me." Cersei's expression shifted instantly, and she scolded Myrcella. "Do not refer to that Targaryen wretch as a queen. Your brother is the one true king. Her dragons are malevolent beasts. Be wary lest they roast you alive, just as you devour those lamb skewers." Myrcella, merely 7 years old, was left wide-eyed and misty-eyed from Cersei's frightful words. "Then, brother, take me to find a dire wolf to play with. I no longer wish for a dragon. Why must you frighten our little sister so? It is merely a dragon. I shall go and fetch one for her." "No, you are a king, ruling over the realm, and presently engaged in war. Your people and your army need you. You cannot afford to take such risks." Cersei immediately dismissed Joffrey's notion, asserting that capturing a dragon was not as simple as snatching a sparrow. Myrcella became anxious. "Brother, I do not want to play with a dragon. Please do not take any risks." "Haha, thank you for your concern, little sister. I shall return shortly." Before anyone else could speak, Joffrey soared into the sky, heading toward Slaver's Bay. With all his might, Joffrey reached Slaver's Bay in just over 10 minutes, activating his extraordinary vision to search for the dragon's whereabouts. Before long, he spotted 2 dragons over the Razorscale Plains, east of Meereen. The 2 dragons were Drogon and Viserion, currently soaring through the skies in search of prey. Drogon, with sharper senses, quickly detected Joffrey's presence from afar. His pupils narrowed to pinpricks, a chill coursing through him. He recognized that human from a previous encounter, a human who could fly despite lacking wings. Joffrey was aware that Drogon had noticed him. Yet he held no interest in Drogon. His gaze was fixed upon Viserion, whose pearlescent scales appeared incredibly pure, devoid of Drogon's ferocity or the green dragon's ugliness. At that moment, Viserion also caught sight of Joffrey, her eyes flickering with surprise as she flew towards him, curiosity piqued by the flying human. Little did she know, curiosity can be perilous. Upon seeing Viserion approach Joffrey, Drogon abruptly veered away, heading back towards Meereen. Unaware of her brother's unusual behavior, Viserion flew straight to Joffrey, unleashing a breath of dragon fire. Joffrey evaded the flames with a swift movement, promptly seizing Viserion's tail. "You should have perished at the hands of the Night King. Now, come with me." Joffrey abruptly descended towards the ground, Viserion's strength pale in comparison to his, as she was yanked downward with alarming speed. Upon reaching the ground, Joffrey forcefully hurled Viserion to the earth, repeating this act multiple times until the dragon was thoroughly disoriented, a trickle of dragon blood escaping its mouth. Approaching the dragon's head, Joffrey locked eyes with Viserion and declared, "You now face 2 choices. Either I shall break your wings and seal your mouth for my sister's amusement, or you shall obediently accompany her in play. Should you choose the former, maintain your silence. Should you opt for the latter, nod your head." Viserion, possessing a wisdom akin to that of a 12-year-old boy, immediately regained clarity upon hearing Joffrey's words and nodded twice. Joffrey chuckled softly, reflecting that intelligent beings are far easier to tame than mere beasts. The dragons in the original tale, once grown, were notoriously unruly simply due to a lack of restraint. Were Daenerys replaced by Joffrey, one could only wonder if the 3 young dragons would dare to display their tempers. Thus, Joffrey and Viserion embarked on their journey home. As Viserion flew too slowly, Joffrey grasped its tail, subjecting it to a supersonic flight experience. At the Red Keep, Tyrion wore a look of exasperation. Your brother truly cares for you. I am at a loss for words, he remarked. Your king has set out to capture a dragon. And you are not the least bit concerned? Cersei exclaimed in a fit of rage. Uncle, please think of a way. My brother cannot be harmed because of me. It is all my fault. How long has he been gone? Cersei glanced at the wall clock. Approximately 20 minutes. Tyrion wiped Myrcella's tears away. 20 minutes? He should be returning soon. No sooner had Tyrion spoken than a piercing dragon roar echoed. The gathered crowd hurried to the balcony, where they beheld Joffrey holding a nearly 20-meter-long white creature. He tossed Viserion onto the empty ground below and approached the balcony. How do you like this dragon, Myrcella? Myrcella's eyes widened in awe as she gazed at Joffrey, astonished that her brother had indeed captured a dragon for her. Cersei, equally shocked, was aware of Joffrey's ability to fly and his eyes' capacity to emit radiant light, yet she had never fathomed the extent of his power. Tyrion wore a worried expression. Dragons have enormous appetites, consuming only roasted meat, and they are exceedingly dangerous. I believe it would be best for Myrcella to refrain from playing with the dragon. Nonsense. Let the engineering department craft a specialized saddle. Under my supervision, there should be no issue. When I am not present, let Bim and Keep watch over this female dragon. With that, Joffrey unleashed a laser beam onto the dragon's back, reviving a flicker of awareness in the dazed Viserion. Joffrey, cradling Myrcella, approached Viserion. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for entertaining her whenever she desires. Should she be unhappy, I will have your wings severed. Do you understand? Viserion, trembling in fear, nodded to indicate comprehension. Let us give her a name. Henceforth, she shall be your pet. Given her pristine beauty, let us call her White Jade. Subsequently, Joffrey cautioned. When I am not present, you may only play with her under the supervision of the behemoth, and you must not ride her in flight, understand? I know. My brother is the strongest, the most powerful person in the world. Myrcella exclaimed, clinging to Joffrey's arm. Observing the admiration in Myrcella's gaze, Joffrey felt a swell of pride. After all, what brother could remain unscathed amidst the adoration of his sister? As for his brother Tommen, well, he was merely average. Tommen's eyes were filled with a melancholy understanding of how deeply Joffrey cherished Myrcella. When Myrcella shattered a vase, Joffrey's immediate concern was, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Yet, when he himself broke a vase, Joffrey remained silent, delivering a swift reprimand instead. James felt a twinge of panic, his previous composure evaporating. Is there no news at all? He inquired of his scouts. I am sorry, my lord, there is not a single report. Earlier that morning, as the catapult was nearing completion, an unidentified object plummeted from the sky, detonating upon impact with a ferocity surpassing wildfire, leaving little chance of survival within a 10-meter radius. After a moment of contemplation, James summoned Harkin Cabeces, his deputy, and the Marquis of the Westlands. Marquis Cabeces. It is unrealistic to seize Long Summer City with just our 30,000 men. Even if we did, the losses would be catastrophic, allowing the Tyrell family to benefit. You will lead 20,000 to rendezvous with my uncle, capture Elbu's forces, and then encircle Long Summer City from an alternate route. Cabeces furrowed his brow. But the royal family possesses 50,000 standing troops. If they summon soldiers from various regions, Joffrey could easily muster at least 100,000 men given his current prestige. Furthermore, the royal family has amassed considerable wealth from soap and other goods in recent years, ensuring ample provisions, regardless of Joffrey's extravagant spending. James understood that Cabeces feared that once he departed, Joffrey would rally his forces to breach Golden Tooth City. Rest assured, Marquis Cabeces, one day after your departure, I will lead my men back to Golden Tooth City. Its walls are formidable and well-stocked. Even against 100,000, it can withstand a siege. However, there was one detail James withheld. The mysterious weapon of Long Summer City could potentially breach the gates of Golden Tooth City. Yet, remaining in a stalemate was not a viable strategy. It was better to take a gamble, hoping that such a weapon would prove ineffective against the city's defenses. My lord, caution is paramount. Cabeces advised before setting off to gather the troops, for speed in military matters is of utmost importance. By noon, Cabeces had departed with his men, while James remained with 10,000, facing Elwyn beneath the walls of Long Summer City. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding footsteps echoed, startling both sides at Long Summer. Elwyn turned to look behind the walls, witnessing an enormous red-haired gorilla jogging toward them. Shock and joy mingled on Elwyn's face. Such a colossal beast could easily lay waste to the Westlands. It appeared to stand an astonishing 80 meters tall. With such a formidable presence, how could the Westlands hope to contend? Meanwhile, James was equally startled by the thunderous roar that echoed around him, yet stationed a kilometer below Long Summer City. He was not the first to spot the figure of the behemoth. He swiftly steadied his troops and led them toward the vicinity of Long Summer City. Employing his far-seeing eye to scan the surroundings, James found nothing amiss, and his forces had not come under attack. What could it be? Just as confusion enveloped James, the behemoth accelerated, circumventing the city's flank. Its colossal form rendered it unable to enter the city. Before long, members of the Westland's army caught sight of the behemoth approaching from the side. What is that? By the seven, what manner of creature is this? It's charging at us. Run for your lives. Confronted by an 80-meter-tall behemoth baring its teeth, what could one do but succumb to fear? Those with strong nerves fled, while the less resolute succumbed to panic, fainting, or losing control. The behemoth halted before James, who stood his ground, staring in astonishment. His lips trembled as he uttered two words, "Behemoth?" The creature exhaled a long breath, placing its hand before James, a gesture laden with meaning. James's warhorse had long since collapsed in fear, and with a wry smile, he stepped into the behemoth's palm. Subsequently, the behemoth rose and approached the city walls, placing James atop them. Gazing at the behemoth up close, every onlooker felt their legs tremble, even though they knew it was on their side. The primal fear of facing such a beast was instinctual. The behemoth, at a distance of 10 meters, was a sight adored by many children who loved to climb upon it, yet as it manifested as a mythological terror. Its immense presence instilled a sense of dread that deterred many from coming near. The behemoth was earnestly striving to master the control of its aura, though it still struggled. After setting James down, it charged toward Golden Tooth City. Elwyn, observing James's awkwardness, suggested, "I shall send someone to escort you to King's Landing. Your sister and brother await you there." Elwyn was at a loss for words. With a single charge, the behemoth had sent the enemy into disarray, and their commander had been unceremoniously placed atop his own city walls. What more could be said? James pressed his lips together. Understanding all too well why Tyrion and Cersei had urged their father to surrender, there was no feasible way to fight back. Following Elwyn, James made his way to the Lord's Manor. On their journey, a resounding roar reverberated through the sky, prompting everyone to look up. They beheld a magnificent white dragon soaring low, adorned with the royal banner of the Starry Dragon. Joffrey stood upon its back, his kingly cloak billowing in the wind. Sharp-eyed commoners spotted Joffrey in the starry banner. "Your Majesty, the king stands upon the dragon." They knelt in reverence, extolling the king's wisdom and greatness, until the white dragon silhouette faded into the horizon. Soon, Joffrey caught sight of the galloping behemoth. At this moment, Byman was filled with an overwhelming excitement. He had not experienced such exhilarating freedom of movement since his growth. Along the way, numerous buildings and farmlands were trampled underfoot by Byman, yet Joffrey paid no heed. Knowing he would tally the reparations once the western territories were reclaimed, he had ample resources. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Byman halted and gazed at the birds in the sky before rising upright, fervently striking his chest. The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, shattering the clouds above. Bayou, startled by the mighty bellow, felt the immense aura of the colossal beast below and frantically flapped her wings, eager to create some distance. "Fear not, this is my kin. She will take care of you from now on," Joffrey reassured her. Confusion flickered in Bayou's eyes. "Is that true? I truly want to be devoured?" Joffrey approached Byman directly and inquired, "How is it? Are you still exhilarated?" Upon noticing Joffrey, Byman retracted his fierce expression, playfully flicking his teeth with his finger to signify immense pleasure. "Ha ha ha, stay close to me. The war has just begun." With this, Joffrey returned to Bayou's back, urging her to continue flying toward Golden Tooth City. Byman let out an excited roar, following closely behind. Meanwhile, a banquet was underway in Golden Tooth City. Anne Bailey was gulping down wine, lamenting his misfortune of being left to guard the city. "Curse those bastards. They will undoubtedly reap a fortune from invading the Riverlands, while I am left here to watch them pillage." Everyone believed the Riverlands would surely fall, as it had historically been the region with the weakest military might, lacking natural defenses and overflowing with wealth, especially in recent years under that wretch's governance. And Bailey took another hearty swig, wrapping his arm around a nearby woman, his hands roaming. Though she winced in pain, she maintained a smiling facade while serving him. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoed, startling the reveling nobles. "Is there an earthquake?" Above in the sky, Joffrey beheld the castle nestled within the valley. No wonder Golden Tooth City was said to be second only to Cayenne City in fortifications. It would take a formidable force to breach it. Subsequently, Joffrey commanded the white dragon to descend. A dragon's roar jolted the drowsy soldiers atop the walls awake. And at that moment, Byman drew near to Golden Tooth City. "A dragon. It's a colossal dragon." The soldiers stationed on the battlements were instantly thrown into a panic, unable to fathom that the long-vanished dragon had reappeared above them. The white dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, clearing the soldiers from the ramparts before veering toward the encampment of the city's defenders. Even before the first roar had sounded, the soldiers in the camp had begun to assemble. The nobles, intoxicated beyond measure, were oblivious to the brewing chaos. At that moment, Anne Bailey, feeling dizzy from drink, caught sight of the distant fire-breathing dragon from the balcony, instantly sobering him. Is that a demonic dragon? And displayed an expression of excitement. It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid, fueled by bravado, and swiftly seized his sword and made his way towards the camp. The encampment was not far from the venue of the banquet, and quickly arrived at the military site, where thousands had just gathered, resulting in a chaotic scene. Quickly, bring forth the giant crossbows. I too wish to be a dragon slayer, he bellowed. Bai Ming leapt over the city walls, charging into Golden Tooth City. Upon seeing Bai Ming, and Bai's countenance changed drastically. By the seven gods, what creature is that? He exclaimed, but quickly commanded. Do not concern yourselves with that beast for now. First, ready the crossbows. The dragon's target is us. When it arrives, we shall be the dragon slayers. Soon, 10 giant crossbows were secured in place. Previously, Joffrey had gathered the giant crossbows of Westeros, packaging them for sale to the nobles of Slavers Bay. And it appeared that many still remained in Westeros. The jester, Joffrey, had long since spotted the crossbows below. With a swift motion, he signaled to the white dragon, which immediately understood and darted towards the crossbows. And witnessing the approach of the white dragon, could hardly contain his excitement. If fortune favored him with a single bolt, he could become the dragon slayer. As the white dragon drew nearer, and roared, release. 10 bolts, nearly 2 meters in length, shot towards the white dragon. Yet it showed no inclination to evade. How amusing. There are no worries with allies behind. Joffrey activated his laser vision, instantly slicing through the 10 long spears aimed at the crossbows below. The 10 giant crossbows were swiftly severed in two, and subsequently, the white dragon incinerated the remnants into charred remains. At that moment, Bai Ming also surged into the military formation, while scattered arrows rained down upon him, failing to even penetrate his fur. In contrast, Bai Ming swatted them away as if they were mere mosquitoes, leaving behind several mangled corpses. Within mere minutes, the entire defensive force of Golden Tooth City was shattered. Bai Ming, you remain here. I shall return with others to secure Golden Tooth City. Bai Ming flicked his tail, signaling Joffrey to return without worry. Thereafter, Joffrey soared alone towards Long Summer City, as the white dragon was lagging. Just as Long Summer had bid farewell to Jaime, Joffrey descended from the sky, landing beside Elwyn. Golden Tooth City had already fallen. He immediately dispatched messengers to take control, swiftly recovering surrounding forces and establishing defenses. Without further ado, Joffrey instructed Elwyn on his duties. Though bewildered, Elwyn comprehended that Golden Tooth City had been breached. Joffrey then turned and flew towards Golden Tooth City. Elwyn stood in silence for a moment before letting out a sigh, exclaiming, by the seven gods. Upon returning to Golden Tooth City, less than a minute had elapsed. Bai Ming was currently grasping the white dragon's wings, inspecting its abdomen. The white dragon, unable to express its anger, merely closed its eyes in resignation. Bai Ming, release her. I still need to make a trip to Castle Black. You head south to the Riverlands to find Arthur. Having spoken, Joffrey remounted the white dragon and set off towards Castle Black. The stationary behemoth scratched its head and, relying on its instincts, headed south towards the north. In a room, Lord Tywin was studying a map of Westeros. Joffrey, under the command of Arthur, had already demonstrated formidable combat skills in the elimination of Stannis and Robb. Now, with Arthur leading troops to the Riverlands, the pressure on his side had significantly eased. He placed a military banner south of Long Summer City, contemplating that if the city could not be captured in a short time, they would circumvent and besiege Arthur. With Arthur's demise, Joffrey would lose his formidable weapon, making it effortless for the Tyrell family and their 200,000 troops to conquer King's Landing. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside. The Mountain swiftly unsheathed his greatsword and warily glanced towards the balcony. There, a white dragon's head appeared, followed by a young man who leaped onto the balcony. It was none other than Joffrey, who had traveled from afar. Hello, grandfather, Joffrey said as he casually pulled up a chair by the map table, crossing his legs. Tywin glanced at the dragon's head outside, then at Joffrey. Is that a dragon? Tywin's voice carried an uncertain tone, his astonishment leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed. It is Daenerys' second son, whom I have captured. Quite the spectacle as a mount, don't you think, grandfather? Perhaps I should take you for a flight? Joffrey laughed. In stark contrast to Joffrey's jovial demeanor, Tywin felt a rising sense of alarm. Joffrey had directly flown to Casterly Rock, and with a single breath of dragon fire, his life could be extinguished. Had he been prepared, he would not have feared the dragon. The Westerlands possessed ample ballistae to combat such beasts. along with blueprints for siege engines and catapults sent from the Citadel. However, Joffrey's arrival had been too sudden, riding atop a dragon and confronting him directly. Joffrey, indifferent to Tywin's concerns, instructed the Mountain, "Go inform those outside not to panic. Disturbing Viserion could have dire consequences." The Mountain turned to Tywin, who, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. He then looked back at Joffrey, asking, "What brings you to see me?" "Uncle Jaime is already on his way to King's Landing. My mother misses you dearly, so I would like to invite you to visit us in the capital." Tywin poured a glass of red wine and offered it to Joffrey. Joffrey waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I do not drink wine. Thank you. A dragon does not guarantee victory. An army is the foundation and key." "Ah, did I fail to clarify?" "This dragon is mine," Joffrey retorted, then forcefully struck the corner of the stone table, shattering it into powder. He scattered the remnants over the Lannister banner on the table and flicked it away, dislodging the representation of the Lannister forces from the map. Tywin took a deep breath, asking, "Who exactly are you?" "I am the Lord of the Seven Gods, the guardian of all Westeros, and your grandson, Joffrey Baratheon. You cannot win this war, grandfather. There is not a glimmer of hope, even if you have a rabble of 200,000. Tywin's expression darkened considerably. "Even if I were to surrender, the nobles of the Westerlands would not follow suit. Tywin may surrender, as he is the king's grandfather, yet those nobles would forfeit all their power. There is no need for you to capitulate. Simply accompany me back to King's Landing, and I shall have the perfect excuse to hold them accountable." Joffrey certainly would not grant those nobles the opportunity to surrender. His motive for seeking out Tywin is solely due to their familial ties. He had also promised Cersei not to take Tywin's life. At that moment, the Mountain returned, accompanied by a contingent of guards. Joffrey's eyes glowed red as he unleashed his laser gaze, severing the Mountain's head in an instant. Thud. Thud. The Mountain's head rolled slowly to rest at Joffrey's feet. Reaching down to grasp the severed head, he declared, "The dog has served me loyally. I shall bring the Mountain's head back as a tribute to him." The guards following the Mountain had collapsed to the ground, having narrowly escaped the deadly beam that had passed perilously close to them. "Come, grandfather," Joffrey urged. Tywin cast a glance at the Mountain's lifeless body before following Joffrey onto the back of the White Dragon. The dragon's speed was commendable, and it wasn't long before they encountered the squad escorting Jaime. Joffrey descended from the sky, proclaiming, "Uncle Jaime, I am taking you with me. You may return now." He then produced a golden dragon from his pocket and tossed it to the group. Ignoring the stunned expressions of those around him, Joffrey ascended back onto the dragon. As Jaime opened his mouth to speak, he was taken aback by the sight of Tywin seated atop the dragon, due to the searing heat of the dragon's back. Joffrey had instructed the builders to fashion a large saddle for the creature. It featured 2 seats, perfectly accommodating father and son. "Father? What is this?" Jaime was momentarily at a loss for words. Tywin hesitated, finally uttering, "We cannot win, regardless of the circumstances." A believer in the Seven, Tywin harbored no fondness for them. He had previously told Cersei, "The Seven will not assist you simply because you pray," and now, for the first time, he regretted his lack of fervor in their worship. The army he took pride in had offered him no assistance whatsoever, and even the once seemingly invincible Mountain had been dispatched by Joffrey in an instant. He could not discern whether this was magic or something else entirely, but it was evident that Joffrey wielded divine-like power. "Father, it is all right," Jaime reassured him. "At the very least, your grandson spared our lives." Jaime felt a flicker of happiness at this. It meant he could remain with his sister indefinitely, free from the burdens of the Kingsguard and the repulsiveness of Robert. With this thought, brighter days seemed to lie ahead. Throughout their journey, the contrast between Tywin's furrowed brow and Jaime's uncontainable excitement became stark, leading Tywin to question whether Jaime truly bore the Lannister name. The white jade descended upon the Red Keep garden, swiftly capturing the attention of the cabinet working within the Red Keep. Tyrion and Cersei, among others, hurried to the scene, witnessing Tywin and Jaime just dismounting from their dragon. Tyrion was the first to react, embracing Jaime and exclaiming, "Brother, it brings me great joy to see you." As one of the few who did not discriminate against Tyrion and who even protected him during their childhood, Jaime's survival amidst the chaos of battle filled Tyrion with genuine happiness. After all, times had changed. The fury of war was indiscriminate. After embracing Jaime, Tyrion turned his gaze toward his loathed father, feeling for the first time an absence of fear in his presence. "Father, welcome to the capital, King's Landing," Tyrion proudly declared. Cersei and the others extended their greetings in turn. When Cersei looked at Jaime, her impatience was evident, for it had been 2 long years since their last parting. Tommen cheerfully inquired of Tywin, "Have you come to visit us in King's Landing?" Just days prior, the Reach had gathered 120,000 troops, advancing towards the wine hall. Including the accompanying logistics and the retinue of camp followers, The total exceeded 200,000. It is said that an army of over 10,000 appears boundless. 200,000 seemed to blanket the mountains and fields, instilling immense confidence in the Reach. Even in the knowledge that the wine hall had fallen, they remained unfazed. Upon reaching the wine hall, they were astonished to find that Arthur had not retreated into the city but had instead laid numerous caltrops and stakes outside its walls. The Reach boasted over 10,000 heavily armored knights, some of whom had hastily come from Joffrey's lands, eager to reclaim their rights, castles, and domains. In addition to these heavy cavalry, there were 20,000 light cavalry and 90,000 peasant soldiers. Seeing the mere 5,000 men beneath Arthur's walls, the Reach erupted with laughter. They acknowledged the stakes as a potential nuisance, yet deemed them of no decisive consequence. Without hesitation, Ares Carissos led 5,000 heavy cavalry into a charge, believing that a single assault could shatter the overconfident royal army. However, reality often proves harsh. The caltrops inflicted far greater damage upon heavy cavalry than upon light. The horses in front trampled into the caltrops, breaking their legs and toppling their riders forward. The heavy cavalry, once in motion, could not halt their advance, leading to a chaotic melee where knights were trampled into the ground. As the charge was disrupted by the caltrops, Arthur seized the opportunity and immediately ordered rapid-fire artillery strikes. Within minutes, the bombardment shattered the formation of 10,000 heavy cavalry, leaving over 3,000 corpses as they retreated to the main camp. In the following days, the Reach compelled laborers to brave the artillery bombardment to fill in the caltrops, effectively sacrificing lives to breach the first line of defense. In the main tent of the Reach's camp, Old Rose erupted in fury, berating the nobles for their inability to present a viable solution. Are we to sacrifice the lives of our cavalry to fill these pits? How many cavalry do we have? Old Rose seethed with anger. My lady, their rate of fire is far too rapid, incomparable to that of a bow and arrow, Essos elucidated. While an archer must pause after 5 shots, the royal army's marksmen remain steadfast, concealed within their earthen pits. The crux of the matter lies in their shelter. Our arrows cannot reach them. My lord, the Westerland's army has arrived, a soldier announced as he entered. The Westerland's army has arrived? Essos, bring them to me, he commanded. Essos soon ushered in the Westerland's forces, led by Kevan Lannister and Cabeces. A day prior, Cabeces had marched 20,000 troops to rendezvous with Kevan, encountering him midway. Kevan had actually arrived earlier but chose to remain hidden, refraining from contacting the armies of Highgarden. He intended to allow the forces of Highgarden and King's Landing to engage for several days, only to emerge later to reap the rewards of victory. Reminiscent of how Tywin deceived the Mad King to seize King's Landing and claim the lion's share of triumph. However, according to the scouts, the Tyrells were trapped at the Arbor Hall, repelled multiple times by the royal forces. Furthermore, based on Cabeces' intelligence, it was believed that King's Landing possessed a weapon akin to wildfire, capable of being hurled from the skies like a catapult. Thus, Kevan felt that waiting any longer was unwise. A swift resolution was imperative, lest the royal army consolidate and become formidable. In truth, Joffrey had not amassed all his forces, believing that a mere 8,000 equipped with firearms from the Eastern Sea would suffice to obliterate the living strength of the Westerlands and the Riverlands. Kevan was soon brought to Olenna's tent, where 5 prominent families from the Riverlands awaited. Once Kevan and Cabeces were seated, discussions resumed. My lord Kevan, you are surely aware of the situation here. To reclaim Arbor Hall, we must rely on a cavalry charge to approach them. Otherwise, our infantry would simply be subjected to their onslaught, Olenna commenced. She had long suspected Kevan's deliberate delay, yet this was not the time for grievances. The immediate priority was to dismantle the royal army. We encountered this mysterious weapon in Gold Tooth as well. Jaime instructed me to bring news to you, my lord Kevan. Cabeces revealed the current state of Gold Tooth. Does this mean Gold Tooth is in a defensive posture? Under such circumstances, we can only advance from Rose Avenue, Essos remarked. The others had yet to receive intelligence on Gold Tooth, assuming it remained under siege. In that case, shall we gather 40,000 light cavalry to breach the defenses of Arbor Hall by tomorrow morning? Kevan proposed, advocating for a swift and decisive action. Agreed. Let it be so, the assembly concurred, lacking alternative strategies. Thus, the combined forces of the Westerlands and Riverlands readied themselves with 40,000 light cavalry. An impressive military force by the standards of the original narrative, though regrettably, times had changed. By the following morning, the 40,000 cavalry were fully equipped and prepared to embark. The Eastern Navy remained entrenched in their trenches, poised for battle. In this confrontation, they would face an overwhelming cavalry force with merely 8,000 infantry against tens of thousands of horsemen. Truth be told, there was no panic, absolutely none. Soldier Jerry meticulously inspected his grit rifle, chambering a bullet with a swift motion. Gazing at the brass cartridge, a pang of sorrow struck him. This was copper. And that single bullet could have purchased a sausage and a mug of ale anywhere except for Jane Len. With a decisive click, he readied his weapon and reassured himself by feeling the triangular bayonet at his waist. They each had 10 bullets. If they failed to break the enemy lines before exhausting their ammunition, they would have to engage in close combat. Here, one for each, the commander declared, distributing a bag of milk candies to every soldier. Enjoy a sweet treat to ease your nerves. This is our first true battle, and we must not falter. If we lose, there will be no turning back. Jerry accepted the candy, placing the white morsel in his mouth. The creamy flavor enveloped his palate, calming his anxious heart. He arranged the bullets beside him, adjusting his mindset. As long as they prevented the enemy from advancing, it would be akin to their usual target practice. Soldier Jerry embodied the essence of most soldiers. Previous skirmishes had been mere trifles, but now they faced a true campaign. As the 40,000 cavalry surged forward, the ground trembled with a thunderous roar, clouds of dust obscuring the newly emerged sunlight. Charge, for the honor of our families. Kill. The chaotic cries of battle erupted, mingling with the thunder of galloping hooves, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. Arthur, once a cavalry commander, fully understood the terror of a cavalry charge. The grit rifle had an effective range of approximately 500 meters, employing the smokeless powder invented by grit, retaining lethal efficacy even at around 400 meters. Arthur squinted, silently calculating. 600 meters, 500 meters, 450 meters. Prepare, he bellowed. Ready, ready. The messengers swiftly relayed Arthur's command. Everyone adjusted their stances, beginning to aim. In reality, at a distance of 400 meters, the soldiers could only vaguely see the enemy and could not accurately target them. However, amidst the chaos of battle, soldiers merely needed to fire in the direction indicated by their commander. But the 40,000 light cavalry required no such guidance. Any man with eyes knew precisely where to aim. Fire. With Arthur's command, gunfire and cannon fire erupted simultaneously. The mortars, with a range of up to 800 meters, unleashed devastation upon the advancing troops. The cavalry ahead fell as if crops severed at the stalk, while the rear ranks suffered greatly, creating vacuums of devastation spanning 10 meters in diameter. The thunderous blast of the mortar shell startled numerous steeds, disrupting their formation. The rain of bullets from the 8.000 rifles was relentless, with each rifle capable of firing approximately once every 10 seconds. Its structure is ingeniously crafted, capable of achieving the firearm standards of the late 19th century with a low level of industrialization. However, the military prowess of Westeros is decidedly lacking. As the initial volley claimed thousands, the remaining light cavalry were evidently paralyzed by fear. The cavalry at the forefront immediately turned to flee, while the soldiers behind, oblivious to the chaos, continued their advance. From above, it was clear that the cavalry's charge had devolved into utter disarray, with the foremost ranks now a mere 100 meters from the Eastern Navy. Yet, that distance felt insurmountable, akin to a chasm that could not be crossed. Why do you not kneel? 62 questioned. Olenna was flustered, somewhat bewildered. She had underestimated the strength of the royal army, 40,000. A full 40,000. Yet, they had not even held their ground for half an hour against a mere few thousand. The royal forces had decisively shattered the combined 40,000 light cavalry of the Riverlands and the Westerlands in under 30 minutes, sustaining not a single loss. This battle starkly exhibited the profound disparity brought about by advancements in weaponry. However, the royal army now found itself somewhat hollow, as they had exhausted their ammunition. The late introduction of rifles, coupled with limited training and low ammunition production, resulted in King's Landing being ill-equipped to support a battle involving over 200,000 troops. Should the Riverlands attempt another charge at this juncture, the royal forces would have no choice but to retreat to the Arbor Hall and wait for reinforcements. Within the camp, Olenna sipped her fruit wine, indignantly exclaiming, 40,000. Only a little over 10,000 have returned. You should be grateful that the opposing commander was cautious enough not to pursue. Upon hearing this, Kevin could only respond, no matter what, an advance would have been futile. Our only option now is to defend, and we must arrange for Lady Margaery and Ser Jaime's marriage to stabilize the morale. Cersei frowned in contemplation. Why did they not pursue? The moment the words left her lips, a hush fell over the group. Why? Either out of excessive caution or due to a lack of capability. Just as Kevin was about to speak, a piercing call interrupted him. Everyone immediately rushed outside the tent, where they beheld a white dragon soaring in the sky. Just as Joffrey had dismounted from Tywin and the others, he rode the white dragon onto the battlefield. Prepare the siege crossbows. Upon sighting the dragon, Kevin hastily ordered the preparation of the bolt carts. Regardless of the dragon's origins, they needed to be ready. The white dragon descended slowly, and after the initial panic subsided, the soldiers began to react. Archers swiftly surrounded the dragon. A dragon had reappeared in Westeros. The crowd soon recognized Joffrey atop the dragon, their minds racing with speculation regarding his identity. As Joffrey descended from the dragon's wing, Kevin finally caught a glimpse of his face. Joffrey! Joffrey! At Kevin's exclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Joffrey had a dragon. As soon as Joffrey returned to the ground, the white dragon immediately ascended into the sky, for she was far too clumsy and perilous on land. And as for Joffrey, the real threat lay with those bipedal beasts. Ah, Sir Kevin, you appear somewhat haggard. Is it my army that has caused this? The Earl of Dorne blurted out. You are indeed not a true Targaryen. After all, Robert Baratheon possessed merely a quarter of Targaryen blood, and by the time of Joffrey, that lineage had thinned considerably. Such blood could never command a dragon. Wow, what is your name? Joffrey inquired with a smile. I am Lord Jaime Dorne, he began, but before he could finish, Joffrey severed him in two with a laser. Amidst the horrified gasps of the crowd, the archers faltered, and a volley of arrows rained down upon Joffrey, piercing his garments with countless holes. Ah, damn it, my clothes. Joffrey activated his laser vision, obliterating the archers with ruthless efficiency. Then, addressing Olenna and the others, he proclaimed, Regardless of whose son I am now your king. Why do you not kneel before your sovereign? Or are you all merely traitors? A crimson glow emanated from his eyes. The onlookers, paralyzed with fear, stared at the lifeless bodies of the hundreds of archers nearby, utterly devoid of reaction. Following their gaze, Joffrey remarked, They shot at me first. The crowd was jolted back to reality by Joffrey's voice. What are you? Olenna inquired, her tone sharp. This caught Joffrey off guard. Well, I am your king, the eternal emperor, Joffrey Baratheon. You are not Joffrey. Joffrey is human. Joffrey shrugged nonchalantly. Call it as you will. However, the war is over now, Lady Olenna. Disband all armies and await my appointed successors. All nobles shall lose their power but retain their titles and the wealth of their castles, of course, along with their lives. You are delusional. Do you think possessing a dragon guarantees victory? The newly arrived nobles and knights could only grasp Joffrey's final words, their minds reeling at the sight of the hundreds of corpses. Silence. Olenna snapped, but it was too late. A sizzling sound echoed as over 100 more bodies fell to the ground. Aside from their former noble status and their opulent attire and death, they bore no distinction from the archers. I shall never harm you. Once a person is slain, they are simply gone. Look at them. They have nothing left. Such a pity. Joffrey remarked with a hint of regret directed at Olenna and the others. What say you? Will you obediently return and await my claim over the Riverlands and the Westerlands? Or shall you choose otherwise? You have won, your majesty. I, on behalf of the Riverlands, surrender to you. Ultimately, Olenna chose to yield, as submission to the powerful has long been a tradition of House Tyrell. However, Kevin found himself in a quandary. He could neither represent the Lannisters nor the Westerlands. Observing Kevin Lannister's hesitation, Joffrey surmised that he had yet to receive news from the Westerlands. Ah, Sir Kevin, it appears you remain uninformed. My grandfather is already preparing to retire in King's Landing, he remarked. What? Lord Tywin has been taken to King's Landing by you? Kevin exclaimed in shock. Joffrey waved his hand in denial, saying, What do you mean by taken? He is my grandfather. I invited him to the most ideal city in the world for his retirement. Am I not filial? Ah, filial, Kevin replied. Very well, since that is the case, everyone may return to their respective homes and await my representatives to take over. Joffrey added, Of course, you may also pack your belongings and flee to Essos. However, it is highly likely you will not escape my dominion. Mark my words. I shall never harm those who choose to live in Essos. Never. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Joffrey proclaimed, I swear by the seven, raising 4 fingers in emphasis. Yet, the crowd remained unmoved, even in the face of Joffrey's apparent sincerity. Ultimately, Joffrey shrugged in resignation, saying, All right. Listen carefully. Anyone who dares to engage in subterfuge shall face the annihilation of their entire family. Remain at home and await the royal takeover. Subsequently, Joffrey ascended into the air, soaring towards the white dragon. The onlookers were astonished. Who would have thought Joffrey could fly on his own? Why ride a white dragon? Dashing? Well, indeed, it was quite dashing. As the Westerlands and Riverlands returned to their respective homes, a certain dashing young man had just crossed the weeping water, entering the north. Byman sat cross-legged atop a small hill, furrowing his brow, his tail flicking in distress. He had realized he was on the wrong path, as the weather grew increasingly frigid. And more importantly, he had not located Arthur. Should he retrace his steps? No. Having ventured out with such difficulty, he decided to continue onward. With his mind made up, Baiman pressed on towards the direction of the Wolf's Wood. Meanwhile, Joffrey, not finding Baiman near the arbor, ceased his search and returned to King's Landing. Confident that Baiman's current strength could easily send him crashing into a wall without any danger, he ordered Arthur's forces to stand by, and soon Joffrey returned to King's Landing. The White Dragon descended, and Joffrey entered the Red Keep's hall, where Tyrion and others were already gathered, sparing him the trouble of summoning them. Tyrion immediately organized a team to take control of the Westerlands and Riverlands, and unify Westeros as swiftly as possible. What? Do you not wish to reflect on what you just said? Tyrion replied incredulously. To conquer the Riverlands and Westerlands, we would need 200,000 troops. Am I to court death now? It would be better to defeat their forces first before proceeding. Joffrey poured himself a glass of milk and then declared, they have surrendered. Take 500 gold cloaks along with Arthur's 8,000 men, and strive to achieve unification within a month. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Did you personally go to seek them out? Indeed, I eliminated over 100 nobles. Upon hearing this, Tyrion burst into laughter. How industrious of you. I assumed you would be off to Essos to indulge that silver-haired wench. Finishing his milk, Joffrey casually remarked, our ammunition is limited. Once it runs out, we shall be forced into hand-to-hand combat, which will result in numerous casualties. By making this journey myself, I can save a considerable number of soldiers' lives. Why wouldn't I? Your Majesty's reasoning is sound. The lives of our soldiers are indeed precious, Minister of War Monroe commented. Oh, do not speak so. It makes me appear as a villain. Tyrion protested. Do you know what the people called you when you first arrived in King's Landing? Monroe chuckled. What? The Demon Monkey. Tyrion's expression darkened. Demon Monkey? Precisely. They believed you resembled an ugly monkey and blamed you for their hunger, hence the moniker. The one who caused their hunger is him. Tyrion pointed at Joffrey. Joffrey retorted. Dare you utter such words in the street now? Tyrion regarded Joffrey for a moment and replied, if I were to speak such words in the street, I would likely be beaten, then forced to kneel before you, kissing your shoes in atonement. Aha. In the annals of history, your great deeds shall be recorded for generations to come, and the world will sing of your glory, Monroe flattered with evident skill. Will I also find my name in history? The uncle and trusted advisor of the eternal Emperor Joffrey? That would indeed be one of your Majesty's few blemishes. Tyrion playfully punched Monroe. Damn it, you will surely descend to hell after your demise. The Seven will not accept a foul-mouthed old man like you. Why the long faces? Everyone? 2 months slipped by. A hint of coolness had settled over the southern lands of Westeros, banishing the previous heat. In this time, Westeros had largely completed its unification, with Dorne also expressing a willingness to submit, although Joffrey had yet to send anyone to take charge, deeming the land too barren. The Riverlands and the Westerlands had undergone reform. Nobles retained their titles and wealth, but lost their power and hereditary rights. Henceforth, they would stand equal before the law with commoners, though their titles would afford them certain privileges, which would become apparent when queuing for the train. They would also receive imperial stipends, and their children would enjoy educational benefits. This could be seen as Joffrey's attempt at consolation, as some nobles had earned their positions through their own merits. The foremost task now was to expedite the establishment of a vast empire to govern Westeros. Let all the new generation of youth gradually forget the history of the Seven Kingdoms. As for Dorne, it is merely a burden obstructed by mountains. Even Joffrey finds it troublesome, preferring to wait for an opportunity to reclaim it directly in the future. The Iron Islands? Joffrey can hardly be bothered. In the Great Hall of the Red Keep, the highest officials from various departments gathered together. Seated in the elevated position, Joffrey articulated his vision. He aspired to establish a vast empire, thereby bringing a definitive end to the era of the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, he was not soliciting their opinions. Rather, he desired them to conjure a name for this empire. What about the Empire of Westeros? Tyrion suggested. The name exudes strength. That name is utterly dreadful. Why not call it the Joffrey Empire instead? Forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not mean to offend. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively and continued. What about the Empire of Eternal Summer? May Westeros forever bask in summer, like the sun, eternally high in the sky, burning brightly and vibrantly. A splendid name, truly worthy of Your Majesty. Monroe immediately concurred. The others echoed their agreement, and thus the name of the empire was settled as Eternal Summer. Joffrey then proclaimed, there is another matter. The cabinet shall be dissolved, and a parliamentary system established. A parliament? Indeed, a parliament. All departments will merge into this assembly, forming a unified whole. Henceforth, the monarch's administrative orders will require the consent of a majority within the parliament. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. All decrees will undoubtedly benefit the realm and its people. I see no necessity for a parliament. Someone remarked. And what if one day I become like the Mad King? Who possesses the capability to become a regicide? Jaime's expression faltered, sensing that Joffrey's words were directed at him. Then Tywin interjected, Your Majesty. Should you truly become the next Mad King, I believe a parliament would serve no purpose. You would surely be the first to cleave in twain those opposing you within it. I merely speak metaphorically, understand? The next monarch will be the son or grandson of Tommen, undoubtedly an ordinary individual. Olenna appeared puzzled. Tommen's grandson? Why not? You don't suppose I will age like a normal person, do you? A wave of silence enveloped the room. They had never contemplated this issue, nor considered whether Westeros would revert to its former state after Joffrey's demise. Everyone seems rather discontent, Joffrey remarked ominously. The assembly was startled. Could he truly perceive their discomfort? Nevertheless, he reassured them, Fear not. Once I have thoroughly transformed Westeros, I shall abdicate, likely within the span of 2 to 3 generations. In other words, I shall reign as emperor for about another 50 years before I step down. The assembly understood well that as long as Joffrey remained in power, with his methods, this nation might witness a resurgence of rival factions, yet all would inevitably aim for a grand unification. The era of the Seven Kingdoms was irrevocably concluded. From henceforth, the members of Parliament would be referred to as representatives, with a total of 361 seats to be gradually filled. Representative Tyrion. Upon hearing Joffrey call for him, Tyrion promptly responded, Your Majesty, I am here. Joffrey commanded, You are responsible for organizing the coronation ceremony. Ensure you invite the city-states of Essos to attend. And remember to display the corpses of the Golden Company members at the harbor of King's Landing. The Golden Company, renowned as the mightiest mercenary force, had barely withstood the onslaught of the steam battleship fleet centered around the Riverlands for a mere half-hour. 1,000 grand ships were utterly annihilated. And the head of Aegon Targaryen currently adorned the walls of King's Landing. Whenever he had a moment to spare, Joffrey would summon Varys to gaze upon Aegon's severed head. Oh, and bring Bimmen. Tell that monkey to cease his frolicking in the snow and return at once. The coronation cannot proceed without him. The strength of a nation instills a sense of security, and the towering Bimmen, standing at 100 meters tall, undoubtedly serves as a steadfast bulwark for the nascent empire. After all, Joffrey could not display his might to everyone like a monkey. Bimmen's mere presence exuded an unparalleled sense of safety. Speaking of Bimmen, he had ventured to the wall 2 months prior, a place perpetually blanketed in snow. There, he had constructed 6 snowmen, each 100 meters high, which inexplicably reassured the Night's Watch. Tyrion faced the Queen, and Julia felt a twinge of fear. I am somewhat apprehensive, Lord Tyrion, Julia admitted. Tyrion regarded his subordinate with a look of exasperation. Who do you think we are? We are the envoys of the Eternal Summer Empire. Let us uphold our dignity. Julia glanced at the 50 guards behind him, finding some solace in their presence. As the empire was established, inviting various factions to witness the occasion, Tyrion found himself unfortunate, having drawn the short straw of Meereen. At that moment, the conflict between Meereen and Yunkai had reached a lull, both sides preoccupied with gathering provisions. The sizable entourage of over 50 was conspicuous. And when they arrived at the gates of Meereen, word was sent to Daenerys. Tyrion and his company were held at the city gates for half an hour. Lord Tyrion, we are envoys of the Eternal Summer Empire. How can they treat us with such disrespect? Gia fumed. I shall return to report their actions to the Majesty. I will request the Majesty to disarm them. Clearly, Gia had fully grasped the art of being a competent envoy of a formidable empire. At least he had mastered the demeanor. It's a miracle they Haven T detained us. Do you believe the ruler of Meereen is unaware of who we are? Our Majesty's father eradicated her entire family and pursued her for over a decade. Tyrion retorted, feeling a flicker of fear himself. He dreaded that upon revealing their purpose to Daenerys, she might, in a fit of rage, have them executed. Despite the current trade relations between Meereen and King's Landing, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Joffrey often took advantage of the situation, imposing outrageous demands. Fortunately, it was not long before Varys arrived with a contingent of Unsullied to greet them. Tyrion furrowed his brow, sensing that the leader before him exuded an aura reminiscent of a distinguished scholar from the Citadel. Was it merely an illusion? My Lord Tyrion, the man began. I apologize for the incompetence of my subordinates who have detained you here. I shall certainly reprimand them later. A cold smile curled Tyrion's lips in response, recognizing the sharpness in the man's words. What did he mean by detaining him here? Ah, my lord, the man continued. We are envoys of the Eternal Summer Empire. Unfortunately, I have drawn the short straw to this barbaric land, yet I am prepared for any eventuality. Thus, it is of no consequence, truly. I am Valerios Adolph. Feel free to call me Valerios, my lord. After a brief pause, Valerios added, You are indeed correct, my lord. The slavers here are akin to the savages of Westeros. Oh. Do not misunderstand me. I refer to the wildlings beyond the wall. Ah, no, the wildlings of the north have long been tamed. I believe they exhibit far more civility than what I have witnessed along my journey. Tyrion gestured towards a passing farmer, addressing Yora. Look, they don't even possess a cart. Yora swiftly retorted, that is to be expected, given that not every road is as smooth and broad as those in our homeland. Even if they were given a cart, they would not know how to use it. Valerios' lips twitched, were it not for his true identity as an undercover agent. He might have been deceived by the two men, for merchants who frequently traveled to King's Landing. The roads leading to the capital and beyond were as smooth as the floors of noble castles. My lord Tyrion, you seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Do you not? Of course, unless I had come here for some other frivolous amusement, Tyrion replied. Valerios inclined his head slightly. Please, follow me. The Great Pyramid of Valyria loomed before Tyrion, towering over him by several meters more than the wall. The wall itself stood at an impressive height of 214 meters. Yet this pyramid, while not as awe-inspiring as the wall, certainly surpassed it in height. Upon entering the pyramid, he found the grand hall neither dim nor damp. Glass adorned the walls, allowing sunlight to flood the space. A silver-haired woman with violet eyes sat upon a high platform, flanked by 4 individuals. As Valerios returned to his position, Daenerys' 5 most trusted advisors regarded Tyrion and Yora with keen interest. Among them were Valerios, Missandei, Grey Worm, Varys, and Yora. Valerios had ascended to become Daenerys' foremost advisor, overseeing all affairs in Meereen, including the care of the Green Dragon. What brings you to Meereen? Daenerys inquired directly, without preamble. Your beauty astounds me, my lady. It is no wonder the king yearns for you, Tyrion responded. Before you stands the Queen of Meereen, breaker of chains. Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, true ruler of the 7 kingdoms, mother of dragons, and stormborn, Daenerys Targaryen. Grey Worm, after Yora's introduction, cautioned, Imp, mind your words. You ought to address her as your majesty. Listening to this lengthy list of titles, Tyrion couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude that Joffrey was uninterested. Otherwise, would he have to regale everyone with an endless stream of accolades? Alas, it is regrettable that the 7 kingdoms no longer exist. Now there is but a singular unified empire, the Empire of Eternal Summer. The purpose of my visit, then, is to extend an invitation to the Mother of Dragons to attend the imperial founding ceremony. Daenerys felt her heart skip a beat. What do you mean? Tyrion shrugged his shoulders. The 7 kingdoms are no more. The dukes can no longer inherit their titles or lands. All of Westeros now belongs to His Majesty the King. This is impossible. The Westerlands and the Riverlands will never agree, Daenerys exclaimed in a fit of rage. She had lost her previous composure for the first time. She felt the distance to reclaiming the Iron Throne was insurmountable. A roar echoed from outside Drogon's voice. Everyone peered through the glass to behold the colossal beast outside. Drogon had grown to a wingspan of 30 meters. With such potential, he was certainly no less formidable than the legendary Balerion the Black Dread. Seeing Drogon return from his hunt brought Daenerys a slight sense of calm. Dragons do not cease to grow. Their size continues to increase, and their scales grow thicker. One day, Drogon would surpass Balerion, reaching a length of over 150 meters. She needed time. She needed to wait for Drogon to mature. Viserion was missing. And Rhaegal was not close to her. Only Drogon relied on her the most. The Riverlands and the Westerlands had surrendered, having been thoroughly beaten by His Majesty. No one could defy the will of King Joffrey. Hearing this, Daenerys felt a surge of anger. That beast Joffrey always made her cry out, "Father, spare me." Otherwise, he would continue, and each time Daenerys could barely endure it, forced to compromise. Damn it. One day, she would turn that golden-haired pervert into ashes with dragon fire. Watching Daenerys' fluctuating expressions, Tyrion discreetly wiped away the sweat from his brow. The dragon outside was watching them intently, creating a rather tense atmosphere. I have many matters to attend to in Meereen. I fear I may not have the time. Please send my regards to Joffrey. Daenerys declined the invitation to the founding ceremony of the Empire of Eternal Summer. This was anticipated by Tyrion. For which former princess would willingly attend the founding ceremony of her usurper? However, if you choose not to attend, brace yourself for Joffrey's wrath. Tyrion thought disdainfully. A multitude of envoys from the Empire of Eternal Summer were scattered across Essos, having invited nearly every faction, most of whom assured they would attend. The desire to participate in the ceremony was but a ruse. After all, the event was merely a grand banquet. And their primary motive was to secure a share of the firelock guns from Joffrey. The Lazarene had now unified the Lazarene plains, driving the horse lords to desperation. What right did they have? Relying solely on the 50,000 matchlock guns at their disposal, the unarmored cavalrymen become akin to living targets. unable to endure even until the moment they face the gun's fury. This portends ill not only for the cavalry, but also for the other factions in Essos that lack such weaponry. The cavalrymen, who do not engage in agriculture, primarily acquire their sustenance through plunder or by exchanging enslaved Lazans for provisions. With the Lazans now boasting an army of 50,000 matchlock guns, the gains of the cavalry in the plains of Laza have become insignificant. In their struggle for survival, the cavalry will undoubtedly turn their attention to other factions. While the major city-states may still have the means to counter the cavalry, the landowners residing in the vicinity of these city-states are increasingly eager to procure matchlock guns for their own defense. In the ensuing period, a surge of merchants and nobles flocked to King's Landing, imparting a sense of congestion to the already bustling city. An array of novel attractions captivated visitors from afar. For instance, the previously popular barbecue and hot pot establishments now featured tables set outside their entrances. Bars and brothels were teeming with patrons, a sight that bewildered the local populace. Especially in the bars, upon opening their doors, the sight of a maid in black stockings on the left and a bunny girl in white on the right, sweetly beckoning, "Welcome, young sir, please come in," would instantly intoxicate the minds of men. Coupled with the suggestive atmosphere and the spirited performances of dancing maidens on stage, these bars now found themselves perpetually at capacity. Moreover, establishments such as opera houses and clothing boutiques thrived, with items like black stockings, white stockings, leopard prints, and swimwear being sold out. It is noteworthy that these garments typically saw modest sales, yet were swept off the shelves by the nobility of Essos. Many shop assistants trembled at the sight of the nobles' gleeful expressions while purchasing clothing, finding it utterly bewildering. Noblemen who once rode horseback or traveled in carriages now embraced bicycles and tricycles, for the streets of King's Landing were remarkably smooth, making cycling or riding in a tricycle far simpler than horseback riding. This was particularly relevant, as anyone caught riding a horse in the streets would incur a fine of 1 gold dragon, while locals faced only a 10 copper piece penalty. With half a month remaining until the grand ceremony, Mark Platonic had just disembarked at King's Landing port. As a slave owner from Coer, his estate lay to the east of Coer, encompassing 200 acres of fertile land, cultivated with a variety of crops. However, recent signs of increased cavalry activity around Coer had become increasingly evident, with many nearby estates having been ravaged due to their proximity to the Dothraki Sea. After some inquiries, Mark learned that a tribe of Lazans had procured a type of weapon from Westeros capable of swiftly arming slaves, transforming them into competent archers. The dual advantages of rapid training and high productivity enabled everyone to prepare for the threat posed by the cavalry. Eager to acquire some matchlock guns for potential emergencies, he was astounded upon his arrival. The vibrancy of the scene was overwhelming. Gazing at the buildings on either side, he could hardly believe he was at a port, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the very heart of Coer itself. The nobleman, having endured a lengthy voyage, must surely be famished. "Would you care for a hamburger?" Suddenly, an enthusiastic young man appeared before Mark, fervently promoting his hamburgers. Startled by the youth's boldness, Mark pondered whether the common folk here were always so brash. "A hamburger? What exactly is a hamburger?" The young man swiftly retrieved one from his small cart, presenting it to Mark. Upon closer inspection, Mark noted that it comprised merely 2 round buns encasing a piece of meat. What a curious name for such simplicity. "My good sir, you fail to grasp its essence. This bread is no ordinary fare. It is crafted from premium wheat cultivated with organic fertilizers and scientific methods. Consuming it not only enhances longevity, but also fortifies one's virility. The flavor is exquisite." Mark paused. Though the initial explanation eluded him, he felt an inexplicable admiration for the young man's fervor. The latter part resonated with him, extend life and bolster manhood. Thus, Mark declared, "Bring me 2, if you please." "Ah, certainly." The young man promptly handed Mark 2 hamburgers. "That will be 2 gold dragons, thank you." Mark furrowed his brow, finding the price rather steep. After all, 2 buns and a patty in Coer shouldn't cost more than a silver coin. Even subpar bread and inferior meat could be had for mere coppers. Yet, recalling the young man's enthusiastic pitch, Mark rationalized the expense. After all, quality comes at a price. This was common knowledge. He instructed his servant to pay the 2 gold dragons and departed with his hamburgers in hand. Kinji-hua watched Mark's retreating figure, chuckling inwardly. His sister's strategy was indeed effective. A mere cost of a few coppers had swiftly transformed into 2 gold dragons. His sister, Maidanhua, was a top student at the Capital Academy, and her admission to the Intermediate Academy was a foregone conclusion. However, despite the subsidies provided, living on campus entailed monthly expenses. She had devised a narrative, confident that encountering nobility would likely yield 2 gold dragons for a hamburger, akin to spending 20,000 on a couple of hamburgers. contemplating the 60 gold dragons nestled in his pocket. Kinjihua's lips curled into a broad smile as he eagerly awaited the arrival of the next unsuspecting patron at the port. As Mark exited the harbor, his servant was laden with numerous bags. Meanwhile, Mark savored a bowl of stinky tofu, having realized he had been outwitted by that initial young man, though it mattered little now. 2 gold dragons were of no consequence to him, and he had no desire to chase after the lad for retribution. The culinary delights before him were far too captivating. He had already inquired about the purchase of a rickshaw and instructed his servant to procure one. "My lord, this place is truly bustling. If only we could reside here indefinitely," a maid said playfully after wiping the corner of Mark's mouth. Mark laughed heartily, gently patting the maid's lower back. "That is easily remedied. We shall simply acquire a residence here." "Ah, my lord, how annoying it is to have so many people around." The maid huffed as she was pinched by Mark. "How shameless," a voice echoed. "Who?" Mark turned around with a displeased expression, only to find 3 oddly dressed individuals indulging in hamburgers. Although Mark was not one to easily lose his temper, he was no pushover either. He possessed the dignity befitting a noble. "Do the commoners of Westeros dare to speak disrespectfully to a noble?" he exclaimed, signaling to his servants, who promptly understood and approached the trio of city guards. The 3 guards exchanged knowing glances, secretly amused that yet another noble had come to them. Typically, such encounters ended with these foreign nobles paying to avoid trouble, allowing the trio to abandon their hamburgers and enjoy a leisurely evening at the pub. However, upon noticing the insignias on the guards' chests and arms, coupled with the curious expressions of the onlookers, it dawned on him that these blue-clad figures were likely the patrol guards of King's Landing. Realizing his ignorance of the situation, Mark decided it would be prudent to de-escalate the matter. "Please, do not be angered or agitated. I am new here and unfamiliar with the circumstances," he said. Then turned to his servant. "Provide this gentleman with a token of appreciation for his efforts." The servant understood his lord's desire to avoid further conflict and reached into his pocket to retrieve a few gold dragons. Little did he know, this action provoked the 3 guards. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily brandished their sidearms and shouted, "What are you doing? We are the 7th squad of the King's Landing patrol on Baker Street. Immediately put your hands on your head and squat down." "What are you doing? Show your hands." The servant, momentarily bewildered, instinctively began to comply. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out as one guard fired at the servant's feet. Mark and his companions were momentarily stunned. Was that a flintlock pistol? Mark had encountered flintlock weapons before, and upon seeing the guards wielding sidearms, he had initially mistaken them for crossbows. The city guards of King's Landing were equipped with flintlock pistols, utilizing fixed paper cartridge ammunition. Each pistol cylinder could hold 3 cartridges, requiring only a thumb to cock the hammer before manually rotating the cylinder to fire again. Thus, the patrol units operated in groups of 3, ensuring adequate firepower and deterrence even in the face of unruly crowds or unexpected threats involving bows and arrows. Just half a month prior, when the first batch of nobles arrived in King's Landing, many had flouted local laws, with some even allowing their slaves to carry small crossbows. Some, having grown accustomed to their dominance on their own turf, would draw their crossbows and fire, resulting in numerous injuries within the city. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be overly excited. My servant merely wishes to present a few gold dragons to you esteemed individuals, for you have worked so diligently, and it is only fitting to offer some token of appreciation. Subsequently, Mark personally retrieved 6 gold dragons from the servant and handed them to the trio. Upon receiving the gold, the 3 immediately adorned their faces with smiles. 6 gold dragons would allow the 3 brothers to live quite lavishly for over a month. Do be cautious. Do not provoke the city guards, particularly when handling valuables in their presence. Not all city guards are as affable as we 3, one guard kindly cautioned. Be wary of severe consequences. Mark was taken aback. Do you possess the authority to slay nobles in the streets? I mean no offense. I am merely curious. Does your king truly turn a blind eye to such matters? It is not that our king is negligent. Rather, we are citizens of the eternal summer empire, and your kind, foreign nobles, hold a status below that of the old men playing chess over there. Mark felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, uncertain of how to respond. Even the old man across the way smiled and nodded at him, intensifying his discomfort and diminishing any sense of noble dignity he thought he possessed. He felt he lacked even the right to protest, especially considering that members of the Golden Company were still impaled upon the spears at the harbor, and he desired to purchase some weapons for himself. It would be ideal to acquire the arms of these 3 before him. After bidding farewell to the 3, Mark continued on his way to King's Landing, his anticipation mounting to witness the capital of Westeros. If a mere port town could be so vibrant, one could only imagine the splendor of King's Landing. As time passed, The day of the founding ceremony approached. The only notable absence was Byman. Although he had intended for him to attend, his immense size had surpassed 100 meters, rendering him incapable of entering King's Landing, let alone the Red Keep Square. On that day, just as dawn broke, everyone was already awake. At this moment, the population of King's Landing surged to 1 million, comprised of nobles from Essos and commoners from the surrounding lands. Soon, the Red Keep was surrounded to the point of congestion. Fortunately, the military maintained order in the square, ensuring relative peace. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble, as it was the first occasion for many to partake in the founding ceremony of a unified dynasty, a profound sense of pride permeating the crowd. From this day forth, as long as the empire remains intact, the Eternal Summer Empire shall rise to become the next Valyria, perhaps even surpassing the glory of the Valyrian Empire at its zenith. Accompanied by rousing music, a massive banner of the Star Stag was hoisted above the Red Keep Square. Originally, Joffrey had intended to use the Star Dragon flag, but since no one recognized the Eastern Dragon, he cleverly placed the stars within the antlers, creating the Star Stag Silver Banner. All the council members expressed their satisfaction with the Star Stag Silver Banner, affirming their support, as it appeared far more conventional and included Joffrey's family crest, a significant improvement over the peculiar designs previously suggested. Soon after, Joffrey appeared atop the platform. Fortuitously, Joffrey possessed a commanding presence. Otherwise, few would have heard his words. He adjusted the loudspeaker, preparing to address the gathering. Esteemed free citizens, it is with great honor that I address you as such for the very first time. For from this moment onward, you shall proudly bear the title of a distinguished citizen of the Eternal Summer Empire. You will come to feel immense pride in your identity as an Eternal Summer citizen, for we have unified Westeros into a singular entity, where all individuals are citizens of the Empire. An hour later, as the speech concluded, Joffrey's impassioned address ignited the fervor of the crowd, and all rejoiced in their newfound identity. Subsequently, Joffrey proclaimed the Eternal Summer Code, outlining the grand vision for the Empire's future. The event culminated in a grand military parade. The disciplined infantry marched in perfect formation across the Red Keep Square. Their synchronized chants and formations left the Essos nobility astounded. They had never witnessed such a well-drilled and orderly army, whose indomitable spirit surpassed anything their own forces could muster, even outshining the Unsullied. What astonished them most were the weapons. Those familiar with the terror of matchlock firearms knew well their formidable range, though the accuracy of such weapons diminished beyond 40 meters. Their versatility remained undeniable. However, the soldiers wielding the arms before them clearly possessed firearms that surpassed matchlocks in sophistication. Once the ceremony concluded, the much-anticipated banquet commenced. This gathering would bring together all the dignitaries of Eternal Summer, serving as an excellent opportunity for the nobility to forge connections, while also seeking information about weapons procurement channels. After all, it was evident that the Eternal Summer Empire boasted far more advanced weaponry, rendering matchlocks obsolete. The banquet unfolded in a grand garden within the Red Keep, where immense tables were laden with a dazzling array of culinary delights. Dishes included shrimp with jade ribbons, oil-fried bean sprouts, braised shark fins, and a plethora of other exquisite offerings. The nobles, overwhelmed by the spectacle, had never encountered such a lavish spread, both visually arresting and undeniably delectable. This was thanks to the diverse spices of the Game of Thrones world, with the recipes imparted by Joffrey to the chefs, many of whom infused their own creative insights, elevating the dishes to new heights. One noble delicately lifted a soup dumpling, dipped it in aged vinegar, and cautiously took a small bite. The juices immediately cascaded down the delicate skin of the dumpling. With a fervent slurp, he savored the rich flavor. It was truly exquisite. Satisfied, he relished the taste before voraciously devouring several more. Just as the noble's mouth was filled with dumplings, a servant arrived with a bowl of shrimp and fresh meat wontons. The noble delicately scooped a wonton with a spoon, savoring the shrimp within. Compared to the so-called gourmet delights experienced in Coer, this truly qualified as culinary artistry. Soon, Mark's gaze fell upon a dumpling, specifically a xiaomai, which he promptly seized. The vibrant green hue of the xiaomai revealed a paper-thin skin, translucent and reminiscent of jade after steaming. A gentle bite caused the skin to yield, revealing a delightful filling of shrimp, chives, and egg, refreshingly light and exquisite. The lingering aroma of shrimp graced his palate, leaving a delightful aftertaste. It was simply divine, far too delectable. Mark had entirely forgotten his initial purpose. Engrossed in a culinary spree, dishes like roasted duck, poached chicken, and guobao roe vanished the moment they graced the table. Once the nobles had indulged sufficiently, they recalled their business at hand, expressing their desire to procure flintlock guns. After all the nobles departed, satisfied, Joffrey gazed contentedly at the orders. 1 million flintlock guns. Most of the orders came from the 9 major trade castles, along with local landowners. For instance, Bravos placed an order for 150,000 guns, indicating their intent to arm their entire naval force and additionally form a land army of 50,000. Priced at 40 golden dragons per flintlock, the production cost, excluding labor, was merely 2 golden dragons, not accounting for the future need for gunpowder, as the formula remained a mystery to all. A staggering 40 million in orders compelled Joffrey to mandate the expansion of the flintlock production line, which could later be adapted for producing matchlocks. The following day, Tyrion sought out Joffrey to discuss matters pertaining to Dorne. Although the Empire of Eternal Summer boasted of its unification, in reality, the Iron Islands and Dorne had merely pledged fealty. Your Majesty, the Iron Islands may be disregarded as they have long existed on the periphery of the Seven Kingdoms. But Dorne is different. If Dorne does not adopt our system, there will always be those clinging to the vestiges of the old ways. Joffrey understood Tyrion's concerns. With the abolition of the noble feudal system across the lands, Dorne remained an exception, which could breed unsettling thoughts among the populace. Dorne will abolish the feudal system, and they will either face extinction or plead for our favor, Joffrey remarked nonchalantly. You refer to Dorne's taverns, yet though our efforts have nearly suppressed Dorne's wine sales, surely they wouldn't be compelled to beg us? Tyrion questioned, perplexed. Dorne produced wine, but after the emergence of King's Landing's vintages, Dorne's offerings lost their allure. Unable even to compete with lower prices, as King's Landing offered fine wines at every price point. It's the grain, Joffrey asserted. Grain? The entire granary of Essos, particularly the lands of the Laza Plains, is under my control. Most of the grain elsewhere has been traded for our flintlock guns, Tyrion realized, understanding Joffrey's strategy to leverage grain against Dorne. So, you had already planned to exploit Dorne? Joffrey took a bite of the apple and remarked with a smile. Not at all. I had always intended to procure a substantial amount of grain, especially considering the prolonged night that is upon us for these 2 years. Having an abundance of provisions is never a misstep. Dorne is renowned for its exquisite wines and fruits, yet its grain production is rather limited. This scarcity is attributed to 2 factors, the prevalence of deserts and droughts, and the Dornish people's long-standing tradition of cultivating fruits for winemaking, subsequently purchasing grain instead. Typically, grain is sourced from the riverlands, but now, Joffrey has long since enacted a law prohibiting the exportation of grain. All supplies must remain within the provinces to prepare for the long night. This implies that soon, Dorne will find itself devoid of any grain to purchase. In the Blue Star, Joffrey's homeland once engaged in a grain war against the world's 4 major grain merchants. Had it not been for the ample reserves held by Jean-Liang, the nation's sustenance would likely have fallen into foreign hands. Joffrey is acutely aware of the significance of grain. Thus, in his grand design, the Riverlands and the Vale will emerge as the Empire's paramount granaries, where extensive and large-scale cultivation of grain will be undertaken. The Empire will invest in hiring workers, which will not only create numerous job opportunities, but also optimize grain production to the fullest extent. Since your Majesty has made a decision, I shall comply, Tyrion declared, preparing to return to his duties. Wait a moment, Uncle, Joffrey called, halting Tyrion. Tyrion turned back in confusion. Typically, when Joffrey referred to him as uncle, it was not in regard to official matters. You are not married yet, are you? Tyrion was taken aback. What has prompted your sudden interest in my personal affairs? What are your plans for Shae? Tyrion responded cautiously. You're not suggesting something about social inequality, are you? Citizens of the Empire are all equal, as you stated. Calm down. I was merely inquiring. You are currently one of the 5 permanent members of the cabinet, and I thought it prudent to remind you, Joffrey clarified. Tyrion quickly grasped the implications, expressing his gratitude for the reminder. Upon returning to his residence, Tyrion found Shae engaged in household chores. Observing her diligent efforts, he felt an involuntary wave of relaxation wash over him. The first woman he had ever loved was a commoner, who had been subjected to his father's orders for the guards to violate her. His father had coldly remarked, "She is merely a whore. You have already brought enough shame upon me." With that thought, Tyrion approached her, suddenly embracing her from behind. "Ah," Shae gasped in surprise. Turning to see it was Tyrion, she playfully scolded, "You startled me. Come with me," Tyrion urged, taking her hand as they exited the estate. A contingent of gold cloaks trailing behind them. It is customary for high-ranking officials of the Empire to be accompanied by the gold cloaks, ensuring their safety while serving as the Emperor's watchful eyes. Curiously, Shae inquired, "What are you planning to do? Take me to a brothel? Do not jest. I am taking you to meet my father, and in a few days, we shall arrange the wedding." In an instant, Cersei found herself bewildered. She truly loved Tyrion and was aware that he reciprocated her feelings. However, she also recognized the disparity in their social standings and had not anticipated Tyrion's sudden proposal of marriage. Overwhelmed with joy, she lost her ability to think clearly as she was led to Tywin's residence. At that moment, Tywin and Olenna were engaged in a game of Go in the garden. As the only two surviving power holders following Joffrey's reforms, they often spent their idle time in King's Landing conversing with one another. Eventually, Margaery had taught Olenna the intricacies of Go, while it was Joffrey who had imparted the knowledge to Margaery, dedicating an entire night to her instruction. The staggering order of 1 million matchlocks was set to be completed in a year and a half, promising a windfall of 40 million golden dragons for the royal treasury, a truly formidable prospect. Olenna mentioned the recent order, noting that it was no secret. It had made headlines when confirmed. This substantial sum would be allocated for the construction of railways, promising that travel from King's Landing to the Wall would take merely a day and a night. "Father," Tyrion's voice suddenly pierced the air. Tywin turned to see Tyrion approaching with a woman by his side, accompanied by 10 guards. Setting aside his blackstones, Tywin inquired, "What brings you here?" "This is Cersei," Tyrion announced, raising her hand. "I intend to marry her next month and wish to inform you." Tywin's brows furrowed deeply. "You intend to marry a harlot? This is inconceivable." His voice rose in disbelief. How could the third son of House Lannister choose a prostitute? "As a dwarf, you have already brought immense disgrace upon the family. Must you further humiliate us by marrying a whore? Can you not take a leaf out of your brother's or sister's book?" Before Tyrion could respond, one of the guards swiftly drew his weapon and cocked it. "My lord, please mind your words. Before you stands a member of the Eternal Summer Empire's National Assembly, Tyrion Lannister, a distinguished senator. Put the gun down," Tyrion commanded. At his words, the guard returned the weapon to its holster and resumed his position behind Tyrion. Tywin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was no longer the all-powerful Duke of the Westerlands, and that perhaps this son, whom he despised, now wielded greater influence within the family. "Glory may also be," Tyrion continued, "father, in the eyes of the Empire's laws. Shiriai's status is equal to yours as an imperial citizen. Your noble title grants you certain privileges, but it does not elevate you above others. Duke Tywin, times have changed. Your grandson is a once-in-a-millennium emperor," Olenna added, her tone tinged with sarcasm. After a moment of silence, Tywin conceded, "Your judgment surpasses mine. She must indeed be a worthy wife." It was unclear whether Tywin's praise pertained to the love Tyrion held for Cersei or his loyalty to Joffrey, perhaps both. Thus, Tyrion's wedding was set for the following month. Joffrey reclined upon Margaery's lap, indulging in the grape she fed him, while Sansa and attended to his lower back with gentle massages. Laughter from Anna and Myrcella echoed from outside, accompanied by the roar of the White Dragon. "Your Majesty, might you visit Sister Sansa tonight or Sister Anne? If not, perhaps Sister Anna will suffice? Could you grant me a moment's respite?" Margaery said weakly. She was genuinely terrified and could hardly bear it any longer, yet for Joffrey's delight, she had endured 2 consecutive nights of this ordeal. Being held aloft for half an hour was unbearable. Joffrey paused at her words, then declared, "None of you shall escape. You will all join me tonight." The 3 maidens flushed, but Joffrey was resolute. Meanwhile, Anna outside remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events as she joyfully fed the White Dragon. The slave bay was bustling with activity, yet the scales of victory were gradually tipping in favor of Meereen. Although Drogon's wingspan measured a formidable 40 meters, it paled in comparison to the 70 meters during the peak of the television series. Nonetheless, its impact on the battlefield was vividly evident. Even matchlocks could not inflict harm upon it. Drogon rained fire down from hundreds of meters above, leaving Khal Drogo utterly powerless against it, save for some effect from his ballistae. However, from such heights, effective damage was virtually impossible, and Drogon frequently bombarded Khal Drogo with fire, causing considerable distress among the noble class. In Meereen, the pyramid of the true dragon, "I believe we can take action against Astapor," Varys suggested to Daenerys. Balon frowned. "2 fronts? If we engage on 2 fronts, the pressure will be immense. Our war with Khal Drogo has just begun to tilt in our favor. I do not recommend a 2-front conflict." The spider agreed with this sentiment. Yet, Daenerys inquired of Varys, "How confident are you? What do you require?" Varys smiled confidently. "If you provide me with 5,000 unsullied, equipped with 7 days' rations, alongside Rego, I could seize Astapor within a day." Presently, Astapor possesses the weakest military force in the Slave Bay. After your departure, the butcher Khal Drogo initiated a coup, forming a triumvirate. However, that triumvirate has devolved into a dictatorship, as the other 2 members have been disposed of. After your departure, Khal Drogo reduced the slave masters to the status of slaves, reinstating the slave system and even resuming the training of the unsullied. Daenerys had been bogged down by Khal Drogo's distractions and had not found the opportunity to eliminate this traitor. She was aware of the cordial relationship between Varys and Rego, but still harbored some concerns. "Can you truly ensure Rego will cooperate with you?" Varys secretly chuckled. More so than you can imagine, all manner of cooperation is possible. Of course, your majesty. Alas, it is a pity that Viserion has gone missing. I wonder where he has fled. Had he been present, given his temperament, he might have coordinated with you even more effectively, Daenerys lamented. Several months prior, Viserion vanished without a trace, leaving Daenerys in search for weeks, yet to no avail. However, Drogon seemed to possess some knowledge of his whereabouts, alas. Drogon could neither speak nor write. Consequently, Daenerys commanded Valerie to lead 5,000 Unsullied to assault Astapor. Upon receiving the order, Valerie promptly set sail for Astapor via the waterways. During this time, Valerie not only established a shipyard in Meereen, but also actively procured warships from external sources, managing to gather a fleet of 450 vessels, sufficient for a naval force of 6,000 men. Astapor, known as the Waterdrop Town, served as a forward base established by the Eternal Summer Empire in Essos and had grown significantly, boasting a resident population of several tens of thousands. In the administrative hall, Ottos remarked, Astapor is surrounded by foes on all sides. I believe the time is ripe. After 6 months of training, Shelt was also dispatched to Waterdrop Town for further experience. We have only 2,000 men. Can we seize the entirety of Astapor and its surrounding regions? Shelt expressed concern over their insufficient numbers. A force of 2,000 equipped with grit rifles and mortars could easily overpower the Astapor garrison, which still relied on cold weapons. The dilemma lay in how to control Astapor itself. Surely we cannot rely on headquarters to send reinforcements again? There is no need for concern regarding numbers. The Lazans will come to our aid, was the reply. Lazans? Shelt exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The Lazans were now under the Empire's grasp, with their lifeline controlled. As all their grain had been purchased by the Empire, and various metal ores were extracted by Imperial hands, the Empire had constructed numerous factories locally, providing ample job opportunities for the inhabitants, as well as supplying them with agricultural tools and iron goods, at least on the surface. The quality of life for the Lazans had significantly improved, though the military equipment and command remained predominantly under the control of the Eternal Summer Empire. As for the plains of Laza, they were fertile and well-suited for agriculture, and one could observe industrious Lazans toiling in the fields. The Lazans, of diminutive stature, had long been relegated to subsistence farming and servitude, their frailty well known. While the free trade city-states were willing to purchase their grain with gold coins, when faced with the horsemen, they often chose to bow and kneel, surrendering both their grain and themselves. However, one day, a young Lazan named Marcello returned to his tribe wielding a weapon known as the arquebus. Upon learning that Marcello had traded grain for an unknown weapon, the tribal elder was furious and banished him from the tribe. Unfazed, Marcello simply replied, "The times have changed." And indeed, they had. No one could stand against Marcello's army. Although the arquebus posed a minimal threat individually, its proliferation would lead to catastrophic transformations. Thus, Marcello unified the Laza Plains, employing a force of 20,000 arquebus troops and 30,000 well-equipped soldiers wielding cold weapons, decisively expelling the horsemen from the Laza Plains. The Lazarians established their own free city-state, Nox. Lord Marcello became the first ruler, and in pursuit of Nox's development, he found it necessary to seek assistance from the Emperor of the Yongxia Empire. It became evident that Lord Marcello possessed the keen vision akin to that of an eagle, as the Yongxia Empire constructed numerous factories on the Lazarian plains. These included soap manufacturing, agricultural tool production, restaurants, inns, tailoring shops, and more, providing ample employment opportunities for the Lazarians. This alleviated the burden of labor from entire families toiling in the fields, thereby fully utilizing their workforce. In the war room, Marcello scrutinized a map, having received word that the Yongxia Empire sought his aid in capturing Estebo. The envoy informed Marcello that seizing Estebo would facilitate mutual assistance between Nox and the Empire. Failure to conquer Estebo would leave the Empire without a foothold in Essos, potentially severing the supply of arms to Nox due to transportation costs and pirate threats. Marcello recognized this as a veiled threat with the might of the Yongxia Empire. Constructing transport vessels was as effortless as making dumplings. And as for pirates? Which pirate would dare to raid an Imperial merchant ship flying the Star-Deer silver flag? The last instance of piracy against an Imperial vessel had occurred 2 years prior. What troop strength would be appropriate? Marcello pondered, engulfed in indecision. The Chief of Staff, Vizon, raised 2 fingers. 20,000 infantry will suffice. Elite forces are unnecessary. Currently, Nox boasted an army of 50,000, comprising 20,000 gunmen and 30,000 spear-wielding infantry, primarily organized to counter the cavalry of the Ma people. Vizon proposed reallocating 2,000 spear soldiers and recruiting 18,000 laborers. thus assembling a force of 20,000 to send to the Yongxia Empire. Upon learning of Vision's strategy, Marcello hesitated, questioning whether such an arrangement would satisfy the Yongxia side. "We are not going to assist in combat," Vision asserted while tapping the table. "The garrison at Waterdrop Town is more than capable of overwhelming Estebo. Our primary role will be to help maintain order until they establish their own defense forces." Vision explained slowly, though his tone betrayed a hint of impatience, revealing a subtle disdain for Marcello. While Marcello possessed the courage and audacity to resist the Ma people, he lacked sufficient cunning to unify the Lazarian plains without the backing of the Yongxia Empire. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. As every aspect of Nox was increasingly under the Empire's control, even the livelihood of the citizens was gradually being dominated. As a leader, Marcello was acutely aware of Vision's impatience. Vision's exceptional intellect meant that the governance of Nox relied heavily on his foundation, granting him considerable power and a reputation nearly equal to Marcello's. The latter genuinely wished to avoid harming Vision, especially considering Vision's close relationship with Draels, as he feared that any aggression towards Vision might incite mutiny within the ranks. Not long after the establishment of Nox, it proved fragile amidst turmoil. "Well, if that is the case, let us proceed as you suggested," Marcello remarked with a smile. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements." After Vision departed, Marcello gazed at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Upon leaving the war room, Vision did not immediately attend to the matter of the 20,000 troops. Instead, he sought out Draelos. At Drela's estate, upon learning of Vision's visit, Draelos promptly had his favorite hot pot ingredients brought forth. At the dining table, Draelos curiously inquired how Vision found the time to join him for a drink. Marcello, unable to remain still, listened intently. Draelos' expression turned serious as he remarked, "So soon?" After taking a sip of wine, Vision, somewhat apologetically, replied, "It is my fault. Marcello has already sensed my impatience, and I suspect he will act against me shortly. Marcello firmly commands 20,000 firelock troops, while I only have 20,000 spear soldiers, and another 10,000 are under Hiddle's command. I have made several attempts to win him over, but he has never given me a clear response," Draelos said. "We require an opportunity, or rather, allies." Vision understood all too well that Draelos' 20,000 spear soldiers were scarcely a match for the 20,000 firelock soldiers, especially with Hiddle's contingent wavering in loyalty. "Where shall we find allies? Although we have established the free city of Nox, the 9 major city-states will hardly regard us, and they have procured firelock guns from Yongxia, reportedly as many as 100,000. Damn, they are indeed wealthy," Draelos complained indignantly. Mirren, indeed, Mirren, one of the few potential allies we can court. Why not seek out Yuan-Kai?" Draelos questioned, puzzled. "Yuan-Kai is utterly useless. They could never rival Valyria Adolf. Although young, Valyria possesses astute political acumen. Yuan-Kai can only languish in gradual decline. Population equates to labor, labor translates to wealth, military strength, and provisions. Those damn slave masters still believe that Daenerys' ascendance is solely due to her dragons." After swallowing a piece of beef roll, Draelos continued. "Yet Yuan-Kai has the backing of the new and old Giscari empires. It is not certain that Daenerys would prevail. The Giscari Empire rose on the foundation of the slave trade, and prior to Valyria, they were the sovereign power of Essos. Following its destruction, it splintered into the new and old Giscari empires. Even now, both the new and old Giscari are engaged in the slave trade, particularly the new Giscari Empire, which provides greater support to Yuan-Kai than Volantis does. Thus, Mirren needs us. Otherwise, what grounds do we have to win their favor?" "That is indeed the case. In any event, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. For now, let us drink. Astapor Pyramid. Cleon was wrapped in the embrace of a striking woman, flirting, completely oblivious to his precarious situation. At this moment, Kalyan fully savored the pleasures of a slave master, relishing the supreme authority that allowed him to dictate the fate of others with mere words, including the woman in his embrace, who would have previously not spared him a glance. As he caressed her, he also took pleasure in the attendants nearby, pondering whether, should he attain immortality, he might eventually tire of such a life. Perhaps not, he mused. At that juncture, a personal guard approached, presenting Kalyan with a letter. "My lord, this missive comes from Nox and bears significant importance. I implore you to read it personally." Kalyan furrowed his brow. He had minimal ties to the newly established Nox. Yet he accepted the letter and scrutinized its contents. Upon reading, his countenance shifted dramatically. If the letter spoke the truth, his demise was nearly assured. The correspondence revealed that the Eternal Summer Empire intended to seize Astapor, with the Lazans dispatching 20,000 infantry to assist. His sole chance of survival lay in preemptively annihilating Nox's reinforcements and obtaining the head of Vision. If he secured Visen's head, Marcello would consent to cede a portion of the Lazen Plains, granting Kallion the opportunity for a resurgence. Kallion felt a stirring within him. Should the Eternal Summer Empire move against Astapor, the odds would be insurmountable. The only recourse was to seek an alternative locale to sustain his current existence. He immediately dispatched agents to Nox for reconnaissance, for he could not wholly trust the letter's claims. 3 days later, it was confirmed that Nox had indeed mobilized 20,000 troops towards Astapor, with Visen personally leading the charge. Armed with this intelligence, Kallion made a decisive choice. Promptly gathering 25,000 half-trained innocents, many of whom were slave owners and their progeny, who had undergone 2 years of training but were still not fully equipped for battle. Nevertheless, they were undoubtedly superior to Visen's 20,000 militia, and Kallion was confident he could sever Visen's head. Upon learning that Nox had commenced its movements, Atasso, accompanied by 2,000 men, also advanced towards Astapor. Simultaneously, Valerie disembarked on the coast, leaving 500 innocents behind while rushing towards Astapor from the west. Meanwhile, Kallion led over 20,000 infantry towards Visen, having additionally conscripted 50,000 laborers to escort treasures and provisions, resulting in an unwieldy force exceeding 70,000. With the aid of intelligence provided by Marcello, Kallion chose to encamp along Visen's marching route. The location he selected was somewhat distant from Astapor, yet offered ample time for rest to prepare for the long trek of the Nox forces. At this time, Visen remained unaware that his intelligence had been compromised. Though Marcello's insistence on leading the troops personally had ignited a spark of caution within him, despite Marcello's pretext of demonstrating sufficient sincerity, Atasso's forces advanced swiftly. Soon reaching Astapor. Astapor is a coastal city situated at the northern edge, facing the sea, nestled at the estuary of the Worm River. Its crumbling walls are adorned with murals of harpies, their grotesque forms depicted with the body of a woman, bat wings, eagle legs, and scorpion tails. As Atasso gazed at the unsettling image, he felt an indescribable discomfort. The creature's claws clutched open shackles, leaving him to ponder their significance. Truly, it was an eyesore, and he resolved to eradicate all harpy depictions from Astapor in the future. Shelt nodded vigorously in agreement, acknowledging the unsightliness of the murals. However, something felt amiss in Astapor. Where were the guards? The gate stood ajar, yet not a single sentinel was in sight. What kind of ruse was this? Were they attempting to frighten us away? Shelt promptly dispatched 5 squads to investigate the situation. Before long, one squad returned with alarming news. Report: Astapor is in chaos. Cleon has left with the treasure and his troops. Atasso raised an eyebrow in surprise, hastening his march without uttering a word. Logically, Cleon should not have been informed of their approach to Astapor. It seemed someone had betrayed them, but it wasn't he one of their own. It was the Raisins who had leaked the information. Shelt immediately grasped the implication. Atasso understood that the Raisins had indeed revealed their plans. As Valerie had been the sole spy in their midst, while the others were unwavering loyalists to Daenerys, making betrayal improbable. In that case, let us enter the city and quell the unrest in Astapor first, Atasso declared. Following Cleon's departure with his spoils, Astapor descended into unprecedented disorder. Without hesitation, Atasso led his men into the city. Meanwhile, Cleon and Vanes became aware of each other's presence. Cleon's troops were well rested and in far better condition than the Nox forces, seizing the opportunity to charge directly at them. Yet, the disparity in leadership often proves to be the decisive factor in warfare. In a mere hour, the brash Cleon, who had boasted his name to instill fear, found himself captured alive by Drellwyn, kneeling before Vanes. As Drellwyn, brother of Drellis, held no official position within Nox, he had been dispatched by Drellis to ensure Vanes' safety. General Vanes, spare me. I beg you, let me go. It was Marcello who instigated the attack. He provided the intelligence, and I acted in haste. A soldier then approached, presenting a letter to Vanes. Upon opening it and reading its contents, Vanes let out a cold laugh, realizing that Marcello could not resist taking action. Though Cleon was a pitiful pawn, Drellwyn, take your men to assess our gains. We shall continue our advance towards Astapor. If we carry this cargo to Nox, it would undoubtedly be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, a one-way journey. With the envelope tucked into his chest, Vins continued marching as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the Milan army, having circumvented Yuan-Kai, had just arrived at the foot of Astapor. Upon seeing the silver flag adorned with the star stag atop the city walls, they lamented, "We are indeed a step too late. My lord, what shall we do now? Should we attempt to reclaim Astapor?" Valerie replied with bitterness. "How do we reclaim it? Do I need to remind you of the advanced weaponry of the Eternal Summer Empire's forces?" The guard, chastised by Valerie's words, realized the formidable nature of the Eternal Summer Army. Must this journey be in vain then? The deputy commander expressed his discontent. At that moment, a scout approached with news. "My lord, there is a force of several tens of thousands less than 20 miles from us." Valerie pondered, perplexed, logically. The Lazara army should have arrived around the same time as their own, so why the delay? As Valerie contemplated this, another scout arrived with further reports. According to this scout, they had encountered a considerable number of deserters, and upon interrogation, it was revealed that the Lord of Astapor, Cleon, seemed to have received word ahead of time, intending to eliminate the Lazara forces first, only to be routed by them. But are those Lazara forces equipped with firearms? No. They are armed with cold weapons, spearmen, the scout replied. Valerie furrowed his brow. This was indeed strange. Setting aside how Cleon had obtained such intelligence, the fact that the Lazara could defeat the hasty assembly of the Purity was quite extraordinary. "My lord, an envoy from Nox seeks an audience." Bring him in." Shortly thereafter, a slender man was ushered before Valerie. "Esteemed Lord Valerie, I am Hart, sent by Lord Vince." Valerie inquired coolly, "What business does Vince have? I thought we had no connections." "Lord Vince invites you to meet. He claims this is an opportunity to swiftly resolve the Yuan-Kai situation." "Resolve Yuan-Kai? Once Yuan-Kai is dealt with, to whom will the Empire sell its weapons? Will we continue to incite war?" Nonetheless, Valerie acquiesced. "If that is the case, I have time now. Lead the way." Without establishing camp, Valerie marched his forces directly to the encampment of the Nox army. Soon, the two armies met, and Valerie encountered Vince. Within a makeshift tent, Vince poured a glass of wine and handed it to Valerie. Valerie accepted the cup, placing it by his side without drinking, and proceeded to the point. "What matter does Lord Vince wish to discuss? Please, do not hesitate to state it plainly." Vince chuckled. "Indeed, my lord is forthright. In that case, I shall not conceal anything. Please take a look at this letter." Valerie, surprised, took the letter, realizing it was the document that had leaked information unexpectedly in Vince's possession. After perusing the contents, he placed the letter on the table. "What does this mean, my lord? It seems unrelated to our Milan affairs." Vince, initially intending to reach Astapor before proceeding to Meereen, unexpectedly encountered the Unsullied of Meereen. In that instant, he surmised that Meereen aimed to reclaim Astapor, encircle the formidable Yukai, and simultaneously sever the supply lines of the New Guy's empire. This revelation exhilarated Vince, fortifying his confidence further. Surely, Prime Minister Valerie was there for Astapor, was he not? Indeed, yet Astapor had already fallen into the hands of the Eternal Summer Empire. Queen Daenerys' strategy was to encircle Yunkai from all sides. However, with Yunkai now under the dominion of the Eternal Summer Empire, your return would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Valerie interrupted Vince, inquiring, "Do you wish to form an alliance with us to seize the lordship of Nox?" Upon reading that letter, Valerie had his suspicions. Vince intended to leverage Meereen's strength to gain control of Nox. "Precisely, I seek to ally with Meereen. With your assistance, I shall capture Nox, and upon success, I will aid you in subduing Yunkai and countering New Guys. What say you?" Valerie, seeing the clarity of the situation, understood that Marcello had the backing of the Eternal Summer Empire. Vince, seeking rebellion, could only align himself with Daenerys, who, due to her emancipation of slaves, lacked the power to unite. Thus, the only allies available to Vince were Meereen, and likewise, Meereen could only ally with him. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to this arrangement. Are you willing to accompany me to Meereen to meet Her Majesty the Queen?" Valerie saw no reason to decline, as this scenario promised mutual benefit, should he refuse. Vince might well seek Daenerys and Meereen. Of course, that is precisely my intention. Thus, a preliminary alliance was forged between Meereen and Vince, who desired to personally negotiate for troops with Daenerys. Upon receiving the letter, Vince dispatched a messenger to inform Draelys, yet time was of the essence. The sooner they secured the troops, the better. Suddenly recalling something, Valerie posed a question to Vince. "What is your standing in Nox? Could you assume control after eliminating Marcello?" "Fear not. Marcello's haste to rid himself of me stems from my reputation being nearly on par with his. Not to mention the 20,000 elite spear soldiers under my command." Valerie, taken aback by this revelation, recognized that Vince was no ordinary individual. Not only did he rival Marcello in prestige, but he also commanded a formidable force of 20,000, albeit lacking matchlock guns. Vince had indeed contemplated acquiring a shipment of matchlock guns, yet time for transport and training had run out. He could only seek allies for the moment. Meanwhile, in Astapor, within the pyramid, a figure known as Utoso sat upon a chair crafted from the pelts of unknown beasts. Astapor, a proud member of the triumvirate of slave Bay City-states, boasted towering stepped pyramids, the tallest reaching 400 feet. The pyramids were adorned with an array of trees, vines, and flowers, and during dusk, the lords would illuminate vibrant silk lanterns. Yachts drifted gracefully along the Worm River. All the streets are constructed from red bricks, which also form the stepped pyramids, deeply embedded in the ground, featuring an arena with descending tiers of seats, a sulphurous fountain pool, dimly lit taverns, and the ancient walls encircling the city. The air is filled with fine red dust, which dances along the gutters in the gentle breeze. At this moment, Astapor has largely quelled the unrest, with 2,000 individuals divided into small patrols continuously surveying the streets, now merely waiting for the arrival of Nox's army. As for the unsullied troops passing by the city's edge, Essos remains untroubled. In merely 7 days, news of Astapor being seized by the Eternal Summer Empire has spread among merchants. Daenerys, infuriated, struck the armrest, the anger in her face slowly dissipating into a cold smirk. These incompetents began denouncing me when I liberated the slaves, even forming a coalition to extinguish me. But now? Joffrey's first decree upon capturing Astapor was the abolition of the slave system established by Killian. And look at these people, huh? Sending a great deal of supplies to congratulate Astapor? A bunch of sycophants, all of them. Daenerys' voice echoed throughout the hall. Once Daenerys finished venting, Varys interjected, "Your Majesty." Varys is waiting outside. Daenerys took a deep breath, glanced at Varys, and allowed him to enter. The Red Keep has already begun its expansion, covering hundreds of acres, filled with Western-style edifices. Dorne wishes to purchase grain? Joffrey exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Prince Oberyn has come to King's Landing and approached me about acquiring some grain to survive the long night, Tyrion replied. It seems Dorne's situation is rather dire, Joffrey mused, his smile becoming subtly ironic. Go summon Oberyn. Oberyn, upon being summoned, was swiftly brought before Joffrey by Tyrion. You wish to buy grain? Joffrey's direct approach momentarily stunned Oberyn, who had expected some pleasantries. Yes, Your Grace, I seek to procure grain. The long night approaches. Dorne typically sourced a portion of its grain from Highgarden and Essos. But now both routes have been severed, and due to the distillation practices in King's Landing, Dorne's income has diminished by nearly a third. Dorne prides itself on its valor. Yet in the face of hunger, even the most courageous are rendered powerless. Joffrey leaned back in a tactical posture, crossing his legs. Selling you grain is not out of the question, but I require Dorne to establish a fruit cultivation base. The Martell family must rally the other nobles to cooperate with us. Oberyn felt a heavy weight in his heart. Cultivating crops necessitated land. Yet the territories of Dorne were limited. Very well, Your Majesty, I shall persuade the other nobles to lease their lands to you. It is settled then, Joffrey agreed readily. Oberyn was taken aback by Joffrey's unexpected simplicity. He had not anticipated such folly. Since Your Majesty has demonstrated sufficient sincerity, I assure you that the rent shall not exceed. No, let us not discuss the rent just yet. I offer you a price of 1,000 pounds of grain per acre per year. What say you? Thank you, Your Majesty. The people of Dorne shall not forget your assistance. Agreed. Now let us deliberate on the matter of grain procurement. Oberyn beamed, gesturing for Joffrey to put forth his terms. 500 pounds of grain for an acre of fertile land. It proved true that smiles do not vanish, but merely shift. Indeed, Oberyn's grin transferred to Joffrey's countenance. What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? Do you not comprehend the Westerosi tongue? An acre of fertile land in exchange for 500 pounds of grain. Have you heard me clearly? Joffrey repeated loudly. Oberyn became agitated. Your Majesty, you cannot demand such terms. The Dornish nobles will not accept it. Then so be it. You may procure grain from Essos. If fortune favors you, perhaps you might retrieve a meager loaf from the pirates. Tyrion could not contain himself, bursting into laughter. Forgive me. I am a senator of the Empire, trained to maintain decorum, regardless of how amusing the situation may be. Yet, I cannot help but laugh. Oberyn seethed with fury. Curse the imp. I shall duel you. At this, Tyrion drew a revolver and fired, shattering a vase beside Oberyn. My apologies. Valiant serpent of the green, or should I say, red viper? Times have changed. Hearing Tyrion's mocking tone, Oberyn was on the verge of engaging him in a deadly confrontation. But fortunately, Joffrey intervened to prevent Oberyn from meeting his demise. Enough. This is the king's office, not a gladiatorial arena. That vase shall be deducted from your wages. Senator Tyrion. Tyrion shrugged and leapt back into his seat. The terms stand, 500 pounds of grain for an acre of land. If not, it matters little. We can feed the surplus grain to livestock to prevent waste. Your Majesty, without your assistance, 90% of Dorne's populace would perish. And so what? How many times in the past long night did we not lose 9 out of 10? Moreover, this shall be an unprecedentedly prolonged long night. But you have grain. You just stated you would feed the livestock. Oberyn's voice rose, brimming with agitation. Am I to provide you with grain for free? If I grant you grain, it is for your own benefit. Not a single morsel shall reach the common folk. Tyrion could not help but remind them, when you submitted, you expressed a desire to maintain the governing model of the Seven Kingdoms, to which we acquiesced. Indeed, if that is the case, how do you possess the authority to demand provisions from me? Joffrey chimed in with a smirk. However, Your Grace, your terms are excessively harsh. The nobility cannot relinquish their lands. Otherwise, what would define their nobility? Joffrey, having grown weary of the discourse, replied impatiently, See, the conversation circles back again. I have set a clear price. Whether you choose to buy is your prerogative. Sensing Joffrey's impatience, Dorne could only retort sullenly, Then I shall return to confer with my brother. As Oberyn turned to leave, Joffrey suddenly called him back, prompting Oberyn to turn in surprise. Hoping Joffrey had reconsidered. Dog, bring it forth, Joffrey commanded, his voice ringing out to the door. Soon, a hound entered, carrying a skull, which it tossed into Oberyn's arms. This is the skull of the mountain. The dog has tired of it, so consider it a token of my goodwill, Joffrey explained with a smile regarding the skull's origin. Oberyn, momentarily transfixed by the skull, felt a surge of emotions. The mountain had slain his sister, and he had long sought vengeance. Yet, holding the skull of his enemy, he found no joy in it, as Joffrey's demeanor suggested that it was merely a discarded bone from a pet, offered to him as an afterthought. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that had it not been for Joffrey, he might never have had the opportunity to slay the mountain. Very well, Your Grace, Oberyn said, gripping the eye socket of the skull as he departed. Once Oberyn had left, Joffrey instructed Sandor, select some gold cloaks and spread the word in Dorne, stating that the Dornish nobility are unwilling to part with their lands in exchange for food, intending instead to let all the commoners perish. As you command, Your Grace, Sandor replied. At this juncture, Tyrion addressed Joffrey. The Dornish nobility care little for the lives of common folk. This tactic will yield minimal impact. In the past long nights, everyone suffered from hunger. It was a shared plight. But now, it is different. Aside from Dorne, no one else will starve. The greatest fear of creatures is hunger. When men are driven to the brink of starvation, they cease to be men and become beasts. They will instinctively seek to survive. Joffrey's tone remained casual, yet resolute. The wallpaper is somewhat bothersome, as it does not allow for fast forwarding, causing me to type while waiting for the plot to progress. This afternoon, I attended an interview. Though I am uncertain of the outcome, flakes of snow, no larger than a fingernail, fluttered down, mingling with the biting winds that left people shivering. Finally, in the southern reaches of Westeros, a heavy snowfall began to fall. A year had passed since Dorne sought provisions, and the beleaguered region ultimately succumbed to Joffrey's food hegemony, accepting the assimilation of the Eternal Summer Empire. Until 6 months ago, Westeros had only just achieved complete unification. Dorne had erected numerous factories and greenhouses. Although the long night was imminent, the realm was flourishing with the vibrancy of eternal summer. You inquire about the Iron Islands? Where might that be? Joffrey was oblivious. He had never heard of it. No. With a furious roar, Joffrey fell to his knees in the snow. My dear Majesty, have you been possessed by the Night King? Tyrion was visibly startled by Joffrey's outburst, his expression twisted in confusion. Joffrey quickly rose, brushing the snow from his knees. No, I merely wish to experience the depths of Yuan Hua's despair, but it is evident that I have failed. Who is Yuan Hua? The Tidesworn. A fisherman capable of raising sharks. Tyrion furrowed his brow, gazing at Joffrey in bewilderment. Enough about who Yuan Hua is. What is the status of our grain reserves across the realm? Everything is prepared. An abundance of canned goods is produced daily. Over 6 months ago, the King's Landing Research Institute developed the method of canning, sealing food in iron containers and then cooking it at high temperatures, the most primitive of techniques. However, despite its simplicity, the results are undeniably effective, extending the shelf life of food for several years. In anticipation of the long night, the North slaughtered vast amounts of livestock to produce canned meat, thus increasing their reserves while alleviating pressure on the pastures. Additionally, numerous warehouses are stocked with wheat and other grains, a common practice among the populace. This is the first time citizens of the Eternal Summer will experience a long night with their cellars filled to the brim with provisions. Many elders who had endured previous long nights found this one less daunting, their cellars not only brimming with bread and sausages but also enriched with wine and cured meats. In the north, at the wall, it now resembles an otherworldly Maginot Line. The fortifications are adorned with cannons, and within its 18 castles, 500 guards and ample supplies are stationed. Each stronghold is equipped with a passage leading beneath the wall. The wildlings had once intended for mammoths and giants to breach the iron gates of these passages to penetrate the wall's defenses. However, now each passage is guarded by dozens of siege cannons and flamethrowers, with all gates forged from the Empire's most resilient alloys. John, in the haunted forest, Sensed the presence of whites lurking everywhere, as if watching, waiting. Sam felt a tinge of fear, despite the wall being armed to the teeth. They are waiting for the long night to fully descend. That will be the opportune moment. If the Night King is sufficiently cunning, he will bide his time for years, allowing us to starve, rendering us incapable of fighting. Jon spoke to Sam. But we shall not starve. Our weaponry is formidable, and we have enough provisions to sustain everyone for 7 or 8 years. What then do you fear? Jon extended a sausage towards Sam. Be bold and eat. The supplies provided by the Majesty are abundant. Once we finish the sausage, we shall organize a team to catch rats, damn it. Sam devoured Jon's entire sausage in one bite and remarked, we could request His Majesty to send over some wildcats. They are adept at dealing with mice. Certainly. I shall pen a letter to His Majesty, and you shall be responsible for delivering it to the train station. His Majesty will receive it shortly. The steam locomotive had long been invented. However, due to the inadequate road infrastructure in most regions, let alone railways, Joffrey only commenced laying tracks after most roads had been repaired. Westeros had stagnated in the Iron Age for 8 millennia, and Joffrey, sparing no expense, barely ushered the realm into the Steam Age over nearly 6 years. Your Majesty, news from the Citadel indicates that the magical tides are surging uncontrollably. Joffrey's brow furrowed at the mention of the magical tides. Initially, after the gods were siphoned away by the system, the magical tides surged very slowly, even stagnating at times. Yet now they were inexplicably on the rise. Has the Citadel provided an explanation? Joffrey inquired. Min-Ison, tasked with the Empire's educational infrastructure and development, had naturally expressed that it was an honor for the scholars of the Citadel to serve His Majesty when Joffrey conquered the Riverlands. Since then, Min-Ison had been the liaison with the Citadel, facilitating the transfer of knowledge and allowing the Citadel to retain all its books, provided that copies were made and sent to King's Landing. The Citadel speculated that this phenomenon might be related to the impending Long Night, especially in the north, where the surge in magical energy was most pronounced. Joffrey was equally perplexed, having only watched the television adaptation and not having read the original work. However, it was evident that the surge in magical energy would undoubtedly enhance the Night King's power, while simultaneously increasing the efficacy of the anti-magic spells on the wall. Inform the Citadel to closely monitor the magical tides and ascertain the situation, Joffrey commanded. For now, the only course of action was to proceed step by step. The Night King, no matter how formidable, would not be his adversary, especially with the presence of Bemin, whose vulnerabilities to dragon glass were well known. Meanwhile, in the haunted forest, the Night King felt a surge of excitement. After being transformed into a wight by the children of the forest, he freed himself from their control and set a modest goal of world domination. Yet he failed, subsequently being banished to the land of always winter. In this desolate realm, he stumbled upon a horrifying revelation, one so distressing that it was hard to fathom. At the heart of the land of always winter lay a colossal altar, beneath which a stone wall narrated an exceedingly disturbing tale. Thousands of years prior, this world was comprised of 4 continents, and on one fateful day, a genius named Laro emerged, becoming a Saint Magus within a mere century. However, Laro's ambitions extended far beyond. He aspired to achieve divinity. Attaining godhood required boundless magical energy. And while the specifics of Laro's ascension were not detailed, it was noted that he siphoned the core of the world's fire magic, barely managing to become a god. As a consequence, Rollo must intermittently extract energy from the world's fire magic core, which results in Westeros frequently plunging into prolonged nights. The only surviving landmass, declared the Holy Spirit realm by numerous holy-level powerhouses, severed ties with the other 3 continents and left behind a one-way teleportation altar. Subsequently, the Night King became a servant of Rollo's darker side, serving as the Frost God's minion, seeking to use the Frost God's power to traverse to the Holy Spirit realm. Strangely, some time prior, Rollo had reached out to him, requesting his cooperation in staging a performance to enhance the people's faith in the King of Light. However, communication with Rollo abruptly ceased, leaving the Night King to assume that Rollo had other plans. Yet now, as the tides of magical energy surge forth, the absence of Rollo's absorption of light and fire magic suggests that this long night will soon come to an end, lasting no more than 2 years at most. Without Rollo's continuous siphoning of magic, the magical essence in the world is bound to grow increasingly potent, and that altar will inevitably reactivate. If he were to dominate Westeros and Essos at this juncture, after lying in wait for several centuries, he might very well breach the barriers of the Holy Spirit realm and restore the splendor of the 4 continents. The Night King would undoubtedly ascend as the sovereign of the 3 continents, becoming the illustrious lord of the undead. He gazed toward the towering wall, silently scheming. Rollo had mentioned before his disappearance that 3 dragons would arrive to confront him. By by slaying just one and transforming it into a corpse dragon. He could shatter the wall with the frost dragon's breath. Now, all that remained was to await the opportune moment. As the Night King eagerly anticipated, 6 months passed. Westeros officially entered the long night, with snow falling almost daily and the skies perpetually shrouded in darkness, except for the bright lights of King's Landing. The principle of the generator is straightforward. It converts thermal energy into mechanical energy, which is then transformed into electrical energy, causing the rotor to continuously cut through magnetic lines of force. The streets of King's Landing still buzzed with joyful energy. Utterly devoid of the despair and numbness that should accompany the long night, children were engaged in snowball fights while adults cleared the snow from their doorsteps. Women continued to weave and spin during the long night, while men found themselves at a loss for productive work. To remedy this, Joffrey issued 2 edicts. First, to initiate various odd jobs across the nation, converting them into daily wage work. Second, to encourage childbirth, promising that for every baby born during the long night, the Empire would provide a monthly stipend of 15 golden dragons until the child reached the age of 6, with girls receiving 20 golden dragons per month. Joffrey was not lacking in funds, as gold and silver flowed in from Essos, and the banks across the regions were nearing completion. By the beginning of next month, Joffrey would officially enact a decree to replace all golden dragons with golden Joffreys, a currency featuring his visage on a prominent banknote. Atop the Red Keep, Joffrey was playfully tossing snowballs to the White Dragon. On the rooftop, the White Dragon tirelessly caught the snowballs thrown by Joffrey. The White Dragon had never tasted snow before, yet now it found the flavor rather delightful. After a while, Joffrey grew weary of the game and languidly lay upon the dragon's wing. Boredom enveloped him. The affairs of the Eternal Summer Empire were managed by the cabinet, and although Joffrey had once attempted to engage in governance, he had given up after merely 3 minutes, returning instead to his indulgences in beauty and gourmet delights. Yet, despite the endless variety of stockings worn by Sansa and Anna, Marjorie, and Daenerys, Joffrey found himself devoid of interest. The culinary offerings, too, had lost their novelty, each meal blurred into the next, lacking freshness. Just then, Tyrion emerged, clad in thick winter garments. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the Wall." The White Walkers continued to roam the haunted forest with no intention of emerging. Joffrey's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten the Night King? With this thought, he mounted the dragon's neck, urging it northward. With a thunderous roar, the White Dragon soared into the northern skies. Tyrion, having been pelted by snowflakes, could only brush the powder from his face in frustration before retreating indoors. High above, the dragon, cloaked in white, nearly blended into the azure heavens. Snowflakes cascaded against Joffrey's face as he opened his mouth and extended his tongue, exclaiming in childish delight. The dragon's expression contorted in confusion. She could not fathom the peculiarities of the man perched upon her head, especially as he sought to mate with his own kind upon her back. Such bizarre behavior was increasingly unsettling. Suddenly, Joffrey smacked the dragon's head. "You too. Open your mouth and join me." The dragon, resigned, opened her gaping maw to consume the snow. Perhaps in this world, only the somewhat dim-witted behemoth could play with Joffrey. Much like SpongeBob and Patrick, 2 simple friends. Yet, one could hardly blame Joffrey in this low-magic realm. Receiving a perfect serum of his ancestral blood and transforming into this peculiar being was, at once, unexpected yet entirely understandable. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the haunted forest, the Night King immediately discerned the locations of the White Dragon and Joffrey. He swiftly approached, riding his undead steed, to where the dragon had landed. The White Dragon now rested upon a small ice platform, surrounded by a throng of whites and several White Walkers. A flicker of confusion crossed the Night King's visage. Why was there only one dragon? And why was its behavior so unusual? Why simply land and await encirclement? Joffrey dismounted from the dragon, stepping into the air without ulterior motive. He merely found it an impressive display. Thus, traversing a mere 10 meters took him a full minute. At this moment, the Night King's expression could scarcely be described as anything less than bewildered. He could not comprehend how this human could stand suspended in the air, nor could he fathom why he would take so long to cover such a short distance. Joffrey stood before the Night King, scrutinizing the icy blue creature. The Night King, equally intrigued, observed Joffrey, for he was the first human to exhibit no fear of him. "Human, you are quite fascinating and possess remarkable audacity. How about becoming my servant? You shall gain unparalleled power and eternal life." Joffrey remained silent, merely prodding the Night King's groin with a twig he had picked up, and upon confirming his thoughts, he expressed mild astonishment. "How extraordinary! You White Walkers are sentient beings as well. Is it true that your reproduction can only occur through ice magic? Is there no primal method of procreation?" Undoubtedly, Joffrey's words incited the Night King's wrath. He suddenly seized Joffrey by the throat, attempting to lift him with one hand, but found he could not. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he exerted more force. In retaliation, Joffrey delivered a swift kick to the Night King's knee, causing him to kneel. I had assumed that with the surge of magic, your strength would increase, yet it seems the enhancement is limited. The Night King, shocked, gazed up at Joffrey, astonished by the presence of such a formidable human. You cannot fathom the extent of my capabilities. With a decisive kick, Joffrey sent the Night King sprawling to the ground, having overestimated the Night King's strength while underestimating his own. Let us strike a deal. You shall command your whites to serve me, and I will spare your life. What say you? The Night King rose, calmly responding. Even your strength is of little consequence. My army of whites will consume Westeros. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? At the very least, you are far from a match for me, the Night King declared confidently. In response, Joffrey slowly drew his revolver, firing a shot. A nearby white was struck by the dragon glass bullet and shattered into ice. Dragon glass is no longer a luxury, and the age of cold weapons has passed. Look at your subordinates, these pitiful whites. They are utterly useless. After a brief moment of surprise, the Night King conceded to Joffrey's terms, agreeing to work for him without cost, but insisted on first returning to the land of always winter to retrieve a divine artifact. An artifact that grants one ice magic, inscribed with ancient secrets of R'hllor? Joffrey, intrigued, promptly accompanied the Night King, mounting the white dragon as they soared towards the land of always winter. Soon, guided by the Night King, Joffrey arrived at the altar of transportation. The ancient secrets are inscribed on the ground beneath us. I shall procure the artifact, the Night King declared as he strode towards the altar, leaving Joffrey and the white dragon in the center of the altar. Once the Night King exited, Joffrey continued to examine the illustrations on the altar's surface. A faint smile crept across the Night King's lips as he infused the altar with his immense ice magic. Noticing the commotion, Joffrey's lips curled into a cruel smile upon witnessing the emerging magical array. The Eternal Summer Empire was not devoid of sorcerers lacking magical prowess, such as Melisandre, the Red Woman. According to the current magical standards of the world, no spell could harm Joffrey. However, this time, Joffrey miscalculated. The Night King was aware that no spell could inflict harm upon Joffrey. Yet, he could transport Joffrey to the realm of the Holy Spirit. Once he conquered this world, he could cultivate for several centuries, perhaps even millennia, making him a formidable opponent for Joffrey. With a flicker, the altar's magical array enveloped Joffrey and the White Dragon, causing them to vanish without a trace. A cunning smile graced the Night King's lips. Without Joffrey, he felt the moment to attack the wall had finally arrived. As for the dragon crystal weapon wielded by Joffrey, the Night King doubted such a weapon could be mass-produced. Moreover, with 1,000,000 whites at his command, could humanity truly possess a dragon crystal weapon of greater potency? The time flow between the realm of the Holy Spirit and Westeros was disparate, with a rough ratio of 1 to 100. However, as the magic surged in Westeros, the temporal gap between the two worlds would gradually diminish until it returned to a 1-to-1 state. In a flash of white light, Joffrey found himself amidst a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees and thick underbrush. Does Westeros possess a teleportation array? Joffrey pondered. He soon realized that the Night King had not intended to shoot him with ice arrows, but instead had transported him to an unknown world. Recalling the incomplete murals and descriptions he had seen on the altar, Joffrey surmised that he had arrived in the Holy Spirit continent, which was once part of the same world as Westeros. Suddenly, a teleportation array manifested above Joffrey, and the massive form of the White Dragon descended from the sky. Joffrey swiftly evaded, while the White Dragon shook its head and surveyed its surroundings. Before the dragon could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of magical energy began to coalesce within its body, causing its alabaster form to radiate a stunning pearlescent glow. This spectacle continued for over 10 minutes, and as the light dissipated, the dragon's body became more elongated and muscular, completely shedding its previous rotund appearance. The dragon, now aware of its transformation, let out an ecstatic roar. However, as soon as the dragon's roar echoed, a profound and ominous growl resonated from the distance, laden with a sense of foreboding. The dragon, incensed, spread its wings and soared toward the source of the sound. Joffrey ascended into the sky, following the dragon while observing his surroundings. The area was filled with colossal trees and thickets. It appeared to be a vast mountainous region. Following the White Dragon to a hillside where the trees were somewhat sparse, Joffrey encountered a gigantic cave entrance. The cave was shrouded in darkness as it was positioned against the sun. Activating his night vision, Joffrey clearly discerned a colossal lizard within the cave. A searing dragon flame surged into the cave, and with a tremor that shook the earth, A 30-meter-long lizard erupted from within. The white dragon immediately charged forward. Although the dragon's body was nearly 40 meters long, it now appeared slender, comparable in size to the lizard. However, after absorbing a significant amount of magical energy, the white dragon's combat prowess finally resembled that of a true dragon. With her legs pinning down the enormous lizard, the sharp bony spines of its forelimbs suddenly pierced the creature's skull. After a sorrowful cry, the colossal beast fell silent. Bayu instinctively discarded the massive cranium and consumed its brain and beast core. Standing atop the lizard's carcass, she let out a thunderous roar, convinced that this was the true sanctuary for her existence. At that moment, Joffrey was also keenly attuned to the peculiar energy surging through his body, undoubtedly magical in nature. In Westeros, he could sense such energy, albeit in sparse quantities. Here, however, it enveloped him like a dense fog, and his body involuntarily absorbed the magical essence in the air. He raised 2 fingers and shouted, "Coup in character, Earth River Cart." No sooner had he spoken than a small mound of earth, over a meter high, erupted from the ground. Joffrey joyfully clenched his fist. This was truly exhilarating, far surpassing anything he had experienced in Westeros. Merely passively absorbing some magical energy allowed him to achieve this feat. Imagine the possibilities if he could actively cultivate it. He envisioned himself conjuring the frost dragon at a mere wave of his hand. Suppressing his excitement, Joffrey swiftly mounted Bayu's back. Selecting a direction, Bayu stood and took flight at full speed, now estimated to be traveling at around 100 kilometers per hour, far exceeding her previous pace of 60 to 70 kilometers. Soon, a village appeared not far from Joffrey. His face lit up with joy. "Find a place in the nearby mountains. I shall gather some information." Bayu was elated at the prospect of living in the mountains, where food was plentiful and magical energy abundant. Joffrey instantly materialized several hundred meters outside the village, then adjusted his attire before approaching. He soon spotted an older gentleman and promptly struck up a conversation. Tapping the man's shoulder from behind, he inquired, "Excuse me, sir, where is this place?" "Woj Beji." Joffrey staggered back a few steps, astonished to find that the creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Beji. "Beji? What Beji? This is Paya village." The pig-headed man replied, seemingly unfazed by Joffrey's reaction. He continued, "You must be a young lord from some noble family. This is the border between the Caesar Federation and the Chongling mountain range." Joffrey felt a sense of relief wash over him, suppressing his laser-eyed gaze. It seemed there were orcs here, which he had encountered in fantasy novels. Pig-headed orcs were not entirely implausible. He then revealed a beast core he had casually picked up, explaining that he had been attacked along with his family and had lost his memory. The pig-headed elder, named Norm, displayed an understanding demeanor as he accepted the beast core and led Joffrey towards the village tavern. Through Norm's introductions, Joffrey gradually comprehended his location, Paya village. Situated in the northern part of the continent, at the border of the Caesar Empire and the Moonspirit mountain range, also referred to as Paya town. Subsequently, Norm procured a set of burlap clothing for Joffrey. "I have accepted the level 3 beast core, and I have already spoken with Mayor Lamar. From now on, you shall be known as the orphan cast aside by the prostitutes of Pia town." Norm has lived in Pia since childhood. What began as a humble village has transformed into a bustling border town due to the influx of mercenaries and hunters seeking respite. The mayor seized the opportunity to establish taverns, inns, and brothels, thereby evolving the village into a thriving settlement. Given the diversity of its inhabitants, Pia town can provide an unreasonably plausible identity for young outcasts like Joffrey, who has escaped from who knows where. Of course, one must pay a sufficient price for this privilege. The level 3 beast core suffices. One could even say Norm has skillfully dealt with Joffrey, as fabricating an identity for him would only require a few level 1 beast cores. Thank you then. Joffrey remains blissfully unaware of the peril he has narrowly escaped. After donning a coarse gray linen garment, he entered a tailor's shop and sold his royal golden robe for 300 gold coins. Joffrey was uncertain whether this price was fair, but it appeared that the textile industry in this world was quite advanced, as many garments in the shop seemed mass-produced. With a small chest of gold coins in hand, Joffrey intended to seek a place to spend the night. Little did he know, as he stepped out of the tailor's shop, several unsavory characters had set their sights on him. After a series of twists and turns, Joffrey found himself in a dead-end alley that he deemed satisfactory. However, upon turning around, he was confronted by 3 men clad in tattered leather armor. The leader of the group felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated encountering such a plump target so easily. Through careful observation, he noted that this golden-haired youth bore a faint magical aura. At best, he was a mere apprentice, having yet to attain the rank of a level 1 mage. In this chaotic border town, it was all too common for noble youths to meet unfortunate ends. Without unnecessary chatter, A crimson glow soon erupted in the dim alley, accompanied by a crackling sound. Joffrey, clad in worn leather armor, emerged from the alley, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he admired how well the armor fit. Just then, a group of youths came rushing by, shouting that the teachers from Blackspark City had arrived, urging everyone to head to the square. In an instant, Joffrey found himself trailing behind one of the boys, joining the commotion without anyone noticing the unfamiliar face in their midst. Before long, Joffrey arrived at the so-called square, which was merely an open space where a young man stood among the boys. All the eligible youths of the town had gathered, and suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd. "Lilith is here, the 14-year-old level 1 mage, the prodigy of Pia Town," exclaimed one of the boys. Joffrey, with an innate curiosity, activated his perception to gaze toward the source of the commotion. "Ah, the pure white butterfly undergarments, quite splendid," spoke the young man in the center. "I am Master Lalo from the city of Black Radiance, responsible for the enrollment process in the town of Pia. There are 4 slots available, so please form an orderly line to undergo assessments of your qualifications and age." With approximately 200 youths present, the competition is indeed fierce. Before long, Joffrey found himself among the queue, hoping to gain admission to the esteemed Academy of Black Radiance. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly elevate his standing. Lalo produced a long crystal staff adorned with 9 engraved stars, a storage ring Joffrey discerned with certainty, seemingly conjured from thin air. He resolved to acquire one of those rings when the opportunity arose. One by one, the youths approached to test their potential, most revealing ratings of 1 or 2 stars, signifying that without extraordinary encounters, they would forever remain at the 2nd-tier mage level. The quality of 1's aptitude dictated both their growth ceiling and pace. For instance, Lalo was currently a 3rd-tier mage and, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely reach his peak as a 5th-tier mage around the age of 40. Soon, it was the turn of the prodigious girl named Lilith. As she placed her hand on the base of the crystal staff, 6 stars illuminated instantly, with the 7th star flickering hesitantly before ultimately shining brightly. Lalo's expression transformed into one of astonishment. It was akin to discovering a treasure. Typically, in a secondary city like Black Radiance, the strongest individuals reached level 8, while only a select few 1st-tier cities boasted 9th-level guardians. Lilith's aptitude suggested she could ascend to the rank of a 7th-level mage, serving as a protector of a 3rd-tier city and thereby bolstering the prestige of the Caesar Federation. Joffrey, inevitably the last in line, drew Lalo's scrutiny. The youth appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, handsome, courteous, yet his eyes betrayed a certain naive clarity. "Place your hand on the monitoring crystal." "Do not be anxious," Lalo instructed. Joffrey complied, uncertain of his magical aptitude, though he possessed robust physical capabilities. As his hand made contact with the base of the crystal, 7 stars filled instantaneously, yet curiously, no further stars emerged. Lalo, equally astonished, requested another test, but the outcome remained unchanged. Joffrey pondered silently whether it was related to the serum he had received, speculating if it was the blood serum of his homeland that was at fault. Lalo wore an expression of regret. He believed that with diligent practice, Joffrey could undoubtedly reach the 7th-tier mage level, but the prospect of attaining the 8th tier seemed bleak. He placed a reassuring hand on Joffrey's shoulder, stating, "You shall find no rival within the 7th tier." As the last participant, Joffrey had unknowingly contributed to Lalo's bountiful harvest: 1 3rd-tier talent, 1 4th-tier talent, and 2 7th-tier talents. The Caesar Federation is a diverse and multicultural union, characterized by its formidable strength yet marked by intense internal strife. The Black Radiance Academy not only enrolls humans but also half-orcs. Half-orcs are the progeny of orcs and humans, possessing an appearance more akin to that of humans while embodying the physical prowess of orcs and the magical aptitude of humans. Typically, the half-orcs admitted into the academy are melee mages wielding extraordinary combat capabilities. As the admissions teacher for the human class, discovering 2 students with 7th-level talents certainly promises to restore the former glory of the human class, potentially even surpassing that of the half-orc class. Most importantly, with 2 7th-level talents on hand, one could undoubtedly negotiate with the Academy for a 6th-level beast core. You all should prepare, as we shall depart for Black Radiance Academy this afternoon. Lalo is eager to return and show the other teachers that the notion of consistently attracting only mediocre students is a fallacy. In the realm of Westeros, a mere day has passed since Joffrey's departure from the Holy Spirit continent, while nearly 200 days have elapsed in Westeros, causing the temporal disparity between the 2 worlds to gradually diminish, a process that will only accelerate. Time has revealed the failure of Joffrey's reforms, or rather, his disappearance has directly precipitated their collapse. In the first month following Joffrey's vanishing, the Night King led his army of the undead to the wall, only to be obliterated by the 380mm caliber city defense cannon, returning the Riverlands to an era of water cooling. The Night King's swift demise left no one aware of Joffrey's whereabouts. After 3 months of silence regarding Joffrey's disappearance, the news could no longer be concealed. Within a week, it had traversed the globe. Few in Essos were aware of Joffrey's formidable power, which deterred immediate rash actions. However, the nobles of the Eternal Summer Empire were less circumspect. Having witnessed Joffrey's godlike might, they instinctively perceived this as an opportunity. Consequently, thousands of nobles united and simultaneously contacted the fleets of the Iron Islands, rising in rebellion. Yet, as the nobles had lost their autonomy, they could only hire soldiers rather than conscript them. Nevertheless, the nobles possessed ample funds, and there were many willing to risk their lives for money. In King's Landing, chaos reigned for 2 months following Joffrey's disappearance, ultimately leading to his brother Tommen Baratheon ascending to the throne. This time, Cersei did not act as regent. Tommen, unlike his portrayal in the original narrative, was no longer the weakling he once was. Frequently influenced by Joffrey's presence, he absorbed a hint of Joffrey's arrogance and tyranny. Yet, due to a lack of overwhelming personal strength, he consulted the council on most matters, achieving a semblance of what Joffrey envisioned. The rebellion of the old nobility stemmed from Joffrey's confiscation of their autonomous rights, yet it also encroached upon the interests of the new bureaucratic class. The ancient nobility summoned a formidable assembly of 150,000 knights, yet this force was not solely comprised of cold steel warriors, as treachery had infiltrated the ranks, including high-ranking officials. Fortunately, the ideological foundation and background screening of the Yongxia regular army were executed with exceptional diligence, resulting in no betrayal among the 80,000 regular troops. It was also fortunate that the legacy left by Joffrey for Tommen was relatively untainted and robust. Moreover, the newly appointed Grand Admiral Nyget was a staunch supporter of Joffrey, commanding the ships Riverlands, Crownlands, and the newly launched valleys under Tommen's command. Concurrently, Baiman returned from the North's Wolfwood to King's Landing, steadfastly guarding the vicinity of the Red Keep. His imposing stature of 150 meters instilling unparalleled confidence in Tommen. Meanwhile, far away in Slaver's Bay, Daenerys, upon learning of Joffrey and Viserions' mysterious disappearance, sensed an opportunity at hand. In collaboration with Vance, she aided him in seizing Maserlo, while he distracted Yuan Kai, allowing Daenerys to breach the city gates mounted upon her dragon. Subsequently, Daenerys established dominion over all regions of Slaver's Bay, excluding Astapor, and proclaimed the formation of the Targaryen Empire. Vance, in turn, founded the Nox Empire on the Razab Plains. As magical energies began to resurge, Drogon's growth accelerated dramatically, his physique becoming more elongated and agile. His scales were now impervious to even the closest firelock shots. Simultaneously, Drogon's flames transformed into a distinct black-gold hue, their potency vastly exceeding that prior to the resurgence of magic. Rhaego underwent a similar transformation, albeit less swiftly and noticeably than Drogon. Drogon and Rhaego instilled immense confidence in Daenerys, who aspired to unify all city-states in western Essos, confronting the Yongxia Empire across the sea, and perhaps reclaiming the Iron Throne within her lifetime as her power burgeoned. While Daenerys was aware of Baiman's presence, she held unwavering faith in Drogon, whose wingspan reached 100 meters, dwarfing Baiman slightly over 100 meters, particularly as Baiman could neither fly nor engage at a distance. The world of Game of Thrones was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. The Yongxia Empire, preoccupied with internal strife, saw the rebels retreating in disarray. The expanding Targaryen Empire sought to extend its reach into the western New Giscari Empire. The Nox Empire, launched in a counter-invasion, grew ever stronger through Vance reforms, initiating incursions into the Dothraki Sea. As for the Valyrian Adolf position, prior to Joffrey's disappearance, it held little significance due to Joffrey's overwhelming strength. However, with Joffrey now gone and Daenerys having established the Targaryen Empire, the role of the Imperial Chancellor, occupied by Adolf, became exceedingly crucial. For while the dragons had Baiman to contend with, Daenerys' forces could only rely on the military of the Yongxia Empire for support. Almost every faction had established its own research departments, and although progress was slow, the ambition to replicate and develop advanced weaponry was etched in the minds of all. After all, no one wished to be throttled by a powerful empire and subjected to its whims. Valerie's plan to tame Rhaego was unsuccessful. Although Rhaego was once close to him, he refused to be ridden. Now, with a wingspan of 50 meters, Rhaego no longer sought Valerie's company. Valerie has come to foresee the trajectory of the world. He is certain that Daenerys will engage in conflict with Volantis. The destruction of Slaver's Bay would eliminate a significant portion of the slave production, crippling the labor force of other trading city-states. The Noxian Empire is likely to unify the Dothraki Sea. Without the advantage of cavalry, the horsemen would stand no chance against the cunning and nefarious Vince. As for the Eternal Summer Empire, my homeland shall forever thrive. Having attended to his affairs, Valerie made his way to the True Dragon Pyramid to discuss the offensive against the new Giscari Empire with Daenerys. As the saying goes, a nation, no matter how powerful, will fall if it is overly warlike. Valerie is acutely aware of the financial state of the Targaryen Empire. Under his control, its finances can barely maintain a balance. Help me out. I plan to set up 18 sets of sacred armor. Quickly think of names and concepts. There will be no reward for those adopted. At Black Obsidian Academy, Joffrey and his companions boarded a cart driven by two stout, oddly proportioned horses. As they proceeded slowly, Lalu, who was a lackadaisical companion, considered himself fortunate that the academy provided a cart for recruiting. When we arrive at the academy, Lilith, remember to exude the aura of a first-level mage. At this moment, Lalu was preoccupied with how to impress others. Professor Lalu, it is not uncommon for a 14-year-old to be a first-level mage, Lilith remarked expressionlessly. In the federal center of Caesar City, there are plenty of 14-year-olds at that level. Aware that her aspirations of becoming an 8th-level mage were slim, she chose to solidify her foundation early on, hoping to eventually reach that pinnacle. The other two, Elway and Reno, remained silent. Their talents were decent in Pia Town but paled in comparison to Joffrey and Lilith. Reno curiously regarded the golden-haired Joffrey, though he had long heard of Lilith's renown. Joffrey seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. However, the identification provided by the mayor indicated that Joffrey was indeed from Pia Town. A 7th-level talent, previously unexhibited, was truly remarkable. It was uncertain whether he had concealed it intentionally or simply had never been tested. Children of affluent families typically had their talents assessed by age 6, and it was rare for commoners to possess significant talents. Yet, Reno was unaware that Joffrey had just arrived on the Holy Spirit continent and had exchanged a 3rd-level beast core for his identity. In contrast, at Black Obsidian Academy, achieving the pinnacle of first-level mage at the age of 14 was an extraordinary feat. Lala did not lie. The academy enrolled hundreds each year, the majority of whom were under 15. Those who reached first-level mage at such a young age were among the most gifted within the jurisdiction of Obsidian City. The pinnacle of a mage or knight's training speed occurs between the ages of 20 and 40. During these 2 decades, an individual reaches the zenith of their cultivation. Joffrey withdrew his gaze from the scenery and turned to inquire, Master Rallo, how is magic classified? You are unaware? I am an orphan. Did the mayor not inform you? Rallo's expression shifted to one of understanding. Ah, I see. My apologies. Mages are divided into 9 levels, with the 9th being the highest. Beyond that lies the realm of the holy, where only 2 beings exist across the continent, a dragon and an elven queen. Lilith enlightened Joffrey, who stared at her in astonishment, surprised that this typically stoic girl had chosen to speak. Lilith is correct. Whether knights, mages, or the warriors and shamans from the orc tribes, all are classified in this manner. Then why not assess our knightly potential? Joffrey asked curiously. Rallo had only tested magical aptitude, with no mention of knightly qualifications. The essence of magic is a form of energy, and the chi that knights cultivate is fundamentally the same. However, mages release this energy through spells, whereas knights utilize it to enhance their physical prowess for attacks. I see. Joffrey mused, beginning to comprehend that both knights and mages draw from the same energy source. Yet, mages employ this energy for magical assaults, while knights harness it to fortify their bodies. It is merely a matter of different applications of the same energy, allowing one to choose their path of cultivation, or even pursue both martial and magical arts. However, those who attempt to master both often find themselves lacking, unable to excel in either. Indeed, a true man should aspire to become a super mage capable of casting forbidden spells with a mere flick of the wrist from the rear lines of the battlefield. As for knights, not even a dog would care. Lilith had already chosen the path of the mage. What about the 3 of you? Of course, we choose knights. Knights are the true embodiment of manhood and romance, Renaud declared without hesitation. Elway also voiced his agreement. Joffrey could not help but scoff inwardly. Only those who strike from the shadows with cunning skills truly embody the essence of power and intrigue. And you, Joffrey? Rallo asked, noticing Joffrey's reluctance to speak. Mage. Why? Because they're handsome. Rallo was taken aback. Joffrey was perhaps the most straightforward individual he had encountered in choosing the path of a mage. Simply because they were handsome. A reason that undeniably held merit. For mages indeed radiate more brilliance than knights. The fundamental skill of a mage lies in their ability to control magical energy, and the degree of control often determines the potency of their spells. Solely pursuing aesthetics is inadequate. Ralla chuckled. Merely seeking attractiveness will only squander your internal magical energy. Shouldn't it depend on the speed and accuracy of incantations? Joffrey countered. Rallo paused, taken aback by Joffrey's words. Incantations? What incantations? All spells are merely the application of magical prowess, devoid of the necessity to utter shameful slogans or incantations, Lilith elucidated. Her brother, while conjuring fireballs, was prone to shouting nonsensical phrases akin to knights who, in their charge, would exuberantly proclaim for glory. Subsequently, Lalu provided Joffrey with further clarification, enabling him to comprehend the nature of the mages in this realm. Contrary to his prior belief that incantations were a prerequisite, he discovered that most mages here are adept at instantaneous casting. In battle, mages wield their innate magical energy to manipulate the elemental forces of the air. Akin to Joffrey's initial summoning of the earth element with the basic earth golem, spells represent specialized techniques of manipulation, where an equivalent amount of magical energy can yield significantly greater potency. Moreover, mages are quintessentially cunning, as the execution of spells does not necessitate vociferous declarations of their names. Most mages prefer to launch sudden, stealthy assaults during combat, aiming for a decisive strike. Joffrey's journey along the path to the main road took a full 3 days, during which the pace of the carriage quickened. In the meanwhile, Westeros had endured the passage of a year and 3 months. In this brief span, the pacification war of the everlasting Summer Empire had just reached its conclusion. One must acknowledge that war is invariably the crucible of weaponry. As a prodigious weapons designer for the Empire, Grid achieved yet another historic technological breakthrough. To augment the military's firepower, he focused on the 1,000 deaths left behind by the former emperor, Joffrey. After gathering the Empire's most skilled weapon researchers for a month's intense study, they finally succeeded in innovating the automatic shell ejection and reloading mechanism. Meanwhile, in Essos, the research on gunpowder formulations had progressed significantly. The current recipes had long abandoned reliance on dragonbone powder, with even the black powder from Essos being devoid of bone powder. As early as a year prior, Essos ceased purchasing Westerosi matchlock firearms and began equipping their own. Joffrey had never intended to keep the matchlock firearm a secret during its sale. His initial plan was to demand patent fees once others had developed similar weapons, threatening annihilation if they refused. However, now that Joffrey found himself in the realm of the divine, others evidently lacked such political acumen. Fortunately, the Empire's framework had been tenuously established by Joffrey, ensuring that as long as no exceptionally incompetent emperor arose in the everlasting Summer Empire, technological superiority could be maintained. Concurrently, as the realms of power in the Game of Thrones witnessed rapid technological advancement, the civilization of magic also surged forth into an era of swift development. With the influx of magical energy, a multitude of sorcerers evolved into true mages, capable of conjuring fireballs and water arrows with their bare hands. For instance, Melisandre, despite her inability to connect with the Lord of Light, found her fire magic continually augmenting. She no longer required the fire elemental stone around her neck and could effortlessly conjure fireballs at will. The Shadowlands has now become a sanctum for sorcerers, preserving a plethora of magical scrolls and incantations. Following the complete eradication of the rebels by the Eternal Summer Empire, the administrative efficiency of the entire empire surged dramatically. Concurrently, with the disappearance of R'hllor, Westeros has reverted to a normal cycle of 4 seasons. As its inhabitants bid farewell to the prolonged night that had plagued them for millennia a year ago, it seems that, in an instant, the entire realm of ice and fire has entered a rapid phase of development, albeit amidst a period of heightened warfare. The true dragon pyramid stands ready. The Empire is prepared for conflict. Tomon, sell me 500 units of the Type 47 assault rifle. I need to assemble a special task force, Daenerys stated to Valerie. Joffrey has always regarded Daenerys as an ally, yet he has never elaborated on the specifics of their relationship. Daenerys, astutely aware of this nuance, leveraged her connection with Joffrey to persuade Tomon to sell her some automatic rifles. However, Tomon proved to be far more obstinate than his brother Joffrey, who, due to his personal disposition, often eschewed convoluted dealings, while Tomon, being merely an ordinary man, did not share such inclinations. After selling Daenerys the 47 automatic rifles, Tomon promptly turned around and sold the strategic blueprint of the Targaryen Empire, provided by Valerie, to Volantis. He emphasized to Volantis that Daenerys sought to completely abolish the institution of slavery and had formed a strategic offensive and defensive alliance with Nox, self-styled as the Free Alliance. Thus, while Daenerys prepared to conquer the new Giscari Empire, Volantis, alongside the other free cities except for Braavos, established the Anti-Dragon Alliance, publicly denouncing Daenerys as a war profiteer in the newspapers. The newspapers of the Eternal Summer Empire and other social institutions had emulated those of Essos, a fact that Tomon did not seek to curb, as such matters were inherently public and could not be concealed. Consequently, 3 months later, in the year of Origin 8, the war between the Free Alliance and the Anti-Dragon Alliance officially commenced, with Braavos seizing the opportunity to profit from the ensuing conflict. However, the spark of war was ignited by the Eternal Summer Empire, which had now set its sights on Braavos. The immense financial resources of the Iron Vault severely impacted the strategic development of the Eternal Summer Empire, leaving only two potential outcomes. Either the Iron Vault would fall under the Empire's control or be obliterated alongside Braavos. 90 days, the half-orc, a towering black bastion, rising 40 meters high, appeared before Joffrey, its gleaming walls seemingly polished daily. LaRue began to explain. The Federation operates under a city-state system, with 3 primary city-states governed beneath the sacred capital, which in turn oversees 27 secondary cities, and subsequently, hundreds of tertiary cities. Your town of Paya is directly under the jurisdiction of Black Obsidian City. Though it is termed a town, it is comparable to some tertiary city-states. It appears our town of Paya is rather impressive, Urway remarked with a smile, scratching his head. Lala concurred, stating, Paya town is indeed formidable. Take the Golden Rose family, for instance, where the patriarch is a level 6 mage. Such power is truly impressive. Lilith's father is a remarkably audacious individual. He relocated the family to Paya town solely due to its proximity to the Chongling mountain range, allowing for better training of the young clan members and the search for more resources. As the group ventured into Black Obsidian City, they traveled south for quite some time before arriving at the renowned Black Obsidian Academy. Established alongside the city, the academy boasts approximately 2,000 individuals, including faculty members. Among the first to third-year students, there are about 1,500, while the remaining staff number around 500. Upon hearing Lala's introduction, the group gained a preliminary understanding of the Black Obsidian Academy. Just as Lalo was about to continue his discourse, a voice interrupted him. Hey Lalo, have you heard? Gloria has recruited a prodigious half-orc, 12 years of age, who can defeat a level 2 knight without any training. She's indulging in delusions. Lalo retorted unabashedly. Who are you calling delusional? Came a voice, perfectly enunciated. The group turned to see a highly articulate female half-orc approaching, accompanied by a young boy. Upon catching sight of the boy, Joffrey gasped. The arrogant expression and swaggering gait were unmistakable. This was indeed a show-off. Lalo, noticing the brash youth, was astounded. He felt an almost imperceptible threat emanating from Uth, despite being merely a level 3 mage himself. Lala reached out to pat Uth's head, only to have his hand swatted away in disdain. Unfazed, Gloria remarked, this young man is named Uth, possessing an 8-star talent and the Berserk Beast Heart trait. Talent is typically assessed by the number of stars lit up during testing, thus one may refer to it as having a certain number of stars. Joffrey and Lilith, for instance, possess 7-star talents. Uth fixed his gaze intently on Joffrey, and each time he did, his Berserk Beast Heart instinctively quickened its rhythm. The Berserk Beast Heart is an exceptionally rare talent among half-orcs. The greater the injury sustained, the stronger the recovery ability, accompanied by a formidable battle instinct. Lalo, feeling competitive, exclaimed, Don't get too smug, you fierce tigress. I've also recruited 2 7-star prodigies. Now it was Gloria's turn to be astonished. This lazy individual, who often returned with students of merely level 3 talent, had managed to enroll students of level 7 talent this time. It is worth noting that the places Lala visits for recruitment are fixed each year, and locations abundant in high-talent youths are typically affluent districts. Many talented scions from noble families do not attend academies, preferring to be nurtured within their own families. For example, if Lilith possessed a 6-star talent, it is highly likely she would not study at the Black Obsidian Academy, but rather receive training from her family. Thus, to recruit high-talent students, one must resort to a broad selection process, sifting through the offspring of commoners to identify those with exceptional capabilities. However, the talent detection instrument requires the consumption of magical energy. Once depleted, it necessitates a recharge. LaRue has always relied on the inherent magical energy of the detector, leaving as soon as it runs out, which has resulted in him only attracting students with 3-star talents over the years. Thus, the sudden emergence of 2 7-star talents astonished Gloria immensely. Little did she expect that this young man had sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan to acquire 2 students of such exceptional aptitude. LaRue's expression darkened. Had he not been unable to compete with Gloria, he would have already pinned her down for a thorough reprimand. Jeffrey, on the other hand, was fixated on Gloria's profound wisdom, marveling at her stature, which was truly remarkable. He had only seen such grandeur in animated segments. The fall of a genius from the 91st tier. What are you staring at, kid? Have you never witnessed such a sight? Gloria, noticing Jeffrey's gaze, crossed her arms and proudly straightened her posture. Indeed, this teacher is quite impressive. I have never encountered such a sagacious individual. Might I inquire if you're available for marriage? Joffrey jested with a grin. You bold fellow. I shall inform you. Indeed, I am not yet wed. Should you manage to best me, I might consider marrying you. She was a level 4 warrior, after all, as LaRue aptly clarified. Within the Black Radiance Academy, many coveted her impressive physique, but defeating Gloria at such a young age was no easy feat. No one had succeeded thus far. Joffrey believed that a level 4 warrior or knight was no different from an ordinary person. With his laser vision, he could easily dispatch a multitude, and as for mages, they were even more fragile. All right, let me guide you through the enrollment process. We have about half a month left until admissions close, and a freshman conference will be held thereafter. Under LaRue's guidance, Joffrey and the others completed their enrollment procedures. The dormitories were single occupancy within a circular structure, each room equipped with its own bathroom, but lacking a common area. Joffrey had brought minimal luggage, and the dormitory was well furnished. With time on his hands, he began exploring the academy, determined to diligently study magic and lessen his reliance on his physical form. Familiarizing himself with the academy was essential for any diligent student. Valshix, you are nothing but a waste. Stay away from Nelly from now on. Joffrey perked up at the sound and made his way toward the source. Gossip. Gossip. By the time Joffrey arrived, a small circle of onlookers had gathered, all eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. He found a spot at the back, observing the three main characters in this drama. A brash young man with blonde hair was confidently embracing a woman whose beauty was undeniable as she nestled against him. The one being ridiculed, however, was seething with anger, not due to the woman, but because the blonde youth was utterly repugnant to Valshix. In Black Radiant City, there were 3 grades, each spanning 2 years. Valshix was renowned as the previous year's genius, boasting a 9-star talent. He was anticipated to participate in the grand federal competition in the illustrious city of Caesar 3 years hence. Yet, the capricious nature of fate rendered his aspirations futile. The magical energy he had painstakingly accrued inexplicably dissipated, leaving him still a mere apprentice, never having ascended to even the rank of a first-level mage. In stark contrast, most second-year students had already attained the status of second-level mages or knights, warriors of renown. The golden-haired youth, named Richard Aji, hailed from a notably distinguished family in a certain third-tier city. Despite his mediocre talent, the abundant resources at his disposal afforded him the privilege of attending the Black Obsidian Academy, a gilded opportunity. Richard derived immense satisfaction from mocking Val, the once promising genius now fallen from grace, relishing the sense of superiority and vindictive pleasure it afforded him. Nellie, a woman from the same humble town as Val, had initially been drawn to him due to his talent and her own allure, swiftly becoming entangled with Val until his unfortunate circumstances befell him. Nellie contemplated a gamble. If Val's peculiar affliction were to be cured, her prior lack of disdain during his misfortunes would surely secure her the esteemed title of the wife of an 8th-level fire mage, perhaps even a 9th level. However, as a year passed with no sign of improvement, Nellie grew impatient and soon found herself in the arms of Richard, who was both foolish and affluent, brimming with resources. Joffrey, on the other hand, gleaned the truth from the whispers of onlookers, and upon learning the details, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The fall of a genius. How familiar a tale. If only Val were to proclaim, 30 years on the west of the river, 30 years on the east. Do not mock the youth in their poverty. How terrifying indeed. Ute. Ha. Such a revolting display. A voice of disdain echoed through the crowd, which instantly parted, revealing a defiant young man standing with arms crossed. Ute, the prodigious half-orc. Joffrey instantly recognized the youth and felt a surge of delight. A spectacle was about to unfold. He had heard that Ute could topple a second-level knight, and Richard was but a second-level warrior. There are 2 categories of individuals who can absorb energy from the air, one being the elemental manipulators known as mages, and the other, the physically adept knights who can also wield a modicum of magic. A third category comprises those unable to harness magical energy, opting instead to refine their physical prowess as warriors, relying solely on brute strength in battle. Richard, his expression darkened, glared at Ute. A first-year student? Someone in the crowd questioned, skepticism evident. It was rare for newcomers at the Black Obsidian Academy to provoke upperclassmen, given the latter's 2 additional years of training. Ute, unfazed, retorted, "You are truly repugnant. Were it not for the Academy's constraints, I would undoubtedly shatter you where you stand." What a reckless fool, was the collective thought among the onlookers. Richard's family was formidable, and his father a 6th-level knight, had it not been within the confines of the Academy. This newcomer would have long since been dealt with by Richard's underlings. "Ha, little beast, you possess quite the audacity. Dare you meet me in the arena?" Richard said, a smile that did not reach his eyes adorning his face. He is not a fool. He would never engage in a brawl directly. However, once he stepped into the arena, the rules no longer applied. A sinister grin spread across Uda's face. It had been a long time since anyone had called him a vile brat after he had dispatched that gang of thugs. Subsequently, Uda accepted Richard's challenge and followed him to the arena. Upon their arrival, a multitude of spectators had already taken their seats in the stands. Uda's reputation quickly emerged. Heralded as a prodigy, he had slain a second-tier knight without any prior training. Yet, at that moment, Richard was unaware of Uda's intricate details, having only heard snippets, such as Uda being a genius. Richard, relishing the opportunity to humiliate a genius, thought it absurd that Uda, who had trained for only 2 years less than him, could possibly defeat a second-tier warrior. Both were adept in close combat, and as the battle commenced, they charged at one another. However, Richard significantly underestimated Uda. Uda grew more formidable as the fight progressed, seemingly tireless. Suddenly, he seized Richard by his blonde hair, yanking him forward, and unleashed a powerful right hook. This blow rendered Richard incapable of further resistance. Uda then leaped and slammed Richard to the ground with tremendous force. The deafening thud left the onlookers in astonishment. No one had anticipated such prowess from the newcomer. Descending from the arena, Uda approached Val, wrapping bandages around his hands while speaking. "My mother is a half-orc, and my father fled before I was born. The local thugs in our village always bullied my mother and me, referring to me as a vile brat. Yet after I dealt with them, none dared to insult me again. Perhaps I should consider the path of a warrior. It may not rival that of knights or mages, but it is certainly preferable to enduring humiliation." Uda's words resonated deeply with Val, who had been burdened by the weight of his previous 9-star talent. He had been reluctant to choose the path of a warrior, yet Uda was right. While it may not compare to that of knights or mages, it was undeniably better than living in disgrace. Beneath the city of New Gister, 100,000 black-armored troops stood poised before the walls. The Targaryen Empire now boasted an army of 350,000, with 200,000 of those black-armored soldiers particularly skilled in offensive warfare. Daenerys was no longer the naive girl of 14 who only dreamed of liberating slaves and reclaiming the Iron Throne. People do change. Now at 22. Daenerys had been queen for 8 years, and the experiences she had undergone were more than enough to qualify her as a capable ruler. The 100-meter-long Drogon towered over the ground, surpassing the walls of Gister. Now, Drogon had taken on the appearance of a true dragon, with a slender body and impenetrable scales. Even a crossbow bolt fired at point-blank range would fail to pierce Drogon's dragon scales. Before the resurgence of magic, dragons held the power to sway the balance of war. Now, however, Drogon can annihilate entire factions without the need for an army's support. No weapon poses a threat to Drogon, while his dragon fire can obliterate all that lies before him. "Your Majesty, New Guise refuses to surrender," Jorah Mormont stated. A futile struggle. Do they truly believe Volantis possesses the capability to assist them? "Prepare for the siege," Daenerys commanded, turning to Drogon, who soared into the air, heading towards the city walls. At Daenerys' command, a torrent of searing dragon fire rained down, instantly shattering the walls of the Guy's capital. The guards atop the walls were silenced before they could even utter a cry, reduced to ashes in an instant. As the walls crumbled, the 100,000-strong Unsullied marched effortlessly into the Guy's capital, commencing the purge of the Guy's nobility. The Unsullied, equipped with semi-cold weaponry, were structured in units of 10, comprising 4 shield-bearers and 6 matchlocks, as the simple matchlock rifles were ill-suited for close-quarter combat in urban warfare. The Guy's empire's resistance lasted scarcely an hour. The Unsullied pushed through with relentless force, claiming the capital. With Drogon's roar echoing throughout the Guy's capital, the demise of New Guise was irrevocably declared, reminiscent of the Guy's empire's defeat at the hands of Valyria thousands of years prior. Yet, this obliteration was far more comprehensive, as the centralization of the Eternal Summer Empire was evident to the world, though imitated by none except the Targaryen and Nox empires. Presently, apart from the coastal city of Astapor, the entirety of southern Dothraki grasslands has fallen under Daenerys' dominion. Following the capture of the Guy's capital, Daenerys assigned 10,000 of her elite forces to garrison the city, while the Unsullied swiftly began clearing the remnants of the Guy's empire's towns and estates. Daenerys needed to rapidly consolidate her newly acquired territory, for in the Bay of Slaves, numerous fleets relentlessly besieged Meereen and Yunkai. The Anti-Dragon Alliance had mustered over 10,000 ships, comprising more than 800,000 slave soldiers, intending to overwhelm Daenerys with sheer numbers. Yet, the resurgence of magic had drastically altered the dragon's might. Only the artillery of the Eternal Summer Empire could inflict harm on the dragons, but the dragons' swiftness rendered them nearly untouchable in the skies. Consequently, The slave master's plans for a landing in the Bay of Slaves faced severe setbacks. Between Marine and Yunkai lay a 30-kilometer stretch of coastline, pre-selected by the slave masters as a landing site. Simultaneously, a substantial contingent of slave soldiers disembarked south of Yunkai, launching fierce assaults on the city. This diversion allowed for a greater ease of landing forces along the northern coast. However, matchlock rifles were best suited for defense. Strengthening fortifications in conjunction with Drogon was paramount. The slave masters had failed to breach Merine's coastal defenses after months of relentless assaults. On the contrary, it is the Gist Empire that is faltering. The Black Death God, Jorgen, is not a foe that mere armies can confront. As for my job in customer service, I cannot divulge specifics, but it is expected that I will endure some reprimands. I have heard from the elders that one might be scolded for over an hour. Tomorrow marks my inaugural reception, and I hope I am not met with a half-hour tirade at the outset, for that would surely provoke my laughter. After being roused by the distinctive sound of a crow, Val returned to his dormitory. While he was aware of the warrior's training methods, Val has long aspired to become either a mage or a knight, though perhaps it is time to relinquish that dream. He began to circulate his internal energy, feeling the flow of vitality within him accelerate, gradually strengthening his physique. At that moment, the ring on his hand emitted a faint silver glow, and a droplet of water secreted from the ring, merging into Val's body. Instantly, the surrounding magical energy surged towards him. Meanwhile, Joffrey was oblivious to the emergence of the fated child not far from him. He was seated on a stone bench, observing the passing maidens, lacking the ability to meditate. He found himself idly watching the girls, who always seemed to possess a certain charm in this otherworldly realm. Alas, it is quite vexing. One wonders just how formidable the top-tier combatants of this world truly are. Thus far, Joffrey has yet to encounter anyone he perceived as a tangible threat, nor has he witnessed anyone of notable strength, leaving him uncertain of his own lineage. And so, half a month passed. The commencement ceremony arrived as scheduled, starkly contrasting Joffrey's expectations of a grand affair. The new student orientation at the Black Obsidian Academy was remarkably simple, primarily consisting of class assignments, introductions of faculty, and a brief overview of the Academy's essentials. An unremarkable ceremony indeed. Joffrey found himself placed in Class 1, among a total of 4 classes, each comprising 30 students. The Orc classes also numbered 2, with 30 students each. The sight of the half-orc class was eye-opening for Joffrey. Some had tails, others sported animal ears, and a few even possessed wings. In this past month, he had rarely encountered half-orcs, the reason for which remained unknown. Moreover, Joffrey felt quite confident. During the ceremony, he caught sight of the Academy's principal, an 8th-level knight. From Joffrey's own perspective, he believed he could easily overpower Principal Curries. However, Joffrey's aim is to study magic and depart once he has acquired sufficient knowledge. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of this world, he has been gradually trying to learn. Despite searching for half a month, he could not locate the library. He initially intended to inquire of someone, but his infamous reputation as the lecherous Joffrey had preceded him, resulting in others' reluctance to engage with him. The girls kept their distance, while the boys feared incurring their disdain, also retreating. Nevertheless, Joffrey had yet to encounter any melodramatic scenarios. Aside from the incident involving Val, seated within the classroom, Joffrey's homeroom teacher was an alluring woman with ample curves, her voice soft and melodious, while her golden, silky hair stirred the hearts of men. Although Joffrey had an appreciation for beauty, he was far from desperate. He merely yearned for her to expound upon the meditation technique, for he could hardly contain his anticipation. "Greetings, students. I am your instructor, Belard, a level 5 attribute-less mage," she announced. The enchanting teacher spoke in a gentle, almost frail manner, evoking an image of someone who might weep at the slightest provocation. Joffrey raised his hand to inquire, what exactly is an attribute-less mage? A curious student indeed. The other newcomers glanced at Joffrey, uncertain whether this lecherous freshman was genuinely clueless or merely attempting to engage the captivating teacher. During the initial seating arrangement, only Lilith had chosen to sit beside Joffrey, while the others maintained their distance. Yet, Joffrey remained unfazed. Nestled at the back by the window, he felt at home. In the first lesson, Beard elucidated some fundamental concepts, including the very topic Joffrey had asked about. Most mages possessed attribute-less magical power, enabling them to harness the elemental forces present in the air for combat. However, some individuals exhibited a particular sensitivity to a specific elemental force, thus dedicating themselves to mastering that singular path. For example, fire mages specialize in the cultivation of fire spells yet remain capable of manipulating other elements. Controlling elements is akin to balancing, while spells serve as skills. On his way to the cafeteria, Joffrey encountered Ute. Upon spotting Joffrey, Ute approached him without hesitation. You're quite strong. How about joining my crew? Initially, Joffrey intended to decline, but after a moment's reflection, he agreed. I am Joffrey, pleased to meet you, Ute. Ute, expecting a refusal, was taken aback by Joffrey's prompt acceptance. Very well, then you shall be my subordinate. Come, let me lead you to the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, which was neither too large nor too small and already brimming with patrons, the two approached the counter and ordered 2 generous platters of roasted meat. Ute cast a sly glance at Joffrey and commanded, follow me. He sauntered towards a table where a blonde-haired individual was elegantly savoring a meat steak. This was Richard. Richard, having been incapacitated by Ute in their previous encounter, had been restored to vitality after 2 level 6 healing spells. Ute, with a swift kick, sent one of Richard's lackeys tumbling from his seat, declaring, take your trays and scram. Anger surged within Richard, but upon recognizing Ute, his demeanor swiftly transformed into a facade of congeniality. We'll leave at once. We'll leave, he exclaimed, hastily ushering his companions away. Brother, they've gone too far, protested one of Richard's disgruntled subordinates. Richard, with a grim expression, replied, in this academy, one can strike hard, but not lethally. He wants to remain in the academy forever. Once outside, you shall meet his end. The academy provides only a portion of the cultivation resources. Students must also undertake various tasks to hone their skills while practicing. Meanwhile, Joffrey unceremoniously seated himself and began to feast on meat. At that moment, Lilith and Val approached, perfectly filling the table for 4. They discussed the situation of being mingled with the half-orcs, who seemed intent on isolating them. Lilith remarked coolly, it appears they wish to segregate us. Upon hearing this, Ute did not respond, seemingly oblivious, as he continued to devour his meal. Joffrey swallowed the morsel in his mouth and disdainfully retorted, of course. The flock must distance itself from the beasts. In Joffrey's eyes, only those of level 7 or above were considered sheep, the rest barely qualified as insects. Although it remained silent, he felt a sense of joy. Even if Joffrey and the others feared isolation and chose to distance themselves from him, he would remain indifferent. Due to his temperament, Ute found it difficult to relate to the other half-orc students. Blackstar Academy had only a little over 100 half-orcs, with the remainder being humans. The racial tensions within the Caesar Federation were becoming increasingly pronounced, and Blackstar Academy mirrored a microcosm of the Federation. Among the various races, half-orcs were the least favored. The ongoing wars between humans and the Orc Empire often left half-orcs as the offspring of women abducted by orcs, burdened with the animosity of 2 races. Despite the Federation's laws stating that half-orcs were citizens, the prevailing sentiments were all too clear. Were it not for the presence of a level 9 half-orc in the federal parliament, their plight would be even more dire. In just a few short days, the 4 Feral Wolfoot, Lustful Joffrey, Ice Maiden Lilith, and Flame Rock Val found themselves utterly isolated. Joffrey was aware of this, though he was puzzled as to why he was labeled as Lustful Joffrey, while he had indeed gazed at some maidens for a few days. He believed he had not acted inappropriately. The arena served as a venue for the students at Blackstar Academy to engage in friendly combat. After Val inadvertently activated the Star Ring not long ago, he rejoined the ranks of geniuses, able to gather magical energy once more. Moreover, each night, the Star Ring absorbed celestial power to condense star god tears, aiding Val in enhancing his physique. Coupled with Val's extraordinary sensitivity to the fire and earth attributes, he had become formidable in close combat, rivaling a warrior, while still retaining his prowess as a mage in ranged combat. This secret remained undisclosed even to Ute, Joffrey, and the others. Lilith, who specialized in ice magic, stood no chance against Val. Initially, it was assumed that Joffrey, lacking a major specialization, would be even less capable of contending with Val. However, the perceived weakest among the 4, Joffrey, delivered an impressive lesson that transformed his reputation from Lustful Joffrey to Skillful Joffrey. On the arena stage, Joffrey and Val stood 20 meters apart, facing each other. Earth style. Earth River Cart. With a furious shout, Joffrey summoned a column of earth that lifted him into the air, while several earthen pillars charged toward Volsky's. Joffrey's rapid advancement in cultivation had propelled him to the pinnacle of a first-level mage, on par with Val's. However, Val's lacked Joffrey's audacity to shout mid-battle, finding it utterly embarrassing. With a swift motion of his left hand, Val's conjured a wall of earth to intercept Joffrey's assault while simultaneously coalescing the earth element to elevate himself into the air. Prior to their confrontation, no one anticipated that elemental manipulation could be wielded with such flamboyance. Fireball. Several fist-sized fireballs materialized and hurtled toward Val's. Wind. Fire Moonwheel. Frozen Tomb. Raging Inferno. Crimson Spear. Immortal Shield. A multitude of mages echoed Joffrey's boisterous incantations, leaving everyone else on the ground feeling outclassed. This duel persisted for about 10 minutes. culminating in a draw as both sides exhausted their magical energies. Yet, one could not deny that despite the embarrassing names Joffrey shouted, his mastery of elemental control was indeed impressive, imparting valuable lessons to all present. Joffrey completely transformed the dynamic of mage battles, shifting from the traditional elemental clash, where both sides would shoot ice arrows at one another, to a more cunning approach. Many who had chosen the path of the night couldn't help but curse Joffrey, as mages had traditionally been silent while casting spells, free from such annoyance. Now, it seemed mages had adopted a new style, and not all mages wished to emulate Joffrey's loud proclamations of spells. After several sparring matches with Joffrey, Vals and Lilith had come to understand the proper approach for mages, utilizing auxiliary elements to support their primary element in offense. A mage with a primary element naturally possessed greater offensive capabilities than a mage without an elemental affinity, and this would likely widen the gap even further. Meanwhile, Joffrey had grown increasingly adept with magic, sensing an unusual sensitivity to any element, though he was uncertain how this sensitivity was determined for primary element mages. Soon, Uther's physical training was nearing completion. Originally capable of defeating second-level knights solely through brute strength, he had now attained the rank of a first-level knight, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Uther's training speed remained impressively swift, as he was inherently gifted, with physical attributes surpassing even those of pure-blooded orcs. If arrogance had levels, Joffrey and Vals would undoubtedly rank at the top. Vals, once an entirely ordinary individual, had undergone remarkable changes in just 3 months, a transformation Lilith had never anticipated. After their training session, the four of them headed toward the dining hall, which was unusually lively that day due to the presence of 5th-level magical beast meat, reportedly brought back by a teacher returning from a mission. Most third-year students at the academy hover around level 4, frequently engaging in tasks outside, leaving the campus predominantly occupied by second- and first-year students. The second-year students are generally at level 3, and the cafeteria is currently brimming with them, while the first-year students linger on the periphery, observing. The meat of level 5 magical beasts greatly facilitates training for those at level 13, particularly for warriors and knights. Ute forcefully shoved aside a first-year student in his path and strode towards the front window. Queuing? What is that? The trio swaggered to the forefront of the line, perfectly aligned in 3 columns, one for each of them. However, the second-year students were not intimidated by the trio. "You little brats, do you wish to meet your end?" barked Barfik menacingly. Naturally, the second-year students did not queue in a first-come, first-served manner. Those at the front were exceptionally formidable. Barfik, being the strongest knight practitioner of the second year, had already reached the pinnacle of level 3, standing on the threshold of level 4. Joffrey turned back with an irritated expression. "What do you want? What can you do, you little wretch?" Ute unleashed the aura of his level 3 knightly prowess, swaggering over from the left and elbowing his way to stand in front of Barfik. "Are you really that tough? To dine here, one must possess strength and allies. What do you have?" Ute scoffed disdainfully. Val stood silently beside him, arms crossed, the smirk at the corner of his mouth betraying his inner contempt. If genius were to be categorized by levels, undoubtedly, the trio were combat prodigies, having reached level 3 several days prior. The first 3 levels of training are the easiest. As long as one's talent is adequate, one merely needs to practice without encountering any bottlenecks. The subsequent 6 levels, however, present a significant increase in difficulty, testing not only talent but also comprehension. Impatient for meat, Joffrey delivered a swift kick to Barfik's abdomen. Barfik shot out of the door like a cannonball. Turning around, Joffrey nonchalantly began ordering, having nearly forgotten his noble heritage after prolonged magical training. Joffrey's precision in exerting force was remarkable. The astonished Barfik stood up, bewildered, having not even seen how Joffrey had struck. Joffrey's decisive blow left everyone stunned, including Ute and Val, who, while confident in their ability to defeat Barfik, knew they could not replicate Joffrey's efficiency. Nevertheless, they did not pry further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and digging too deep often leads to ruptured relationships. Soon after the trio placed their orders, they also picked up a portion for Lilith. As they walked away, murmurs erupted among the onlookers. "Damn it! Isn't that the new student? What a monster! That's Barfik, and he was kicked out like that. Could that Joffrey possibly be a level 4 warrior? Is it conceivable that his physical prowess rivals that of a level 5 warrior?" As the crowd engaged in discussions, Barfik returned to the group, resuming his position at the forefront. The murmurs among the spectators diminished, for while Joffrey had the capability to send Barfik flying, Barfik possessed the same prowess to do the same to them. In a classic corner by the window, Lilith observed the 3 men carrying 4 lunches and couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. "Must you behave like bullies? You've become notorious with the teachers," Lilith remarked with resignation. Joffrey placed a lunch in front of her, asking, "Will you eat?" "Of course," she replied. "Do you enjoy hanging out with us three bullies?" Lilith rolled her eyes. "Absolutely. I adore you all." The meat of fifth-level magical beasts could not possibly be afforded by everyone, and the Academy tacitly accepted that the strong would always prevail. As for the weak, well, they bore their own misfortune. Weakness is indeed a fundamental flaw. It must be said, the meat from fifth-level beasts was undeniably delicious, yet Joffrey lamented that he felt no enhancement to his own physique. However, judging by the expressions of Lilith and the others, it appeared to have considerable benefits for them. In the office after class, Bayard was vocally reprimanding Joffrey. Joffrey merely hummed, his silence indicative of his weariness. He was nearly dozing off, as being reprimanded was a phenomenon he had not encountered since his high school years back on Blue Star. Noticing Joffrey's drowsy demeanor, Bayard's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. After all, Joffrey's rapid rise in strength marked him as a true exemplary student in the first year. "Ah, Joffrey, you may head back now, but do remember to send Val to the office." "Huh. Oh." Joffrey ambled back towards the classroom, reveling in the privileges afforded to him as the top student in the grade. As he leisurely strolled down the corridor, taking in the fragrant sounds of nature outside, he sighed inwardly. This was not at all the academy he had envisioned, devoid of ostentation and foolish antagonists. Instead, there were only the overbearing trio of Joffrey, Ute, and Val. There were moments when Joffrey felt that a destined hero would emerge to deliver a profound blow to their egos. Upon returning to the classroom, he found that class had already concluded. Approaching Val, he said, "The teacher wants you to visit the office." Val, showing no surprise, stood up to comply. Having anticipated that he would be next when Joffrey was called out, Joffrey executed a tactical recline, crossing his feet atop the desk. "Lilith, are you heading to Blackstone Forest after school?" Joffrey casually inquired. Blackstone Forest, a medium-sized woodland surrounding Black Sun City, harbored no particularly high-level magical beasts. It mostly served as a training ground for students. Yet, each year, several individuals met their demise within its confines. Sometimes, humans could be far more perilous than beasts, especially mercenaries from various regions, who were the most dangerous of all. "Are you planning to go to the forest? Are you looking to take on a mission?" Lilith exclaimed in astonishment, for it was well known that Joffrey was exceptionally indolent, particularly after his enthusiasm for magic had waned. Feeling rather bored at school, she resolutely declared, "Let us venture to the grove after class." "Very well," she continued. "I shall first inform you." With that, Lilith rose and made her way toward the half-work class area. Before long, the school day came to an end. You'd arrived at the cafeteria, where Joffrey and the others had already finished their meal. "Have you all eaten?" he inquired. "I just had to deal with a troublesome situation, which delayed me." Leaning back in his chair, Joffrey nonchalantly replied, "No worries, you eat first. We shall head to Blackstone Forest once you're done." At that moment, an expressionless passerby walked by. Joffrey noticed a flicker of alarm in the stranger's demeanor upon overhearing their destination. It seemed something was afoot. After hastily finishing his meal, the passerby observed that Joffrey and the others were still engaged in conversation and then quickly exited the cafeteria, rushing towards Richard's dormitory. Ah, the opportunity has finally arrived. Richard felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the passerby's report. He had already verified that, apart from Lilith's family, which boasted a sixth-level powerhouse akin to his own, the other three were mere weaklings. Even if they possessed talent, they had yet to realize it. Without delay, Richard dashed towards the academy's exit. He needed to contact Uncle Crike, their family steward, and a fifth-level knight. Meanwhile, Joffrey had gathered some belongings and was making his way towards the academy gates, as they intended to spend the night in Blackstone Forest. As for tomorrow's classes, what scholar would forsake their studies for mere amusement? Only the diligent would toil tirelessly. The moment the group stepped outside the academy, Joffrey sensed a pair of eyes scrutinizing them. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for all four of them were capable of combat beyond their level, effectively equating to four individuals with fourth-level prowess. Should it come to that, Joffrey would reluctantly abandon his staff in favor of his fists. By the time they reached the outskirts of Blackstone Forest, night had fallen, and the group decided to set up camp. However, this place was markedly different from the academy, since nearing the forest, several pairs of eyes had been fixated upon them. For freshly emerged students were considered quite delectable prey. Moreover, with Lilith, the ice beauty among them, her aloof demeanor incessantly ignited the desires of conquest within men. At the stroke of midnight, Crike Rudolph pinpointed Joffrey's camp. The time was nigh. Crike deliberately chose to strike at this hour when individuals were at their most vulnerable. After all, his intent was to eliminate the three top talents of Blackstone Academy. Should he leave any trace, the academy would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Descending from the trees, Crike slowly drew his knightly broadsword, but just as he had pulled it out a finger's length, someone grasped his hand. "Old man, Why do you not sleep at this late hour? In response to Joffrey, there was only a swift elbow strike. Krejcik's elbow landed solidly on Joffrey's chest. Yet Joffrey remained impassive. Krejcik's countenance reflected shock, but without a hint of hesitation, he launched another knee strike towards Joffrey's groin. Joffrey quickly evaded. Astonished by the old man's treachery, he materialized directly in front of Krejcik, seizing his chin with a firm grip. This was no scene of a domineering CEO forcing a kiss. A searing gaze, akin to 6,000 degrees of heat, shot forth, instantly penetrating Krejcik's skull, causing his brain matter to evaporate in an instant. With a casual flick, Joffrey discarded Krejcik's lifeless body into the distance. Then, his searing gaze swept across, swiftly dismembering several mercenaries lurking in the underbrush. Joffrey cared little for their intentions, but they were undoubtedly nefarious. He then leisurely began to search the corpse, unperturbed. If a few more reckless souls dared to approach, he would welcome their audacity. Returning to the tent, he lifted Lilith's blanket and nestled him beside her. The four of them had erected 2 tents, and naturally, Lilith chose to rest with the most aesthetically pleasing Joffrey. There was an additional benefit to resting alongside Joffrey. There would be no need for shifts. Without him, the sentry, Oot, who was soundly asleep at the tent entrance, would have long since fallen victim to treachery. Mercenaries would not announce their presence with a shout before launching an attack. That night, the four of them slept relatively soundly, though some were more at ease than others. Richard, for one, was restless, having not slept a wink. Krejcik had not returned. Typically, such circumstances heralded dire outcomes. The following morning, Joffrey awoke to the stinging pain of a punch. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the furious glare of Lilith. The mat beside her demanded, "How did you end up sleeping on my mat? You scoundrel." Joffrey, unconcerned, released his grip from the ball he had been holding, apologizing for having lain down without realizing it after dealing with some petty thieves the previous night. Lilith was taken aback. Did someone attempt to ambush us last night? Indeed, Oot was sleeping more soundly than anyone else. Had it not been for me, he would have been captured and fed to the dogs long ago. Subsequently, Joffrey produced a small pouch and poured out its contents, tokens of last night's encounters. Oh? Lilith picked up a ring, scrutinizing it closely. That group must have had at least one 5th-level individual, right? She mused. How do you know? Is this ring particularly valuable? Lilith's conjecture regarding the presence of a 5th-level being implied that the ring she held was indeed of considerable worth. It was an unused pet ring, akin to a storage ring, yet capable of providing a living space for a magical beast. Once inside, the beast would enter a state of semi-sleep. Can it accommodate any level of magical beast? Joffrey asked, surprised. Theoretically, yes, as it requires the beast's consent to be contained within. Moreover, the average individual would seldom employ this ring, as it is capable of harboring only a single magical beast. Once contained, the summoning process initiates a magical array that takes approximately 2 seconds to manifest the creature. Those who predominantly rely on their summoned beasts for combat typically harbor a strong aversion to such rings, often meeting their demise before the beast can even be summoned. Alas, how does one utilize this contraption? A plan began to form in Joffrey's mind, as the White Jade remained in the Longling mountain range.